Chapter 1. The Grand Clandestine Encounter. Author's note. This is a work of alternate history, remember. It is purely fictional. This book leans towards the fantastical, with elements of spirituality and exaggerated combat, where mere brute strength does not suffice. Please, do not engage your intellect while reading this. I cannot emphasize this enough. Do not engage your intellect. Refrain from malicious ratings. Creative endeavors are challenging, and we are all part of the same global village. Cherish this. In the year 184 AD, late spring, Qin family village, Zhui County, Yuzhou, at the rear mountains in a small grove. Brother Zimming, do you think this is too soon? I'm still quite young and feel a bit shy. A delicate voice belonging to a girl of 17 or 18 floated through the air as she shyly fidgeted with her fingers. The young lady was clad in a pink gauze garment that draped over her figure, with a slender neck adorned by a silver necklace. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, partially concealed by the translucent fabric, revealing a pair of long, graceful legs. However, what captivated attention most was the subtle swell of her bosom, suggesting a well-to-do background by the elegance of her attire. Oh, it's not too soon. You're already 17. Once you conceive, my child, even if your father disagrees, he'll have no choice but to accept it. After all, what can he do about it once the rice is cooked? Qin Lin wore a lascivious expression as he approached, his wicked hands inching closer to the stunning beauty before him. Qin Lin, a time traveler from the 21st century, had inexplicably found himself in the era of the Three Kingdoms, during the very first year of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The exquisite maiden before him was none other than Zhen, one of the four great beauties of the Three Kingdoms, also known as Zhen. Remember, this is fictional. At this time, Zhen would only be 1 year old. As for how she arrived in this village, that remains a mystery. A few days prior, Qin Lin had accompanied Zhen to the Zhen residence to propose, only to be met with severe humiliation from her father, Zhen. And what was the outcome? Naturally, he was soundly rejected. Indeed, as a mere underachiever in the village, lacking both wealth and influence, how could Zhen, the magistrate of Shangsai in the Three Kingdoms era, ever approve of Qin Lin? Yet, Zhen, the foolish daughter, was inexplicably infatuated with Qin Lin. Perhaps it was his inherent charm and aura that captivated her. The village's elderly women and young widows also regarded Qin Lin with favor. Qin Lin's father, an aging laborer, had spent 2 decades pushing carts on construction sites, well known in the village as the Old Man. Upon seeing Zhen's alluring figure, Qin Lin exclaimed, "Sister, I'm coming." Once a hapless otaku, now traversing a new world, the sight of such a devoted woman ignited an insatiable desire within him, akin to a raging flood. "Meyer, fear not. I shall be gentle." Qin Lin chuckled mischievously, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing upon Zhen. He forcefully tugged at her pink gauze garment, revealing her snowy skin before his eyes. "Wow!" Qin Lin's eyes sparkled with wonder, his mouth agape in astonishment. Zhen's face flushed crimson, her heart racing, as ancient customs deemed such encounters rather taboo for women. Just as Qin Lin was about to breach the first line of defense, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the grove, voices of men calling out, Miss, where are you? Your father summons you home for dinner." These voices belonged to the servants of the Zhen household. Upon realizing Zhen was missing, Zhen had grown quite anxious and dispatched several servants to search for her in the rear mountains. "Brother Zimming, perhaps we should halt for now and continue tomorrow?" Zhen said, her cheeks still flushed, rising from the grassy ground and donning her pink gauze skirt. Damn it, what terrible timing! Qin Lin's moment of joy was shattered by the sudden shouting, a surge of anger bubbling within him. "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Let us meet at the same place tomorrow." With his bare torso and holding a pudding-laden blue cloth, Qin Lin dashed deeper into the grove, the grand scene of infidelity dissipating into thin air. Zhen glanced in the direction Qin Lin had fled, then followed the servants back to the Zhen residence. Hiding in a patch of grass, Qin Lin took a few deep breaths, then lay back in the grass, chewing on a blade before spitting it out, reflecting on the past half-year since his arrival in this world, growing increasingly frustrated. Damn it, other travelers have systems and mentors. Here I am with nothing. Just when I finally find a girl who loves me, her parents' refuse, and now I'm caught in this predicament. Is this what I signed up for? Tears of despair filled his eyes. He thought he would enjoy a life of luxury after crossing over. Yet he found himself in a plight. Ding! System detection initiated. Host's blood pressure 200, heart rate 300 BPM. System activated successfully. Ding! System verification complete. Host Qin Lin is a novice. A starter gift pack has been awarded. Would you like to open it? Open! Though somewhat bemused by the system's arrival, Qin Lin was filled with anticipation as he gazed at the blue interface. Gained: Elite General, Gao Xinji. Gained: 100 Basic Infantry. Gained: 2 months' worth of provisions for 100 men. Gained: Inferior Spiritual Weapon, Toothgrip Spear. Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. Although the rewards were modest, for a penniless Qin Lin, this could be considered a significant turnaround. However, what was the purpose of these 100 soldiers? Did they expect him to wage war with them? Subordinate Gao Xinji, greeting my lord. In a flash of white light, a tall figure clad in a white robe knelt before Qin Lin, flanked by 100 fully armed soldiers. Greetings, my lord. The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, exuding an impressive aura. Gao Xinji, a handsome figure from the Tang dynasty, had been bestowed upon him by the system. What a stroke of luck. Qin Lin stood in stunned silence for a moment, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Was his journey about to commence in such an unceremonious fashion? Ding! System prompt. Is the host ready to sign in for the first day? Qin Lin felt a surge of joy. One could even sign in. Sign in. Gained: Mount, Kun rank, white. Kun ability: all combat experience increased by 10. Entirely. Upon seeing this term, Qin Lin's eyebrows nearly shot up with excitement. The Kun had swiftly become the beacon of hope for the entire village. It must be nurtured carefully, as its future strength would be pivotal. Then, a blue Kun appeared seemingly from nowhere, resembling a somewhat adorable flying turtle, not the grandiose creature of legend. Of unknown size, the Kun transforms into a bird called the Perng, soaring with wings that stretch across the heavens. The Kun flew to Qin Lin's side, nuzzling against him, and he gently stroked its head, finding it rather endearing. Shifting his gaze to Gao Xinji, a set of data suddenly appeared beside him. Name: Gao Xinji. Potential: 85 excellent, recommended for vigorous training. Level: 55. Experience: 1,001,000 EXP. Combat power: 551. Loyalty: 80. Reliable. Command: 60. Intelligence: 75. Charm: 80. Acquired through lottery. Host charm is lower than Gao Xianzi's, thus no demands may be made. Weapon: Battle Spirit Spear, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Skill: Heavenly Fire Blue Flame / Skill 1. Upon seeing the note about charm, Qin Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him. This also implied that to recruit a general, his charm must surpass theirs. Qin Lin, feeling handsome and dashing, akin to a modern-day Pan, was eager to discover just how low his charm truly was, especially since it barely reached 60, falling short of 80. Name: Qin Lin. Potential: Reputation: 0. Level: 1 disabled. Combat power: 155 from inferior spiritual weapon bonus. Experience: 100,100 EXP. Charm: 60. Command: 70. Intelligence: 60. Spouse: none. Mount: Kun white. Weapon: Toothgrip Spear, inferior spiritual weapon. After reviewing his data, Qin Lin felt utterly impoverished. Damn it, system. I have arms and legs, how am I disabled? Qin Lin was left speechless by the medical misjudgment. The priority now was to transform his disabled status into a semi-disabled one, then upgrade to normalcy, and finally to that of an ordinary person. Everything hinged on experience points. It seemed the only way to level up was through gaining experience. After contemplating this, Qin Lin chuckled to himself, realizing that with so many soldiers at his disposal, Zhenmi's marriage prospects were bound to improve. I am now considered a commander of sorts. If I were to march to the Zhen residence and claim Zhenmi for myself, wouldn't I be able to enjoy her company? Zhen, you would surely be terrified. This shall be my course of action. With his hands on his hips, Qin Lin laughed heartily, turning to address the 100 soldiers behind him. Listen up, I am now your lord, and henceforth, you shall be known as the Qin army. Gao Xinji, I appoint you as the Grand General of the nation, Prime Minister, Minister of Rights, and my bodyguard. He then glanced at one soldier below. You, from now on, shall be the captain of this 100-man unit. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself with 2 fingers. Thank you, my lord. Gao Xinji was equally perplexed, exclaiming, damn, 100 people, and it feels as though we're dealing with an entire nation. All troops, heed my command, advance towards Qin village and the Zhen family courtyard. Overthrow the old man Zhen Yi and bring back my beloved wife. Charge! Holding a serrated gun, Qin Lin stumbled forward, only to be tripped by a stone, landing face first into the dirt. Brothers, don't mind me, just push forward. The 100-strong unit, under Gao Xianzi's leadership, charged towards Qin village at the foot of the back mountain. Chapter 2. Attack. Fight with all your might. Qin Lin and Gao Xinji led their 100 men into Qin village, only to find it eerily deserted. The usual old women who would quarrel and gossip beneath the large trees had vanished, and such a remarkable disappearance often heralds impending calamity. As anticipated, a large gathering of soldiers appeared in the grand square at the eastern edge of the village, surrounding the villagers in tight formation. Leading the soldiers was a general, majestically mounted on a steed, brandishing a prized sword. Who are they, my lord? Gao Xinji, hiding behind a wall, asked with suspicion. In these chaotic times, with the Yellow Turban Army wreaking havoc, these soldiers must be here to conscript laborers. Disgusting officials, you shall engage first and fight with all your might. Behind Qin Lin, 100 infantrymen, fully armed, pressed against the earthen wall, holding their breath. My lord, it appears their numbers are not overwhelming. Allow me to lead the brothers and eliminate them. Gao Xinji made a slicing motion across his throat, his spear humming ominously. Qin Lin assessed the situation and estimated around 100 or 200 soldiers, significantly outnumbering his own. Seeing this, Qin Lin licked his lips, cursing inwardly. How on earth do we fight this? Can Gao Xinji truly hold his ground? If we fail, I'm finished. The general, drawing his sword and raising it high, proclaimed, in these troubled times, now is the moment for you to serve your country, brothers. Why toil in the fields when you can fight and claim heads? Join the army. The villagers, nearly 1,000 strong, exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves, this is clearly a recruitment effort, but it feels more like a raid. Hell no, I'm not going. A young man tossed his head back, crossing his arms defiantly as he cast a disdainful glance at the recruiting general. Get lost. Qin village is not your playground. I prefer to farm. A passionate villager, wielding a hoe, shouted fiercely. Upon hearing this, the general, known for his fiery temperament, erupted in rage, swinging his sword. Capture every last one of them. Leave not a soul behind. Wait, brothers. I have money. Can we spare my fellow villagers? A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, his tone notably gentle, drawing the villagers' attention and eliciting applause. Oh, it's the village chief. Long live the village chief. At that moment, Qin Lin, observing the soldiers' commotion from behind the earthen wall, felt a surge of urgency. What if Meyer is still inside? What if she gets caught in the crossfire? Gao Xinji, I command you to eliminate them. Fight with everything you've got. Nodding, Gao Xinji unsheathed his spear. My lord, I shall take the lead. With that, Gao Xinji leaped forth like a tiger unleashed, followed closely by the soldiers. Upon hearing the mention of money, the general stroked his short beard, intrigued. Well, I suppose I can entertain this notion. Before the general could finish his thought, Gao Xinji and his 100 soldiers charged forward. The general, taken aback, exclaimed, an army? Recovering from his shock, his face turned an ashen shade. You rabble dare to form your own armed force? Kill them all! The general bellowed, akin to a startled wild horse. Attack! Fight with all your might! Qin Lin emerged from behind the earthen wall, addressing Gao Xinji, with Kuan by his side. Gao Xinji wasted no time, swiftly dispatching dozens of foes. Damn, Gao Xinji is ferocious. Qin Lin was left agape, by Gao Xianzi's relentless assault. The villagers, witnessing Qin Lin's figure, felt a mix of joy and sorrow because they were saved, and sorrow due to the enmity he had drawn from the officials. They were bewildered by Qin Lin's sudden appearance. How did this seemingly ordinary man amass such a formidable force? Though not numerous, their weaponry was exceptionally fine, and they fought with the precision of trained soldiers. Panic spread among the villagers. The nearly 200 soldiers, caught off guard by Qin Lin's sudden assault, faltered, their morale shattered. "General, what should we do?" One soldier, adjusting his crooked hat, spoke in a voice tinged with panic. "Fight! We are the regular army. How can we be outmatched by a bunch of peasants? Attack! Fight with all your strength." The general, furious, roared as he swung his sword towards Qin Lin's soldiers. "Capture the leader first. Gao Xinji, take down that general." Qin Lin commanded from the outskirts, knowing he couldn't engage directly. Upon hearing the order, Gao Xinji leaped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from his spear. He is an elite-grade general. The general, sensing Gao Xianzi's overwhelming aura, quickly realized his opponent's exceptional prowess. "Now you understand." With a swift motion, Gao Xinji toppled the general from his horse, pressing his spear menacingly against the general's neck. "Spare me. I am a general under Liu Yin of Yuzhou. Killing me will bring you no benefit." The general's face drained of color, panting heavily. At that moment, over 200 soldiers lay defeated, their bodies strewn across the ground, the blood painting the earthen walls crimson. Only the general remained, kneeling before Gao Xinji. "My lord, what shall we do?" Gao Xinji glanced at Qin Lin, seeking his decision. "End him." Qin Lin replied coldly. "Please, sir, I was wrong." In an instant, the general's head was severed, blood gushing forth. The villagers, witnessing Qin Lin's ruthless elimination of the vile soldiers, hesitated for a moment before erupting into cheers. "Qin Lin! Qin Lin!" The sounds of adulation rang out incessantly. When did Qin Lin acquire such soldiers? And that general, how powerful! Zhen Mi's expression was a mix of joy and concern as she stepped forward from the crowd. Zhen Yi, having once held office, understood the gravity of the situation despite the villagers' exhilaration. "Qin lad, you have slain an official of the court. Do you comprehend the consequences?" At that moment, Qin Lin's parents rushed from the crowd, embracing him. "Son, are you unharmed?" Qin Lin smiled at his parents, extricating himself from their embrace, and strode confidently towards Zhen Yi. Before him stood the very man who had rejected him, the insufferable old man, Zhen Yi, Zhen Mi's father. "Uncle Zhen, consequences? What consequences could there be?" Qin Lin dismissed the notion entirely. "Young man, killing an official of the court will doom our entire village." Zhen Yi's expression turned grave, his voice heavy with concern. "Is that true, Gao Xinji?" Qin Lin, unfamiliar with ancient laws, sought confirmation. Gao Xinji nodded. "He speaks the truth." A jolt of fear coursed through Qin Lin as he glanced at the remaining soldiers list. Than 50 remained. If the court soldiers came for them, it would spell disaster. "Hey system, what can be done?" Qin Lin felt utterly helpless. "Recommend the host clear the battlefield. Burn and bury all the enemy corpses. Then leave Yuzi's Zhuojuan for Jingzhou." The system's ethereal voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Side quest unlocked. Leave Yuzhou. Proceed to Jingzhou. Complete the quest to gain 5,000 troops." Jingzhou, in the current turmoil of the Eastern Han's 13 provinces, was relatively peaceful. With the Yellow Turban uprising being less severe, it truly was a new player's haven. Upon hearing Zhen Yi's words, the villagers stood in shock. Was this the end? "Gao Xinji, lead the remaining men to clear the battlefield and bury the dead. Then we shall depart Yuzi's Zhuojuan for Jingzhou." Qin Lin regained his composure since this turmoil stemmed from him. It was his responsibility to resolve it. A true man must bear the burden. At that moment, Zhen Mi, in her pink gown, rushed to Qin Lin, tears streaming down her face. "Are you leaving Zhuojuan?" Qin Lin smiled gently, stroking Zhen Mi's face. "Wait for me, I will return within 6 months." Nearby, Zhen Yi clenched his fists, seething with anger, yet dared not speak, for the might of Qin Lin's followers loomed large. He could not fathom where this young man had gathered such a formidable force. Soon, Qin Lin and his men had thoroughly cleaned the battlefield. The village appeared reborn, unrecognizable from the chaos that had transpired. Even if the authorities pursued them, they would remain oblivious to the fate of those conscripted soldiers. Perhaps they had been annihilated by the yellow turbans. In an era devoid of surveillance, without evidence, all else was but mere illusion. Bidding farewell to the villagers, Qin Lin set forth with his small band towards Jingzhou. Farewell, my beloved villagers, my parents, my mire, and my detestable father-in-law. Tears welled up in Qin Lin's eyes involuntarily. Chapter 3. The Indomitable Xing Daorong, a true deity. Fortunately, Qin Lin had 2 months' worth of supplies. After a month of arduous travel, he finally arrived in the Jingzhou region. Throughout this month, Qin Lin diligently reported each day, receiving provisions and weapons, all of which he distributed among his soldiers in the Jingzhou region. A notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Jingzhou and completing the side quest. You have been rewarded with 5,000 soldiers. Basic unit, infantry, 3,000, basic unit, cavalry, 1,000, basic unit, archers, 1,000. A flash of light appeared, and the 5,000 troops materialized before Qin Lin. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. He finally had some capital at this moment. Having reached Jingzhou, he realized that without capturing a city, the supplies would dwindle within days, leading to starvation. Just as Qin Lin was troubled, the system chimed again. Ding. Side quest unlocked. Capture Lingling County. Reward. 1 year's worth of supplies for 5,000 troops. Lingling County. Wasn't that the city guarded by Lu Du? Qin Lin suddenly felt relieved. With 5,000 soldiers and the exceptional General Gao Xianji, capturing Lingling County would not be difficult. However, to attack recklessly was no different from the yellow turbans. Rest assured, host. Capturing Lingling County is authorized by the system. The prefect of Jingzhou, Lu Biao, and Emperor Ling of Han will not take notice. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Relay my orders. Tomorrow, we shall attack Lingling County. Qin Lin proclaimed from atop his war steed, exuding an impressive aura. The next day, Qin Lin sat majestically on his kuan, with Gao Xianji to his right, brandishing her war spirit spear to protect him, while 5,000 troops followed closely behind, marching towards Lingling County in grand procession. Ding at the hour of Qin. System update. Please sign in. The sign-in time has changed. Over the past month, Qin Lin had been quite casual with his sign-ins, but now that he had arrived in Jingzhou, the sign-in time was fixed. Nonetheless, it was quite favorable. Sign in. Qin Lin silently chanted while seated on the kuan. Ding. You have received 1 breakthrough card. Breakthrough card allows the user to surpass their own level limitations and unlock new realms. Note. Usable for breakthroughs below level 50. Upon reading the note, Qin Lin understood the significance of the breakthrough card. It was tailor-made for him. As a level 10 after gaining experience from the last battle, he had reached a bottleneck. With determination, Qin Lin crushed the card, and it transformed into a radiant white light that entered his body. Crack! A sound echoed within Qin Lin, and he discovered that he had indeed broken through the level 10 bottleneck. Now reaching level 11. However, this level was still far from qualifying as even an ordinary general, as the minimum for ordinary generals was 40. Nonetheless, breaking through the level 10 limitation meant he need not worry about leveling up until 50. In every 10 levels, a bottleneck would arise, and overcoming such limitations was exceedingly difficult, especially for exceptional generals like Gao Xianji, who faced nearly insurmountable odds after reaching level 60. The hope of breaking through to rare general status relied heavily on talent and fortune. And to absorb the essence of rare generals was a method often deemed mere opportunism, with negligible chances of success. It was nearly impossible for an exceptional general to defeat a rare one. Some exceptional generals, lacking in talent or fortune, remained stuck at the level 60 threshold for their entire lives. Lord, we have arrived at Lingling County, Gao Xianji declared, pointing her weapon towards the towering city ahead. As Qin Lin gazed upon the massive Lingling County, he was taken aback. It loomed before him, so imposing. With only 5,000 men, how could he possibly assault it? Gao Xianji, are you mistaken? Lingling County does not appear to be weak at all. Seeing the nearly 30-foot-high city walls, Qin Lin's spirits plummeted. In the grand hall of Lingling County, Lu Du's son, Lu Xian, anxiously reported, "Father, an army has halted at our gates." Startled, Lu Du sprang from his seat. "Do we know who they are? Are they attacking Lingling County?" Lu Du's heart raced with trepidation, his lips trembling uncontrollably. "They do not raise a banner. We cannot ascertain their identity. However, we can be certain they are not the Yellow Turbans." Lu Xian replied, "Report, my lord." A young soldier rushed into the hall breathlessly. "What is the matter? Why the panic?" Lu Du managed to steady his emotions, though irritation seeped into his voice. "My lord, the army below challenges us." The young soldier spoke each word as if they were bullets piercing Lu Du's heart. "What? They come to attack us? We are doomed." Lu Du's anxiety spiraled as he paced, his heart nearly racing out of control. His lips quivering violently. "Xiener, what shall we do?" Lu Du appeared on the verge of tears. Lu Xian smiled faintly, his lips curling upward as he looked towards a burly warrior beside him, whose formidable stature and the imposing pear blossom axe in hand radiated strength. "Father, what do you fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build walls. We still have General Xing Daorong of Lingling. With his pear blossom axe, he can cleave mountains and split the earth. You need not worry." Hearing Lu Xian's boast, Xing Daorong stood tall, his gaze fierce as he gently caressed the pear blossom axe in his hand, resembling a deity. His aura was commanding and unyielding. Xing Daorong stepped forward, each stride resonating with a powerful presence. "Rest assured, my lord. With this pear blossom axe in hand, should 100 enemies come, 100 shall fall. Indeed, we still have General Xing Daorong." Lu Du sighed in relief, his heart finally settling. Otherwise, he feared for his health. "Xing Daorong, I command you to lead 1,000 infantry out of the city to meet the enemy, with Xing Daorong as the vanguard." Lu Du finally regained some semblance of authority. "Order received." Xing Daorong flicked his dark cloak behind him with an air of grandeur, grasping the pear blossom axe as he exited the hall. Lu Du sat back down, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. At the foot of Lingling County, Qin Lin perched upon the back of his kuan, suspended in midair. Suddenly, the gates of Lingling County swung wide open, and Xing Daorong, wielding the pear blossom axe and riding a yellow horse, emerged from the city gate, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. "My lord, the enemy has emerged," Gao Xianji, mounted on her warhorse, reported. Qin Lin turned his gaze toward Xing Daorong, and a line of information materialized to his right. Name: Xing Daorong. Potential: 40, low, limited developmental space level, 46, ordinary general, combat power, 465 charm, 59 loyalty, 46, dangerous, command, 38 intelligence, 25 weapon, pear blossom axe, medium grade spirit weapon, skills, none, ordinary generals possess no skills. Upon reviewing Xing Daorong's information, Qin Lin realized that despite being level 46, he stood no chance against him. "Very well, today I shall let Gao Xianji take the stage." Qin Lin observed Xing Daorong carefully. He was indeed robust. Yet his charm was only slightly lower than his own, which seemed rather unfair. "Who goes there? State your name." Xing Daorong raised his pear blossom axe and proclaimed, "I am Qin Lin of Zhuojuan. Today, I claim your Lingling County. Quickly, have your lord surrender." Qin Lin replied, his voice ringing out, "Surrender? Nonsense. You, young lad, know not who I am." Xing Daorong stood tall, his demeanor one of arrogance. "Who are you?" Qin Lin inquired. "Say my name, and you shall be struck with fear." "I am Xing Daorong, the general of Lingling." Xing Daorong sneered coldly, exuding an air of superiority. "Oh, I am terrified." Qin Lin retorted sarcastically, "Do you dare to battle with me?" Xing Daorong raised his pear blossom axe, his expression serious. Although Xing Daorong was a level 46 ordinary general, Qin Lin, at level 11, was akin to a mere foot soldier, with no chance of victory. Yet, he could not afford to lose face. "You, a mere 18-tier general, are unworthy of battling me." Qin Lin directed his gaze towards Gao Xianji. "Gao Xianji, eliminate him." "Understood." Gao Xianji charged towards Xing Daorong on her yellow horse, her war spirit spear gleaming with authority. This general, such overwhelming momentum, Xing Daorong thought to himself as he swiftly spun his pear blossom axe. Gao Xianji, armed with a standard spear, lunged at Xing Daorong. The two engaged in combat atop their steeds, with Gao Xianji's level alone granting her a decisive advantage over Xing Daorong. Even though Xing Daorong was physically imposing, Gao Xianji, akin to a scholar from Jiangnan, possessed superior speed and strength. From the very beginning, the scales of victory had tilted irrevocably in Gao Xianji's favor. On the city walls, Lu Du and Lu Xian observed with concern as Xing Daorong struggled in battle. If even Lingling's foremost general could not prevail, there would be no one left to challenge Gao Xianji. Xiener, it seems Xing Daorong is faltering. Perhaps you should join the fray. Lu Du, known for his cowardice, immediately panicked upon witnessing Xing Daorong's plight. Father, you want me to fight? I am your own son. If I were to face any misfortune, our Lu family would be doomed. Lu Xian trembled at the prospect of entering the fray. Fully aware he could not match Gao Xianji either. Xiener, this concerns the survival of Lingling County. How can I allow personal matters to interfere with our duty? Besides, you are one of the 5 valiant generals of Jingnan. Lu Du implored. What nonsense about descendants? My own survival is paramount. Upon hearing Lu Du's fervent words, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. Indeed, I am one of the 5 brave generals of Jingnan. How could I fear the likes of Gao Xianji? In a moment of fervor, he proclaimed in a booming voice, Father, your son is eager to fight. Lu Du nodded in satisfaction, realizing the boy was indeed teachable. Thus, in a state of fervent excitement, Lu Xian led a contingent of troops out of Lingling County, charging towards Gao Xianji. 2 against 1. Qin Lin felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing he could offer no assistance. He then glanced at Lu Xian, and an information panel materialized. Name: Lu Xian Potential 50, Low, Limited Development Potential Level 43, Ordinary General, Combat Power 432, Charm 62, Loyalty 65, Adequate, Leadership 51, Intelligence 50, Weapon, Xian Tai Sword, Medium Grade Spirit Weapon, Skills, None, Ordinary Generals lack skills. Mount: Yellow Steed, White. Upon observing Lu Xian's level, Qin Lin felt considerably reassured. It appeared Lu Xian was not even on par with Xing Daorong, making a 2-on-1 scenario against Gao Xianji seem manageable. Chapter 4. The brave Xianji, unafraid of hardship, leading a small force of 100 soldiers from Lingling County. Lu Xian, as one of the 5 brave generals of Jingnan, was determined not to bring shame upon Lu Du. The Xian Tai sword in his hand emanated an aura of despairing menace. Gao Xianji, receive my blade. Lu Xian grasped the sword, his wrist deftly twisting as he lunged straight at Gao Xian. As a masterful general, Gao Xianji found it trivial to counter such an assault. He parried with his battle spirit spear and executed a swift maneuver, reversing the spear's direction to thrust towards Lu Xian. The spiritual energy accompanying the spear sliced through the air, leaving a blue arc in its wake. Gao Xianji had long mastered the art of manipulating spiritual energy. Xing Daorong, save me! Lu Xian's complexion turned pale in the face of the sudden counterattack. Xing Daorong swung his mountain-splitting axe at Gao Xianji, but the latter, with no choice, withdrew his spear to deflect Xing Daorong's strike, subsequently retaliating with a counterattack. Both men found themselves completely overwhelmed by Gao Xianji, a scenario Qin Lin had anticipated. What to do now? Lu Du stood atop the city wall, his face drained of color. At that moment, both Xing Daorong and Lu Xian felt a chill of despair. They were clearly outmatched. Prepare for impact. Gao Xianji unleashed his spiritual energy, a torrent of blue energy surging forth as the battle spirit's spear struck, pierced, and slashed, all in a seamless motion. Xing Daorong, step up. Realizing he could not defend himself, Lu Xian thrust Xing Daorong forward. Why, Lord? I cannot hold my own, Xing Daorong lamented, fully aware that boasting was no longer an option. Retreat was impossible. Reclining atop the Kuan, Qin Lin approached, uttering 2 words that echoed the despair of the other 2. Kill them. In this era, there existed no absolute mercy, only unrelenting cruelty. From the very beginning, Qin Lin had firmly grasped the rules of survival in this world. Upon hearing Qin Lin's command, Gao Xianji nodded, his expression instantly turning cold. I regret this, gentlemen, but my lord has decreed. You must perish. No sooner had Gao Xianji spoken than a chilling glint flashed in his eyes as the battle spirit's spear lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. Seeing the oncoming wave of murderous intent, Lu Xian faltered, turning his mount to flee back into Lingling County. Close the gates, Lu Du shouted sternly, upon witnessing his father's command to shut the gates. Lu Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was his own father who had sealed his fate. Father, I do not wish to die. Lu Xian cast down his weapon and began to weep. "My son, these are perilous times for Lingling County. To sacrifice oneself for the nation is to earn eternal renown." Lu Du trembled as he spoke. Xing Daorong, witnessing Gao Xinji's approach, felt as if a force had immobilized him, rendering him utterly powerless. With a swift motion, Gao Xinji's battle spirit spear sliced through Xing Daorong, blood erupting like a volcanic eruption. Blood dripped from the spear's tip, cascading down the blade. Ding! Gao Xinji has slain ordinary General Xing Daorong, gaining 220 experience points, with a 10 boost from Kuren. The host gains 110 experience points, with a 10 boost from Kuren. Ding! The host levels up, level 12. Experience, 10,100 EXP. This meant that slaying an ordinary general yielded 200 experience points. And with Kuren's enhancement, the host received an additional 10, equating to half the experience of the fallen general. Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing generals to increase levels was indeed a clever strategy. Moreover, Kuren's potential was impressive. Currently only at white grade. If it were to be upgraded to black or even red grade in the future, the benefits would be astronomical. The hope of the entire village must be nurtured diligently. As Lu Xian beheld Xing Daorong's severed head, a chill enveloped his heart, and his expression twisted into one of rage. "Protect me from him." He seized the Xian Tai sword, steadied his emotions, and commanded the infantry. Upon witnessing Xing Daorong's swift demise and the blood gushing from his form, the morale of the 1,000 infantrymen plummeted. After dispatching Xing Daorong, Gao Xinji wiped the blood from his battle spirit spear and sped towards Lu Xian. 500 infantrymen trailing closely behind. By heavens, the famed Gao Xinji of Jiangnan is ferocious. Qin Lin thought to himself, astonished, unable to restrain his applause. The 1,000 infantrymen of Lingling County surged forward, but Gao Xinji, channeling his spiritual energy, reinforced the battle spirit spear as he struck down dozens of men, their heads falling like ripe fruit. "Father, quickly open the gates." The more Gao Xinji reveled in his slaughter, the more frenetic Lu Xian's heartbeat became. Atop the city wall, Lu Du was now utterly flustered, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. "Fire arrows, return fire," he commanded the archers stationed on the wall. Upon Lu Du's command, hundreds of archers readied their bows, unleashing a torrent of arrows. As Lu Xian beheld the rain of arrows descending upon him, he hastily retreated, witnessing his father's impotence and weakness. Lu Xian's spirit dampened. He had relinquished all hope, his countenance darkening as he gradually tightened his grip on the Xian Tai sword. Turning his mount's head, he charged at Gao Xinji in a desperate fight. Gao Xinji galloped forth to engage, the battle spirit spear slicing through the air with deadly precision. Having abandoned all hope, Lu Xian hurled the Xian Tai sword back at the spear. The weapon spun mid-air, returning seamlessly to Gao Xinji's grasp. Lu Xian's feeble spiritual energy ignited as he rhythmically swung the Xian Tai sword towards Gao Xinji once more. Gao Xinji raised the battle spirit spear, blocking horizontally before executing a spin, the razor-sharp spearhead piercing Lu Xian's chest, instantaneously causing blood to gush forth like a tidal wave. From the city wall, Lu Du observed the scene with a heart devoid of emotion. Curling into a corner, trembling uncontrollably, "I will fight you to the end," Lu Xian bellowed, an intense purity of spiritual energy surging within him. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing ball of blue flame, hurtling towards Gao Xinji, burning with vitality. Gao Xinji chuckled coldly, sweeping the battle spirit spear left and right. "Meet your end." With the spear enveloped in surging spiritual energy, Gao Xinji leapt into the air, unleashing a fiery blue blade in a heartbeat. A blade of blue flame sliced forth from the spear, the entire motion completed in less than 3 seconds. Poor Lu Xian had yet to reach Gao Xinji when the energy blade cleaved through his body. The air stilled as Lu Xian was bisected, blood erupting forth. Ding! Gao Xinji has slain ordinary General Lu Xian, gaining 220 experience points, with a 10 boost from Kuren. The host gains 110 experience points. With a 10 boost from Kuren, ding! The host levels up, level 13. Experience, 20,100 EXP. As the 1,000 infantrymen witnessed Lu Xian's demise at the hands of Gao Xinji, their hearts plummeted. Seizing the moment, Gao Xinji thrust forward, leaving no survivors in his wake. The soldiers fell like dried grass before his blade. Ding! Gao Xinji has slain 100 infantrymen, gaining 1,100 experience points, with a 10 boost from Kuan. The host gains 550 experience points. With a 10 boost from Kuren, Ding, Gao Xinji levels up, level, 56 experience, 640,100, EXP, combat power, 566 Ding. The host levels up, level 18. Experience, 70,100, EXP, combat power, 187. Upon witnessing his 5-level increase, a surge of joy welled up within him. Well done, Gao Xinji. Chapter 5. The marketplace unlocked on the city wall. Lu Du watched in horror as both Xing Daorong and Lu Xian fell to Gao Xinji's blade, causing the once unified 1,000 infantrymen to crumble into disarray. With his formidable combat prowess, Gao Xinji swiftly dominated the 1,000 soldiers. Weapons were cast aside as they raised their hands in surrender. Qin Lin snorted disdainfully. Riding his Kuan down towards Lingling County, he lifted his gaze to the trembling Lu Du and shouted, "Lu Du, if you open the gates and surrender the city, I shall spare your life." Drawing his iron sword, he swung it a few times to intimidate him. Lu Du, upon witnessing this, felt his resolve falter, darkness clouding his eyes as his lips quivered incessantly. Is this true? Lu Du's thoughts crystallized. As long as he could survive, he would accept any terms. Indeed. Qin Lin smiled faintly, truly astonished that such cowardice still existed in the world. Subsequently, he led Gao Xinji and 1,500 soldiers into Lingling County with great pomp and circumstance. As his first stronghold, Lingling County had undoubtedly become his sanctuary. In this era of chaos, many factions, despite having quelled the Yellow Turban Rebellion, found the Han dynasty teetering on the brink of collapse. It was imperative to cultivate his own power in preparation for future confrontations with rival factions. Well versed in the Three Kingdoms, Qin Lin understood the dynamics of these forces all too well. Within the grand hall of Lingling County, Lu Du knelt on the ground, his face etched with fear as he implored, "General Qin, may I take my leave?" Qin Lin glanced around, his humble origins as a farmer contrasting sharply with the magnificent decor of the hall that captivated him. "Is this all to be mine from now on?" The next day, still in disbelief, he pinched his own cheek. Feeling the sensation confirmed that it was no dream. Observing Qin Lin's demeanor, Gao Xinji shook her head and inquired, "My lord, should we let Lu Du go?" Realizing he had lost his composure, Qin Lin steadied his emotions and cleared his throat. "Lu Du, you are a wise man. You may depart." He raised his voice to assert his authority as the lord. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Lu Du's heart, and he exhaled deeply. "Thank you, General Qin." He clasped his hands in gratitude and hurriedly exited the hall. "My lord, I believe this man cannot be left unmonitored. He may cause trouble in the future. Perhaps I should." Gao Xinji made a gesture across her throat, her voice laced with menace. "You worry too much. Moreover, I have already promised to let him go. I cannot go back on my word." Qin Lin was quite principled in matters of integrity. Gao Xinji dared not interject further, sensing that Lu Du seemed reluctant to fully relinquish his ambitions. "Ding, you have conquered Lingling County. You are awarded 10,000 reputation points." Reputation points? Qin Lin mused. Since binding with the system, his reputation had always been displayed as 0. He never anticipated that capturing Lingling would grant him such a substantial reward. Ding, main quest unlocked. Quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Completion reward. 1 legendary general, 100,000 reputation points. Do you accept? Quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion. A legendary general. Upon seeing the mention of a legendary general, Qin Lin felt invigorated. A legendary general would be at least level 80, possibly even 89. With such a figure at his side, he would be unstoppable. Except, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Lin took on the task. Ding, the system has automatically recruited 2,000 soldiers from Lingling. The addition of these 2,000 foot soldiers further bolstered Qin Lin's strength, though they were all infantry. "Gao Xinji, heed my command," Qin Lin ordered in a booming voice, "At your service." Gao Xinji knelt on one knee. "Take 1,000 men to reassure the people of Lingling County and simultaneously reinforce the city walls." After the recent conflict, the populace would undoubtedly be unsettled and might harbor animosity towards Qin Lin, the new ruler. Thus, the first order of business after conquering the city was to calm the citizens and stabilize their spirits, while the secondary task was to fortify the defenses. The next morning, Qin Lin stepped out of his chamber, Ding, at the hour of Chun, The system prompts for sign in. Sign in. Ding. You have received one experience card. Experience card. Provides 1,000 experience points. Use. Qin Lin wasted no time in shattering the experience card. He was in dire need of leveling up. The experience card transformed into a golden light that surged into Qin Lin's body. He could distinctly feel a powerful force rapidly entering him, gradually merging with his essence. Huh? Qin Lin let out a powerful shout, and an intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, sending dust swirling into the air. Ding! The host has leveled up by 4. Upon opening the system interface, he confirmed, name, Qin Lin, level, 22. Experience, 270, 300. What formidable power! Qin Lin clenched his fists, realizing he was brimming with untapped strength. He then threw a punch towards the outside, unleashing a shockwave from his fists. Ding! The host has broken through level 20, reward. Mid-grade spirit weapon, Tianxian spear, and 1 fusion card. A long spear materialized from thin air, embedding itself into Qin Lin's grasp. As he wielded the Tianxian spear, he found it remarkably suited to him, channeling waves of spiritual energy with each movement. Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. Fusion card? Fusion card. Gain all abilities of a designated general for 1 hour. It appeared that the fusion card would serve as a life-saving asset for him. Assessing his strengths, Qin Lin recognized that even with the breakthrough to level 20 and the acquisition of a mid-grade spirit weapon, he still would not stand a chance against an average general. Thus, the fusion card would prove invaluable in critical moments. Ding! Breaking through level 20 unlocks the mall system. The system prompts that breaking through level 30 unlocks the lottery system. Curiosity piqued, Qin Lin opened the newly unlocked mall. The mall featured an array of cards categorized into mount cards, general cards, and miscellaneous cards, further divided into 6 tiers: white, green, gold, purple, black, and red. The mount cards included advancement card, white. Priced at 5,000 reputation points, upgrades a white tier mount to green tier. High-level advancement card, green. Priced at 10,000 reputation points, upgrades a green tier mount to gold tier. Primordial advancement card, gold. Priced at 20,000 reputation points, upgrades a gold tier mount to purple tier. The general cards encompassed combat power card, green. Priced at 1,000. Temporarily boosts a general's combat power by 50, limited to 1 use per battle. Cannot be stacked with the Fury card. The Fury card, purple. Priced at 5,000. Temporarily boosts a general's combat power by 100, limited to 1 use per battle. Cannot be stacked with the combat power card. Miscellaneous cards included experience card, purple. Priced at 20,000. Grants 1,000 experience points. Can be used infinitely as long as one has the funds. Mysterious gold card, black. Grants 5,000 experience points. Priced at 50,000. Can be used infinitely as long as one has the funds. Fusion card, green. Priced at 5,000. Grants all abilities of a designated general for 1 hour. Persuasion card, green. Priced at 5,000. Can persuade generals below level 70 to surrender under certain conditions. Boutique general card, green. Priced at 5,000. Randomly grants 1 boutique general of levels 50-59. Rare general card, gold. Priced at 10,000. Randomly grants 1 rare general of levels 60-69. Epic general card, purple. Priced at 50,000. Randomly grants 1 epic general of level 70-79. Legendary general card, black. Priced at 100,000. Randomly grants 1 legendary general of levels 80-89. Breakthrough card, gold. Priced at 10,000. Allows the user to break through level 50 limitations. High-level breakthrough card, purple. Priced at 50,000. Allows the user to break through level 70 limitations. Primordial breakthrough card, black. Priced at 100,000. Allows the user to break through level 90 limitations. Mythical breakthrough card, red. Priced at 500,000. Allows the user to break through level 100 limitations. Upon seeing such a plethora of cards, Qin Lin felt a mix of joy and exasperation. He rejoiced at the sudden abundance of options at his disposal. Yet he lamented the exorbitant prices. Currently possessing only 10,000 reputation points, he noted that almost no cards were priced below that threshold. Faced with this predicament, Qin Lin realized he must find a way to generate wealth. He refrained from spending his limited reputation points and chose to save them for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 6. Expedition against bandits the following day. At the hour of Chan. System prompts for sign-in. Sign in. Ding. You have received one Fury card. Having already reviewed all the card functionalities displayed in the system all the previous day, Qin Lin understood their utility well. The Fury card, upon use, would increase his combat power by 100 for 1 hour. Pleased with this, Qin Lin nodded. If he fused Gao Xinji's abilities with the fusion card and then activated the Fury card, his combat power could surge to an astounding 666, a level typically reserved for mid-tier rare generals. In this region, he would likely be invincible to My Lord. Gao Xinji entered the Grand Hall, her expression slightly troubled. Noticing her demeanor was less than cheerful, Qin Lin inquired, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" Straightening his posture, he adopted the commanding presence befitting a lord. "Reporting to you, my lord, the reinforcement of the city walls has been completed, and the reassurance of the populace is nearly done." However, as she spoke of calming the citizens, her tone faltered, revealing her sense of inadequacy. "What do you mean by nearly done?" Qin Lin questioned, his eyes narrowing. "My lord, you may not be aware, but there is a band of mountain bandits near Lingling County who frequently harass our territory. The people of Lingling often suffer from their incursions and plundering. In his daily governance as the prefect, Lu Du sought to quell the banditry with treasures of gold and silver. Now that the stewardship of Lingling County has fallen to us, what course of action shall we pursue?" Gao Xinji is acutely aware that this band of mountain bandits is formidable, and Qin Lin discerns from his tone that he harbors concerns. Simultaneously, Qin Lin understands that should he eradicate this band of bandits, his reputation among the people of Lingling will soar. At that juncture, prestige will surely come knocking at his door. Ding! Side quest unlocked. Eliminate the mountain bandits of the back hills. Reward, 10,000 prestige points. Who is the leader of the bandits? Although he possesses his own trump cards, Qin Lin cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety, evident from Gao Xinji's expression. The leader is Yin Baihu. With a combat power of 552, which is not particularly daunting, the real concern lies with his deputy, the infamous bandit Gan Ning, who has long since entered the ranks of rare generals, boasting a combat power of 651. Gao Xinji can easily defeat Yin Baihu, but he knows he is no match for Gan Ning in a battle. Qin Lin lets out a cold chuckle, his body swaying slightly with the sound. "Gan Ning is mine. Yin Baihu is yours. Is that acceptable?" Qin Lin gazes steadfastly at Gao Xinji. If he can merge his combat power with Gao Xinji's and utilize a berserk card, defeating Gan Ning should pose no problem. If all else fails, he could simply purchase a rare general card. With 2 rare generals, he is confident he can prevail. "My lord, I still believe it would be prudent for you to leave Gan Ning to me." Gao Xinji, recognizing Qin Lin's capabilities, hesitates to undermine his lord. "You cannot defeat him," Qin Lin asserts with unwavering conviction. Gao Xinji, rendered speechless, thinks to himself, "If I cannot, then you certainly cannot." "Very well," Gao Xinji concedes. "Perhaps Qin Lin possesses some hidden power. Gao Xinji, heed my command." Qin Lin rises abruptly from the throne, exuding an extraordinary presence as he declares, "Mobilize our 2,000 troops to attack the mountain bandits today." With that, Qin Lin gazes into the distance. It is his inaugural campaign, albeit merely to the back hills, yet it carries great significance. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinji exits the hall in the streets of Lingling County. Qin Lin, accompanied by Gao Xinji and the 2,000 soldiers, marches resolutely towards the back hills. The thoroughfare is lined with citizens, who murmur amongst themselves upon seeing Qin Lin set forth. "I've heard that our new prefect is personally leading the charge against the mountain bandits." Is that true? That young lad seems barely 20. If that, perhaps even only 18 at Old Wang. Do not judge by appearances. What if he is a rare general, or even an epic general? Indeed, General Qin possesses an imposing demeanor. He is sure to return victorious in the bandits' lair. Gan Ning, with a beard adorning his face and a serrated blade slung across his back, nonchalantly chews on a leg of lamb as he muses. "I hear Lingling has a new prefect, a mere boy not yet 20. You say Lu Du was defeated by that boy. He must possess some skill." Yin Baihu contemplates, finishing his drink in one gulp. "Report, Chief." A young bandit rushes into the lair, breathless. "What is the matter?" Yin Baihu inquires. "Chief, there is a man leading a force of about 2,000 soldiers challenging us from the foothills. He claims to be Prefect Qin Lin of Lingling." The young bandit is bewildered. They frequently descend to pillage Lingling County and are well acquainted with the former prefect, Lu Du. But this sudden change to Qin Lin leaves him perplexed. Go back, Yin Baihu orders. Turning to Gan Ning. After all, it is Gan Ning's prowess they must rely upon. Brother, shall we engage them? Yin Baihu is uncertain of Qin Lin's strength. Having easily bested Lu Du, he assumes Qin Lin must be formidable as well. Of course we shall fight. Lingling County has dared to provoke us. We cannot simply endure it. Gan Ning throws his cup to the ground, rising resolutely. Very well. Yin Baihu unsheathes a large blade at his side. Meanwhile, Gan Ning hefts his serrated sword as he descends the mountain. My lord, I still believe it unwise for you to confront Gan Ning. Perhaps you should observe from the sidelines while we deal with the two of them. Gao Xinji softly suggests. Qin Lin sits confidently upon his steed, eyes closed, questioning, do you doubt my abilities? I would not dare. Gao Xinji hastily kneels. Rise. They are approaching at this moment. Qin Lin is not particularly anxious. After all, he has his secret weapons, more than sufficient to handle the two adversaries. You intend to challenge us, boy? Yin Baihu bellows, his voice booming like thunder. Confronted by the stout Yin Baihu, whose physique rivals that of Xing Daorong, Qin Lin feels a chill run down his spine. Qin Lin nods, asserting indeed, today this prefect shall take your head as a tribute to the people of Lingling. As his words echo, Qin Lin shatters two cards. A surge of immense power floods his being, akin to a volcanic eruption. Unable to contain the sudden influx of power, Qin Lin lets out a sharp cry, a piercing sound that reverberates from his throat. Seeing the extraordinary Qin Lin, both Yin Baihu and Gan Ning are momentarily taken aback, instinctively reining in their steeds, retreating slightly. Could this boy be under the influence of some potion? Gao Xinji, hearing Qin Lin shout, scratches his head in confusion. Gradually regaining his composure, Qin Lin realizes he is brimming with inexhaustible strength. The Tianqian spear slices through the air like a meteor, landing firmly in his grasp as he charges forward on horseback. Seeing Qin Lin's formidable presence, Gao Xinji furrows his brow, questioning when his lord became so imposing. Prepare to meet your end. After a prolonged silence, Gan Ning unsheathes his serrated blade, decisively advancing towards Qin Lin. With the Tianqian spear in hand, Qin Lin carves a brilliant arc through the sky, sweeping towards Gan Ning. Gan Ning raises his serrated blade to deflect Qin Lin's sweeping strike. The two weapons collide, sending waves of pressure through the air. Gan Ning feels the weight of Qin Lin's strength, realizing he may struggle to withstand it. Having merged all of Gao Xinji's abilities and activated the Berserk card, Qin Lin's combat power skyrockets to 666, surpassing Gan Ning's 651 by a margin of 15 points. Although this difference is not monumental, it cannot be bridged in a single exchange. Qin Lin retracts his weapon and thrusts the Tianqian spear forward with great force. Gan Ning emanates his aura, forming a protective barrier that suddenly intercepts Qin Lin's thrust. The spear tip and the barrier produce a dazzling display of sparks. While beautiful, they are deadly, for a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Gan Ning shivers, secretly assessing Qin Lin, recognizing the strength he possesses. Qin Lin arches an eyebrow, scrutinizing Gan Ning. Indeed, this adversary is formidable. With impressive control over his aura, as the two warriors circle on horseback, they analyze each other, silently acknowledging their respective strengths. Gao Xinji, upon witnessing Qin Lin's prowess, is astonished. When did his lord become so powerful? Able to engage with Gan Ning, who boasts a combat power of 651? Xingba, I shall assist you. Yin Baihu raises his Baoyang blade, charging towards Qin Lin. Seeing Yin Baihu approach, Gao Xinji, mounted on horseback and wielding his battle spirit spear, shouts, Mountain Bandit, your opponent is me. With that, Gao Xinji and Yin Baihu clash fiercely. As the sky darkens ominously, thick clouds obscure the light, casting the world into shadow. A fierce wind whips through, enveloping everyone in dust and grit. As both sides of soldiers witness their commanders engaged in combat, they surge forward like unleashed beasts, colliding with one another. With nearly 5,000 troops engaged in a cacophony of battle cries echoing through the mountains, Qin Lin smirks coldly. Gan General, your strength is commendable. Why do you settle for lesser ranks? Why not surrender to me? Gan Ning chuckles derisively. You are not worthy. As the words fell, Gan Ning brandished his serrated blade and surged towards Qin Lin like a streak of lightning. Qin Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. How swift! The Tianqian spear swiftly parried the attack, but Qin Lin's brow furrowed deeply as he bellowed, unleashing an explosive surge of spiritual energy that swept towards Gan Ning with a cataclysmic force. Gan Ning quickly retreated, his heart chilled at the sight of the spectral energy waves akin to wild apparitions. He felt the hairs on his chin being forcibly ripped away by the energy. As the spiritual energy surged through him, Gan Ning's flesh tore apart, leaving behind a multitude of wounds. A tide of boiling blood surged within him, and his brows knitted into a straight line. "You are formidable, yet I refuse to yield." Enduring the excruciating pain, Gan Ning summoned a torrent of spiritual energy from the ground, which shot skyward, manifesting as a towering pillar of energy before the onlookers. Qin Lin shook his head in resignation. Upon witnessing the energy pillar, he sensed impending doom. Was he about to unleash his trump card? Though Qin Lin lacked any skills, he had assimilated Gao Xinji's abilities through the fusion card. Observing the incessant outpouring of spiritual energy from Gan Ning, Qin Lin steadied his nerves. He dismounted his warhorse, twirling the Tianxian spear on the ground, swiftly dispatching several bandit minions with the force of his spear's aura. With Gan Ning's relentless energy output, the pillar grew even more resplendent. Meanwhile, Gao Xinji stood momentarily stunned by Qin Lin's sudden prowess, astonished by her lord's incredible strength. As she contemplated this, her own killing intent surged, and the battle spirit spear in her grasp danced with perfection, its explosive energy sending Yin Baihu fleeing in terror. Knowing he could not contend with Gao Xinji, Yin Baihu retreated repeatedly. Gao Xinji intensified her assault, her spiritual energy enveloping her, amplifying the spear's might. Gao Xinji roared, leaping from her mount into the air, two forces converging as she struck downward towards Yin Baihu. Witnessing such momentum, Yin Baihu's fury was swiftly doused. His fighting spirit extinguished, he hastily raised his Baoyang blade in defense. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Gao Xinji cleaved through Yin Baihu's weapon with sheer force. The battle spirit spear followed through relentlessly. "Save me!" Yin Baihu barely had time to utter his plea before a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his body, cleaved in twain by Gao Xinji. Ding! Gao Xinji had slain the elite General Yin Baihu, earning 550 experience points, with a 10 bonus from Kuan. The host gained 230 experience points, also with a 10 bonus from Kuan. Still gathering his energy, Gan Ning, witnessing Yin Baihu's demise at Gao Xinji's hands, swiftly shifted his target. The energy pillar formed from spiritual energy surged towards Gao Xinji, obliterating everything in its path, leaving soldiers as mere ashes. Gao Xinji quickened her pace, desperately attempting to evade the oncoming pillar. Heavenly fire blue flame slash. A blue flame erupted, transforming into a fierce blue tiger that charged towards Gan Ning's energy pillar. The two forces clashed momentarily, but Gan Ning's might prevailed, swiftly overpowering Gao Xinji's heavenly fire blue flame slash. Eradicating the blue tiger, as the energy pillar loomed closer to her, Gao Xinji's eyes filled with dread. Observing Gao Xinji falter, Qin Lin leaped into action. Heavenly fire blue flame slash, channeling the same skill. He unleashed a blue tiger with fierce momentum towards the energy pillar. My lord. Gao Xinji exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. With me here, no one can harm you. Qin Lin smiled broadly, exuding a divine presence. Gao Xinji, filled with awe, gazed at him, her heart swelling with emotion. Ding! Gao Xinji's loyalty increased by 5. Qin Lin smirked knowingly. It was as he had anticipated. However, he resolved to deal with the troublesome Gan Ning first. Heavenly fire blue flame slash. Once again, he unleashed a tiger-like skill. Gao Xinji, astonished that Qin Lin could replicate her technique, wondered if he was demonstrating how to utilize skills. She observed each of Qin Lin's movements intently. Chapter 8. Renown spreads far and wide. The heavenly fire blue flame slash coalesced into a blue tiger once more, charging forth. While the energy pillar had diminished in power, its shimmering radiance fading. The somber heavens wept with a gentle drizzle, the raindrops tapping on their bodies, invigorating their spirits. Gan Ning, witnessing his energy pillar obliterated by Qin Lin's relentless onslaught, felt his rage extinguished by the rain. His spiritual energy had also been depleted from wielding the energy pillar, signifying their defeat in this battle. Breathing heavily, with his serrated blade plunged into the ground, Gan Ning glared defiantly at Qin Lin, refusing to submit. Noticing Gan Ning's grievous injuries, Qin Lin lowered his guard. An hour of fusion time had elapsed, and he distinctly felt his strength wane into oblivion. Gan Ning, will you surrender? Despite his diminished power, Qin Lin's presence grew even more imposing. The bandits, having lost their leader, found their morale plummeting as they were encircled by Gao Xinji. Gan Ning, witnessing his brother's death and the surrender of many soldiers, remained resolute in his defiance. Humph! The word surrender does not exist in Gan Xingba's lexicon. Gan Ning glared at Qin Lin with disdain, his expression fierce. Very well. Qin Lin sighed with resignation, shaking his head. Then you shall feel the weight of your stubbornness. Gao Xinji observed Qin Lin's decision, feeling a twinge of regret at the thought of killing Gan Ning. Accessing the marketplace system, Qin Lin swiftly expended 5,000 reputation points to purchase a surrender card. Crushing the card in his hand, it transformed into a cascade of green starlight that entered Gan Ning's being. Gan Ning's body shuddered violently, and his fierce gaze abruptly softened. Will you yield to me? My lord, I bow to you. Gan Ning knelt before Qin Lin, his head bowing deeply, bewildered by his sudden change of heart. Gao Xinji stood frozen in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. Was this truly a successful surrender? The surrender card proved its worth. Below level 70, no matter how obstinate one may be, a single card suffices to quell them. Qin Lin sighed inwardly. Ding, rare general Gan Ning acquired. Ding, surrendered a rare general. Earning 2,000 reputation points, charisma 2. Following this battle, Gao Xinji successfully leveled up to 57, while Qin Lin ascended 5 levels to reach 28. Only 2 levels remained until the critical threshold of 30. Had he slain Gan Ning, it might have sufficed. Ding, subjugate 1,000 bandits. Bandits, upon hearing the term, Qin Lin felt a twinge of disdain. Yet, he understood that these individuals had become bandits out of desperation, driven to such a path by a corrupt and incompetent government. Subsequently, Qin Lin set fire to the bandits' lair and led his troops back to Lingling County. Upon receiving news of Qin Lin's triumphant return, the citizens of Lingling County erupted in fervent discussion. Governor Qin has defeated the scourge of bandits, an elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. What a youthful hero! A robust man added. Let us go and welcome Governor Qin. Qin Lin's campaign against the bandits took less than a day, his speed surpassing the wildest expectations of the county's populace. The streets of Lingling County were filled with citizens eagerly awaiting Qin Lin's return. Young and old alike, creating a vast sea of faces, it was evident that Qin Lin's expedition had garnered immense public support. The praises for him flowed incessantly, transforming the army he led into a righteous force. My lord, it seems we have won the hearts of the people, Gao Xinji remarked, her heart swelling with satisfaction as the accolades poured in. Having eradicated the bandits, Qin Lin's initial intention was to further strengthen his forces. Ding, completed the subjugation of the bandit side quest, earning 10,000 reputation points. Ding, acquired the worship of 1,000 citizens in Lingling County, earning another 10,000 reputation points. Seeing the sudden influx of 20,000 reputation points, Qin Lin felt financially empowered, albeit recognizing that purchasing higher-tier cards would still require significant resources. After deducting the 5,000 reputation points spent on the surrender card, he now possessed 27,000 reputation points. Rather than spending his reputation points immediately, Qin Lin decided to reserve them for a critical moment, both to alleviate potential crises and to save for a legendary general once he amassed 200,000 points. Ding, side quest unlocked. Capture the 4 counties of Jingnan. Reward 50,000 reputation points. Progress 14. The 4 counties of Jingnan. With a deep understanding of the 3 kingdoms, Qin Lin recognized the significance of these regions. Wuling County, Guiyang County, Lingling County, and Changsha County, each governed by Jin Xian, Zhao Fan, Lu Du, and Han Xian, respectively. However, he was less familiar with their strengths, given the chaotic nature of the 3 kingdoms world he had traversed into. In the Grand Hall of Lingling County, Gan Ning and Gao Xinji stood within, the hall feeling rather empty with only the 3 of them present. Yet, upon observing the loyalty ratings of both Gan Ning and Gao Xinji exceeding 80, Qin Lin felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed imperative for him to subdue more enemy generals to fortify his ranks. Had Yan Baihu not been cleaved in half by Gao Xinji, he might have needed to persuade him to join. What troubled Qin Lin was Yan Baihu's exceedingly low loyalty, comparable to the dangerously fickle loyalty of Xing Daorong. If one were to subdue them, one would be akin to dancing with wolves, perpetually at risk of becoming their next meal in the future. When persuading enemy generals to surrender, loyalty must also be taken into account. Gan Ning, you reside in the land of Jingnan. You ought to be familiar with the four commanderies of Jingnan, correct? Qin Lin, embodying the authority of the Lord, inquired. My lord, I am well informed. The four commanderies of Jingnan are Wuling, Guiyang, Lingling, and Changsha. The commandery of Lingling has already been occupied by you, and the remaining three commanderies possess greater strength. After a moment of contemplation, Gan Ning continued, the governor of Wuling, Jin Xian, possesses a combat power of 625, while his deputy, Gong Ji, has a combat power of 490. Thus, Wuling poses little threat. The governor of Guiyang, Zhao Fan, is a civilian commander, his combat power negligible. However, he commands two formidable generals, Chun Ying, with a combat power of 553, and Bao Long, who can slay a fierce tiger with his bare hands. Boasting an impressive combat power of 610, upon reaching Changsha Commandery, Gan Ning ceased his explanation. And what of Changsha Commandery? Qin Lin pressed further, as Gao Xinji was also not well acquainted with it. Gan Ning swallowed hard. The governor of Changsha, Han Xian, is not particularly formidable, nor are his subordinates Yang Ling distinguished figures. However, he does possess an epic-level warrior and a legendary warrior. Hearing the mention of an epic and a legendary warrior, Qin Lin was taken aback. Changsha is so powerful. Gan Ning nodded, stating, the epic warrior, Wei Yin, has a combat power of 798, just a step away from a legendary warrior. The legendary warrior, Huang Zhong, is exceedingly powerful, boasting a combat power of 856, wielding a Qianbao that never misses. After hearing Qin Lin's boast, he became increasingly convinced that he must not recklessly attack Changsha. It was far too intimidating. Just one legendary warrior, Huang Zhong, would be enough to challenge his entire army, let alone the entirety of Changsha Commandery. Chapter 9. A stifling price. Noticing Qin Lin's pallor upon hearing his words, Gan Ning softly inquired, does my lord intend to conquer the four commanderies of Jingnan? Qin Lin scoffed. Of course. He had already devised a plan to first seize the four commanderies of Jingnan to fulfill the system's task and then return to Yuzhou. Zhuojuan to retrieve Zhenmi. However, after Gan Ning's elucidation, the hope seemed utterly dashed. It appeared that this system's side quest might take a lifetime to complete. Indeed, this governor indeed wishes to conquer the four commanderies of Jingnan. Do you have any suggestions? Qin Lin asked, devoid of any feasible options. My lord, aside from Changsha, the other three commanderies pose little concern. Gan Ning replied with calm assurance. As if I needed you to tell me. I am fully aware that if it weren't for Changsha, this side quest would be easily accomplished. There is no need for my lord to fret, Gan Ning remarked nonchalantly, before continuing, although Changsha is difficult to conquer. In recent days, the Yellow Turban Rebellion has thrown the world into chaos. Liu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou, has already mobilized troops from various commanderies to combat the Yellow Turban Army, and Huang Zhong has been dispatched from Changsha. Presently, only Wei Yin remains in Changsha. Upon receiving this information from Gan Ning, Qin Lin suddenly felt a flicker of hope for completing the task. However, the epic warrior Wei Yin was no easy adversary. Persuading him to surrender would be futile. Even without Huang Zhong, attacking Changsha would not be a simple endeavor. Gan Ning's combat power stood at 651. If he utilized a fusion card and then a rage card, his power could be amplified to 751, yet, facing Wei Yin's combat power of 798 would still prove challenging, almost insurmountable. If only the rage and combat power cards could be stacked together, there might be a chance to triumph over Wei Yin. Alas, such synergy was not permissible. Let us proceed with caution. For the time being, Qin Lin found himself at an impasse. After several hours of deliberation, the trio finally concluded to first seize Wuling Commandery, then Guiyang Commandery, and ultimately Changsha Commandery. If they could successfully conquer the four commanderies of Jingnan, Qin Lin resolved to return to Yuzhou to bring Zhenmi and his family back. After days of arduous travel and battle, Qin Lin felt utterly exhausted, reclining on the throne. As he closed his eyes, slumber enveloped him. The following morning, at the hour of Chen, ding, the system updated at the hour of Chun, reminding him to sign in. Sign in! Qin Lin stretched languidly, rubbing his eyes. Yesterday's skirmishes had left his muscles aching. Ding! You have received an experience card. Use it. Qin Lin yawned, not even glancing at it, simply crushing the experience card. The card transformed into a cascade of purple starlight. Enveloping Qin Lin, that a wealth of experience points surged into him, causing his body to jolt slightly, a faint flush rising. Ding! Consumed 1,000 experience points. Leveled up 3 times. Opening the system, Qin Lin discovered he had reached level 31. With 9 levels remaining until he became an ordinary warrior. Name. Qin Lin Potential? Prestige, 27,000 level, 31 combat power, 312 experience, 200,400 charm, 62 leadership, 70 spouse, none mount, Kurin, white, weapon, Tianqian spear, medium-grade spirit weapon, troops, 4,000 basic infantry, 2,200 basic archers, 1,000 basic cavalry, 800. Upon seeing his potential, Qin Lin was utterly perplexed. Why was his potential value still a question mark? Ding. Host has surpassed level 30. Unlocking the lottery system. The lottery system. Qin Lin was already aware, having received prior notifications from the system. Now that he had reached level 30, it was indeed activated. The system prompted that each lottery draw would cost 100 prestige points. And regardless of winning, each draw would yield 1 point of luck. Luck points could be exchanged for corresponding prizes. With curiosity etched on his face, Qin Lin opened the lottery system, revealing a blue interface before him. A wheel inscribed with prizes was spinning ceaselessly, yet it showed no signs of stopping, to draw or not to draw. As a modern individual, Qin Lin understood the addictive nature of lotteries and hesitated slightly. Just one draw, he decided with ANOD.in an instant. 100 prestige points were deducted from the system. Ding! You have received a charm fruit. Luck 1. Charm fruit. Upon use, charm 1. Without further ado, Qin Lin seized the charm fruit and swallowed it whole. Finding his charm indeed increased by 1, reaching a total of 63. Seeing the benefits of the lottery, Qin Lin could not resist. Another flash of thought, and 100 prestige points were automatically deducted from the system. Ding! You have received a copy of the Analects. Luck 1. Analects. When worn, charm 5. Charm 5. If I were to draw 10 of these, would I not become irresistibly charming, captivating my beloved mirror? Qin Lin chuckled. Unable to contain his inner joy, hastily donning the Analects. Charm. 68. With 2 successful draws, his charm skyrocketed to 68. Observing the favorable odds of winning in the lottery, Qin Lin's mind flashed once more. And another 100 prestige points vanished. Ding! You have received a diamond summoning card. A diamond summoning card, which was not available in the shop. Upon seeing this rune-etched card, Qin Lin's curiosity piqued. Diamond summoning card. Grade. Purple card price. Not for sale effect. Summons a warrior from Huaxia. Level 80 to 85, for 1 hour. Seeing the levels ranging from 80 to 85, Qin Lin leapt for JOY.as long as Huang Zhong did not come to reinforce Changsha. Occupying it would be within easy reach. Let us continue to draw, Qin Lin exclaimed cheerfully. 100 prestige points. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Luck 1. 100 prestige points. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Luck 1. 100 prestige points. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Luck 1. What is going on? After 100 draws, I only won the first 3 times. The lottery is indeed toxic. Qin Lin frowned, his anger simmering. His 10,000 prestige points were swiftly consumed, knowing when to stop was wise. However, having obtained a diamond summoning card as a trump card was already worthwhile. Now, the accumulated luck points had reached 100. Subsequently, Qin Lin opened the luck point redemption interface. Charm fruit, 100 luck points. Charm 1 Analects, 500 luck points. Charm 5 I Ching, 500 luck points. Charm 5 The Art of War, 500 luck points. Leadership 5 Wang Jin, 4,000 luck points. Legendary Warrior Meng Tian, 4,000 luck points. Legendary Warrior Ran Min, 5,000 luck points. Mythological Warrior Sun Wu, 5,000 luck points. Mythological Warrior Bai Qi, 6,000 luck points. Mythological Warrior. Seeing such an array of redemption prizes, Qin Lin felt nothing but excitement. Yet, upon noticing the high cost of luck points, he felt a wave of nausea. It was simply too exorbitant. To acquire a legendary warrior would require 4,000 draws, equating to 400,000 prestige points. He would need to save up for generations. As the last prize flashed before his eyes, Qin Lin was left dumbfounded. What the hell, Xingtian? 10,000 luck points, a deity. A deity. Was there truly a being above mythological warriors? Generally, warriors were categorized into ordinary warriors, premium warriors, rare warriors, epic warriors, legendary warriors, and mythological warriors. Yet he had never heard of a deity. If there were a divine warrior, would I not become invincible in the world? However, upon seeing the 10,000 luck points, I decisively gave up. After witnessing the exchange gifts once, Qin Lin had no desire to behold them a second time. They were far too expensive, utterly beyond my means. Chapter 10. Wuling County. Qin Lin closed the system. Dismissing such thoughts, the prices of these goods were exorbitant. He resolved to return when he had amassed some wealth. Shortly thereafter, Gan Ning and Gao Xinji entered from outside. My lord, the weapons and provisions for the assault on Wuling County are fully prepared. Gao Xinji stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. Qin Lin slowly rose, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. We shall depart immediately and launch our attack on Wuling County, at your command. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinji and Gan Ning exited the grand hall. Qin Lin stepped out of the hall, gazing into the distance. At that moment, he was reminded of Zhen, and a deep yearning for her filled his eyes. Gradually manifesting on his face, "Mir, how fare you?" It had been over a month since Qin Lin left Qin family village. In this chaotic time of the late Eastern Han, a mere village might not survive the ravages of war. Qin Lin was increasingly concerned for the safety of his family and Zhen. He needed to swiftly conquer the 4 counties of Jingnan to solidify his power, and then return to Zhuojuan to show Zhen, who looked down upon him, that Qin Lin was indeed a person of talent, capable of becoming a commander in a short span of time. If he were to hastily rush to Yuzhou and Zhuojuan now, his fate would be one of being conquered by others. With that thought, Qin Lin couldn't help but sigh. Although the campaign against the 4 counties of Jingnan was an internal conflict, with the system's authorization, he need not fear any mishap. Even if something went awry, the system would bear the brunt of it. He simply had to engage in battle. However, as long as one sincerely resisted the Yellow Turban Army and upheld the Eastern Han regime, the Eastern Han officials would largely overlook one's actions. It was all for the sake of 2 words, profit. Casting such thoughts aside, Qin Lin glanced at the Grand Hall, retrieved the Tianxian spear, and proceeded to the training grounds. At present, Qin Lin commanded 8,000 soldiers, 5,000 infantry, 1,500 archers, and 1,500 cavalry. This time, he did not lead the entire army, instead opting to tally 3,000 infantry, 500 archers, and 500 cavalry, leaving the remaining soldiers to guard the city. Gao Xinji, Qin Lin called. At your service. Since being rescued by Qin Lin, Gao Xinji had grown increasingly loyal. For this campaign, I shall go with Gan Ning alone. You will remain to guard Lingling County, Qin Lin instructed. 2 days prior, while attacking bandits, Qin Lin had not stayed behind because Yin Baihu and his band of robbers were lurking nearby, close at hand. Now that he was heading to Wuling County, the distance was far, not something that could be traversed in a matter of hours. Thus, leaving 2,000 soldiers and Gao Xinji behind was to prevent surprise attacks from the Yellow Turban Army and other factions. Lingling County was now the foundation of Qin Lin's power. He could not afford any missteps. Understood, from Gao Xinji's expression, it was evident he was somewhat reluctant, as guarding the home front was typically a thankless task that few desired. Yet, there was no choice. Qin Lin was the lord, and he had to comply. Qin Lin chose to bring Gan Ning along because of his superior combat prowess compared to Gao Xinji, making it easier to confront enemy generals. However, Gao Xinji appeared to have greater potential for development and could be cultivated further. Gan Ning, let us depart. Qin Lin turned to the side, addressing Gan Ning. Gan Ning nodded, hefting his sawtooth sword. Having emerged from a life of banditry, he had undergone a transformation at Qin Lin's urging, shedding his beard and bandit tattoos, appearing devoid of the former savage demeanor. The two mounted their steeds and led the 2,000 troops out of Lingling County in grand procession. Qin Lin rode alongside, with Kuan flying beside him. Kuan had been following Qin Lin for several days, remaining unchanged. Nonetheless, Qin Lin looked forward to the prospect of Kuan's upgrades, curious about the terrifying extent of the experience boost it would receive. Qin Lin instinctively quickened his pace, and Gan Ning raised his whip, increasing the intensity of his strikes, thereby accelerating their speed. The two led the charge, with Kuan soaring behind them like an eagle. My lord, at this pace, we shall arrive by dusk, Gan Ning remarked. Very well, the success of this battle rests upon you. Qin Lin fixed his gaze on Gan Ning. Gan Ning let out a bitter laugh. My lord, are you jesting with me? Since his clash with Qin Lin, Gan Ning's arrogance had been completely vanquished. Now, hearing that the success of the battle depended on him made him feel somewhat inadequate. Qin Lin was not foolish enough to reveal the truth. What are you afraid? Qin Lin teased, chuckling. Humph. I, Gan Xingba, fear not death. How could I fear a mere Wuling County? Gan Ning declared, raising his voice with a menacing tone. Good. Your courage is commendable. Upon witnessing Gan Ning's fervor, Qin Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could finally avoid the awkwardness of stating he would not participate if he had said that. It would have been quite embarrassing. Now, he could refrain from joining and still earn experience. Perfect, my lord. Watch closely. I shall present you with the heads of Jian Xian and Gong Ji, Gan Ning proclaimed, his eyes wide, brimming with determination. After several hours of arduous travel, the two finally arrived at the foot of Wuling County. My lord, behold, that is Wuling County, surrounded by mountains on all sides, a fortress difficult to breach. Gan Ning pointed, having grown up in the Jiuzhou region and possessing a wealth of knowledge about its counties. With him as a guide, much trouble was alleviated for Qin Lin. The walls of Wuling County towered over 10 zhang, a full zhang higher than Lingling County, with a thickness exceeding 3 zhang. The entire structure was constructed of solid marble, appearing as impregnable as a fortress. The archers atop the walls readied their bows, while infantrymen wielded large sabers and spears, standing in perfect formation. Seeing this, Qin Lin stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. If Jian Xian remained holed up, it would pose a significant challenge. However, if Jian Xian ventured out to engage in battle, with Gan Ning by his side, Jian Xian would find it difficult to return to As for Gong Ji. He was merely a pawn in this game, my lord. I believe it is unwise to attack under the cover of nightfall. Perhaps we should discuss strategies tonight and proceed with the assault tomorrow, Gan Ning suggested. Noting the descending sun and rising moon, it was now late afternoon, around 5 o'clock. Such darkness would hinder visibility during an assault. Qin Lin concurred, acknowledging that it was indeed late for an attack. Let us do as you propose. We shall deliberate on our strategies today and march forth tomorrow. With that, the two took their leave from the thicket. Establishing camp 10 miles from Wuling County in the encampment, Gan Ning remarked, My lord, the walls of Wuling County are formidable, and the surrounding mountains limit our offensive range. With only 2,000 men, an assault would be challenging. Qin Lin nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Do you have any insights on Jian Xian's character? Qin Lin inquired, having already formulated a plan. A direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. They must lure the enemy out into the open plains to minimize casualties. If Jian Xian does not emerge for battle, I shall resort to provocation. If all else fails, then, Jian Xian is known for his obstinacy and fiery temper. He disregards the counsel of others. Yet he possesses remarkable patience and is reputed to be extremely loyal. Gan Ning recounted all he knew about Jian Xian. Loyalty. Qin Lin seized upon these 2 words as a potential opening. Gan Ning, tomorrow we shall lead our 2,000 infantry against Jian Xian, Qin Lin said with a cold smile, his lips curling upwards in a meaningful expression. Understood, Gan Ning replied. Chapter 11. The Great Void Kuan in the Grand Hall of Wuling County. The prefect stated, Yesterday, our reconnaissance team discovered an army 10 miles from the city. According to their report, the soldiers are clad in the armor of Lingling County. Gong Ji bent forward, speaking with concern. Jian Xian rose, pacing a few steps before saying, Did not Lingling County fall to an unknown rookie just days ago? How is it that this unknown figure now sets his sights on Wuling County? Absurd, indeed. This person is named Qin Lin, and he commands 2 formidable generals, Gao Xianji and Gan Ning. Gong Ji had heard of Gan Ning, but he was unfamiliar with Gao Xianji from that era. Gan Ning, is he not the subordinate of the bandit Yan Baihu? How has he come to serve Qin Lin? Jian Xian's tone betrayed his surprise, recognizing Gan Ning's prowess and realizing he could not easily contend with him. A sense of unease began to creep in. It is said that Qin Lin has defeated Gan Ning and persuaded him to defect, even slaying Yan Baihu, Gong Ji stammered, already intimidated by Qin Lin's deeds. Defeated Gan Ning? Slain Yan Baihu? Upon hearing that Qin Lin had bested Gan Ning, Jian Xian realized he had underestimated him. The wave of alarm washed over him, his brow furrowing in concern. What are the movements of that army? Jian Xian inquired anxiously. Gong Ji shook his head. With the darkness settling, it is difficult to ascertain. Gong Ji, Quickly, notify everyone to close the city gates and bolster our defenses. Anyone entering the city must be thoroughly searched. Should any suspicious individuals be discovered, execute them on the spot without reporting. Jin Xian gasped for breath, realizing that a person capable of defeating Gan Ning was someone he could not afford to provoke. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Lin rose to begin his preparations. Gan Ning, assemble the troops. Qin Lin entered the military tent, where Gan Ning had been waiting for some time. My lord, the 2,000 soldiers have assembled. Gan Ning stood outside the tent, with the 2,000 soldiers brandishing their spears, arranged in perfect formation. To the eye, they resembled a formidable royal army. All troops, heed my command. We shall not return until Wuling is conquered. Qin Lin raised his clenched fist, igniting the soldiers' morale. The soldiers echoed Qin Lin's rallying cry, their voices reverberating through the heavens, their spirits soaring. Advance. Qin Lin drew his sword, and with a commanding order, the 2,000 soldiers turned about. Led by Gan Ning and Qin Lin, as they traversed the forest, arriving at the foot of Wuling County, at this moment, the sun had risen, casting warm rays upon the earth, as they passed through the woods. The cool morning dew splashed against the soldiers' faces, invigorating their senses. Occasionally, a refreshing breeze would blow, stirring a chill within their hearts. Ding! The system has updated at the hour, prompting for sign-in. Sign in. Qin Lin eagerly anticipated today's reward. The daily sign-in rewards were typically similar, and the items obtained were valued at tens of thousands of prestige points in the marketplace. Ding! You have received an advancement card. The advancement card allows for the upgrading of one's mount from white tier to green tier. Just what was needed for Kuan. This mount, which would play a crucial role in the future, required focused nurturing. Qin Lin crushed the advancement card, and white starlight surged into Kuan's body. After a brief moment, the starlight fully integrated into Kuan's form. Kuan suddenly stirred, trembling slightly, radiating a brilliant glow that was exceedingly striking. Its size nearly doubled in an instant, measuring approximately 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Becoming immensely grand, Ding Kuren has been upgraded to green tier. Taisu Kuan. Taisu Kuan. All combat experience increased by 30.30%. This was a direct increase of 20% over the ordinary Kuan. Kuren was the hope of the entire village, brimming with infinite possibilities. How exhilarating it would be to witness an even mightier Kuan. Ding system notification. Taisu Kuan's next tier. Kaisu Kuan. Kaisu Kuan. That name sounds familiar. Qin Lin felt as if he had heard of this character somewhere before. My lord, we have arrived. As Gan Ning spoke, a massive city appeared before them. The defending soldiers atop the city walls stood in a state of readiness, their expressions devoid of fear. Inside the Wuling Palace, my lord, they have come. Gong Ji's voice trembled slightly. It is Qin Lin. Jin Xian also felt a twinge of nervousness. Gong Ji nodded, realizing escape was impossible. My lord, Qin Lin and the bandit Gan Ning are at our gates. With this revelation, Gong Ji inadvertently startled Jin Xian, causing him to fall back into his seat. How many troops do they bring? Jin Xian inquired. Approximately 4,000 men, Gong Ji replied. While not a significant number, it still fell short of Wuling County's full strength. Only 4,000? Qin Lin, you truly underestimate Wuling County. You think 4,000 can seize our stronghold? A delusion. Jin Xian directed his gaze at Gong Ji, commanding, Gong Ji, I order you to take 3,000 of our troops to confront Qin Lin. Me. Upon hearing this, Gong Ji trembled violently, utterly flustered. What, Gong Ji? Are you afraid? Jin Xian challenged. Gong Ji was not as reckless as Xing Daorong, who would charge into battle without thought. After all, the one who sticks out gets shot first. He had no desire to seek death through bravado. My lord, it may be only you who can handle Qin Lin and Gan Ning. I fear I am insufficient. Gong Ji feigned helplessness, appearing quite pitiful. Gong Ji, what do you wish to defy orders? Jin Xian slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding crash that startled Gong Ji. Plop. Gong Ji quickly knelt. I dare not. I shall go at once. With a face full of distress, Gong Ji exited the palace. This lord shall not be outdone by you. Jin Xian had no desire to venture forth to certain death. Sending Gong Ji into battle served to preserve his own reputation while also allowing him to gauge their combat strength, a win-win situation. If Gong Ji were to fall, then so be it. After all, Qin Lin commanded only 2,000 troops, while Wuling County boasted towering and resilient walls. How could 2,000 men hope to breach them? As long as he held firm and did not venture outside, they would inevitably retreat once their supplies ran low. At that point, he could counterattack. Gong Ji, trembling, led his 2,000 soldiers out of Wuling County. The weapon in his hand shook as he moved. Upon seeing Gong Ji emerge, Qin Lin rode forth with an imposing presence, advancing a dozen meters. A series of information appeared before him. Name: Gong Ji level 49, ordinary general, potential 50, average, combat power 490, intelligence 52, loyalty 41, dangerous, leadership 38, charm 41. Upon observing Gong Ji's statistics, Qin Lin noted that while average potential was acceptable, the loyalty rating was alarming. This individual could not be spared. Gan Ning, eliminate him. Qin Lin had no desire to waste breath conversing with him. Before Gong Ji could utter a word, he seemed to hear the despairing command. Eliminate him. Was it so cruel? Not even a chance to plead for mercy? His heart wept inwardly. Gan Ning smirked coldly. His piercing gaze fixated on Gong Ji. With the speed of lightning, he charged forth, blade descending, and a spray of blood erupted forth. Gan Ning sheathed his serrated blade as usual, resting it upon his shoulder. Returning to the front of the troops, a few drops of blood dripped from the blade's tip. He is dead. That was swift. General Gong is dead. This person is formidable. All the soldiers gasped in astonishment. Their faces filled with disbelief, instantly thrown into a state of panic. Qin Lin cast a cold smile at the 3,000 soldiers. This was all anticipated. Ding! Gan Ning has slain the ordinary General Gong Ji, earning 260 experience points, with a 30 bonus from Kuan. The host gains 130 experience points, with a 30 bonus from Kuan. On the city wall, Jin Xian was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Relay my decree. Without my command, no one shall engage the enemy." Chapter 12. Digging up your ancestors' grave. Gong Ji fell to the ground, lifeless, and the 2,000 soldiers instantly lost their backbone, descending into chaos as they fled towards the city. Qin Lin, on horseback, approached the city wall with an air of authority, grinning as he declared, "Jin Xian, it would be wise to open the gates and surrender. Should I be pleased, I shall spare you." He then turned to Gan Ning, adding with a sneer aimed at Jin Xian, "Even if I do not slay you, I cannot guarantee that the bandit Gan Ning will not utter these words." Jin Xian shivered, taking a moment to compose himself before inhaling deeply. Regaining his composure, he surveyed his troops below, disdainfully proclaiming, "Qin Lin, I admit I am no match for you, but with only 2,000 soldiers, you think to breach Wuling County? A fool's dream." With a heavy spit towards the troops below, Jin Xian indignantly turned away. Wuling County was instantly fortified with over a dozen iron chains against the enemy. Qin Lin shook his head in resignation. He had foreseen this outcome and had prepared for the worst. Retreat. Qin Lin turned his horse around, fully aware that with only 2,000 troops, breaching the formidable and sturdy Wuling County was sheer folly. Gan Ning, take 100 men and remain here to hurl insults. Be sure to invoke every ancestor and relative you can think of. Qin Lin instructed Gan Ning, hoping to employ provocation tactics to see if they would work. If not, he would resort to his trump card. Understood, Gan Ning nodded, leading 100 men to stay behind. Qin Lin and the remaining troops made their way to a nearby forest. Gan Ning, with his 100, began to hurl sharp insults at Wuling County, spitting venomous words that ignited fury among the soldiers atop the walls. They slammed their weapons against the ground in anger. How dare they? Suddenly, a soldier from the wall dashed towards the palace. "My lord, the enemy is insulting you from below." The soldier, gripping his spear tightly, exclaimed in fury. "What have they said?" Jin Xian maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his expression seemingly unaffected. "The enemy is utterly audacious, cursing your ancestors without restraint. They claim you shall never find a wife or bear children, and even if you do, they mockingly declare there shall be no heirs." The soldier's words caused Jin Xian's expression to flicker as he absorbed the gravity of such insults. In ancient times, having no descendants was a significant disgrace, and Jin Xian understood the weight of their derogatory remarks. Though he had appeared composed, the image of Gong Ji being slain by Gan Ning flashed through his mind. Dousing the flames of his fury, stay calm, I can endure." Jin Xian took a deep breath, his expression gradually lightening. "You? Relay to those below to insult with even greater fervor. It pleases this lord. Zhen Xian forced a smile at the soldier, though internally he was seething with rage. After a lengthy tirade, Gan Ning found himself parched and drenched in sweat, the 100 soldiers also fatigued. In days gone by, any impassioned general would have charged forth to defend their ancestors' honor upon hearing such slander, given the era's emphasis on filial piety. It appeared Zhen Xian's ability to endure was indeed true. The soldier hastily returned to the city wall, shouting, "To the thieves below, unleash your curses. My lord delights in your efforts. He welcomes it." Upon hearing this, Gan Ning felt a surge of frustration and was momentarily speechless. It appeared that Zhen Xian was indeed quite capable of enduring. "Let us depart," Gan Ning commanded as he led 100 or so men away from the city gates. Returning with a sense of despondency, Gan Ning found that Qin Lin had already surmised the outcome. "What? He did not engage in battle?" Qin Lin inquired. Gan Ning nodded and replied, "To my surprise, Zhen Xian possesses considerable patience, and why, lord? What course of action should we take next?" Gan Ning was acutely aware that with only 4,000 men, a direct assault on Wuling County was futile. Faced with such a predicament, he felt utterly helpless. "Gan Ning, do you know who Zhen Xian truly is?" Qin Lin had already devised a nefarious plan, simultaneously harboring a sinister thought. "Jingzhou County, Chang'an City," Gan Ning stated resolutely. "Excellent. Inform Zhen Xian that if he does not emerge from the city to fight, we shall excavate his ancestral grave and summon his forebears." Qin Lin chuckled wickedly, fully aware of Zhen Xian's filial piety, which would prevent him from allowing his ancestors' resting place to be disturbed. "My lord, what a brilliant strategy, to unearth another's grave. How did I not think of this?" Gan Ning's mind was suddenly enlightened, and clarity washed over him. "Very well, my lord, I shall set forth at once." Gan Ning exclaimed with enthusiasm, feeling invigorated and no longer fatigued. Only Qin Lin could have conceived such a notion as disturbing another's grave. "Zhen Xian, you think I cannot deal with you?" Qin Lin murmured as he gazed towards Wuling County. "My lord, Gan Ning is back again. If you do not confront him, they will." A soldier hesitated to complete his thought. "What do they intend to do?" "Let them insult me." Zhen Xian had grown accustomed to such slander. After all, he stood to lose little, merely taking on the reputation of a shameless person. He hummed a carefree tune, swinging his legs leisurely. "If you do not engage in battle soon, they will unearth your ancestors' grave." The soldier warned. Upon hearing this, Zhen Xian's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing in anger. "How outrageous! Scoundrels! They go too far. Bring me my weapon." Zhen Xian sprang to his feet and strode towards the gates. "My lord, but—" The soldier hesitated, wishing to express that Zhen Xian might not be able to defeat them, but swallowed his words. "Nope, to disturb my ancestor's grave is intolerable," Zhen Xian bellowed, his face turning ashen. As he seized a massive saber and stormed towards the city gates, Gan Ning had waited below for quite some time when, suddenly, the city gates swung open. He lifted his serrated blade, immediately entering a state of readiness. "You! Inform my lord that Zhen Xian has come forth to battle." Gan Ning, seeing the dark mass of soldiers pouring from the city, remained unfazed. "Qin Lin, come out and face your death," Zhen Xian shouted, brandishing his saber as he charged forward, cursing loudly, "Bewhy the heavens! I did not expect him to be so robust." Gan Ning was taken aback by Zhen Xian's formidable physique, which resembled that of a muscle-bound warrior. A result of rigorous training. Moments later, as Zhen Xian led his soldiers out of the city, the sky grew dark and a fierce wind began to blow, as if heralding the apocalypse. "Who calls for me?" Qin Lin approached on horseback, followed closely by 2,000 soldiers. "You scoundrel! Today, I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot." Zhen Xian roared, his aura surging forth. "Zhen Xian, do not rush. I have already dispatched my men to Jingzhou County to summon your ancestors. You shall soon meet your forebears with that." Qin Lin erupted into laughter, intentionally provoking Zhen Xian. "You scoundrel, deceitful knave. I shall slay you." Zhen Xian exploded with fury, galloping towards him. Qin Lin scrutinized Zhen Xian, and a stream of information materialized before him. Name: Zhen Xian. Level: 62, Ordinary General, Potential: 65, Qualified, Combat Power: 625 Intelligence, 62 Loyalty, 60, Qualified, Command, 68 Charm, 63. Upon seeing these statistics, Qin Lin felt a twinge of concern. Gan Ning, eliminate him. He turned his horse away, opting to distance himself from the battlefield. Gan Ning sneered coldly at Jin Xian, drawing his serrated blade and charging forward with fervor. I shall slay you. Jin Xian's eyes blazed with fury, completely incensed, as his saber sliced through the air, seemingly cleaving the very atmosphere in two. Gan Ning's combat power stood at 651, while Jin Xian's was 625. A difference of over 30. Nevertheless, Gan Ning, being both bold and meticulous, did not underestimate Jin Xian due to his own strength. He swung his serrated blade with lightning speed, sending a cloud of dust flying. Jin Xian raised his saber to parry the blow, struggling under the force exerted by Gan Ning. Blast it! You possess incredible strength, Jin Xian exclaimed, his expression strained. Gan Ning's demeanor was not without its own strain. He chuckled coldly. You are no slouch either. Gan Ning, of a lean and agile build, was somewhat weaker in raw strength compared to Jin Xian. However, his combat prowess allowed him to maintain an upper hand. Every fiber of Jin Xian's muscles radiated boundless power, and with a sudden surge, he channeled his energy into his weapon, deflecting Gan Ning's serrated blade and swiftly retreating out of range. In an instant, the two warriors clashed, each observing the other, gaining insight into their respective strengths. It seems Jin Xian's abilities are indeed formidable. He is worthy of being a rare general. Qin Lin watched their engagement unfold. Sighing inwardly, however, he had no intention of persuading Jin Xian to surrender, as his loyalty was perilously low, only barely reaching a qualified level of 60. Furthermore, he represented an object of ridicule for Qin Lin. Should he manage to convince Jin Xian to surrender, it would pose a significant risk. Kill Qin Lin for me, Jin Xian shouted, raising his saber and addressing his 3,000 soldiers. In an instant, the soldiers surged forward like ravenous tigers. Charge! Qin Lin, witnessing the onslaught of over 3,000 soldiers, felt no fear. After all, he had reached level 31, with combat power soaring to 312, an impressive figure that could easily dominate even higher-tier troops. Drawing his heavenly Xian spear, Qin Lin galloped into battle, sweeping through the ranks, his spear striking down more than 10 foes in a single thrust. Ding! Killed 12 low-tier soldiers, experience 156, rounding up to 160. With a 30 boost from Tai Su Kuan. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Lin felt a touch of exasperation. A faint surge of energy erupted from within him, extending for dozens of meters in an explosion of power, sending more foes sprawling to the ground. The enemy troops, upon witnessing Qin Lin's might, felt a chill of dread and began to evade his attacks. Under Qin Lin's valiant leadership, even with 3,000 adversaries, they were reduced to a state of utter chaos. Observing this turn of events, Jin Xian furrowed his brow and shook his head in resignation. It appeared that today, he could not escape calamity. Hey, Jin Xian, take the battle seriously and do not be distracted. With that, Gan Ning launched a fierce strike towards the preoccupied Jin Xian. His figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, seemingly conquering the very fabric of the world around him. Jin Xian, snapping back to reality, focused his gaze just in time to see the serrated blade nearly at his forehead. He quickly swung his saber to intercept the strike, the two weapons colliding with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that left them both momentarily dazed. As the aggressor, Gan Ning felt considerably less impact, but still experienced a tingling sensation in his hands. Jin Xian's saber was shaken by the residual force, causing him to be thrown from his mount, landing heavily on the ground, his body trembling violently. Prepare to meet your end. Gan Ning seized the opportunity to charge again, releasing a surge of energy that enveloped his serrated blade, amplifying its power tenfold. Sky-shattering destruction. The serrated blade, infused with energy, summoned a tempest, which coalesced into a formidable wave of energy, enveloping Gan Ning's very essence, an attribute unique to warriors. You scoundrel! I shall fight you to the death. Realizing Gan Ning was unleashing a skill, Jin Xian felt a surge of urgency, resolving to fight with all his might. His brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. Like Gan Ning, he unleashed his own energy, but it seemed even purer than Gan Ning's. Observing Jin Xian's refined energy, Gan Ning's brow furrowed in concern. He is burning his essence. Yet Gan Ning felt no surprise. After all, facing death, he would make the same choice in Jin Xian's position. opting to burn his essence to enhance his energy in a critical moment. Even in death, I shall take you with me, Jin Xian roared, his voice echoing like a desperate tiger. Explosive slash. Jin Xian's saber erupted in a blaze of golden flames, beneath which lay pure energy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gan Ning sensed that this would not be an easy fight. With Jin Xian's combat power at 625 and his essence ignited, their strengths would likely be evenly matched. Ah, they both roared in unison, the hurricane of energy clashing with the golden inferno as their weapons collided. Boom! With a thunderous roar, two cataclysmic forces erupted, sending shockwaves for miles. The battlefield was enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust, obscuring the tremendous clash between the two combatants and stirring a tempest that felled trees in the vicinity. The sky, too, darkened ominously in response to their might. Gradually, the ominous clouds gathered, and a fine drizzle began to descend. How formidable! It seems Gan Ning has truly unleashed his full potential this time. Qin Lin gazed at the fierce battle with envy. Had Gan Ning utilized such power during the previous skirmish against the bandits, victory would have been far from assured for him. Witnessing the climactic confrontation, the soldiers from both sides ceased their fighting, holding their breath as the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as the dust slowly settled. A notification chimed. Ding, Gan Ning has slain the rare General Jin Xian, earning 2,600 experience points, with a 30 bonus from Tai Su Kuan. The host gains 1,300 experience points, also enhanced by a 30 bonus from Tai Su Kuan. Upon seeing the 30 bonus, Qin Lin's face lit up with joy. Tai Su Kuan is truly remarkable. Ding. The host levels up to level 4 name. Qin Lin level, 35 combat power, 356 experience, 200,400 ding. Gan Ning levels up, name, Gan Ning level, 66 combat power, 662 experience, 2005000. Moments later, as the dust cleared, Gan Ning stood with Jin Xian's severed head in his left hand and a serrated blade plunged into the ground to support his weary form. Despite his victory, he was gravely injured, exerting his last ounce of strength to raise Jin Xian's head aloft. Your commander is dead. Will you not surrender? With that proclamation, Gan Ning collapsed, unconscious, Jin Xian's head rolling a few paces before resting. Eyes wide open in shock, the remaining soldiers, witnessing the head's descent and the severed sword, were left aghast. Surrender or die. Qin Lin called out from his mount, rallying his troops. The soldiers echoed his command in unison, surrender or die. Soon after, several soldiers hoisted the bloodied Gan Ning away. The remaining troops, upon seeing Jin Xian's head, felt their morale plummet. As long as you do not slay us, we will surrender. One soldier, utterly cowed by Qin Lin's imposing presence, broke down. The words spread like wildfire, with thousands following suit. Observing this turn of events, Qin Lin rejoiced. What a fortune! Chapter 13. The invitation from Zhao Fan. All the soldiers of Wuling County cast down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lin entered Wuling County. In the Grand Hall of Wuling County, two stone lions stood sentinel before the entrance, exuding an extraordinary aura. The opulent palace was far more impressive than his own Lingling County. Ding! The host has persuaded 3,000 soldiers to lower their ranks. 1,500 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 1,000 archers. After this battle, Qin Lin had acquired an additional 3,000 men, totaling 7,000 troops, now a considerable force. Ding! Occupying Wuling County grants 10,000 prestige. Ding! The host breaks through level 35, unlocking the Qingbei cultivation system. Qingbei cultivation system. Qin Lin's expression turned blank, pondering whether it was a place for cultivating generals. Qingbei General Cultivation Academy. The host may place generals in the academy for training. Each month, a general can be trained for 10 days, during which they cannot be summoned, or they will vanish. Upon completion, the general's experience increases by 10,000, and all attributes such as charm and command increase by 1. A maximum of 3 generals can be trained simultaneously, with future slots determined by system upgrades. A general may be trained 5 times a year. The host cannot utilize the academy for training. A lengthy string of text appeared in the system interface. After reading it, Qin Lin felt exasperated. Why could he not train? Yet, he recognized the strength of capable generals would bolster his own power. However, presently, Qin Lin faced a more pressing dilemma. Who would defend the conquered territory? He racked his brain. Although Wuling County and Lingling County were not far apart, He could not expect one general to oversee both. If he stationed Gan Ning in Wuling County and Gao Xinji in Lingling, how could he launch an assault on Guiyang? He could not rely solely on cards, nor could he afford to squander resources. Just as Qin Lin was mired in frustration, the system chimed once more. Ding! The host gains Level 1 Sign-In Viewing Privileges. Level 1 Sign-In Viewing Privileges. The host may preview sign-in conditions for the next 5 days. Incredulous, Qin Lin burst into laughter. What a boon! This would undoubtedly facilitate his plans. He activated the sign-in viewing privilege, and the sign-in screen appeared before him, outlining a monthly cycle, with only 5 days illuminated. Day 1. 1 Charm Fruit Day 2. 1 Experience Card Day 3. 1 Superior Spirit Artifact, Unknown, Day 4. 1 Combat Power Card Day 5. Rare General Zhu Ti. The mere sight of Zhu Ti's name during the sign-in made Qin Lin's spirit soar. Although he could not see what the final day's reward would be, a grand gift totem suggested it would be substantial. With a prestige value of 27,000, Qin Lin chose against purchasing items or entering lotteries, opting instead to save for a legendary general, M.Y. Lord. Gan Ning, bearing his serrated blade, entered the hall. What is it? Qin Lin inquired, his tone measured. Zhao Fan, the governor of Guiyang County, invites you to be his guest. News of Qin Lin's conquest of Wuling County reached Guiyang within the hour, indicating Zhao Fan's keen interest in the unfolding conflict. Zhao Fan, he has extended an invitation to me. Qin Lin furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, before a slight smirk formed on his lips as realization dawned. For Qin Lin, seizing Guiyang would be as effortless as plucking a flower from a garden. Zhao Fan's invitation was a calculated maneuver to curry favor and dissuade Qin Lin from attacking. It was evident that Zhao Fan was far shrewder than Jin Xian, adept at taking the initiative. Gan Ning, do you think I should attend? Qin Lin struggled with indecision, wary of Zhao Fan's ulterior motives. Should it turn out to be a trap, it could spell disaster. Yet, declining might invite ridicule for cowardice. My lord, I am but a dullard. I cannot discern whether we should go. Gan Ning clasped his fists, his expression shifting, bluntly confessing his own uncertainty. With a resigned sigh, Qin Lin covered his face. Indeed, generals were ill-suited for matters of statecraft. It seemed he would need a strategist in the future. Gan Ning, you are wounded. Inform Gao Xinji to come to Wuling County at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Die in 5 days. We shall proceed to Guiyang County together. Ultimately, Qin Lin resolved to attend, eager to uncover Zhao Fan's schemes. He chose a date 5 days hence, for by then, he would have secured the rare General Zhu Ti to accompany him. Even if it were a banquet of treachery. With Gao Xinji and Zhu Ti by his side, he would surely navigate the situation unscathed. Gan Ning, go and tend to your injuries. Qin Lin, noting Gan Ning's pale complexion, felt a pang of concern. He could not afford to lose his most trusted general in Guiyang County. Within the grand hall, a brawny general rushed in, each step reverberating through the room. Governor, news from Qin Taisho? The figure, clad in black armor and wielding dual steel forks, spoke with a voice like thunder. What tidings? Zhao Fan, seated above, gazed expectantly at Bao Long. Qin Lin shall attend the gathering in 5 days. Zhao Fan nodded, knowing that this invitation was aimed at fostering goodwill and subtly persuading Qin Lin to abandon his ambitions for Guiyang County. Bao Long, should Qin Lin choose not to engage in diplomacy and instead launch an assault on Guiyang, do you believe you can overcome him and his generals, Gan Ning and Gao Xinji? Gan Ning was notorious throughout Jingnan for his prowess in battle, a force to be reckoned with. Zhao Fan harbored a deep-seated fear of him, especially after Gan Ning's recent victory over Wuling County's governor, Zhen Xian. Though Qin Lin had only recently begun to make a name for himself in this Three Kingdoms realm, his prowess in defeating Gan Ning had already earned him considerable renown across the 4 counties of Jingnan. Bao Long hesitated, fully aware of the stakes. He was no braggart. He understood the gravity of the situation. I fear I am not a match for Gan Ning. Bao Long's voice was tinged with humility, acknowledging the challenge posed by the man capable of slaying a tiger with his bare hands. Zhao Fan turned to another general, Chen Ying. Can you contend with Gan Ning? At this, Chen Ying trembled as though struck by thunder. Hastily shaking his head, if Bao Long cannot best Gan Ning, then I am certainly no match for him either. Zhao Fan's response to the 2 generals was evidently tinged with disappointment. However, there was little to be done. As one cannot compel others in matters of martial prowess, a figure like Gan Ning could not be restrained by any of Zhao Fan's generals, let alone by the formidable Qin Lin, who had triumphed over Gan Ning. Following this analysis, Zhao Fan's trepidation regarding Qin Lin's military might had only intensified. Chapter 14. The prehistoric epic General Zhu Ti. The following day, at the hour of Chen, Gao Xinji rode alone into Wuling County. Ding. The system updated at the hour of Chen, signaling a reminder to sign in. Signing in. Ding. You have obtained a charm fruit. Upon seeing the item acquired from signing in, Qin Lin's earlier anticipation evaporated, as he was already aware of what he would receive, thus diminishing his sense of excitement. Utilizing the item, Qin Lin seized the charm fruit and consumed it in one bite. The fruit was swiftly digested within his body, and his skin seemed to transform, becoming more supple and smooth. Ding. Charm 1. Qin Lin's charm now stood at 69. Given some time, he was certain to surpass the threshold of 70. Master, Gao Xinji, having traveled nearly all night, finally arrived at Wuling County at the hour of Chen. Gao Xinji, what is the recent situation in Lingling County? Qin Lin inquired. Under your wise governance, all is well. Gao Xinji was quite eloquent, and upon hearing this, Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, Gao Xinji. In 4 days, you and I shall journey to Guiyang County for a meeting. Are you willing to accompany me? Qin Lin asked. I am willing to traverse fire and water for my master. Without hesitation, Gao Xinji replied with vigor. As for Lingling County, I shall appoint Gan Ning to oversee it. Qin Lin refrained from bringing Gan Ning along due to his severe injuries sustained in a recent battle with Jin Xian. He would likely require at least 10 to 15 days to recover. It was prudent to take Gao Xinji instead, as he was perceptive and understood the balance of advantages and disadvantages. Clearly a valuable aid. By the way, is there any news from Yuzhou? Though Qin Lin resided in Jingzhou, he remained vigilant regarding the developments in Yuzhou, especially since Zhenmi was still there. Yuzhou was a region severely afflicted by the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and Qin Lin was deeply concerned. Yuzhou's governor, Lu Ji, was dismissed by Emperor Ling of Han due to ineffective resistance against the Yellow Turbans, and was replaced by the valiant Dong Zhuo of the Shiliang army. Dong Zhuo's general, Elbu, fought heroically, achieving victory in 10 battles against the Yellow Turbans, thus temporarily stabilizing Yuzhou. Gao Xinji conveyed this information to Qin Lin without omission. Dong Zhuo, Elbu, Qin Lin murmured, his expression growing grave upon hearing the names of these formidable figures. He was acutely aware that Dong Zhuo was no benevolent character. It appeared that at this juncture, Dong Zhuo had not yet become the dominant force in the Han dynasty. As for Elbu, renowned as the mightiest warrior of the 3 kingdoms, he was undoubtedly of legendary caliber. With Elbu stationed in Yuzhou, Qin Lin felt a great sense of relief. He need not worry about the Yellow Turbans breaching Yuzhou's defenses. Ensuring Zhenmi's safety and allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on conquering the 4 counties of Jingnan in the ensuing days, Qin Lin consistently reassured the citizens of the city, enhancing his own reputation while instructing Gao Xinji to fortify the defenses of Wuling County. Over the course of 4 consecutive days, Qin Lin signed in and acquired various items: an experience card, a high-grade spiritual weapon, a battle power card, and the imminent acquisition of the rare General Zhu Ti. Upon using the experience card, Qin Lin's experience surged by 1,000 points, successfully elevating him to level 38. Name: Qin Lin. Level 38. Experience 0400. Battle power 420, derived from the high-grade spiritual weapon. The high-grade spiritual weapon he had acquired was a spear named the Jiao Long Niechi Chong. Once a weapon reaches a high-grade level, it bestows a battle power enhancement to the general wielding it. A high-grade spiritual weapon grants 20 battle power, effectively equating to the use of half a battle power card. Currently, even though Qin Lin was at level 38, his battle power was comparable to that of an ordinary level 40 general. Ding. The system updated at the hour of Chun, prompting a sign-in reminder. Qin Lin, filled with anticipation, thought swiftly, sign in. Ding. You have obtained the rare General Zhu Ti. A brilliant blue light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, and from within it emerged a lithe figure. Qin Lin gazed at Zhu Ti as a series of data appeared. Name: Zhu Ti. Level 69. Experience 10005000. Potential 82. Excellent. Battle power 695. Intelligence 72. Loyalty 81. Reliable. Command 80. Charm 80. Charm exceeds that of the host. Sign-in does not impose demands. Weapon: Qiang Sword, medium grade spiritual weapon. Skills: 1 sword to rule them all. First skill: 100 steps flying sword. Second skill: seeing that Zhu Ti was at level 69, Qin Lin was nearly overwhelmed with joy. His battle power had reached an impressive 695, just a step away from becoming an epic general. Given Zhu Ti's potential of 82, it was likely that breaking through the 70-level barrier would pose no challenge. Your humble servant, Zhu Ti, pays respects to the master and is willing to traverse fire and water for you. Zhu Ti knelt heavily on one knee, and Qin Lin hurried forward to assist him to his feet. I cannot accept such deference. As a pre-epic general, I will rely on you in the future. How could I allow you to kneel so easily? Observing Zhu Ti's loyalty rating, which was indeed higher than that of the original Gao Xianji, Qin Lin felt reassured. The phrase dancing to the rooster's call originated from Zhu Ti, who was also a celebrated military strategist and national hero of the Eastern Jin period. It was unexpected that today he had become one of Qin Lin's subordinates, leaving Qin Lin both amused and bewildered. From the information gathered regarding Zhu Ti and Gao Xianji, Qin Lin noticed that the generals he acquired were not figures from the Three Kingdoms, but rather heroes from other eras of Chinese history. The system's intentions were somewhat elusive to him. Master. At that moment, Gao Xianji entered from outside and, upon seeing the newly arrived Zhu Ti, appeared momentarily taken aback. Who is this? Such formidable aura. Gao Xianji could sense Zhu Ti's powerful energy from a distance, indicating that a pre-epic general's aura was indeed quite potent. I am Zhu Ti, here to pledge my loyalty to the master. Zhu Ti politely clasped his hands in greeting. General Zhu Ti, I am Gao Xianji, the deputy general to the master. Gao Xianji reciprocated with equal respect. The two exchanged pleasantries reminiscent of the dialogues of ancient scholars. Gao Xianji, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Prepare yourselves today. We shall set forth for Guiyang County immediately. Qin Lin declared from his throne, exuding an air of authority. We shall obey. Both responded in unison. With Zhu Ti serving as his protector, Qin Lin felt considerably more at ease. A level 69 Zhu Ti would surely dissuade Zhao Fan from any nefarious schemes. Subsequently, the two prepared their belongings, mounted their steeds, and swiftly made their way to Guiyang County alongside Qin Lin. Guiyang County, the periphery at this moment, outside the city walls of Guiyang County, Zhao Fan, clad in the attire of a cultured gentleman, awaited the arrival of Qin Lin with the citizens of Guiyang County and his two generals flanking him. The sun shone brightly in the sky, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Qin Lin rode ahead, flanked by Gao Xianji and Zhu Ti, gradually coming into view under the radiant sunlight. Master, look, that must be Governor Qin, Bao Long exclaimed, pointing at Qin Lin on horseback. To demonstrate their sincerity, he and the others had removed their weapons well in advance. Quick, play the music. Zhao Fan adjusted his beard and straightened his attire, striding forward with utmost sincerity. The music, carried by the breeze, resonated with a harmonious melody, enchanting all who heard it. Master, Zhao Fan seems quite sincere, welcoming us with the courtesy of a noble, Gao Xianji remarked, somewhat astonished by Zhao Fan's display, which clearly indicated that he had been wholly subdued by Qin Lin's prestige. Dismount. Observing Zhao Fan's earnestness, Qin Lin felt it inappropriate to remain on horseback, so he dismounted, reciprocating the gesture of respect. Governor Qin, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Zhao Fan said, bowing his hands in a courteous manner. Qin Lin smiled slightly, turning his gaze to Zhao Fan, then sharply inquired, Zhao Taishou, you are too polite. Might I inquire the purpose of your invitation for me to attend this gathering? Zhao Fan bent slightly, his eyes darting momentarily. General Qin, please, come inside. Zhao Fan's ulterior motives were clear to Qin Lin. Even without explicit details, he could surmise them. Zhao Fan's two generals scrutinized Gao Xianji and Zhu Ti, taking in their scholarly attire and distinguished demeanor. Chening, which one is Gan Ning? Bao Long whispered. Chening scrutinized carefully, recalling his previous encounter with Gan Ning, who was known for his athletic build and penchant for wielding his own weapon. Recognizing him, Chening shook his head. He is not here. Gao Xianji and Zhu Ti were unfamiliar to them, their names unknown. Governor Qin seems quite audacious to not bring Gan Ning along, Bao Long remarked, sensing that Qin Lin might be underestimating Guiyang County. Keep your voice down, Chening cautioned, glancing at Qin Lin, wary of his hearing. His gaze shifted back to Gao Xianji and Zhu Ti. Be cautious. Neither of these two seems harmless. Bao Long nodded, noticing the palpable aura emanating from both individuals. Zhao Fan, wearing a broad smile, engaged in jovial conversation with Qin Lin, as if they were long-lost friends. General Qin, please, come inside. Zhao Fan turned his body, gesturing subtly with his hand, and respectfully stated, upon Qin Lin's entrance into the Grand Hall of Guiyang County. The decor within was strikingly similar to that of his own Wuling County. "Please, have a seat," Zhao Fan said with a smile, then clapped his hands, prompting a group of maidens, adorned in delicate makeup, to enter. The maidens were dressed in soft pink gowns, revealing their long legs, and as the music began to play, they gracefully commenced their dance. Their movements were light and airy, suggesting they had not been trained for long, resembling charming little sprites upon blooming flowers. The onlookers were captivated by the performance. "Zhao Taisho? Did you invite me merely to behold the dance of these maidens?" Qin Lin inquired sharply, his tone somewhat frosty. "Not at all, General Qin. Please remain patient and observe further." Zhao Fan seemingly evaded the conversation with Qin Lin, then clapped his hands once more. The music suddenly shifted to a more rapid and flowing tempo, and outside the hall, a dazzling woman appeared. Although her beauty could not be described as world-shattering, to say she was captivating was no exaggeration. The woman entered with a lively step, joining the circle of maidens who surrounded her, accentuating her allure even further. Sitting in his seat, Qin Lin found himself mesmerized, deeply drawn to the woman's beauty. Suddenly, shaking himself from his reverie, Qin Lin snapped his head, nearly ensnared by her enchanting presence. Having pledged his heart to Zhen, he resolutely refused to be ensnared by this woman. He deliberately averted his gaze from her. Beside him, Gao Xinji and Zhu Ti were equally entranced. Even Zhao Fan's two generals, Bao Long and Chen Ying, widened their eyes, nearly drooling, clapping in delight. They had never seen Fanshi so exquisitely adorned. "General Qin? This lady is known as Fanshi, my sister-in-law," Zhao Fan remarked, his eyes narrowed as he observed Qin Lin's reaction. "She is indeed remarkably charming." Qin Lin replied with a smile, raising a cup of wine from the table and draining it in one gulp. At this moment, he comprehended Zhao Fan's intentions. What a beauty trap it was. "General Qin, you are a paragon of valor in merely 2 days. You have conquered Wuling County. Truly a hero, as history tells us." "Heroes are often matched with beauty," Zhao Fan extolled, abruptly interrupted by Qin Lin's modest retort. "Oh, not at all. Just a small conquest of Wuling County. If time permits, I would indeed like to experience the fortifications of Guiyang County." With that, Qin Lin drained another cup of wine, letting out several hearty laughs. General Qin is not only valiant, but possesses a fine sense of humor. Zhao Fan responded with a chuckle, though internally, he felt a surge of anxiety. "You may all leave now." Zhao Fan commanded the maidens, who promptly exited, leaving only Fanshi behind. Zhao Fan exchanged a knowing glance with her, and she nodded subtly, moving closer to Qin Lin. "This humble girl offers a toast to General Qin." Fanshi, her cheeks slightly flushed, approached Qin Lin with her alluring figure, her ample bosom nearly brushing against him. Bowing slightly, her curvaceous form was on full display as she poured wine for Qin Lin, then drank a cup herself. Seeing Fanshi's enticing form made Qin Lin's heart race. "Oh dear, how provocative," he thought, feeling a wave of heat wash over him, and after a moment of reflection on his beloved mirror, he managed to compose himself. Thank you." Qin Lin stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he felt youthful and inexperienced in the presence of such femininity. Even a mere Fanshi had him breathless. He realized he needed to cultivate more composure in the future. "My lord, how fortunate you are," Gao Xinji remarked, filled with envy. "Indeed." Zhu Ti, though sipping his wine, could not help but let his gaze linger on Fanshi's figure. It was evident that even a national hero like Zhu Ti was not immune to the charms of a beautiful woman. Fanshi continued to toast Qin Lin several times, but suddenly, she appeared faint and wobbly. Noting this, a chill crept over Qin Lin. This woman was quite cunning, clearly feigning intoxication. "General Qin, I feel rather unwell." With that, Fanshi suddenly collapsed into Qin Lin's embrace. "Oh, I am so tired," she cooed in a voice that sent shivers down his spine. Followed by a series of delicate gasps. At this moment, Qin Lin thought of his Zhenmi and found himself less anxious. He gently pushed Fanshi away. "Zhao Taisho, your sister-in-law has had too much to drink. She should be taken away," Qin Lin stated coldly, having nearly succumbed to Fanshi's seduction. "My lord, you are truly a man." Gao Xinji marveled at Qin Lin's composure. What fortitude, truly! My lord is a man of stories, Zhu Ti remarked, downing his drink. Bring her away, Zhao Fan commanded, glancing at Qin Lin in surprise. He had not anticipated that Qin Lin would remain unmoved by his sister-in-law's charms. Zhao Fan felt a newfound respect for Qin Lin. To resist such a seductive woman was no ordinary feat, Zhao Taisho. It would be wise for your sister-in-law to drink less in the future. Such a lure may bring you trouble. Qin Lin remarked with a cold smile. Haha, General Qin speaks in jest. Since my brother's passing, my sister-in-law has not remarried, so her pent-up feelings are natural. Zhao Fan laughed heartily. Chapter 16. The lonely fancier. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin scoffed. No longer wishing to engage in banter with Zhao Fan, he shifted the conversation, coolly stating, Zhao Taisho, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is the true purpose of your invitation today? Upon hearing Qin Lin's serious tone, Zhao Fan's jovial demeanor evaporated, and he spoke with a softer voice. General Qin, do you intend to turn your attention to Guiyang County next? With a heavy sigh, Zhao Fan continued, Humph. My sights are set on the 4 counties of Jingnan. While Qin Lin did not explicitly state his next target as Guiyang County, Zhao Fan understood his intent completely. Very well. What would it take for General Qin to relent? Zhao Fan, unwilling to engage Qin Lin in a conflict, posed the question. Surrender to me, Qin Lin declared, each word deliberate and firm. The expressions of Bao Long and Channing shifted dramatically, rendered speechless. At this moment, asking Zhao Fan to surrender was indeed a tall order, as he was uncertain of Qin Lin's character. What? You hesitate. If you surrender, you will remain the Taisho of Guiyang County, and I shall not disturb your troops. If this reasoning could persuade Zhao Fan, it would be a significant gain for Qin Lin. On one hand, he would secure 2 formidable generals, Bao Long and Chen Ying. On the other, he would avoid bloodshed. May I have a few days to consider? Zhao Fan asked earnestly, recognizing that the terms were not detrimental to him. It merely meant that Guiyang County would nominally belong to Qin Lin, and he would also be under Qin Lin's command. Do not ponder too long. If you agree, you may have your 2 generals, Bao Long and Chen Ying, face my subordinate, Zhu Ti, in a 1-on-2 match. If you win, I shall abandon my campaign against Guiyang County. Should I win, you are to surrender under the same terms. How does that sound? Qin Lin's proposition was a blatant provocation. Bao Long and Channing exchanged glances, their pride stung at the notion of being underestimated. They felt an urge to prove themselves against Zhu Ti, their spirits ignited with defiance. Zhao Taisho, are your generals in agreement? Zhao Fan assessed Zhu Ti once more. Without hesitation, Bao Long and Chen Ying declared, we agree. Qin Lin turned to Zhu Ti, inquiring, do you dare to accept the challenge? Certainly. Zhu Ti rose abruptly, exuding an air of confidence, though lacking the imposing presence of Bao Long and Chen Ying. Qin Lin scrutinized Bao Long and Chen Ying, information materializing before him. Name, Bao Long level, 61, rare general, potential, 72, good combat power, 610 intelligence, 35 loyalty, 77, trustworthy, leadership, 39 charisma, 63 weapon, twin polearm, medium-grade spirit artifact, name, Chuning level, 55, premium general, potential, 62, qualified, combat power, 553 intelligence, 61 loyalty, 75, trustworthy, leadership, 61 charisma, 62 weapon, meteor hammer, medium-grade spirit artifact. Aside from the relatively lower potential, their attributes were commendable, with loyalty that could be trusted. Should Zhao Fan truly surrender, it would be a tremendous gain. With combat power at 610 for Bao Long and 553 for Chen Ying, Zhu Ti's combat power reached an impressive 695. Defeating the 2 would not pose much difficulty. If Qin Lin were to grant Zhu Ti a power card, increasing his strength by 50, he would rival epic generals at 745 combat power, making victory even more assured. Very well, since both parties have consented, let us set the match for tomorrow. I look forward to Zhao Taisho preparing the stage. Qin Lin stated confidently, turning to Zhao Fan. Agreed? Zhao Fan nodded, equally confident in his general's ability to triumph over Zhu Ti. After all, he held immense faith in Bao Long's combat prowess, having witnessed his strength in slaying tigers with his bare hands. There was no reason for Zhao Fan to doubt him. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qin Lin remarked as Zhao Fan waved his hand, summoning 2 maidservants, and said, you shall escort General Qin below to rest. Be sure to treat him with utmost respect." The two maidservants nodded and approached Qin Lin, speaking softly, "General, please follow us." The maidservants led the three of them to a resplendent chamber, indicating that Zhao Fan was indeed well-versed in the art of hospitality. "Very well, thank you. You may leave now," Qin Lin said, surveying the estate at that moment. Zhu Ti stepped forward, nervously inquiring, "My lord, should I face defeat in battle tomorrow, what shall be your command? Would you truly relinquish the conquest of Guiyang County?" Qin Lin let out a bitter smile. "Are you not a legendary warrior? How can you lack such confidence? Yet, this does reveal your prudent nature. No, you shall certainly prevail," Qin Lin asserted, gazing determinedly at Zhu Ti. "Why so?" Zhu Ti pressed for clarification. "Because you rise with the rooster. You are tenacious, and it is this very tenacity that leads to victory." Qin Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. Surprised at Zhu Ti's lack of self-assurance, he would need to mentor him carefully henceforth. With the Lord's encouragement, Zhu Ti was resolved to fight with all his might the following day. Bowing, Zhu Ti clasped his fists and said, "Very well, you all should rest now." Qin Lin stretched lazily, his voice soft as he said, "My lord, just to be safe, I shall remain by your side." Gao Xianji expressed her concern. "Indeed, Gao Xianji is quite perceptive. If she were a woman, I would surely marry her, no need for that. Zhao Fan would not dare lay a hand on me," Qin Lin replied confidently. The two, seeing that Qin Lin had made his stance clear, retreated. Subsequently, Qin Lin entered his chamber, and upon opening the door, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him. He inhaled deeply. "Ah, how delightful! It resembles the scent of myrrh. Could it be that my myrrh has arrived?" As twilight descended, the dim yellow light illuminated the room. "General Qin, I have awaited your presence for so long." A sultry voice floated from the bed, accompanied by soft gasps. "What are you doing in this chamber?" Qin Lin was startled to see Fan Shi. The flickering candlelight cast a glow on her face, which still radiated beauty. "General Qin, you toil over warfare. I am here to serve you." Fan Shi's voice was enticing as she gently removed her green veil, revealing her flawless skin. She approached Qin Lin with graceful steps, her figure perfectly curvaceous. "Did your little uncle send you?" Qin Lin asked, deliberately hiding behind Fan Shi, his heart racing. "I came of my own accord." Fan Shi's alluring demeanor left Qin Lin breathless as she caressed his chest point one by one. Her garments fell away, leaving only her undergarments, her smooth skin fully exposed. A heady fragrance wafted through the air. Qin Lin steadied his emotions. He must not be entranced by this seductress. If he were to succumb, he would betray Zhenmi. Restraint. Restraint. I am a man of integrity, Qin Lin repeatedly reminded himself. Suddenly, Fan Shi lunged at him, cooing, "Ever since my man passed, I have felt so lonely. Please, indulge me." Qin Lin swiftly turned, pushing Fan Shi away. Her overwhelming allure was unbearable. In an instant, he drew his sword and held it to her throat. Fan Shi's expression shifted dramatically, her previous allure replaced by fear. It seemed she had provoked Qin Lin's ire. "General, please, calm your fury. I am lonely too." "I am not lonely. Leave at once." Qin Lin's voice was frigid. With a resigned sigh, Fan Shi donned her clothes and exited Qin Lin's chamber. Watching her leave, Qin Lin tossed his sword onto the floor and exhaled heavily. In his previous life, as a common man, he would have eagerly spent the night with Fan Shi without hesitation. But now, things were different. He had someone he cherished and could not betray Zhenmi, or he would owe her for a lifetime. Chapter 17. This fellow, so strong. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, a warm ray of light streamed into Qin Lin's chamber. Qin Lin rubbed his eyes, instantly alert, as he still caught the lingering scent of Fan Shi from the previous night. Recalling the scene of Fan Shi nearly undressed, a wave of heat surged through him, leaving him restless. Thankfully, he had managed to control his urge to draw his sword. Truly, a real man. Ding. Morning updates. Sign-in prompt. Sign-in ding. Gain prestige points. 1000. Qin Lin had already reviewed everything available for sign-in over the next 5 days. Nearly all were prestige points. It appeared that acquiring cards and other assorted items would be quite challenging in the future. Today marked his 11th day of sign-in, with 19 days remaining until the end of the month. There were indeed things to look forward to on that final day. However, the system indicated that as it upgraded, he could enhance his viewing privileges. Yet, how could he achieve such an upgrade? "My lord, we must depart." Gao Xinji and the others had been waiting outside for some time. Very well, Qin Lin replied. After dressing, he noticed a piece of clothing left on the floor, Fan Shi's light green long robe. He picked it up and exited his room. Let us go, Qin Lin declared. Why, Lord? What is that you are holding? It carries a faint fragrance, they inquired in unison. Qin Lin felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, It's nothing. Let us hurry. At tea that moment, in Guiyang County, in the Grand Square, Zhao Fan stood at the forefront. Surrounded by the townsfolk, Bao Long and Chen Ying were clad in formidable black armor, their weapons exuding an imposing aura, radiating an endless murderous intent. Why, Lord? Qin Taisho has arrived. Chuning pointed out Qin Lin's figure, flanked by Gao Xinji and Zhu Ti. Upon seeing Qin Lin holding the belt she had forgotten, Fan Shi's heart raced, and her face flushed. Sister-in-law, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Zhao Fan asked. Noticing something amiss with Fan Shi. No, uncle, I'm quite well. She quickly composed herself, her complexion returning to normal. General Qin, did you rest well last night? Zhao Fan inquired courteously. All is well. Qin Lin smiled slightly, tossing the belt to Fan Shi. The crowd watched in bewilderment as Qin Lin held Fan Shi's belt. Their minds raced with speculation. This scene was difficult not to misinterpret. The two felt a wave of embarrassment. Well, at this point, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse the misunderstanding. However, due to Qin Lin's esteemed reputation, they dared not press further to Zhu Ti. Are you prepared? Qin Lin turned to inquire. All is in order. Zhu Ti appeared far more formidable than the day before. Zhao Fan then looked at Bao Long and Chen Ying, asking, Are you two ready? They exchanged glances and replied, We are ready to fight at any time. Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction, gesturing to Qin Lin. General Qin, are you ready to commence? Qin Lin settled into the chair prepared for him, nodding. Zhu Ti and the others leaped onto the platform, each brandishing their weapons. Zhu Ti wielded the Qiang sword, Bao Long held dual tridents, and Chen Ying gripped a meteor hammer. Each weapon possessed its unique attributes, all of mid-grade spirit quality. General Zhu, I yield. Bao Long charged at Zhu Ti with his dual tridents. Zhu Ti deftly maneuvered the Qiang sword, unleashing spiritual energy that effortlessly neutralized Bao Long's assault. Such formidable spiritual energy, Bao Long's expression darkened, deeply impressed by Zhu Ti's prowess, estimating his combat power to be no less than 680. Take this hammer. Chuning seized the opportunity, hurling his meteor hammer, forged from mysterious iron. With lightning speed. Zhu Ti's spiritual energy surged forth, a blue aura shooting out that sent the meteor hammer flying. This person is remarkably powerful. Zhao Fan was taken aback by Zhu Ti's skill. He had effortlessly countered the attacks of his two formidable generals in mere moments. Qin Lin sat confidently in his chair, a slight smile gracing his lips. Everything was under his control. As the two halted their attacks, Zhu Ti let out a cold snort. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a blue ice dragon that surged toward the two adversaries, leaving no trace in its wake. The spiritual energy has solidified into a tangible form. The two gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the ice dragon conjured by Zhu Ti. You are a near-epic level warrior. Zhu Ti smiled faintly, responding courteously. Correct. With that, the ice dragon descended rapidly. When spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold, it can coalesce into tangible forms. For instance, Zhu Ti could manifest his spiritual energy as an ice dragon. However, typically only epic or near-epic warriors possess such capability. Indeed, he did not disappoint. Witnessing the ice dragon conjured by Zhu Ti was a first for Qin Lin. If a near-epic warrior is this formidable, how awe-inspiring must a true epic warrior be? Quick, evade. Below, Zhao Fan cried out as the ice dragon continued to descend. A surge of audacity akin to a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger suddenly impacting the two individuals. Bao Long swiftly retreated, wielding his twin tridents to carve out two waves of spiritual energy, colliding with the ice dragon. Chen Ying infused spiritual energy into the meteor hammer, launching it forward. The ice dragon effortlessly swatted the meteor hammer aside. While the two waves of energy produced by Bao Long merely seemed to tickle the ice dragon, scarcely creating any ripples upon its form. However, for a brief moment, the ice dragon was momentarily hindered by the spiritual energy emitted by the two. Zhu Ti maneuvered the ice dragon to spin in the air, its elongated body engulfing the entire arena. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, causing the onlookers to shiver uncontrollably, huddling together for warmth. after spinning in the air. The ice dragon amassed a full charge of power and lunged towards the two. Bao Long and Channing exchanged glances, understanding each other with a nod. Having fought alongside one another for many years, they remained calm in the face of such an urgent situation. Killing blade technique? Bao Long bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The twin tridents in his hands traced out hundreds of energy blades, hurtling towards the descending ice dragon. Meteor fall, Channing shouted in a low voice, casting the meteor hammer into the sky, and under the enhancement of spiritual energy, meteors rained down towards the ice dragon. Below, Zhao Fan, witnessing the duo's skills, breathed a sigh of relief. The ice dragon was struck directly by the energy blades and then heavily battered by the falling energy hammers, losing its previous momentum. Tumbling in the air and ultimately dispersing under the combined assault of the two, Zhao Fan cast a smug glance at Qin Lin, who appeared unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he observed the unfolding battle. The spectators below were left in awe, deeply captivated by the clash of the three warriors. Zhu Ti retreated, avoiding the residual force of the spiritual energy, dusting himself off before casually remarking, "Indeed, you possess some skill. Now, I shall get serious." After these seemingly nonchalant words, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him once more. Bao Long, panting heavily, realized that after employing a single skill, nearly half of his spiritual energy had been depleted. His cultivation evidently still lacked depth. In contrast, Qian Ying, a refined warrior, appeared even more fatigued, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Chapter 18. The next strategic move below, Qin Lin smiled faintly, while Gao Xinji, standing beside him, was equally engrossed. Zhu Ti dispersed his internal spiritual energy, which abruptly coalesced into countless sword blades in the air, each resembling the Qiyang sword held by Zhu Ti. Upon witnessing this, Bao Long and Qian Ying exchanged wide-eyed glances, their bodies involuntarily trembling. In their minds, a legendary warrior was formidable, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Zhu Ti's lips curled into a smile as a thunderous roar erupted from within him. All swords converge into one. Thousands of energy blades swiftly descended, aimed at Bao Long and Qian Ying. At that moment, Zhao Fan's face turned pale. Witnessing this scene, he surrendered. Simultaneously, he had grossly underestimated Zhu Ti's prowess. "We concede!" Zhao Fan suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting. Bao Long and Qian Ying, already frightened beyond measure, stared vacantly at the multitude of blades, their breaths coming in rapid succession. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's declaration, they too exhaled in relief. With a gesture from Zhu Ti, the thousands of blades instantaneously dissipated into a myriad of blue sparks. Zhu Ti politely clasped his hands together, addressing the two, "You both possess remarkable skills. You have indeed compelled me to unleash my ultimate technique." Bao Long and Qian Ying hastily bowed, stammering in response, "You flatter us. General Zhu, your martial prowess is unparalleled." "We are in awe." The three, each wearing different expressions, descended from the arena. "Salutations, my lord," Zhu Ti proclaimed. Qin Lin nodded in satisfaction, all aligning with his expectations. "Taisho, we have lost," the two lamented, their heads hanging low, faces filled with guilt. "No matter." Zhao Fan did not reproach them. He approached Qin Lin and suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Salutations, my lord." According to their agreement, Zhao Fan accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, he had been bested, and should he express any further dissent, he would have nowhere to hide his face. "Please, rise." Qin Lin regarded Zhao Fan favorably, considering him a decent individual, far superior to Lu Du and Jin Xian. Bao Long and Qian Ying also knelt in unison, declaring, "Salutations, my lord." Observing them, Qin Lin felt a surge of joy. He had just acquired 2 formidable generals, a significant boon. "All right, rise," Qin Lin said, his face alight with delight. Ding. Conquered Guiyang County, reputation 10,000. Ding. Acquired the elite warrior Qian Ying, rare warrior Bao Long. The system chimed in Qin Lin's mind. Ding. The host has currently acquired 5 warriors, activating the achievement system. An achievement system. It seems this system possesses many more functions yet to be unlocked. Ding. Gather 5 warriors to complete the return of the warrior's achievement. Gaining reputation 5000. In an instant, he gained another 15,000 reputation. bringing his total to 42000.it. Appeared that accumulating reputation was quite lucrative. He contemplated a draw later that night, feeling a sense of delight. Zhao Fan, Qin Lin called My Lord, according to our agreement, you remain the Taisho of Guiyang County. Therefore, I command you to lead Bao Long and Qian Ying to defend Guiyang. Should Guiyang County come under attack, seek my aid immediately, Qin Lin stated with a serious expression. Understood, my lord, Zhao Fan replied, his voice resonating, grateful to have successfully avoided a calamity. My lord, the other day, I heard you intend to conquer the 4 counties of Jingnan. Now that 3 have fallen, only Changsha County remains. Zhao Fan did not finish his thought, acutely aware of the disparity between Qin Lin and Changsha County. Are you concerned that I cannot conquer Changsha County? Qin Lin queried. My lord, that is not my intention. While the Taisho of Changsha County, Han Xian, is not particularly formidable, his subordinates, Wei Yin and Huang Zhong, are no ordinary foes. Changsha County is certainly not as easily taken as Guiyang and the other 3 counties. Zhao Fan spoke earnestly. Qin Lin sensed the truth in his words, yet he was unaware of Qin Lin's capabilities and the extraordinary nature of his system. Taisho Zhao, your concerns align with my own? Qin Lin replied, rising to continue, although Changsha County boasts 2 extraordinary generals, I possess my own strategies. What can those 2 generals do? With that, Qin Lin smiled slightly. Seeing Qin Lin's confidence, Zhao Fan felt puzzled. While Zhu Ti, having heard of Qin Lin's prowess from Gao Xinji, was also filled with confidence in him. My lord, when shall we set forth to conquer Changsha County? Zhu Ti inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Gao Xinji beside him nodded in agreement. My lord, should we assault Changsha County, I will surely lead the entire military force of Guiyang to assist. Zhao Fan declared grandly. Indeed. Indeed, Bao Long and Qianing chimed in. Their spirits ignited. Qin Lin too yearned to seize Changsha County, wishing fervently to capture it today and return to Zhuo County to wed Zhenmi tomorrow. Yet he knew the path was fraught with challenges. His greatest concern regarding the assault on Changsha was Huang Zhong, a legendary warrior. This posed a significant dilemma. If Huang Zhong were to come to their aid, even with a diamond summoning card, he could only withstand for an hour. But what would happen after that hour? Currently, to seize Changsha County with ease, it was imperative to control Huang Zhong's reinforcements. Huang Zhong was currently engaged in battle against the Yellow Turban Army on the front lines and likely could not extricate himself in the short term. The fear was that Han Xian, that coward, might send an urgent signal to Huang Zhong for assistance, and if Huang Zhong were to arrive, capturing Changsha would become exceedingly difficult. There was a real risk of incurring heavy losses. Zhao Fan, do you understand Han Xian's character? And what of Wei Yin? Qin Lin asked earnestly, as this was pivotal to his subsequent plans. Han Xian is suspicious by nature and not to be trusted. As for Wei Yin, I have no knowledge of him. Zhao Fan conveyed everything he knew to Qin Lianda. At that moment, Bao Long stepped forward, saying, My lord, I am familiar with Wei Yin. He is my fellow townsman. Also from Yiyang, Wei Yin is indeed capable, though he possesses a rather volatile temperament. Combining the information provided by both, Qin Lin pondered, stroking his chin as his mind raced. Bao Long, do you have any contact with Wei Yin? Qin Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, as if a plan was forming. Certainly. We have always maintained a good relationship. When we departed our hometown, we both took up positions in Jingzhou, as he spoke. Bao Long's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, and he chuckled wryly. I must admit, though, that while Wei Yin possesses exceptional combat talent, he reached the epic level before I did, even though we are of the same age. That is of no consequence. Can you invite Wei Yin out for a meal with you? Qin Lin inquired. Bao Long nodded. Of course. Anything else you would like to ask? Qin Lin smiled faintly. Not for now. My lord, what strategies do you have in mind? Zhao Fan asked curiously. Qin Lin laughed heartily, confidently approaching Zhao Fan. I shall reveal it to you tomorrow. Chapter 19. The scheme of discord. Qin Lin returned to his residence and lay quietly on his bed, contemplating his plans. The stratagem that came to Qin Lin's mind was the commonly employed scheme of discord, which was currently the only viable option available to him. To engage in a direct assault would be tantamount to courting death. Especially with Wei Yin guarding Changsha.as for the scheme of discord, Qin Lin had devised it the moment he set foot in Guiyang County. He instructed Bao Long to invite Wei Yin to a feast, thereby planting a seed of suspicion in Han Xian's mind. Subsequently, he would spread rumors in Changsha County, suggesting that Wei Yin had secretly allied with Zhao Fan. Given Han Xian's inherently suspicious nature, He would undoubtedly harbor doubts about Wei Yin, fostering mutual mistrust between the two. However, this was merely the first step. A flawless scheme of discord necessitates the involvement of others. In due course, Zhao Fan, along with his elite troops, would advance on Changsha County, while Qin Lin would further incite discord. With the modern mindset of Qin Lin, ingenious strategies would undoubtedly emerge. As he contemplated this, a smile crept upon his face. By heavens, I am indeed a genius. Qin Lin then accessed the system, discovering over 42,000 prestige points, which brought him immense joy. The lottery. A flash of inspiration struck him, and 100 prestige points vanished. Ding. He obtained a charm fruit and 1 point of luck. Having savored the thrill of the lottery, Qin Lin could not resist trying again. Once more, another 100 prestige points disappeared. Ding. He acquired Sun Tzu's Art of War. Sun Tzu's Art of War. When equipped. Command ability 5. This seems quite promising. However, Qin Lin still could not fully comprehend the exact implications of this command ability. Charm could win over enemy commanders, intelligence could aid military strategists, and potential could reveal a general's prospects for growth. Yet, the nature of command remained elusive. Never mind. Equip it. Ding. Equipped Sun Tzu's Art of War. Command 5. Thus, Qin Lin's command ability had now reached 75, a figure that was quite impressive at this stage. As for the rewards from sign-ins over the next few days, they were merely prestige points. He then consumed the charm fruit he had just acquired, successfully raising his charm to 70, rendering him a charming young man adored by all. After a long day, having tasted the sweetness of the lottery, Qin Lin relinquished further attempts and soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, after signing in for 1,000 prestige points, Qin Lin arrived at the main hall of Guiyang County. The highest seat in the hall was reserved for him, while Zhao Fan dutifully occupied a lower position without any dissent. Why, Lord, may I inquire about your plans? The crowd expressed their curiosity, eagerly awaiting Qin Lin's strategy. With a smile that barely concealed his amusement, Qin Lin declared, "This plan will enable us to capture Changsha County without losing a single soldier." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in disbelief. "This is utter nonsense, my lord. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, but we must face reality," Zhao Fan boldly stated. Qin Lin remained unfazed. Zhao Fan's perspective was pragmatic. "Please, allow me to finish. I have already disseminated rumors in Changsha County, suggesting that Wei Yin has conspired with your Guiyang County to rebel against Han Xian. I instructed Bao Long to invite Wei Yin to dinner to fan the flames of this scheme, further deepening Han Xian's suspicions toward Wei Yin. Noticing that Bao Long was absent from his usual seat, it occurred to Qin Lin that he might have gone to dine with Wei Yin. As the crowd processed this information, realization dawned upon them. "This plan is brilliant," Zhao Fan exclaimed, clearly excited. "Han Xian is notoriously paranoid. He will surely pit them against each other." Qin Lin smirked and replied, "However, this alone will not suffice to completely alienate Han Xian from Wei Yin, for Wei Yin has served him faithfully for several years." "What then shall we do?" the others inquired. "Patience, on the day of the siege. A single word from me will ensure that Wei Yin and Han Xian are irrevocably at odds," Qin Lin asserted with unwavering confidence. Yet, the others appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed by Qin Lin's intentions. "Ah, Zhao Fan, it is imperative that you keep our alliance and my invitation to surrender under wraps," Qin Lin suddenly remembered, realizing the importance of this detail for the success of his plan. "Rest assured, my lord," Zhao Fan nodded affirmatively. On the following day, Bao Long returned to Guiyang County after a day of revelry with Wei Yin, and the two old friends wept profusely upon reuniting. "My lord, it is settled," Bao Long declared with exuberance. "Excellent. We shall launch our assault on Changsha County in 3 days," Qin Lin announced, rising abruptly to address the assembly. "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating with determination. In the ensuing 3 days, Qin Lin accumulated an additional 5,000 prestige points, bringing his total to 47,800. The prospect of reaching 50,000 points seemed ever closer. In Changsha County, within the Grand Hall, Han Xian sat proudly, exuding an air of arrogance. His gaze conveyed disdain for the world around him. Below, Wei Yin donned a dark gray armor, his face marred by a long scar, a rugged beard adorning his chin, and his hands roughened from battle. He emanated an aura of formidable presence. Han Xian's suspicious eyes scrutinized Wei Yin. "Wen Chong, you dined with the General Bao Long of Guiyang County a few days ago." In recent days, Han Xian had heard whispers of rumors circulating within the city, and his inherent suspicion began to gnaw at him. The most distressing rumor was that Wei Yin was colluding with Guiyang County to plot against him. As the days passed, this thought made Han Xian's heart race. Indeed, upon hearing Wei Yan's response, Han Xian was taken aback. Could it be that he truly intends to betray me? Wei Yan, how have I treated you? Han Xian inquired, knowing full well Wei Yan's martial prowess. Without him, Changsha would be defenseless. Why Lord has treated me well. Wei Yan replied curtly. That is good to hear. Do not do anything foolish, Han Xian cautioned him earnestly. As for the rumors, Wei Yan had been preoccupied with the city's defenses and had not heard of them. Thus he remained oblivious to Han Xian's concerns. On the third morning, Qin Lin surveyed his 8,000 troops at the training grounds in Guiyang County, preparing to march towards Changsha County. The soldiers, mounted on their steeds, were filled with curiosity about what Qin Lin would say upon their arrival in Changsha. Leading the charge, Qin Lin rode at the front, envisioning that if all went well, today they would capture Changsha County. Once he fulfilled the mission across Jingnan's 4 counties, he could return to Zhuo County to reunite with Zhenmi. This thought brought him great joy. In Changsha County, an urgent voice interrupted the atmosphere. My Lord Trouble, the governor of Guiyang County, Zhao Fan, is leading 8,000 troops toward us. Wei Yin, weapon in hand, startled Han Xian. How dare the small Guiyang County challenge us? Where did Zhao Fan muster such numbers? Han Xian exclaimed, bewildered, glancing at Wei Yin. Recollecting the rumors he had heard over the past few days, his suspicious nature was reignited. A series of events left Han Xian deeply mistrustful of Wei Yin. Having dined with Bao Long from Guiyang County just days prior, and now facing an invasion, the timing felt too coincidental to be mere chance. General Wei, what shall we do? Han Xian stammered, his address shifting under duress. Of course we shall fight. Wei Yin, do not fear Zhao Fan, Wei Yin proclaimed, raising his weapon high, causing Han Xian to flinch. Chapter 20. The epic warrior Wei Yin. After several hours of arduous travel, Qin Lin and his forces finally arrived at Changsha County. The city walls, meticulously constructed under Wei Yan's supervision, appeared formidable and imposing. Changsha County was renowned for being easily defendable and nearly impossible to conquer, a reputation that now proved to be well-deserved. The walls towered over 9 zhang, resembling a colossal mountain standing resolutely before them. Yet, the true terror lay not in the walls, but in the formidable generals within, Wei Yin and the valiant Huang Zhong, who rallied to resist the Yellow Turban Army. With a pale countenance, Han Xian followed Wei Yin onto the city walls, feeling the weight of his position as a city governor and the burden of vigilance against his own general, truly a state of disarray. Holding a sword, Han Xian stepped forward on the battlements, hands resting on his hips, projecting the authority of a governor as he bellowed, Zhao Fan, who dares to attack my Changsha County? Below, Zhao Fan, emboldened by Qin Lin's support, retorted defiantly, this governor is merely feeling restless and wishes to have some fun with the siege. Nothing more to this, Han Xian erupted in fury. In this day and age, even monkeys dare to ride on my back. This is outrageous. Just then, Qin Lin rode forth, addressing Wei Yin from a distance. Wenchang, do you remember our agreement? At this proclamation, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. When had they ever met? Even Wei Yin, taken aback, questioned, who are you? I do not know you, nor do we have any agreement. Wei Yan's expression was one of confusion, his eyes filled with incredulity. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Han Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. His mind swirling in chaos, he cast a wary glance at Wei Yin, sensing an ominous turn of events. Oh dear. Truly, those of high status often forget their promises. Wenchang, you must recall the drinking invitation from Bao Long just days ago. Mustn't you? Qin Lin remarked, directing his gaze at Bao Long. I did not forget the drinking, Wei Yin replied tersely. Wei Yin spoke, and Han Xian's complexion instantly shifted dramatically as he turned to look at Wei Yin and took a step back. Since that is the case, how could you possibly forget our agreement? Bao Long, equally bewildered, soon grasped Qin Lin's intentions. Riding his warhorse, he approached Qin Lin and added fuel to the fire. Indeed, Brother Wenchang. Have you forgotten our pact? With Bao Long's intervention, Wei Yin was left utterly confounded. What agreement? Could you please clarify what you were talking about? Wei Yin exclaimed in frustration. Wei Yin, you promised to assist us in capturing Changsha Prefecture and then to make you the governor. Have you forgotten? Qin Lin fabricated this accusation. Yes, Han Xian is right beside you. Swiftly eliminate him, Bao Long and Qin Lin sang in unison, driving Han Xian to the brink of collapse. As he recalled the events of recent days and given his suspicious nature, he could no longer contain himself. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at Wei Yin. Wei Wenchong, I have treated you well. Before even engaging in battle, you conspired with Guiyang Prefecture. What is the meaning of this? Han Xian's hands tightened around his weapon, his body trembling slightly. Why, Lord? I did not. They are deceiving you. Oh, not fall for their schemes. At this moment, Wei Yin found himself at a loss for words. Seeing that the two had not yet come to blows, Qin Lin sneered, Bring me a bow and arrows. Qin Lin coldly commanded, and Zhu Ti handed him the bow. Qin Lin knocked an arrow, drew the string back with force, and released it. The arrow sped towards Han Xian, striking true and hitting his official hat. Upon seeing the arrow pierce his hat, Han Xian's muscles tensed, his face contorted, and his heart raced. Wenchong, since you cannot bring yourself to act, allow me to assist you. Qin Lin laughed heartily. Kill Wei Yin. Eliminate this traitor. Han Xian completely lost his composure and barked orders to the soldiers atop the city wall. Governor, the soldiers were equally helpless. I am the governor. I have the final say. Kill him. Han Xian roared in fury. Wei Yin could only shake his head in resignation, finding such a master utterly exasperating. His temper flared instantly. If you refuse to believe me, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a sweeping strike of his blade, Wei Yin dispatched the approaching soldier, advancing step by step towards Han Xian. What do you intend to do? Wei Yin raised his mighty blade, bringing it down with a torrent of blood. A scream erupted from Han Xian as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Wenchong is indeed wise. Qin Lin exclaimed with delight. The soldiers on the city wall raised their spears, pointing them at Wei Yin. If you do not wish to die, flee at once. With these words from Wei Yin, the soldiers, aware of his prowess in battle, dared not linger and hastily discarded their weapons, fleeing without a thought for Han Xian's fate. Subsequently, Wei Yin opened the city gates, weapon in hand, and approached the crowd. A sudden chill swept through, rustling the leaves on the ground. Who are you, and why do you seek to harm me? Wei Yin, seething with anger, radiated an aura of menace. I'm Qin Lin. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Qin Lin bowed respectfully. Qin Lin, the young man who captured Wuling Prefecture and subdued Ganning just 2 days ago, Wei Yin said with some disdain. I did not expect General Wei to be aware of such matters. It truly honors me. Qin Lin's flattering words somewhat alleviated Wei Yan's fury. You certainly know how to speak. Now, tell me, why do you wish to harm me? Do not think that by killing Han Xian, I will surrender Changsha Prefecture to you. Wei Yin, gripping his large blade, declared. Qin Lin stepped closer, and a string of data appeared. Name, Wei Yin. Level, 79, Epic General. Potential, 82, Excellent, with vast room for development. Combat Power, 798, Intelligence, 78, Loyalty, 69, Qualified, Leadership, 80, Charm, 70, Weapon, Tiger Fury Battle Blade, Medium-grade Spiritual Weapon, Ding. The system suggests aligning the charm level with the host's. It is advisable for the host to persuade this individual. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Lin nodded, as he had intended to recruit Wei Yan. Observing Wei Yan's attributes, everything seemed satisfactory except for the somewhat low loyalty, indeed a sign of treachery. However, being qualified was still acceptable and provided an opportunity for future cultivation. Assessing his combat power, there was no one present who could match him. Should a conflict arise, he would have to resort to using cards, incurring significant losses. Clearing his throat twice, Qin Lin took a couple of steps forward. Wei Yin, your governor is dead. Why do you still cling to your delusions? Why not surrender to me? Under my command, you will undoubtedly be able to showcase your talents. Serving under Han Xian will only stifle your abilities. Now, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion wreaking havoc across the land, you have not been called upon. Others have slain the Yellow Turbans, achieving unparalleled glory, returning home in triumph. Yet you, stuck in Changsha Prefecture under Han Xian for a lifetime. What a waste of a hero! Qin Lin feigned a deep sigh, as if tears were welling up. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, Wei Yin seemed to contemplate something. He recognized that over the years, he had indeed accomplished little. Bao Long, his fellow townsman, had a lower combat power than him, Yet they held equal ranks. Wei Yin pondered, realizing that his talents had indeed been squandered by Han Xian. Then General Qin, what direction should I take? Wei Yan's voice softened as he shifted his address. Qin Lin's words had ignited Wei Yan's desire to achieve merit. I, Qin, am unworthy. I wonder if General Wei might consider me. If I have the support of General Wei, what do I have to fear in achieving great things? Qin Lin feigned helplessness, sighing deeply. General Qin, your words are misplaced. You captured Wuling in just 2 days. Such valor makes me fear I cannot measure up. The two exchanged humble pleasantries, creating a nauseating atmosphere for those behind Qin Lin. Suddenly, a warm breeze swept through, brushing against their faces, imbuing the scene with a unique charm. That statement is erroneous. General Wei is an epic-level general. If he were to take notice of me, it would indeed be a stroke of great fortune for me, Qin Lin. This remark from Qin Lin was heartfelt, moving Wei Yin deeply. It seemed that this Qin Lin was far more discerning than Han Xian. Should he choose to ally with him, he could truly realize his value. I am unworthy. Would you accept me? My lord? Wei Yin dismounted his steed, kneeling before Qin Lin with sincerity. Qin Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. The fish had taken the bait. He hurriedly dismounted and assisted Wei Yin to his feet. Ding! Acquired epic-level General Wei Yin. Haha, with General Wei by my side today, what do I have to fear in achieving great things? Qin Lin laughed heartily, patting Wei Yan's shoulder firmly. The two embraced in a beautiful encounter. My lord, let us enter the city. Wei Yin kicked open the city gate. Following this, Qin Lin led his army in a grand procession into the city, acquiring Changsha Prefecture without shedding a single drop of blood. This battle had proven exceedingly profitable. Zhao Fan and his companions looked on with increased admiration for Qin Lin. The 5,000 defenders within Changsha Prefecture also surrendered entirely, a tremendous profit. Now, having conquered 4 prefectures in Jing'an, his total military strength had reached 13,000. However, he still lacked commanders. Ding, captured Changsha Prefecture. Reputation 10,000. Ding, completed the side quest of conquering the 4 prefectures of Jing'an. Reputation 50,000. The system swiftly credited him with a total of 60,000 reputation points. Qin Lin checked the system. Name, Qin Lin. Potential, reputation, 107,800. Level, 38. Combat power, 420 from high-grade spiritual weapon bonus. Experience, 0400. Charm, 70. Leadership, 75. Spouse, none. Weapons, Tianxian Spear, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Xiaolong Neji Spear, high-grade spiritual weapon. Items, Diamond Summon Card 1, Combat Power Card 2, Sun Tzu's Art of War 1, Analects 1. Mount, Tai Su Kuan. His accumulated reputation had now reached over 100,000 points, allowing him to purchase a legendary general card priced at 100,000 reputation points. Currently, he was in dire need of generals, and he had been saving his reputation specifically for this card. A thought flickered through Qin Lin's mind. Without hesitation, he spent the 100,000 reputation points to buy the card, leaving him with 7,800 reputation points. Ding! Spent 100,000 reputation points to acquire a legendary general card. Legendary general card. Upon use, randomly obtain a legendary general of level 80 to 89. The system prompted, would you like to use it? Yes. Qin Lin crushed the legendary general card, which transformed into purple light and vanished. System prompt. This general is super rare, thus, delivery will take longer. The general will arrive in Changsha Prefecture within 2 days. The host is advised to be prepared to receive him, a super rare general. This time the general's level should be above 85. If it is above level 85, even if Huang Zhong comes, Qin Lin would not hesitate to confront him boldly. Throughout the journey, Qin Lin was preoccupied with system matters and failed to notice that under Wei Yan's lead, they had arrived at the Grand Hall of Changsha Prefecture. Upon entering the hall, Qin Lin was suddenly overcome with a sense of sovereign authority. My lord, take your seat. As Wei Yin offered a gesture of deference, Qin Lin did not hold back, for he was now their leader and must exhibit the gravitas befitting his rank. Instantly, Qin Lin's expression grew exceedingly solemn, erasing the earlier air of peculiarity that had accompanied his dialogue with Wei Yin. Seated upon the throne, Qin Lin addressed the assembled generals below. You have all toiled alongside me in battle these past few days. Today, we shall host a grand banquet to reward our troops. At Qin Lin's command, The hall erupted with jubilant cheers. In Jiangxia County, within the camp of Huang Zhong, an elderly man with a visage worn by time and crowned with white hair slammed his hand upon the table in a fit of rage. "What did you say? The Lord has perished," he exclaimed. "General Huang, the Lord was slain by Wei Yan's own hand. The city of Changsha has fallen, and Wei Yan has surrendered to the enemy," reported the deputy commander. Su Fei, incredulously. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? How could Wei Yan surrender? Huang Zhong murmured in disbelief, his heart heavy with sorrow at the thought of Wei Yan's betrayal. This man is a nameless wretch. Qin Lin, it is unknown from whence he has mustered an army of over 1,000 men, capturing all 4 counties of Jingnan in less than 10 days. His forces now exceed 10,000. With 6 formidable generals at his command, Su Fei declared, utterly astounded by Qin Lin's accomplishments. Huang Zhong's expression mirrored his shock. Such a rapid conquest was beyond even his own capabilities. What is Qin Lin's combat prowess? Huang Zhong inquired, a crucial question. His exact strength remains uncertain, but it is said he can effortlessly defeat the bandit Gan Ning and coaxed Wei Yan into surrender with but a few words. Su Fei replied earnestly, effortlessly defeating Gan Ning. It seems his strength cannot be below 750. Huang Zhong mused, before lamenting, what a pity for Wei Yan. We have been comrades for many years, yet I never expected him to betray the Lord. Upon my return, I shall see him executed. Anger surged upon Huang Zhong's otherwise serene visage. General Huang, are you truly considering returning? What shall we do about the Yellow Turban Army invading Jiangxia? Su Fei posed a question that left Huang Zhong momentarily stumped. He gazed pensively at the map, realizing the dilemma. The Yellow Turban Army was formidable, and if he departed, Jiangxia County might fall within days, making its recapture exceedingly difficult. "Leave it to me," a resounding voice declared. The speaker, with a ruddy complexion and coarse features, wore a red headband, one pin. Huang Zhong recognized him as Liu Biao's general. Liu Biao and Han Xian had each received imperial orders to muster forces against the Yellow Turban Army. In Jingzhou, they represented the 2 most powerful factions, forming a united front against the Yellow Turban threat. "General Huang, please attend to your personal matters. I will handle the Yellow Turban Army," Wen Pin proclaimed with bravado. "I am most grateful, General Wan," Huang Zhong replied courteously, then turned to his deputy, Su Fei. "Lead my 5,000 troops back to Changsha County," Huang Zhong commanded, seizing his weapon in a fit of fury. "Yes, General," Su Fei responded, following closely behind. In Changsha County, the night had deepened. Qin Lin and the generals reveled in their merriment, toasting jubilantly until a soldier burst into the hall, exclaiming, "My lord, bad news. Scouts report that Huang Zhong is leading 5,000 troops towards us." Qin Lin's complexion flushed slightly. He knew this confrontation was inevitable, and he would eventually have to settle matters with Huang Zhong. Yet, he pondered when the legendary general bestowed by the system would arrive. Given the distance between Jiangxia and Changsha, if Huang Zhong hastened his march, he would likely arrive by tomorrow's dawn. Should the legendary general not arrive in time, the situation could become precarious. Chapter 22. The audacious Qin Lin Wei Yan. Qin Lin glanced towards Wei Yan, noticing a shift in his expression. "Why, lord?" Wei Yan's tone betrayed a hint of distraction, suggesting that old sentiments were weighing upon him, making him reluctant to face his former friend. "Do you regret your surrender to me?" Qin Lin inquired, a note of curiosity in his voice. Wei Yan forced a bitter smile and replied, "When have I, Wei Yan, ever been regarded with such esteem? Today, I am graced by your favor. Why would I regret? Well, with that assurance, I am at ease." Qin Lin responded, then addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us conclude today's festivities. Huang Zhong is poised to strike at our very doorstep, and none shall relish the revelry any longer." Thus, the gathering moved under the cloak of night to the grand hall of Changsha County, where the flickering candlelight chased away the shadows. "Wei Yan, you are most familiar with Huang Zhong. Enlighten us about his capabilities," Qin Lin urged, aware of Huang Zhong's reputation in the 3 kingdoms as a seasoned warrior and an exceptional archer, whose swordsmanship rivaled his marksmanship. The greatest strength of General Huang lies in his archery. He is never known to miss, and his swordsmanship is equally remarkable. I have yet to encounter anyone who could withstand 30 exchanges with him. "Not even myself," Wei Yan remarked gravely. His final 4 words carried weight, underscoring Huang Zhong's formidable prowess. Even Wei Yan, a near-legendary warrior, could not last against him for 30 exchanges. How could the rest of them hope to survive? Their spirits somewhat dampened by Wei Yan's words. After hearing this, Qin Lin laughed heartily, declaring, "Huang Zhong, I hardly regard him as a threat. When he arrives tomorrow, I shall capture him alive." The assembly fell into stunned silence, none daring to voice their thoughts, as none had witnessed Qin Lin's true strength and could only speculate on why Lord is so confident. Yet General Huang's combat prowess is rated at 856. Wei Yan expressed doubt regarding Qin Lin's ability to capture Huang Zhong alive. As Huang Zhong loomed in his mind as an invincible force, "Tomorrow will reveal whether my words hold truth or folly," Qin Lin replied, though inwardly he felt a surge of anxiety. If the legendary general did not arrive, he would be left with egg on his face. Presently, he could only hope for the swift arrival of that fabled warrior, preferably one of high caliber. The following morning, at dawn, Qin Lin signed in and earned 500 points of prestige. However, he noted that the rewards from future sign-ins were dwindling, with only prestige points appearing. It had been 10 days since he had last seen a card, and for the next 5 days, it seemed he would only receive prestige points. He harbored some anticipation for the final sign-in of the month, hoping it would yield something worthwhile, but the likelihood of receiving a card was slim. With 6 days remaining until the last sign-in of the month, he looked forward to discovering the rewards then. At the outskirts of Changsha County, Su Fei announced, "General Huang, we have arrived." Huang Zhong gazed at the county before him, reflecting on the tumultuous changes that had transpired during his absence of 3 months. Alas, he sighed deeply, recognizing that the times had indeed changed. Qin Lin, now atop the city walls of Changsha, surveyed the scene, his presence commanding as he looked down at Huang Zhong. "General Huang, it is an honor to finally meet you." Qin Lin greeted with a respectful bow. "Qin Lin, what enmity do I hold against you that you would conspire against my lord?" Huang Zhong's face flushed crimson with indignation as he raised his blade. Wei Yan stood at the back, anxious not to catch Huang Zhong's eye. "General Huang, I assure you, my actions were compelled by necessity." Qin Lin protested. Were it not for the system's demands, he would have preferred to avoid embroiling himself in the affairs of Changsha County. Where is Wei Yan? Huang Zhong's thoughts turned to the traitor, whom he wished to see punished severely. Qin Lin glanced back at Wei Yan, observing his pale complexion. "General Huang, it has been a long time." Wei Yan forced a smile, suppressing his pallor as he stepped into Huang Zhong's view. "Wei Yan, you were treated well by Han Xian. Why then did you choose to betray?" Huang Zhong seethed with anger. Wei Yan sighed. "General Huang, you truly are an old fool. Han Xian may have treated you well, but as for me, I could only say you are blind to the truth." Huang Zhong pondered for a moment and realized his own treatment had indeed been far superior to Wei Yan's. "General Huang, I advise you to surrender quickly. Do not continue to fight for a dead man," Wei Yan urged earnestly, but Huang Zhong paid him no mind, swiftly changing the subject. "Qin Lin, do you dare to face me in battle?" Huang Zhong pointed his weapon at Qin Lin, his voice ringing with authority, embodying the vigor of one who has aged gracefully. "Alas, General Huang, you are advanced in years. I do not wish to engage you in combat, lest others accuse me of bullying an elder," Qin Lin lamented, casting a dismissive glance at Huang Zhong. "You insolent wretch, in this world, none have dared to look down upon me, Huang Zhong, and you shall be the first." Huang Zhong growled through clenched teeth, recalling a time when he had dominated the battlefield, while Qin Lin had likely still been a child. Now, Qin Lin's derision at his age ignited Huang Zhong's fury. "General Huang, that is only because you have yet to encounter me. Today, you shall." Even in the presence of a legendary general, Qin Lin remains undaunted, his tone remarkably bold. "Truly, he embodies the essence of our Lord." Exuding unparalleled authority, Zhu Ti remarked to the nearby Gao Xinji, while Zhao Fan and Bao Long nodded in agreement, acknowledging his audacity. Such fortitude is not something every individual can muster. Most would likely tremble in fear at the sight of a legendary general. Yet Qin Lin stands apart, exhibiting a remarkable bravado in the face of such formidable figures, which is indeed rare. At present, he must bide his time, awaiting the arrival of the system's generals, fervently hoping they would arrive soon. If all else fails, he would have no choice but to use a diamond summoning card. Upon hearing Qin Lin's audacious declarations, Huang Zhong was instantly incensed, his vitality surging within him. "You brat! Today you shall witness the might of this old man." With a sudden burst of energy, Huang Zhong leapt into the air. What? He can actually fly? Qin Lin was momentarily bewildered, having never witnessed a general take to the skies. Indeed, he is a legendary general. The ability to soar through the air with spiritual energy is truly remarkable, Zhu Ti commented. Realization dawned upon Qin Lin. Once one reaches the legendary tier, one can harness their internal energy to defy gravity. "My lord, you too should take to the skies and show this old fool your prowess," Zhu Ti implored. "Yes, my lord," Gao Xinji chimed in. The group unanimously nodded, while Wei Yin gazed at Qin Lin with eager anticipation. Qin Lin suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him. Darn it! He had boasted too much. He was utterly unprepared. Huang Zhong, now enveloped in spiritual energy, swiftly approached Qin Lin, drawing his bow and arrow. Hovering mid-air, a chilling glint filled Huang Zhong's eyes as he nocked an arrow, fingers poised to release. "Brat, behold my arrow!" Huang Zhong bellowed, releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh. "Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Am I to be ensnared by the system?" Qin Lin's complexion turned pale as he quickly retrieved his diamond summoning card, realizing his precarious situation. "No matter. My life takes precedence," as he held half of the card. The arrow hurtling towards him suddenly halted mid-air. Qin Lin, regaining his focus, retracted the shattered half of the summoning card. "My lord, such remarkable composure. I cannot believe you halted Huang Zhong's arrow merely through your presence." "Unbelievable," Zhao Fan applauded, filled with admiration. Qin Lin, equally astonished, wondered how the arrow had simply stopped without any action on his part. However, Zhao Fan's flattery was indeed commendable. Huang Zhong scratched his head in disbelief. "What is going on? Did my bow malfunction?" His eyes narrowed as he readied another arrow. Behold! With a flick of his fingers, this arrow flew forth at a speed far surpassing the first. The arrow tore through the air, creating shockwaves, and suddenly multiplied into 5, each aimed at Qin Lin from various angles. "Here it comes again." Qin Lin sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat exasperated. Did this old man have to be so aggressive? Did he not fear a heart attack? A series of deafening explosions erupted as 5 powerful energies shot forth, obliterating the 5 arrows entirely. Qin Lin scanned his surroundings, pondering who had come to his aid. "My lord is truly formidable." Effortlessly vanquishing foes from afar, Zhao Fan exclaimed, while Wei Yin looked on in astonishment. Yet, with his epic-level abilities, he sensed that this was not the work of Qin Lin. Huang Zhong retreated slightly, his face pale. As he caught his breath, "Brat, who are you?" "Allow me to dust myself off," remarked Luo Cheng with a cold smile, his handsome features eclipsing the allure of countless young men. "I am Luo Cheng. You have harmed my lord, and today, I shall take your life." With that, Luo Cheng surged forward, a flash of blue light propelling him towards Huang Zhong. "You are quite arrogant, young man. Today, you shall witness my might." Huang Zhong roared, brandishing his massive sword as they clashed in the air, a red and a blue light colliding fiercely. Qin Lin glanced at Huang Zhong, and a series of data appeared. Name: Huang Zhong. Level: 85, Legendary General. Potential: 89, Excellent. Vast Development Space, Combat Power: 876, 20 from Superior Enhancement. Intelligence: 71. Loyalty: 85, Reliable. Leadership: 75. Charm: 85. Goodness. This old fellow has a combat power of 876, surpassing Luo Cheng by 6 points. It seems Luo Cheng may face a formidable challenge. A surge of blue energy emanated from Luo Cheng, waves of power radiating outward. Huang Zhong summoned his spiritual energy, creating a thick energy shield that effortlessly absorbed Luo Cheng's attack. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Luo Cheng thrust his 5 hooks divine flying spear straight towards Huang Zhong, piercing through the energy shield and aiming directly for Huang Zhong's vital points. "Kid, you've got some skill," Huang Zhong smirked. "Ah." Huang Zhong's roar echoed as Wei Yan's expression shifted dramatically. "This isn't good. The old general is entering a berserk state." "Berserk state?" Qin Lin inquired curiously. Indeed, in the berserk state, the old general's combat power increases by 10 points. Though it may seem minor, in the legendary tier, that 10 points can create a chasm of difference. This was going to be troublesome. Huang Zhong's combat power, already 6 points higher than Luo Cheng's, now surged to 16 points. It was safe to conclude that Luo Cheng would likely face defeat. Luo Cheng sheathed his long spear, unleashing a palm imprint forged from the essence of his spirit energy. The imprint descended, steel blades scattered in disarray. Huang Zhong, traversing the void, advanced with a swift stride, piercing through the palm imprint. Unleashing a flurry of sharp arrows that whizzed through the in mid-flight, Luo Cheng deftly wielded his spear, emanating streaks of azure light, while countless bursts of spirit energy erupted from his palm, shattering the arrows into fragments. The relentless barrage left Luo Cheng slightly breathless, his complexion paling as he realized the formidable strength of the frenzied Huang Zhong. Lord, please make your move. General Luo Cheng may struggle against Huang Zhong. The assembled crowd urged in unison, eager to witness the true might of Qin Lin. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Lin conceded, "Very well. It is indeed time to showcase my skills." He swiftly purchased a fusion card, expending 5,000 prestige points, leaving him with a meager 2,300. However, now was not the time to lament over diminished prestige. He must force Huang Zhong to retreat. Crushing the fusion card, blue radiance enveloped Qin Lin, bestowing upon him the complete data of Luo Cheng, in essence. Qin Lin's combat prowess now mirrored that of Luo Cheng. A slight smile graced Qin Lin's lips as he mused. At last, the protagonist's moment to shine has arrived. With a maniacal chuckle, he unleashed a torrent of spirit energy, standing atop the void. The sheer might coursing through him felt overwhelmingly potent, as if his very being was expanding. The onlookers exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Lord is a legendary warrior." Upon witnessing Qin Lin's level, they felt reassured. While Huang Zhong might contend with a legendary warrior like Luo Cheng, facing another such warrior in Qin Lin would pose a far greater challenge. With each step upon the void, Qin Lin wore a look of sheer enjoyment, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. A system notification chimed. Fusion card limited to 1 hour. Host, please conclude the battle swiftly. Realizing the time constraint, Qin Lin steeled himself for the impending confrontation. No more pretense. It was time to display his true abilities. Gradually, he summoned a spear entwined with a black serpent from the ether. Serpent's tooth spear. Qin Lin grasped the spear and soared toward Huang Zhong. This young man is also a legendary warrior. Huang Zhong, underestimating Qin Lin's prowess, felt a stir of disbelief. It was the first time he encountered such a youthful legendary warrior. Igniting waves of astonishment within him, the presence of 2 legendary warriors presented a considerable challenge for Huang Zhong, even in his frenzied state, which was not destined to last long, only about an hour. Seeing the Lord come to his aid, Luo Cheng felt a surge of exhilaration. "And why, Lord?" He saluted respectfully. "Let us join forces to vanquish him." Qin Lin retorted coldly, "As for persuading Huang Zhong to surrender, that seems nearly impossible. His charisma is simply too formidable. Moreover, I lack the prestige points to purchase a persuasion card." Thus, any plan for negotiation was rendered futile. 2 legendary warriors? I fear not, Huang Zhong bellowed. A tempest of spirit energy surging forth, enhancing his 9 Phoenix Morning Sun blade. With a mighty swing, he charged toward the duo. This old man is fierce. Qin Lin mused inwardly as he and Luo Cheng launched themselves toward Huang Zhong. 3 streams of spirit energy cleaved through the void, tracing unique arcs that rippled through the sky. The spirit energy exuded by the 3 warriors swept across the heavens, unabated. The soldiers of both sides, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, struggled to catch their breath. To witness such masters clash in battle, this life is truly worthwhile, Zhao Fan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Not only he, but all present were witnessing the unprecedented spectacle of 3 legendary warriors battling. A scene comparable to an epic Western film. The sight ignited a fervor within the crowd, yearning to join the fray. As Qin Lin fought, Luo Cheng took his turn, the 2 alternating in a relentless assault that left Huang Zhong fatigued. After an intense skirmish, Huang Zhong's frenzied state began to wane, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while both Luo Cheng and Qin Lin exhibited signs of exhaustion. "You 2 rascals, what skill is there in bullying an old man like me?" Huang Zhong wiped the blood from his lips, panting heavily in indignation. The rebellious spirit of this elder, who refused to concede defeat, was stirred. "In my youth, with you 2, I would have dispatched you with ease." He huffed, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. "It seems I must compensate for my losses with words." Qin Lin chuckled bitterly, finding the old warrior somewhat endearing, General Huang, why not surrender to me? Impossible. Huang Zhong's resolute rejection cut Qin Lin off before he could finish. It was clear that the chance of persuading him was nil. Witnessing Huang Zhong on the back foot, Su Fei below expressed his astonishment. General Huang, let us retreat. Huang Zhong cast a glance at Qin Lin and Luo Cheng, his fury igniting. If even in his frenzied state he could not best them, then his ambitions to conquer Changsha County and avenge Han Xian were futile. You insolent brats, were it not for the chaos wrought by the Yellow Turban rebels at the front lines, I would have slain you today. With that, he turned to Su Fei and commanded, we retreat. Qin Lin smiled faintly. General Huang, safe travels. Huang Zhong shot a glance back at Qin Lin, pondering the identity of this audacious young man who had emerged from seemingly nowhere. A legendary warrior at such a tender age was indeed remarkable. And Luo Cheng, too, was a legendary warrior, an unprecedented revelation. Huang Zhong, shrouded in confusion, withdrew begrudgingly on the city walls. Wei Yin, witnessing Huang Zhong's retreat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he has departed. The scorn of my peers is a bitter pill to swallow. Nevertheless, his choice to surrender to Qin Lin proved astutely wise. He had not anticipated that his lord was a legendary warrior, with another legendary warrior as a subordinate. Such might render them virtually unmatched in Jingzhou. As Qin Lin and Luo Cheng stepped onto the city walls, the soldiers erupted in unison. Our lord is mighty. Overjoyed, Qin Lin realized it was time to return home. Once he brought back Zhenmi and his family, he would confront the Yellow Turban rebels. However, the Han dynasty's position was precarious. The Yellow Turban rebellion had deeper roots, stemming from the 10 regular attendants' grip on the court, with Emperor Ling even referring to Zhang Rang as father. Such absurdities were indeed a source of sorrow for the common people. Subsequently, the assembled officers accompanied Qin Lin to the Grand Hall. Allow me to introduce the cold-faced frost spear, Luo Cheng, with a battle power of 870. Qin Lin regarded Luo Cheng with satisfaction, a twinge of envy stirring within him. I have met General Luo Cheng, the crowd echoed collectively. Having witnessed Luo Cheng's fierce battle against Huang Zhong, they acknowledged that although he ultimately fell short, his prowess was undeniable. Moreover, he had not exerted his full strength, and no one present could help but admire him. Why, Lord? What is your next strategy? Zhao Fan inquired. Qin Lin's expression turned grave. He understood that the assembly looked to him to rally troops against the Yellow Turban rebels. A critical task aligned with the system's main quest. However, before taking up arms against the rebels, he must retrieve Zhenmi and his family. In these tumultuous times, mere survival was a struggle for the common folk. If he did not ensure their safety, he would lack the heart to combat the Yellow Turban forces. My next step is to return to Zhuo County. Qin Lin spoke earnestly. Zhuo County in Yuzhou? Zhao Fan queried, intrigued. Qin Lin nodded. I hail from Zhuo County, and I wish to bring back my family and my fiancée. His words were laden with emotion. Fiancée? No wonder Fanshur has been so sycophantic. It seems the Lord remains unmoved by her charms due to his engagement. Zhuo whispered to Gao Xian, Why, Lord, a true gentleman? I admire you. Gao Xianji replied softly. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng, seated nearby, felt somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Scratching his head in confusion, Chapter 25. Qingbei Pei General Academy. Upon hearing Qin Lin's words, the assembly nodded in agreement. We are eager to heed all your plans, my lord. Qin Lin smiled gently, feeling fortunate to have such loyal and obedient subordinates. Luo Cheng rose slowly, exuding an air of valor, and declared, My lord, I wish to accompany you back to Zhuo County. At that moment, no one seemed better suited than Luo Cheng to join Qin Lin on this journey. Very well. One companion is sufficient, Qin Lin replied. Bringing the entire army would be too conspicuous. It might even lead others to believe you are a Yellow Turban force invading elsewhere. Luo Cheng, skilled in martial arts, understood the risks of a lone legendary warrior returning, which could indeed be perilous. All troops, heed my command. In my absence over the next few days, you must ensure the safety of the 4 counties of Jingnan. At the command of Qin Lin, the crowd rose in unison, cupping their fists in salute as they complied. With several individuals stationed to guard the 4 counties of Jingnan, Qin Lin felt a sense of reassurance. Believing that Huang Zhong would not pose a threat in the near future after his recent encounter. The following day, at the hour of Qin Lin, filled with excitement, sprang from his bed and eagerly accessed the system interface. For today marked the final day to claim the rewards for this month's sign-in. Initially, He received 3,000 prestige points, bringing his total to 5,300. The subsequent 4-day sign-ins yielded the following rewards. First day, 3,000 prestige points. Second day, 5,000 prestige points. Third day, 5,000 prestige points. Fourth day, as the last sign-in of the month. The rewards included a system upgrade card, an advanced promotion card, a Shinjin card, 5 pieces of Hailu stone, 50,000 prestige points, and a high-grade spiritual weapon yet to be determined. From the rewards listed, it was abundantly clear that they were quite generous, indicating that the system was relatively considerate towards newcomers. The greatest allure lay in the system upgrade card, an item that could not be acquired in the marketplace. The advanced promotion card could elevate his steed, the Taishu Kuan, to the tier of Taishu Kuan. The Shinjin card held a marketplace value of 50,000, instantly granting 5,000 experience points, revealing the system's generosity. As for the Hailu stone, Qin Lin remained somewhat perplexed, realizing he would need to delve deeper into its significance upon sign-in point. 50,000 prestige points were indeed substantial, and the high-grade spiritual weapon was something he deemed unnecessary to retain for personal use, preferring to allocate it to his subordinates. With that, Qin Lin closed the system interface, his mind racing with the idea of sending his generals to the Qingbei Training Academy for cultivation. However, he was beset by concerns. If all his generals were to attend the academy, who would guard the cities? Yet, if they did not go, formidable generals like Gao Xinji, Gao Ning, and Zhu Ti, despite their exceptional talents, remained too low in rank. Relying solely on experience gained from battle to strengthen them would be a protracted affair. Currently, the Qingbei Training Academy could only accommodate 3 individuals at a time, and thus, Qin Lin decided to send Gao Xinji, Gao Ning, and Zhu Ti.as for Wei Yin, already an epic-level general capable of standing on his own, and Bao Long and Chen Ying, whose talents were rather lackluster with limited potential for development. They would be reserved for the next batch. Zhao Fan, not displaying any qualities of a general, was deemed unnecessary for further development. Thus, the decision was made. He would first send Gao Xinji and the 2 others to the training academy, allowing for a maximum of 10 days of cultivation within a month. An idea flashed in Qin Lin's mind, and in an instant, the 3, preoccupied with other matters, were enveloped by a beam of light. Gao Ning, caught off guard, found himself inexplicably transported from his comfortable spot in Lingling County to this strange locale. As the light faded, the trio miraculously arrived at the Qingbei Training Academy, a virtual space devoid of a tangible setting. The academy appeared shrouded in a thick mist, yet it was rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. Bewildered, the 3 stared at their surroundings, momentarily disoriented. They collided, with Zhu Ti asking, "Brother Zhu, do you know where this place is?" Gao Xinji, drawing out his weapon, spoke cautiously. Zhu Ti glanced around, shaking his head in uncertainty. The virtual space was vast, seemingly endless. "Who are you?" Gao Ning emerged from the mist, unable to discern the faces of Gao Xinji and Zhu Ti clearly. Upon closer inspection, Gao Xinji exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xingba, you are here too, Brother Gao." Gao Ning rested his serrated blade on his shoulder. Moving closer to Gao Xinji, appeared he was unfamiliar with Zhu Ti, their interactions tentative. "And who might this be?" Gao Ning inquired, pointing with his left hand. "Zhu Ti, a general recently taken in by our lord." "A quasi-epic level warrior," Gao Xinji introduced. "Quasi-epic." Hearing this, Gao Ning's tone reflected astonishment. "I've long heard of you," he said, cupping his hands in greeting. "Not at all. From now on, we shall serve our lord together. I hope Brother Xingba will provide guidance." Zhu Ti replied, equally polite in his gesture. Having been in this strange place for several minutes, Gao Ning remained puzzled about their whereabouts. "Brother Gao, do you know where we are?" he asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Gao Xinji shook his head. "Welcome to the Qingbei Training Academy. You shall remain here for 10 days, after which you will be automatically released." Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed, "Who are you? Why have you brought us here?" "Your lord has summoned you. You will undergo a 10-day challenge without conditions," the voice replied. Upon hearing this, the trio exhaled in relief. Realizing it was their lord they need not fear, a challenge, they exclaimed in unison. Instinctively exchanging glances, as they spoke, a colossal beast emerged from the mist, resembling a tiger but several times larger. Its body was crimson, with a green face and sharp tusks, its massive claws seeming capable of rending anything asunder. With the appearance of this monstrous creature, the virtual space transformed dramatically. The mist dissipated, and the ground rapidly became overgrown with lush grass, a gentle breeze caressing their faces. They now found themselves on an expansive plain, devoid of any objects to utilize, stretching endlessly before them. What is that? Gao Xianji's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon seeing the immense beast. Zhu Ti and Gan Ning shook their heads, equally bewildered, having never encountered such a gargantuan creature. The beast let out a thunderous roar, charging towards the trio with its pillar-like legs, each thundering step causing the ground to tremble. The three drew their weapons, channeling their spiritual energy, and charged at the beast. Is this going to be dangerous? Qin Lin, observing the scene through the system interface, felt a wave of concern wash over him. These three generals were akin to his protective shield. He could not afford any mishaps. System prompt: rest assured, host. The beast is a manifestation of the virtual space and will not inflict any fatal harm on the challengers. Oh, then I can relax. Qin Lin sighed with relief, watching the battle unfold. The trio surged towards the beast, inflicting numerous gashes upon its hide. The creature let out a mournful wail. Chapter 26. The mysterious elder Qin Lin observed the three valiantly battling the beast through the system interface. Nodding in approval, undoubtedly, they would emerge stronger from this ordeal. Let them hone their skills, he thought, subsequently closing the system interface. In the Grand Hall of Changsha County, all the generals had gathered. Gao Xianji and the others, having been sent to the training academy by Qin Lin, were notably absent. Lord Luo Cheng led 5 others, all standing and bowing in respect. Please, take your seats. Qin Lin, clad in a white robe, appeared quite elegant. As he surveyed their faces and gazed into their eyes, it seemed he was searching for Gao Xianji and the others. You need not look for them. Gao Xianji and the others have already been sent to the Qingbei Training Academy. Qin Lin disclosed without concealment, knowing they would have no means of locating it. However, the nature of the system must remain undisclosed. The Qingbei Training Academy? The 5 exchanged glances, even with their vast experiences. They had never heard of such a place. It is a training ground for warriors, enabling you to grow considerably in a short span of time. Qin Lin explained as he ascended to the highest seat in the hall. Rest assured, each of you will eventually go there, and not just once. Gao Xianji and his companions were the first to follow me, so I sent them ahead. You have no objections, do you, as the Lord? Qin Lin understood the importance of managing relationships with his subordinates. My Lord speaks highly of us. Your constant support leaves us with no grounds for complaint. Zhao Fan, the most emotionally intelligent among them, spoke first. However, my lord, I shall not attend in the future. My skills are, well, not worth embarrassing myself. Zhao Fan chuckled awkwardly. Very well. Then you shall serve as our logistics officer, Qin Lin replied, deeming Zhao Fan unnecessary for cultivation. As he lacked the qualities of a general, if it were Xing Daorong, there would be some value in nurturing him, but as for Zhao Fan, he was best left aside. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Fan stood and bowed deeply to Qin Lin. Now then, I must prepare to depart. Do you have any matters to discuss? Qin Lin inquired as he rose. My lord may proceed. We shall take charge of the 4 counties of Jingnan, Wei Yin proclaimed, patting his chest with bravado. Very well, Luo Cheng. Qin Lin turned his attention towards Luo Cheng. To your service, he replied. Prepare the packs. We shall set off immediately. With that, Qin Lin, draped in his white robe, walked out of the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Cheng followed closely behind. The two located 2 swift steeds in the city. Given the vast distance between Changsha County and Zhuo County, the journey would require 10 days of continuous riding. Adding rest along the way, it was likely to take half a month. Flying with spiritual energy was not a viable option. He would likely exhaust himself before even reaching the destination. Even if he were to consider it, Qin Lin would refrain from utilizing spiritual energy for flight. My lord, please mount. Luo Cheng presented the 2 horses before Qin Lin. Qin Lin glanced back at the city, a nagging sense of unease lingering within him. Let us be on our way. Qin Lin mounted his steed, brandished his whip, and galloped forth from Changsha. My lord, the distance between Changsha and Zhuojuan spans thousands of miles, and along the way, we must pass through Xiangyang, Yiyang, Runan, Chenlu, Yangping, Julu, Anping, and Hejian. Luo Cheng recounted the significant cities that Qin Lin would encounter. My lord, currently, the region of Julu is besieged by the Yellow Turban Army. Should we not avoid their might? Luo Cheng inquired. If we were to bypass Julu, which path would we take? Qin Lin questioned. We could circumvent via Changshan, then enter Zhongshan. Thus reaching Zhuojuan, Luo Cheng analyzed the route with clarity. Changshan, Qin Lin muttered. Indeed, it is Changshan. The domain of Gongsun Zan, Luo Cheng remarked. I have long desired to pay a visit to Zhao Zilong of Changshan, yet opportunities have eluded me now. As we pass through, we can gather intelligence about him. If history holds true, he is likely still honing his skills under Tong Yuan. Very well, we shall take the route through Changshan, Qin Lin declared joyfully. Among the figures of the three kingdoms, Zhao Yun was undoubtedly his favored general. Known for his loyalty, righteousness, and broad vision. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly seek to recruit Zhao Yun. The two men rode swiftly, traversing a day's journey until they passed through Xiangyang and arrived at Yang. My lord, the next city is Runan, the territory of Yuan Shu, Luo Cheng said cautiously. Yuan Shu, to Qin Lin, Yuan Shu was no benevolent figure. He was ruthless and cruel, having committed numerous atrocities in the vicinity of Runan, leaving the hearts of the populace cold and desolate. Prepare the funds, Qin Lin said coldly. These coins are precisely for gaining entry into Runan. With Yuan Shu's nature, it would be exceedingly difficult to pass without offering some form of tribute. The two then sought refuge in an inn for the night. The following day, after signing in, Qin Lin and Luo Cheng mounted their horses and set forth towards Runan. At present, Qin Lin's reputation had reached 8,300. With 3 days remaining until the final day of his sign-in. Along the way, the sights of displaced people were all too common. Men, women, and children carried bamboo baskets and dragged dilapidated carts, moving in droves towards various destinations. The muddy paths were littered with the corpses of common folk. The passerby might find themselves succumbing to the chill of the wind in the next heartbeat. Faced with such a grim tableau of bleached bones, Qin Lin was reminded of the melancholy imagery of the wealthy feasting while the roads were strewn with the frozen corpses of the poor. Confronted by this scene, Qin Lin slowed his pace. Letting out a sigh of lament, it seems that the resolution of this chaotic era must commence with the suppression of the Yellow Turban Army. Qin Lin swallowed hard, gazing at the departing civilians. A surge of indignation swelling within him. Let us proceed, he declared, reluctantly turning his horse's head towards Runan. Upon reaching the gates of Runan, Qin Lin observed that the city was far more imposing than those in Jingnan. With walls measuring a full 2 zhang in thickness, the city gates, soldiers clad in black armor relentlessly extorted the passing civilians. Stopping with Luo Cheng, the sight incited a fierce anger within Luo Cheng, prompting him to grasp his weapon, ready to confront the soldiers. Stand down. Qin Lin restrained Luo Cheng. Now is not the time for violence. As for Yuan Shu, I shall ensure he pays for his misdeeds in due time. A chilling resolve emanated from Qin Lin's gaze. Luo Cheng's fury gradually subsided. Let us move on. Leading his horse, Qin Lin approached the city gates. Who are you? The captain of the soldiers scrutinized them. Your attire is quite distinct, officer. We are merely passing through Runan to visit relatives. Qin Lin feigned a smile, while Luo Cheng suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as well. Ahem. The officer cleared his throat, his fingers snapping together in a clear demand for bribes. Qin Lin laughed heartily. Ah, officer, I understand. He then produced several taels of silver from his purse and presented them to the soldier. The soldier's eyes lit up upon seeing the coins. It was the largest sum he had ever received. You're quite astute, young man. Let them pass, the officer grinned, biting the silver. Be quick about it. Qin Lin led his horse through the security check at the city gate. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared beneath the gate. His youthful visage and bright eyes, coupled with a staff, gave him an air akin to that of an immortal, old man. You should know that passing through Runan requires some form of tribute. The soldier barked, showing no mercy even to an elder. But I have nothing on me, the old man replied innocently. Nothing at all? And yet you dare to pass through Runan? Search him, the soldier growled. Devoid of humanity, several soldiers shoved the old man to the ground, rummaging through his belongings. Witnessing this, Qin Lin hurriedly intervened. Hey, brothers, there's no need for this. Why trouble an old man? He withdrew a handful of silver and offered it to the soldiers. I'll cover his share. The soldiers squinted, smiling, and conceded. Let the old man through. Qin Lin helped the elder to his feet, and together they passed through the security check of Runan. Where do you hail from? Old man? Qin Lin inquired politely. The elder appeared startled, offering no reply. The trio traversed Runan and entered a forested area. I'm tired. I don't wish to walk any longer. The elder suddenly threw a childish tantrum, lying down upon the ground. This old fellow, we have no time to wait for you. Luo Cheng expressed his frustration. Luo Cheng, let it be, Qin Lin advised. Old man, would you prefer to ride on horseback instead? Qin Lin bent down, courteously asking, sensing that this elder was unlike any other, possessing a unique demeanor. No. Riding is too high. I want you to carry me. The elder made an unreasonable demand. How absurd. My master is not your servant. Luo Cheng retorted, quickly covering his mouth to suppress further words. Old man, we've already offered you silver. You should not make such excessive requests. Luo Cheng gripped the elder's collar, lifting him slightly. Luo Cheng, put him down, Qin Lin commanded angrily. In this chaotic era, many hidden masters exist. It's best to remain humble. Should this old man turn out to be some great sage, we'd be in dire straits. Qin Lin smiled faintly, crouching down. Please, old man, go ahead. At that moment, Qin Lin did not feel particularly noble. Even though he now possessed 4 commanderies, his heart remained humble and unaltered. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Chuckling, young man, you truly understand. Without hesitation, the elder leapt onto Qin Lin's back. Where are you headed, old man? Qin Lin asked politely. Haha, I'm going to Yangping, the elder replied in a hoarse voice. Yangping? How fortuitous, for we are passing through as well. Let us go together, Qin Lin said, to which the elder nodded. Luo Cheng, watching the elder, grew increasingly irritated, leading 2 horses in tow behind them. The trio journeyed together, sharing laughter and banter, while the elder frequently exchanged jibes with Luo Cheng. Albeit to be silenced by Qin Lin, as they traveled for several hours, dusk began to envelop the forest, and the howls of wolves echoed through the trees. Master, beyond this forest lies Qinlu, Luo Cheng, now addressing Qin Lin as my lord to maintain discretion, informed him. After a long day's journey, Qin Lin felt weariness creep in. Carrying the elder, while not particularly heavy, had proven to be a challenge. Chapter 27. The Twin Heroes of the Tiger Bin. The elder jumped down from Qin Lin's back, nodding in satisfaction. Young man, you have done well. We shall stay in the city tonight. Come to my room. The elder said with a smile, stroking his beard as he walked ahead. This old man is indeed extraordinary. Qin Lin mused inwardly. Why, lord, ahead lies Qinlu, where Cao Cao is stationed. His formidable generals are numerous. We must exercise caution, Luo Cheng warned. Qin Lin was well aware of Cao Cao's prowess, a capable minister in times of peace and a cunning tyrant in times of chaos. Just the presence of his Tiger Bin generals was enough to instill fear. Not to mention the 5 great generals and the 8 tiger generals. What incensed Qin Lin the most was that his beloved Mir had perished at the hands of Cao Cao's clan, and in a most tragic manner, forced to take poison by Cao Pai. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Zhen Mi's tragic demise, it was not solely the fault of Cao Pai, but also implicated Cao Ji and Empress Gua. In due course, once he had gained sufficient power, he would exact vengeance for Zhen Mi's death. Zhen Mi, a fragile woman of the 3 kingdoms, had initially married Yuan Shi before enduring humiliation to wed Cao Pai. Yet now, regardless of Yuan Shi or Cao Pai, Qin Lin would ensure Zhen Mi belonged to him. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on her, he would bring ruin upon their entire clan. Upon sighting the city of Qinlu, Qin Lin found himself deeply moved by these thoughts. Yet everything is worth it. I harbor no regrets, solely for the sake of the promise embodied in 2 characters. Qin Lin and Luo Cheng followed the elder into Qinlu, where the soldiers exhibited a commendable friendliness, markedly contrasting the vile extortion practiced by the officials of Runan. The trio effortlessly entered the city, a testament to the differing governance styles of the 2 factions, revealing the prospects of their future developments. Cao Cao's ability to unify the north and establish the most formidable force of the 3 kingdoms era was not merely a product of intellect, but rather a reflection of the people's will. In stark contrast, Yuan Shu met his end at the hands of the seemingly weak Liu Bei, a shocking revelation indeed. Those who read the 3 kingdoms might assert that Liu Bei was the master of winning hearts, but such a notion reflects a limited understanding. Cao Cao's agrarian policies and pacification efforts transformed the north into a region of unparalleled prosperity, particularly during an era beset by mass migrations. The chaos wrought by the 5 barbarians and incessant warfare This remarkable achievement was a clear manifestation of the people's sentiments. While Cao Cao had many admirable qualities, his penchant for widows was a rather distasteful flaw. Subsequently, Qin Lin settled the two in an inn as twilight descended, enveloping the world in a thin veil of darkness. Quick, prepare for an emergency. The yellow turbans are attacking. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black night, the soldiers of Qinlu raised torches. Scurrying in all directions, their shouts creating a cacophony. At that moment, two burly men approached from the distance. One wielded two short axes, while the other brandished a large blade. "How many yellow turbans are there?" The muscular man inquired. "It's too dark to count, but judging by the commotion, there are at least 50,000. A soldier replied anxiously. 50,000. "You must report this to the Lord in Suchong at once." "Zhongkong, we will hold them off for a while," said the man with the axes, a hint of surprise in his voice. "If it were only 10 or 20,000, we could manage, but with 50,000. Even the legendary warrior Elbu would hesitate to engage, for even divine might has its limits." The man beside him was none other than the fierce warrior Su Chu, while the one wielding the axes was the ancient terror Dian Wei, twin heroes of the Tiger Bin. The tumultuous cries roused Qin Lin from his thoughts. He opened the window of the inn and immediately recognized the formidable physiques of the two men. Surely, there were none like them across the entire realm of the Three Kingdoms. They appeared to be brothers, as Su Chu and Dian Wei, armed and accompanied by thousands of soldiers, charged forth. Unexpectedly, the yellow turbans chose this moment to mount their assault. Cao Cao's main base lay in Suchong, where his 100,000 troops were stationed, leaving fewer than 10,000 defenders in Qinlu, yet he retained the formidable Tiger Bin duo. The yellow turbans seized this opportunity to attack the city, unaware of the legendary warriors within, Su Chu and Dian Wei. Qin Lin was eager to witness such a grand spectacle of battle. "Young lad, do you wish to observe closely?" The elder had appeared behind Qin Lin like a specter, startling him. However, Qin Lin was oblivious to his arrival. "Of course," he gasped. "Let us go. This old man will take you to see." The elder grasped Qin Lin's arm, and in an instant, they found themselves atop the highest tower of Qinlu. Qin Lin, still reeling from the sudden shift, stood agape, astonished by this extraordinary elder, realizing he was no ordinary man. "You can teleport. This skill is so cool. It is merely a secret technique known as the Void Escape Art." The elder replied in a gravelly voice. "Look, the battle has commenced." He gestured toward the scene below, where Dian Wei and Su Chu, leading nearly 10,000 soldiers, burst through the gates of Qinlu, engaging in a fierce clash with the 50,000 yellow turbans outside. Dian Wei and Su Chu charged forth like unleashed tigers, unstoppable in their momentum. With swift strokes of their blades, dozens of heads fell to the ground, and blood rained down, shrouding the night in a crimson mist. They licked the blood from their blades, a metallic scent wafting upward. After months of conflict, Qin Lin had become desensitized to such gruesome sights. Yet the prowess of Dian Wei and Su Chu left him in awe. If they were his adversaries, he surmised, even with the system's support, victory would be utterly unattainable. "Elder, who are you to possess such capabilities? Surely, you are not an ordinary individual," Qin Lin inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. The elder's gaze remained fixed on the inferno below, chuckling softly. "Young lad, I find you quite impressive." Qin Lin summoned the power of the system to examine the elder's data. The system prompted, "This individual exceeds the system's viewing range and cannot be assessed." "What? Exceeds the viewing range?" Qin Lin marveled inwardly at the elder's enigmatic nature. With a slight smile, he asked, "Might I know your name?" "Esteemed elder?" With a hearty laugh that echoed toward the heavens, the elder replied, "My name is unimportant." Suddenly, his tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Young lad, do you possess the will to resist the yellow turbans?" Qin Lin pondered carefully. Conversing with this elder required utmost caution, yet he firmly believed in the duty to defend his homeland. "Indeed," he declared. "With your words, I am reassured," the elder exclaimed, his laughter ringing out. "What a peculiar old man! Even without his urging, I would still fight against the yellow turbans. It is a primary mission of the system that must be fulfilled." Qin Lin mused silently. "Young lad, do you know why Zhang Jiao, the leader of the yellow turbans, instigated the uprising?" The elder's gaze bore into Qin Lin. "I do not know." Qin Lin replied, hesitant to share historical truths, for such discussions felt contrived in this alternate world. Chapter 28. The secret of Zhang Jiao. The elder's piercing gaze remained fixed below, contemplating before he spoke. Zhang Jiao initiated the uprising due to the assistance of Qi Yu. The demon god Qi Yu was sealed by the Yellow Emperor during the Great War in Huaxia, and could only break free by harnessing boundless resentment. A fragment of his malevolent thought found its way to the scheming Zhang Jiao, who learned the teachings of the Taiping Tao, rapidly amassing a following of millions within mere decades, ultimately igniting the Yellow Turban Rebellion in the year of the Jiazi. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin felt incredulous. How could Qi Yu be intertwined in this narrative, alongside the Yellow Emperor? It was indeed challenging to reconcile historical perspectives with this fictional context. Qin Lin, well-versed in the Three Kingdoms, recalled that Zhang Jiao proclaimed himself General of Thunder, while his brothers Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao claimed titles of General of Humanity and General of Earth. Respectively, they launched uprisings in different regions, and within a year, the Yellow Turbans had nearly seized a third of the eastern Han's territories. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying, and then, Qin Lin inquired. Curiosity piqued, then the Yellow Turban Rebellion plunged the realm into chaos, with myriad grievances rising among the populace. Qi Yu feasted upon the resentment of countless souls, and now his essence has been revitalized. Resurrecting 10 of his brothers. They are referred to as the demon envoys by the Yellow Turbans, aiding them in conquering cities and inciting even greater discontent among the people, the elder recounted calmly. Elder, how do you know all of this? Qin Lin pressed, a critical question that left the elder momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, the elder stroked his beard and replied, Young lad, the means by which I acquired this knowledge is not something you need to concern yourself with. Qin Lin, feeling somewhat resigned, accepted the elder's reticence. Meanwhile, the battle below raged on fervently. Among the Yellow Turbans stood a peculiar-looking man, commanding attention with an unusual appearance. Clad in strange garb, he wielded a hooked weapon, orchestrating the Yellow Turbans' movements. Look, that is the demon envoy, the elder pointed out. The figure wore a hat carved from a sheep's skull, adorned with 2 prominent horns, draped in primitive animal skins, and wielding a weapon exuding a corrosive black aura. Why is the aura he emits black? Qin Lin wondered aloud, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. That is the essence of resentment. They are but living dead, subsisting on resentment, retaining memories and consciousness from their former lives. The elder observed with a hint of disgust in his gaze. Elder, does that mean that only by quelling the Yellow Turbans and restoring order can we alleviate the people's grievances and thus prevent Qi Yu's awakening? Qin Lin asked, seeking clarity. Precisely. The root of Qi Yu's revival lies in this unending resentment, sourced from the common folk, the elder explained slowly. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I, Qin Ziming, will annihilate the Yellow Turbans and quell the unrest. Qin Lin vowed, raising 2 fingers in an oath. Excellent, young lad. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Tio aid you in your quest to vanquish the Yellow Turbans. I recommend a certain individual. The elder regarded Qin Lin with a gentle demeanor. Whom do you have in mind? Qin Lin inquired, excitement evident on his face. Zhuge Kongming. The elder's words left Qin Lin momentarily stunned. Zhuge Liang, the renowned Zhuge Liang, how could I have almost forgotten him? Zhuge Liang, the embodiment of wisdom, whose strategies would echo through the ages, was celebrated for his unparalleled achievements. Qin Lin held deep admiration for Zhuge Liang. Where is he? He eagerly asked. Although Qin Lin was aware of the Zhuge cottage in Nanyang and the Ziyun pavilion in West Shu, he could not ascertain the exact location of Zhuge Liang in this alternate era. According to historical records, Zhuge Liang had only been born a few years prior in 184 AD, residing in Nanyang. The old man remarked, Nanyang and Chenlu are merely separated by Yingchuan. Thus their proximity to Zhuge Liang is still considerable. However, I cannot venture there just yet, as I have more pressing matters at hand, namely, returning to Zhuajuan to retrieve Zhenmi. Thank you, esteemed elder. Qin Lin politely inclined his hands in gratitude, before turning his gaze back to the battlefield. The elder's attention returned to the fray, where Dianwei and Su Chu were engulfed in a blood-soaked frenzy. Their bodies stained crimson. Waves of spiritual energy erupted with each clash, claiming the lives of hundreds of Yellow Turban soldiers. A thin veil of blood mist hung in the air, as soldiers from both sides lay scattered across the field. Flesh and blood splattering in the chaos. At that moment, the scene could only be described as a hellish inferno on earth. As time progressed, the dawn began to break, illuminating the surroundings. the two warriors, accompanied by Qinliu's garrison, had fought their way from the depths of night to the cusp of day, having slain countless yellow turban troops. However, the remaining forces of Qinlu had dwindled to a mere fraction. While the yellow turban army still loomed ominously, a dark mass of soldiers brandishing their spears, advancing in formation towards the duo. Both Su Chu and Dian Wei exhibited signs of fatigue. It seemed even the most legendary warriors were not as invincible as lore suggested. "You all fall back." From within the ranks of the yellow turban army emerged their commanding sorcerer. Qin Lin's eyes widened as he beheld the strangely attired figure, and a stream of data materialized before him. Name: Duanshou level, 88, legendary warrior, potential, 90, excellent, substantial combat development potential, combat power, 881-20, upper tier spiritual weapon bonus of 20, intelligence, 28 loyalty, 89, reliable, no concern of betrayal, command, 80 charm, 81, cannot be persuaded to surrender, weapon, soul hook, upper tier spiritual weapon. Upon observing Duanshou's level, Qin Lin could not help but be astonished. The brother of Qi Yu was indeed formidable. Even a minor figure like Duanshou was a legendary warrior. It was said that Qi Yu had 81 brothers, implying the existence of 81 legendary warriors. Should they all be resurrected, what hope would there be? Qi Yu must have reached a divine level, akin to Xingtian, a god-tier warrior in the fortune pool. Although mythic warriors carry the title of god, they could be considered mere pretenders when compared to true deities. Then, Qin Lin turned his attention to Su Chu, and more data appeared. Name: Su Chu level, 87, legendary warrior, potential, 91, peerless. Immense potential for combat development, capable of breaking through the mythic barrier unconditionally, combat power, 879-20, spiritual weapon bonus of 20, intelligence, 40 loyalty, 94, devoted, command, 67 charm, 81 weapon, Tiger General Saber, upper tier spiritual weapon. It seemed Su Chu would find it somewhat challenging to contend with this Duanshou. Qin Lin then glanced at Dian Wei, and data materialized once more. Name: Dian Wei level, 89, quasi-mythic warrior, potential, 94, peerless, limitless potential, capable of breaking through to mythic status at any time, combat power, 899-20, upper tier spiritual weapon bonus of 20, intelligence, 38 loyalty, 95, devoted, command, 50 charm, 80 weapon, twin iron halberds, upper tier spiritual weapon. Seeing Dian Wei's combat power, which had frighteningly reached 899, it was evident he was but a step away from becoming a mythic warrior. Most alarming was his potential, rated at 94, truly intimidating. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao, 3 Dian Wei. Indeed, these men ranked among the top 3 in the annals of the Three Kingdoms. Undeniably formidable. If Dian Wei were to face this sorcerer Duanshou, victory would likely come with ease. The twin tigers of Hu Bin. I have long awaited this encounter, Duanshou said with a sinister tone, leaving the two warriors feeling uneasy. Who are you? Dian Wei raised his twin iron halberds, speaking with imposing authority. General Dian, this individual possesses considerable strength. We must proceed with caution, Su Chu warned, having sensed the danger posed by Duanshou. Chapter 29. Dian Wei versus Duanshou. Dian Wei gripped his twin iron halberds tightly, bellowing, "You wretched creature, who do you think you are?" After being reprimanded by Dian Wei, Duanshou's expression darkened slightly. Yet he feigned a smile, replying, "I am Duanshou, a brother of the ancient demon god Qi Yu." "What nonsense, Duanshou! Do you dare to face me in battle?" Dian Wei raised his halberds, speaking with fierce determination. "What is there to fear?" Duanshou retorted boldly, retrieving the soul hook from the void. Dian Wei had fought throughout the night and was likely severely drained of spiritual energy. Duanshou had chosen this moment wisely, striking when Dian Wei was at his weakest. "Come forth, you scoundrel!" Dian Wei, single-minded and reckless, charged forward without a thought for his energy reserves. "General Dian, allow me to assist you." Su Chu extended a hand. Concern etched on his face. Having fought all night, he too felt the weight of exhaustion, and Dian Wei was undoubtedly fatigued. "Chongkong, a mere cur like you does not concern me." With that, Dian Wei unleashed his spiritual energy, a menacing aura surging toward Duanshou. The soul hook shot from Duanshou's hand, and at the moment he struck, the heavens trembled. Instantly elongating several meters, the soul hook was tethered to an elongated chain that encircled Dian Wei, creating a massive enclosure that trapped him, from which emanated waves of black blades Su Chu, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread as he tightened his grip on his weapon, prepared to intervene. Trapped within the chains, Dian Wei unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, shattering the iron chains forged from mysterious metal. The shockwave sent Duanxiu staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Truly formidable, the ancient evil indeed possesses immense power. Duanxiu gazed at Dian Wei with astonishment, wiping away the blood from his mouth. After unleashing such power, Dian Wei heaved heavily, aware of his severe energy depletion. Duanxiu stepped forward, mocking, "Dian Wei, is this all the strength you possess?" This Duanxiu was insufferably vile, taking advantage of the situation. Qin Lin clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. "Child, war is inherently cruel. There is no right or wrong. Cunning and treachery are but methods for the victor's path to success." The elder stroked his white beard, dispensing a stream of philosophical musings. Qin Lin fell silent upon hearing this. "Wretched creature, I still possess much strength." Dian Wei's complexion pale, he roared, quickly regaining his vigor. "Die," with a face ashen as iron. Dian Wei swung his twin iron halberds, unleashing a whirlwind that swept across the battlefield, raising clouds of dust and chaos. Duanxiu's black spiritual energy surged forward, countering the whirlwind. Then, with renewed vigor, Duanxiu unleashed a thick stream of black spiritual energy, propelling it towards Dian Wei's forehead. Dian Wei's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the life-threatening gale racing towards him. He raised his twin iron halberds in a cross to block the impending doom. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. Gasping, Dian Wei spat blood, crimson liquid oozing from his arms as he fell to one knee, utterly exhausted and clutching his chest. "General Dian," Su Chu rushed forward to support him. It appeared that the depletion of spiritual energy had taken its toll. At this moment, Dian Wei's voice was weak and wavering. "Master, you have worked hard, Tiger General." Cao Cao patted both warriors on the shoulder, acknowledging that without their defense, Qianlu would have surely fallen. "Master, I am but unworthy. The remaining defenders of the city number only these few," Su Chu responded, surveying the scant remaining soldiers. Dawn had arrived, the moonlight gradually fading. "Retreat." As Duanxiu beheld the impending assault on Qianlu, his ire flared, and he reluctantly commanded a withdrawal. At that moment, Cao Cao, leading an army of 50,000, charged forth with great momentum, leaving naught but devastation in their wake. The yellow-turbaned forces fell like wheat before the scythe at Cao Cao. Upon hearing the overwhelming roar, Qin Lin surmised it must be him. Indeed, the elder nodded, confirming, "Cao Cao has arrived, and the war has come to an end. Let us depart." The elder grasped Qin Lin's arm once more, swiftly returning to their lodging. Qin Lin, unperturbed, accepted the transition. "Child, rest now." After speaking, the elder vanished from the room. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Qin Lin furrowed his brow slightly, pondering who exactly was this old man. "Master." Dian Wei coughed heavily, revealing the severity of his injuries. "Evil One, Tiger General, you have endured much." Cao Cao commended, grateful for their defense of Qianlu, which had likely staved off its downfall. Su Chu, with a hint of emotion in his voice, remarked, "Tiger Marquis, it matters not. As long as you two remain safe and sound, it is the greatest wish of Cao Cao." Cao Cao's heartfelt words deeply moved the two, which explains why his generals willingly devoted themselves to his cause. The following day, at dawn, Qin Lin awoke to find a letter upon the table, signed simply as Old Man. Upon opening it, he discovered the writing was exceptionally neat. "Little child, the old man has urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave without saying farewell. You must persuade Kongming. This person possesses talents that could assist you in effortlessly defeating the Yellow Turbans. Once he sees my handwriting, he will surely recognize you." Qin Lin folded the letter and placed it into his satchel. Ding! The system updated, announcing the sign-in. "Sign in, ding. You have received 5,000 reputation points. Tomorrow marks the last day of this month's sign-in, which is rather exciting. My lord, we can set off now." Luo Cheng gently knocked on the door from outside. Thus, the two departed Qianlu, heading towards Zhaoyang and Changshan. At this pace, they would reach Shuojuan within a week, and the journey thus far had been rather smooth. The battle from the previous night had indeed opened Qin Lin's eyes. The legendary martial generals were truly formidable. He realized he must quickly develop his own power. Otherwise, Once the turmoil of the Yellow Turbans was quelled, those forces would likely retaliate against him, which would be disastrous as for visiting Zhuge. He decided to postpone that until after returning to Zhuojuan. Subsequently, Qinlin and Luocheng continued their journey, singing heartily as they arrived at Yangping County. Upon entering Yangping, Qinlin chose to rest for 2 days. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the journey, even if he were not weary, the horses certainly would be. They found an inn to stay in. Chapter 30. Upgrade System. Yangping, situated east of the Taihang Mountains, was adorned with picturesque scenery, surrounded by towering peaks, and the valleys were thick with mist. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the Taihang Mountains, casting a unique beauty upon the city of Yangping. Nestled against the mountains, ding, system update, sign-in prompt. Today marks the last day of this month's sign-in, which is rather exhilarating. Unlike previous days, Qinlin did not hastily sign in but instead lit 3 incense sticks to add a touch of ceremony to life. Sign in, ding. You have received 1 system upgrade card, 1 advanced progression card, 1 Xianjin card, 5 sea tower stones, and 50,000 reputation points, along with a superior spiritual weapon, the White Snake Battle Cry Blade. Ding. Additionally, you have been granted a Flawless Protection card and a Spirit Restoration Pill. Flawless Protection provides unconditional protection to one individual for 2 months against harm, determined by the psychological judgment of the target. For instance, if Qinlin were to be wronged by an old woman, and he judged her to be a source of harm, the protection mechanism would retaliate against her. Note: the system contains only 3 Flawless Protection cards, categorized as red and extremely rare. Use with caution. The Spirit Restoration Pill replenishes spiritual energy to full capacity. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Qinlin's spirit soared. He first retrieved the system upgrade card. The card was devoid of color, resembling a special item. Use. The system upgrade card shattered in Qinlin's grasp, transforming into a myriad of colorful lights that surged into his body. Ding. System notification. There are 2 methods to upgrade. 1. Wait 10 days, or 2. Endure 30 minutes of bodily torment. Qinlin stroked his chin, his eyes darting. Just how torturous could it be? I shall find out. Ultimately, he opted for the second option. The myriad of star-like lights rapidly entered his being, and a sharp, rolling pain engulfed his mind, followed by an intense burning sensation. Good heavens! Is upgrading a system truly this painful? Qinlin gripped the bedding tightly, the veins in his arms bulging, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. Ah, this is brutal. Half an hour. How cruel. Can the system not be halted? The sensation of skin being peeled and muscles being torn was nearly unbearable. The system informed him. Once the upgrade commences, it cannot be halted. In that moment, Qinlin felt a pang of regret, uncertain if he could endure for the full 30 minutes. A torrent of heat rolled within him, akin to plunging into a dark abyss, where death seemed the only escape. Time ticked away, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity for Qinlin. Sweat, bead-sized, dripped from his forehead onto the bedding, intensifying the stinging pain. Ding. Upgrade complete. The system has advanced to level 2. Unlocking the voice communication system. The host has endured the ordeal of upgrading. Well done. A wave of electronic sound filled Qinlin's mind, audible only to him. With a bitter smile, he propped himself up on the bed, his eyes reflecting the agony he had just experienced, taking several deep breaths. It's finally over. I feel so powerful. After the tears of pain, joy surged within him. Amidst his excitement, Qinlin did not forget his primary objective. He then took out the advanced progression card and crushed it. The card transformed into green starlight that shot out of the room, nearly at the speed of light, entering the body of Tai Su Kuan. Due to Tai Su Kuan's massive size, Qinlin did not bring it along. Separated by thousands of miles, he had no idea how Tai Su Kuan had changed. Ding. Tai Su Kuan has upgraded to Kai Su Kuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden mount, Kai Su Kuan. Kai Su Kuan. All combat experience increased by 50%. 50%. That's 20% more than Tai Su Kuan. Qinlin smiled slightly, feeling satisfied. Next, he retrieved the Sea Tower Stone, a mysterious item he found rather unfamiliar. The Sea Tower Stone was entirely blue, round, and roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. System. What is the purpose of the Sea Tower Stone? Now that the system had activated its dialogue function, The host could pose questions, a feature not available in the initial system. Sea Tower Stone, an item for upgrading mounts, elevating a purple tier mount to a black tier mount. The system's electronic voice echoed. Qin Lin nodded, understanding. So, the system market included a card for mount progression, the Taichu progression card, which upgraded golden mounts to purple ones. However, to elevate from purple to black required certain other special items. Qin Lin stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. System, how many Sea Tower stones are needed to upgrade from purple to black? 100 pieces. The system's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, likely due to its mechanical nature. 100 pieces. When will I ever gather that many? Qin Lin gazed at the 5 Sea Tower stones in his hand, feeling a wave of despair. It seemed the Sea Tower stones were not available for purchase in the market and were classified as non-sale items. Regardless, Qin Lin proceeded to take out the Xinjiang card, a card worth 50,000 in the market, which could directly grant 5,000 experience points. With a grin, Qin Lin crushed the Xinjiang card, a surge of intense black light flooding into his body. Qin Lin cried out as the black light surged within him, a wave of despair washing over him. Ding! Host has received 5,000 experience points. Ding! Host has leveled up to level 10. Ding! Host has broken through the 40th level barrier, reaching level 48, becoming an ordinary martial general. Qin Lin felt a surge of joy at becoming an ordinary martial general. Although merely ordinary, it was a significant step up, and he was no longer just a foot soldier. He opened the system, revealing a blue interface in his mind. Name. Qin Lin Potential? Reputation points, 58300 level, 48 combat power, 48420 experience, 200500 charm, 71 leadership, 75 spouse, none weapons, Tian Xian spear, medium grade spiritual weapon, Jiao Long Niechi spear, superior spiritual weapon, White Snake battle cry blade, superior spiritual weapon. Items: Diamond summoning card X1, combat power card X2 mount, Kai Su Kuan, golden mount, experience increase by 50%. Ding! Host has broken through the 40th level barrier, and the troop system has officially unlocked. The troop system. Qin Lin opened the main page of the unit system. The units are classified into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced, primarily consisting of infantry, archers, cavalry, naval forces, and special units. Primary units: regular infantry, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Regular archers, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Regular cavalry, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Pike infantry, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Sword and shield infantry, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Regular naval forces, levels 1 to 10, maximum level 10, price 5,000 for 500 men. Intermediate units, cavalry archers, levels 11 to 20, maximum level 20, price 8,000 for 500 men. Tiger Guard, levels 11 to 20, maximum level 20, price 8,000 for 500 men. Weapon Guard Cavalry, levels 11 to 20, maximum level 20, price 8,000 for 500 men. Tiger Leopard Cavalry, levels 11 to 20, maximum level 20, price 8,000 for 500 men. Crocodile Dragon Army, levels 11 to 20, maximum level 20, price 8,000 for 500 men. Advanced units, Golden Fire Cavalry, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Vine Armor Infantry, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Western Liang Iron Cavalry, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Tiger Bin Fierce Army, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Stone Throwing Army, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Venomous Fang Cavalry Archers, levels 21 to 30, maximum level 30, price 10,000 for 500 men. Upon seeing such a plethora of units, Qin Lin felt a slight dizziness, yet found the prices acceptable. Faced with a prestige value of 58,300, he could hardly contain himself. Ding! The system prompted that the current system is at level 2 and can upgrade the Qingbei Training Academy. Lin suddenly realized that the Qingbei Training Academy upgrades in tandem with the system. He had been troubled about not being able to upgrade it. Now he had discovered the method. The upgrade cost is 50,000 prestige points. A chilling notification struck Lin like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. His 50,000 prestige points had barely warmed up before they would vanish. Reluctantly, the Level 2 Qingbei Training Academy was indeed quite alluring. Upgrade. A flash crossed Lin's mind as the 50,000 prestige points disappeared from the interface. Ding! The Qingbei Training Academy has been upgraded to Level 2. Level 2 Qingbei Training Academy, capable of training 5 generals at once. Each training session grants 20,000 experience points, with training time and frequency remaining the same as the previous level, limited to 10 days per month, and 5 trainings per general per year. With this, the expenditure of 50,000 prestige points felt justified. Ding! Experience cards are now priced at 15,000 after a discount of 5,000 prestige points. Ding! The Xinjiang card has been discounted by 10,000 prestige points, now priced at 40,000. The system upgrades adjusted the prices of these two cards, which was quite favorable. Lin nodded in satisfaction. The system's notification echoed in his mind for nearly an hour. Ultimately completing the system upgrade, however, Lin became familiar with the upgrading process, ensuring that future upgrades would be swifter. Now he could check the sign-in situation for a week within the month. Over the next week, the sign-ins also yielded prestige points, and indeed, the amount had decreased to 500 in 7 days. He could only sign in for 3,500 prestige points, a significant reduction compared to before. It was likely that the rewards at the end of the month would not be particularly generous either. The system also adjusted the items provided based on Lin's strength, demonstrating a degree of user-friendliness. Chapter 31. What? Zhao Yun is actually. Having left Changsha County for about a week, Gao Xinji and his companions had been sent to the training academy by Lin for a week. With 3 days remaining until their training concluded, it was time to check on their situation. Lin sat cross-legged on his bed, opening the system interface, which displayed the scene of the Qingbei Training Academy in his mind. At that moment, the three were lying weakly on a massive stone. It was evident that their environment had undergone further adjustments. This virtual space was indeed quite extraordinary. They found themselves in a rocky valley. And although the environment was an illusion, it felt remarkably authentic, indistinguishable from reality. The ground was littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts they had slain, and it appeared that these creatures were not of particularly high rank. The three were uninjured but looked rather disheveled, their hair in disarray, and their overall demeanor had drastically altered. It seemed that their week had not been particularly easy as they lay on the massive stone. A sudden violent tremor shook the ground. The intense quaking caused the stone to sway precariously. "Here it comes again," Gan Ning said impatiently. It was unclear how many ferocious beasts they had encountered by now. "Let us confront it." Gao Xinji tightened his grip on his battle spear, his tone tinged with resignation. Zhu Ti suddenly trembled, leaping 30 meters forward, leading the charge towards the beast, which was as large as a hill, its sharp claws resembling pillars of heaven and earth. Gao Xinji and Gan Ning followed closely behind, rushing into battle. From his vantage point in Yangping, Lin nodded in satisfaction. With such intense training, their strength would undoubtedly see significant improvement in a short time, albeit at the cost of exhaustion. Lin closed the interface, leapt from his bed, and stepped outside. It was time to set off for Changshan. Subsequently, Lin left Yangping with Luo Cheng, riding northward. After nearly 10 hours of relentless travel, the duo arrived at Changshan. Changshan is renowned due to Zhao Yun of the Three Kingdoms. A proclamation of I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan has caused many beauties of the Three Kingdoms to swoon. Lin held a deep appreciation for Zhao Yun's character. He was loyal, principled, and possessed a keen understanding of the greater good. Leading his horse, Lin navigated the streets of Changshan, which appeared relatively stable, only slightly impacted by the Yellow Turban Army's invasion. According to historical records, Zhao Yun should still be in the process of learning from his master at this time. As Lin and Luo Cheng walked through the streets, they purchased numerous items. "Get lost, you brat. Our lord has already given your father money." A servant in the distance wielding a club was beating a young boy. The boy, appearing around 12 or 13 years old, bore a youthful visage but exuded an aura of heroism. Despite being brutally beaten, the boy clung tenaciously to the servant's leg, his body bruised and battered, yet he shed not a single tear. Displaying remarkable resilience, a crowd quickly gathered, voicing their outrage at the servant's brutality. "Master, look, that servant is so vicious. If not for," Luo Qing began, only to be interrupted by Qin Lian. "No need. I will handle this myself." With agile strides, Qin Lin approached the servant. Noting the size and structure of the estate, it was evident that the servant hailed from a prestigious family. "Stop!" Qin Lin raised his hand and called out. Upon seeing this, the servant exerted force, kicking the boy away before stepping towards Qin Lin, pushing him away with malice. "Who do you think you are to interfere in our Lu family's affairs?" With a swift motion, Luo Cheng unsheathed his spear, placing it against the servant's neck. One slight pressure would end the servant's life. "Spare me, great hero!" The servant immediately lost his bravado, kneeling before Luo Cheng in desperation. Luo Cheng snorted coldly, "Master, should we kill him?" Qin Lin helped the boy to his feet, who looked up at him with gratitude and uttered a soft "thank you." "No need." Qin Lin shot a cold glance at the servant. He was thankful for his own patience. Otherwise, had he encountered someone with a fiery temper, this servant would have met his end long ago. Qin Lin gently inquired, "What is your name?" Looking at the boy's spirited face, Qin Lin felt a strange sense of familiarity. "Big brother, my name is Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin's body jolted in surprise. "Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong." "Yes," Zhao Yun nodded. "Is this a joke? History should not be so fantastical. At this moment, Zhao Yun is merely a youth, likely unable to defeat even me." Zhao Yun's introduction left Qin Lin bewildered, questioning his own existence. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yun asked with concern. "It's nothing, just had too much to drink. My head feels a bit dizzy," Qin Lin replied, shaking his head vigorously. "Why were they beating you?" Qin Lin inquired. "My father is gravely ill, and we lack the funds for treatment. He was once a long-term worker for their family, and they still owe him a sum. I came today to demand the money, but they beat me, claiming they had already paid him, when they clearly did not." Zhao Yun pointed at the steward, furrowing his brow, and exclaimed in anger. Qin Lin cast a cold glance at the steward and asked icily, "Is what he said true? If you utter even a single falsehood, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant." "He speaks the truth," the steward stammered, then quickly shifted his tone. "But this is all at the behest of my master. I am merely compelled to act thus." The steward lamented, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my residence?" At that moment, a robust man emerged from the main gate. Upon seeing him, the steward swiftly rushed to stand behind the man. "Lu the Brave, they are seeking trouble with our household," the steward fabricated, inciting a wave of anger in Qin Lin and his companion. "Humph! Let us see if you can withstand Lu the Brave," the steward quipped, resembling a timid bird hiding behind the formidable figure. "Who are you? Do you not value your lives?" roared Lu the Brave. Qin Lin glanced at Lu, and combat data materialized, combat power, 401. Seeing this, Qin Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of such a mere novice warrior, even more shameless than Xing Derong or O Cheng. "This is your task," Qin Lin stated coldly, "as you command." "My lord," Ro Cheng's aura erupted forth, enveloping the entire street in a dense spiritual energy, creating a powerful presence that rendered onlookers breathless. "Our Ocheng levitated 2 meters above the ground. You are a legendary warrior." Lu the Brave stuttered, trembling as he pointed at Ro Cheng, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. "What legendary warrior?" The steward, upon hearing this, fainted from sheer terror. Young Zhao Yun, witnessing this scene, was filled with envy. "Big brother, even your subordinate is so formidable. Does that not make you even stronger?" Zhao Yun gazed at Qin Lin with sparkling eyes, expressing his admiration. Well, one could say that," Qin Lin replied awkwardly, knowing that his own strength could hardly rival Ro Cheng's. Chapter 32. Mir, I have returned. The pressure emanating from Ro Cheng, suspended in midair, instilled unprecedented fear in all present. With a thud, Lu the Brave discarded his weapon and knelt before Ro Cheng, repeatedly bowing his head. "Young master, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your might. Spare me, I beseech you." Lu the Brave wailed, slapping his own face in desperation. If he did not plead for mercy, a legendary warrior could dispatch him with the ease of crushing an ant. "My lord?" Seeing such desperate pleas, Ro Cheng descended, unsure of how to proceed. as chaos was best avoided in public. "You, take us to your master," Qin Lin commanded coldly, harboring disdain for those who abused their power. "Why, yes," Lu the Brave nodded rapidly, panic-stricken. Under Lu's guidance, they entered the opulent interior of the estate, adorned with lifelike decorations and an array of exquisite carvings. In these troubled times, living in such an environment was a luxury beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "Master!" Lu the Brave cried out, tears streaming down his face. His earlier domineering demeanor vanished. "What is the matter? Why the commotion?" The master of the Lu household, lounging with two concubines who were feeding him, responded. "Two young masters have arrived," Lu the Brave announced. Qin Lin, accompanied by Zhao Yun and Ro Cheng, followed closely behind. Upon seeing the master, Qin Lin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell, Lu Du? What a coincidence to encounter you in this cursed place." Hearing Qin Lin's voice, Lu Du fell from his reclining chair, as if confronted by a ghost. General Qin." Lu Du's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon recognizing Qin Lin. "What brings you here?" Qin Lin seethed with anger, recalling how he had freed Lu Du only to lose track of him, now finding him in Changshan. Ro Cheng, witnessing this, was bewildered, scratching his head, wondering if his lord knew Lu Du. Zhao Yun stood in shock as well. "Lu Du?" Qin Lin's voice dripped with icy menace. "Why yes, General Qin. What are your orders?" Lu Du trembled, terrified by Qin Lin's sudden appearance. "Why have you delayed the wages owed to Zhao Yun's father?" Qin Lin inquired. "Wages?" Lu Du was puzzled by the modern term. Qin Lin sighed in exasperation, raising his voice. "Salaries? Lu Du stammered, unsure how to respond, for he simply did not wish to pay. Admitting this would surely bring Qin Lin's wrath upon him. Lu the Brave quickly fetched 10 pounds of gold from the treasury for Zhao Yun. Lu Du urged hastily. "At once, my lord." Lu the Brave scrambled away, swiftly returning with 10 pounds of gold, which he presented to Zhao Yun. The boy had never seen so much gold. His eyes were transfixed, viewing it as the elixir that could save his father. "Take it." Qin Lin smiled at Zhao Yun, wishing to leave a good impression on the future powerhouse. Zhao Yun accepted the gold, tears streaming down his cheeks for the first time in ages, and knelt before Qin Lin, gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, my savior. I, Zhao Yun, am willing to serve you like a loyal beast." Qin Lin laughed heartily. "Just remember my name, that I am Qin Lin. When you rise to greatness, do not forget me." Zhao Yun was momentarily bewildered by Qin Lin's words. "Zhao Yun, you must hurry home. Your father awaits your aid," Qin Lin instructed. Hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Yun, kneeling, offered a deep bow to Qin Lin before darting away toward his home. "Lu Du." Qin Lin's gaze turned icy as he addressed Lu Du. "I spared your life in Lingling out of respect for your honesty. Should you dare commit any further misdeeds, I shall see you subjected to the most gruesome of fates." Qin Lin chose not to delve into why Lu Du possessed a residence in Changshan. Nor did he pursue the matter further. "Yes, General Qin, I shall heed your warning. I shall never dare again," Lu Du replied, repeatedly bowing in apology. "O Cheng, let us depart," Qin Lin declared, striding away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Lu Du, watching Qin Lin's retreat, was left in turmoil. "Damn it, how is it that I encounter him everywhere? Lu the Brave, we are moving tomorrow." Lu Du, rendered powerless by fear, collapsed to the ground. "My lord, our next destination is Shuojuan," Ro Cheng informed. Finally arriving, Qin Lin's face lit up with joy. He was on the verge of reuniting with Zhen, and his excitement was palpable. "O Cheng, let us hasten our pace. We must reach Shuojuan by dawn. Mir awaits me. We shall soon be reunited." Qin Lin gazed toward Shuojuan, unconsciously quickening his pace, urging his steed to its limits. O Chang and Qin Lin raced toward Zhuojuan like twin bolts of lightning. In Yuzhou Zhuojuan, most of the young men from Qin village had been conscripted, leaving behind only the elderly, the infirm, women, and children. A few children, aged 7 or 8, played beneath a giant cypress tree, chasing one another in gleeful abandon. Such scenes were rare amidst the chaos of war. This massive cypress was the very spot where Qin Lin had proposed to Zhenmi, albeit without securing the consent of her parents before being conscripted. This time, he would not let the opportunity slip by again. However, beneath the giant cypress, Zhenmi's presence had been conspicuously absent for far too long. She typically waited from dawn until dusk, spending only mealtimes at home. A gentle breeze stirred, heralding the end of spring and the impending arrival of summer, as life began to flourish once more. Giddy up, brothers, quicken your pace. Ahead lies Qin village. A band of marauders, numbering 30 or 40, approached, brandishing curved blades as they charged toward Qin village. Not good. The marauders are coming. Everyone, hide. An elderly man, frail and white-haired, shouted with all his might, leaning heavily on his cane as he stumbled into an alley. Since the young men of Qin village had been taken, the marauders' attacks had grown increasingly frequent. Each raid left the village stripped bare. Ah, hooray! The marauders erupted in jubilant cheers, seizing whatever loot they could find. If they spotted a young woman they fancied, they would snatch her away to their lair. Consequently, the young maidens of the village often fell victim to the marauders' whims, plunging the entire community into a state of panic. The louder their cries grew, the more exhilarated the marauders became. Even worse, the marauders would set fire to the village's thatched roofs, sowing chaos. Smoke billowed into the sky, igniting alarm throughout the village. Ro Cheng, did you hear that? It sounds like screams. Qin Lin paused to listen intently. Why, Lord, look, there is smoke. Ro Cheng pointed to the distance, where thick plumes of smoke billowed from Qin village. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lin's expression turned to one of sheer horror. This is bad. Something has happened in Qin village. Qin Lin urged his steed forward, racing toward the heart of the village, with Ro Cheng closely following. There, he beheld dozens of marauders plundering the village's possessions. Ah, I will kill you all. Qin Lin let out a fierce roar as the Jiao Long Niechi spear soared through the void, taking a swift step to slay a bandit. Once again, Qin Lin charged forward, and 3 or 4 bandit heads fell to the ground. Luo Cheng rushed up, drew his weapon, and suspended it in the air, transforming his long spear into several and launching them forth. With a series of piercing sounds, the spears traversed the void, carving graceful arcs as they pierced through 10 bandits. Chapter 33. I have returned to Qin family village. The bandits, witnessing Qin Lin and his companion eliminate over 10 of their comrades with such swiftness, felt a surge of fury. Boss, those 2 youngsters are incredibly fierce. Shouldn't we hide for a moment? One bandit suggested to their leader. At this moment, more than 20 bandits surrounded Qin Lin and Luo Cheng, eager to observe just how formidable these 2 were. Damn it. In our Qingfeng stronghold, the word retreat does not exist, the bandit leader exclaimed angrily. Second in command, they're coming. A trembling bandit pointed fearfully at Qin Lin and his companion. In less than a minute, the encircling bandits were effortlessly dispatched by the duo. Damn it. They are too fierce. Run. The bandit leader's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly felt fear. Aren't we supposed to not run? Another bandit asked. The leader slapped the bandit across the face. Shut up, Lord. Should we pursue them? Luo Cheng asked seriously, his body drenched in blood. Pursue? Kill them all. Qin Lin, filled with seething hatred for these bandits who had invaded the home he had grown up in, could hardly contain himself. As you command. Luo Cheng leaped off his warhorse, unleashing a surge of energy that rushed toward 2 bandits at near light speed. Second in command. He seems to be a legendary warrior. The bandits, upon witnessing Luo Cheng's true power, were instantly engulfed in despair. Oh no, we're doomed. The bandit leader realized he could not evade Luo Cheng's assault and came to a halt. Wait, we were forced into this. I have an elderly mother who is 80 and a 3-year-old child. Please spare me. One bandit knelt before Luo Cheng, disregarding his dignity. Yes, yes. The other bandits echoed in agreement. Luo Cheng smirked coldly. I'm sorry. But under my lord's orders, you must die with that. He swung his spear, sending 2 heads soaring into the air, blood spraying forth. I too was forced. Luo Cheng scoffed. Turning away, he soon joined Qin Lin's side. My lord, it is taken care of, Luo Cheng said softly. Qin Lin nodded, surveying the surroundings and noticing that the villagers had all hidden away in an instant. It seemed that the village was often plagued by these bandit attacks. Villagers, come out. The bandits have been driven away. Qin Lin called out, but after a long moment, not a single soul emerged. An elderly man cautiously peered out, observing the corpses of the bandits strewn across the ground. Villagers, the bandits have truly been defeated. Come out, he shouted. Within a minute, the villagers began to emerge cautiously. The old man, leaning on his cane, took a few steps forward, sizing up Qin Lin, and suddenly his expression turned to one of profound astonishment. "You are Qin Lin. The boy has returned," he stammered, incredulous at the sight of Qin Lin, who had fled the village months ago after killing the conscripted soldiers, never expecting to see him again. The incident with the soldiers had been swiftly covered up, with the authorities believing that the conscripted general had been ambushed by the Yellow Turban Army, leading to his demise, leaving the matter unresolved. "Yes, grandfather, I am indeed Qin Lin replied. The villagers gathered around, confirming his identity. "Brother, has the Yellow Turban Army been defeated?" A young child of about 7 or 8 gazed up at the handsome Qin Lin with hopeful eyes. Qin Lin could only shake his head in resignation. "Ah, they have not been defeated." The child's hopeful gaze dimmed, and he sighed in disappointment. "Liner, you have returned." Just then, a couple in their 40s rushed over, their heavy footsteps quickening with urgency. "Mother, father," Qin Lin exclaimed, rushing to embrace them. His mother wept, expressing her concerns and fears, and they spoke in a flurry of worry, saying everything that needed to be said. "Villagers, you need not worry anymore. I, Qin Lin, have returned, and I shall help you rid yourselves of these bandits." At that moment, Qin Lin felt a sense of glory, determined to protect his loved ones with his strength. "The boy from the Qin family has truly made something of himself," the villagers praised. Seeing the villagers' reaction, Qin Lin's face lit up with the sweetest smile. "Mother, where is Zhenmi? Why haven't I seen her?" Qin Lin eagerly inquired, yearning to see Zhenmi after half a year apart. His mother's expression fell, mirrored by his father. "What happened to Mir?" Qin Lin's heart raced in anxiety. "She has been taken." A middle-aged man, around 50, stepped forward, speaking in a somber tone. Qin Lin turned to see it was Zhenmi's father, Zhen Yi, the village chief and a wealthy merchant. The memory of Zhen Yi's earlier rejection of his proposal still lingered in Qin Lin's mind, but now was not the time to dwell on that. "Uncle Zhen, who took Mir?" Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi. Zhen's expression remained calm, but inside, he was tormented, knowing his daughter had been captured by Yuan Shi once more. Upon hearing Yuan Shi's name, Qin Lin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock as he stood frozen in place. In historical accounts, Zhang Mi's first husband was indeed Yuan Shi. Furious and humiliated, Qin Lin became increasingly agitated, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that struck a large tree, cleaving it in two. "Why, Lord? Please calm down." Luo Cheng rushed over, placing his hands on Qin Lin's shoulders. After a moment, Qin Lin took a few deep breaths, managing to quell his rage. He understood the vast disparity in strength between himself and Yuan Shao, a chasm nearly impossible to bridge. Yuan Shao had a legion of formidable warriors and an overwhelming army. In the current Han dynasty, he was one of the most powerful figures, second only to General He Jin and Prime Minister Dong Zhuo. Even the likes of Cao Cao would find it difficult to contend with him. Though the Emperor of the Han was the nominal ruler, he did not wield actual power over the various factions. Zhen Yi, witnessing Qin Lin's capabilities, was taken aback. This young man had grown so formidable that even someone had referred to him as "my lord." The two of them had easily vanquished so many bandits. "How many days has Mir been gone?" Qin Lin inquired. "Just a few days ago," Zhang Yi replied, his voice hollow and devoid of his previous authority. Nodding, Qin Lin devised a plan and turned toward his home, with Luo Cheng following closely behind. "My lord, we can rescue her," Luo Cheng urged as they walked. Qin Lin regarded him thoughtfully but remained silent. Chapter 34, Journey to Hajin. Last night, Qin Lin learned from his parents and the village chief that Yuan Shao had been dispatched by the court to assist Dong Zhuo in suppressing the Yellow Turban Army. Unfortunately, Yuan Shao's son, Yuan Shi, passed through Zhuo County and spotted Zhenmi waiting under a tree for Qin Lin. Captivated by her unparalleled beauty, Yuan Shi seized her, and the villagers were powerless to stop him. Currently, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi resided in Hajin County, which borders Zhuo County, making it part of Yuan Shao's territory in Hebei. Upon grasping the full details of the incident, Qin Lin gazed through the window at his parents and steeled his resolve. He had to go to Hajin County, even if it meant walking into a den of tigers. While it might be a foolish endeavor, he had no choice for Zhang Mi's sake. This time, Qin Lin did not call upon Luo Cheng to accompany him, fully aware of the daunting challenge ahead. Hajin County was guarded by the 4 pillars of Hebei, all of whom were top-tier experts. Thus, Qin Lin chose to venture alone, believing it would afford him greater freedom of movement. Afterward, Qin Lin opened the System S-Store interface and purchased a fusion card. Drawing forth the Jiao Long Yechi spear, he rode swiftly into the direction of Hejian under the cloak of night. After a night of relentless riding, Qin Lin arrived in the vicinity of Hejian County. Hejian, situated at the northernmost part of the North China Plain, boasts a city perched on an expansive, open plain. Subsequently, Qin Lin sheathed his weapon, passed the inspection, and entered Hejian County. As he strolled along the bustling streets of Hejian, he overheard snippets of conversation among the townsfolk, who appeared to be engaged in lively discourse. Qin Lin paused for a moment, unable to discern the subject of their animated chatter. He then made his way to an inn, which was equally abuzz with cheerful conversation. "Waiter, what are they all talking about? They seem quite merry," Qin Lin inquired with curiosity. "Oh, esteemed guest, judging by your attire, you appear to be a stranger here." The waiter scrutinized Qin Lin, who looked weary and dusty after a long night's journey. With a faint smile and a nod, Qin Lin listened intently. "You may not be aware, but Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, is about to wed, and it is said that the bride is as beautiful as a celestial being." The waiter exclaimed with excitement, clearly eager to catch a glimpse of the rumored bride. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin's expression darkened, his fist clenched tightly as if forged from the hardest iron. "No, I cannot afford to be angered at this moment," he admonished himself internally, gradually quelling the rising fury within. "Oh, really? I too wish to see this bride." Qin Lin feigned a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with the waiter, while inwardly seething. "When is young master Yuan Shi to be wed?" Qin Lin asked, suppressing his rage. "This month, in just 2 days," the waiter replied. Qin Lin nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin, his mind racing with contemplation. "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest?" the waiter inquired politely, bending slightly. "Bring me 2 jars of wine," Qin Lin declared with a booming voice. 2 jars of wine. The waiter gasped in shock, realizing that consuming such a quantity would surely lead to intoxication. "Just bring them." Qin Lin's anger seemed to simmer just beneath the surface. "Very well. I shall fetch them at once." Moments later, the waiter returned, carrying 2 hefty jars of wine, placing them upon the table. "Enjoy your drink, esteemed guest." Qin Lin chuckled, then grasped one of the jars, taking large swigs. Refreshing. His actions quickly drew the attention of the tavern's patrons. "What is the matter with this young man?" one guest remarked, shaking his head. "Perhaps he has encountered some unfortunate event. We should keep our distance," the tavern owner echoed, equally concerned. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Qin Lin had consumed both jars of wine, leaving him thoroughly intoxicated. He produced a silver coin, tossed it to the waiter, and staggered out of the tavern in Qin village. Luo Cheng had called out for Qin Lin for quite some time, yet received no response. He then opened the door, only to find Qin Lin's room empty. Luo Cheng's mind quickly deduced where Qin Lin had gone. At that moment, Qin Lin's parents arrived, noticing Luo Cheng's anxious expression. "Where is Liner?" they inquired. "He has gone to Hejian." "How reckless of him, not even calling me along." Luo Cheng's face turned pale with urgency as he rushed towards the stables, mounted his steed, and galloped off towards Hejian. Upon hearing this, Qin Lin's parents were thrown into a frenzy. "Oh no, he must be seeking Zhenmi." Qin Lin's father gazed into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. "We can only leave it to fate." Hours passed before Qin Lin's intoxication began to wane, though he still felt a lingering dizziness. However, after the drinking, he felt sharper than usual. Arriving at Yuan Shao's residence in Hejian, he beheld the grand estate, resplendent in gold and jade, occupying a significant portion of Hejian County. At midday, the scorching sun illuminated the land, seemingly evaporating everything in its path. Qin Lin then procured a blueprint of Yuan Shao's estate from the black market. After a cursory glance, he identified Yuan Shi's quarters and resolved to act under the cover of night. If the opportunity presented itself, he must avenge his grievances by eliminating Yuan Shi. As twilight descended, the number of patrolling soldiers around Yuan Shao's estate multiplied. With Yuan Shi's wedding the following day, the estate was alive with revelry throughout the night. For Qin Lin, evading the vigilant patrols proved a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, within Yuan Shi's residence, a maid gazed enviously at the stunning beauty reflected in the bronze mirror. The woman in question was Zhenmi, now adorned in exquisite makeup, appearing even more enchanting than before, akin to a blooming lotus. Clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, Zhenmi resembled a peerless beauty. Yet, her countenance bore no trace of joy. Her expression as blank as a robot, marred by feelings of helplessness and desolation. "Miss, please smile. You have been like this for over 10 days. It is not good for your health," the maid expressed her concern. Noting Zhenmi's diminished appetite and waning figure, Zhenmi managed a bitter smile, utterly oblivious to her own feelings. Yuanxi had coerced her into marriage under the threat of annihilating her entire village. Such a sense of helplessness was beyond the comprehension of a mere maid. How could she possibly find joy? The only man Zhenmi wished to marry was Qin Lin, the one who had protected her since childhood and whom she cherished deeply. Now, he was conscripted to the front lines, his fate uncertain. Smile. At that moment, such a request felt utterly unattainable for Zhenmi outside the estate. Upon observing the numerous patrolling soldiers, Qin Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How am I to enter? Just then, a sudden fire erupted within the estate, drawing the attention of the patrolling soldiers, who rushed towards the chaos. Stunned by the serendipity of the event, Qin Lin seized the moment, channeling his energy to leap 10 meters into the estate. Should he encounter any patrolling soldiers, his presence would surely be detected. Upon entering, Qin Lin proceeded cautiously, keenly aware of his surroundings to avoid detection. Following the blueprint, he took some time but ultimately located Yuanxi's quarters. As he drew near, the flickering candlelight illuminated the room, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Qin Lin inhaled deeply. Indeed, the scent was unmistakably that of Zhenmi. Having spent 7 or 8 years in her company, her fragrance was ingrained in his very being. Chapter 35. The 4 Pillars of Hebei with a gentle push. Qin Lin tore through the thin paper covering the window, peering inside with one eye open and the other closed. Upon seeing the woman within, his heart raced, and he trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. "Mir! It is Mir!" Qin Lin whispered in exhilaration. Suddenly, he flung open the door and entered the room. "Who?" The maid recoiled a couple of steps upon spotting Qin Lin. Zhenmi turned, and upon recognizing Qin Lin's face, she covered her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Seeming Gidge," Zhenmi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, rushing towards Qin Lin. Tears that had been brimming in Qin Lin's eyes fell freely as he opened his arms. Embracing Zhenmi, who was equally moved, the maid stood agape, almost dropping her jaw. Could he truly be the young man of whom the miss had spoken? The two were locked in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Qin Lin pressed a kiss to Zhenmi's forehead, holding her closely for several minutes. After a half-year of waiting, this moment made it all worthwhile. Their eyes locked, reflecting a profound connection. "Seeming Gidge, how did you come here?" Zhenmi asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she released Qin Lin from her embrace. "This estate is heavily guarded. It is not easy for an ordinary person to enter," Qin Lin replied, his voice filled with urgency. "I have come to rescue you." "That scoundrel Yuanxi has not harmed you, has he?" he asked. Concern etched on his face. "No," Zhenmi replied. She had only been captured by Yuanxi a day or 2 prior and had been confined to this room since. "Let us not dwell on that. Mir, we must leave at once," Qin Lin urged, taking her delicate hand in his. Suddenly, Zhenmi hesitated. "Qin Lin, I cannot leave just yet." Puzzled by her response, Qin Lin pressed. "Why? Are you truly considering marrying that Yuanxi?" "Seeming Gidge, if I do not marry Yuanxi, he will kill everyone in our village," Zhenmi replied, her face paling with despair. "That scoundrel Yuanxi, he shall pay for this," Qin Lin seethed, grinding his teeth in anger. "Mir, do not fear. I now command the 4 commanderies of Jingnan, with an army of over 10,000. I can ensure the safety of everyone in our village. Once I bring you back, we shall relocate together." Qin Lin spoke urgently, aware of the pressing nature of their situation. "Is that true?" Zhenmi, unsure of Qin Lin's experiences, found it hard to believe. "Yes, Mir, trust me." Qin Lin raised his right hand. A surge of azure spiritual energy emanating from it.as an ordinary martial general, he was relatively adept at harnessing spiritual energy. Upon witnessing Qin Lin's aura, Zhenmi was convinced at that moment. Qin Lin approached the maid, prompting her startled reaction. "Little girl, my apologies. You may need to take a brief slumber." With that, Qin Lin's hand descended, and the maid instantly fell unconscious. "Let us make haste." Qin Lin grasped Zhenmi's delicate hand and rushed out of the room in a flurry. Zhenmi, are you unharmed? Just then, Yuan Shi, who had just finished drinking with Yuan Shao, returned, his face still slightly flushed. Initially, Yuan Shi had intended to seize the moment, fueled by alcohol, to engage with Zhenmi. But to his surprise, Qin Lin had arrived. The three of them collided. Upon seeing Qin Lin holding Zhenmi's arm, Yuan Shi immediately grasped his identity. He had heard from the villagers of Qin that Zhenmi had once had an old flame. He never anticipated that he would actually appear. You, young man, are the one who ignited the flames in our residence. Yuan Shi seethed, drawing his sword in anger. Scoundrel! Release Mir at once. Yuan Shi's fury escalated. Qin Lin regarded Yuan Shi, and a line of data materialized. Name: Yuan Shi level, 47, ordinary martial general, potential, 60, qualified, combat power, 473-20, 20 from the enhancement of a high-grade spiritual weapon, intelligence, 61 loyalty, 65, qualified, leadership, 62 charm, 71 weapon, Lingshu sword, high-grade spiritual weapon. An ordinary martial general is hardly impressive. With such meager potential, how could he be worthy of my Mir? Humph. Mir is not someone just anyone can call by name. Qin Lin bellowed, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy. This young man is also a martial general. Yuan Shi was taken aback, feeling as if he were facing a formidable foe. The energy shot towards Yuan Shi, and in an instant, Qin Lin took Zhenmi's hand and dashed away. This was no time for lingering. Where do you think you're running, brat? Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down with overwhelming pressure. Qin Lin staggered back a few steps from the force, while Zhenmi's face turned pale, seeking refuge behind Qin Lin. Uncle Wen Chou! Yuan Shi exclaimed with delight upon seeing Wen Chou's silhouette, immediately regaining his confidence. Uncle Wen Chou, this rascal is the one who set our residence ablaze. He seeks to abduct my Mir. Yuan Shi clenched his fists, seething with rage. Upon hearing Wen Chou's name, Qin Lin's heart skipped a beat. He recognized Wen Chou, the foremost pillar of Hebei. You are the famous Wen Chou of Hebei. Qin Lin inhaled deeply, mustering his resolve to confront him. He could not afford to lose his composure now. You know me? Wen Chou's voice was frigid. How could I not be aware? Qin Lin retorted with a cold smirk. Realizing he had encountered significant trouble today, he glanced at Wen Chou, and another line of data appeared. Name: Wen Chou level, 86, legendary martial general, potential, 86, excellent, worthy of focus cultivation, combat power, 862-20, 20 from the enhancement of a high-grade spiritual weapon, intelligence, 60 loyalty, 80, reliable, leadership, 75 charm, 81 weapon, Su Tai trident, high-grade spiritual weapon, goodness. He is indeed a legendary martial general, his combat power surpassing even Luo Cheng by a considerable margin. Uncle Wen Chou, kill him. Just don't harm Mir. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth. He cast a glance at Zhenmi, thinking to himself, once I rid myself of this scoundrel, I shall have my way with her. Yuan Shi felt a surge of satisfaction, then spat on the ground. Wen Chou glared at Qin Lin. Sensing that eliminating him would be a simple task, why apologies, brat? Wen Chou raised his spear, filled with murderous intent, pointing it at Qin Lin. Brother Ziming, what should we do? Zhenmi felt the gravity of Wen Chou's prowess. Qin Lin gently caressed Zhenmi's hand, reassuring her, fear not. I'm here for you. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze on Wen Chou, refusing to cower. Then, he retrieved a fusion card and swiftly crushed it, his body becoming infused with spiritual energy, merging with Luo Cheng's combat prowess, thereby inheriting all of Luo Cheng's strength for 1 hour. Wen Chou lunged at Qin Lin with his spear. Qin Lin bellowed, unleashing an immense wave of spiritual energy that coalesced into numerous steel blades. Wen Chou suddenly sensed a shift in Qin Lin's aura, the overwhelming presence intensifying several hundredfold in midair. Wen Chou quickly retracted his spear to withstand the barrage of steel blades. The Su Tai trident trembled under the assault of the blades. Wen Chou grunted, realizing he had underestimated this young man. Mir, you should take cover. I don't want you to get hurt, Qin Lin said with a smile. The disparity in Wen Chou's combat power was staggering, reaching an astounding 862. Brother Wen Chou, we shall assist you. Suddenly, 3 other legendary martial generals appeared in the sky, all clad in harmonious armor. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He never anticipated that all 4 pillars of Hebei would arrive. Trouble had come knocking at his door. Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Zhang He, and Gao Lan formed a formidable quartet. At that moment, another figure approached from the distance, garbed in splendid attire, exuding an air of nobility. "My lord!" The 4 exclaimed in unison. "Father!" Yuan Shi bowed respectfully. The person who had arrived was none other than Yuan Shao of Hebei, a man of great renown. Seeing the most formidable 4 generals of Hebei gathered, Qin Lin swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was all over. Chapter 36. Let us see who dares to harm my lord. The 4 pillars of Hebei brandished their weapons, a diverse array of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Qin Lin instinctively took a few steps back. The pressure was overwhelming. Data for the 3 appeared on their right. Name: Yin Liang. Level: 85. Legendary Martial General. Potential: 85. Excellent. Worthy of focus cultivation. Combat power: 851. 20 from the enhancement of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Intelligence: 63. Loyalty: 80. Reliable. Leadership: 68. Charm: 80. Weapon: Sharp battle knife. High-grade spiritual weapon. Name: Gao Lan. Level: 81. Legendary Martial General. Potential: 83. Excellent. Promising in development. Combat power: 816. 20 from the enhancement of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Intelligence: 71. Loyalty: 79. Reliable. Leadership: 71. Charm: 79. Weapon: Zhenjin Spear. High-grade spiritual weapon. Name: Zhang He. Level: 84. Legendary Martial General. Potential: 89. Excellent. Worthy of focused combat training. Combat power: 849. 20 from the enhancement of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Intelligence: 80. Loyalty: 82. Reliable. Leadership: 81. Charm: 83. Among them, even the weakest, Gao Lan was a legendary martial general. What hope did he have? It was a complete deadlock. Leading the charge, Wen Chou was the first to attack Qin Lin, with Zhang He and the others following suit. Encircling him from all sides, Qin Lin unleashed all his spiritual energy. At this moment, he could not afford to hold back any strength. Although he possessed 2 combat power cards, the current combat power exceeding 800 rendered them virtually useless. Note: combat power exceeding 800 cannot utilize combat power cards. Qin Lin wielded the Jiaolong Yeqi spear with all his might, parrying the attacks from the 4 pillars of Hebei one by one. After a single exchange, he was already gasping for breath. The prospect of escape seemed even more impossible. If he fled alone, there might be a chance, but bringing Zhenmi along would leave virtually no hope of survival. He still had 1 flawless card left. If it came to it, he could use the flawless card to protect Zhenmi and escape himself. However, that would be a last resort. Flawless can protect 1 person for 2 months from any harm. This harm is determined by the individual's perception. For instance, if Yuan Shi intended to harm Zhenmi, and she perceived it as such, the flawless card would trigger defense, redirecting the force to injure Yuan Shi. The flawless system contains only 3 cards, red in color, and is extremely rare. Yuan Shao, upon witnessing Qin Lin's combat power, was taken aback. He never imagined this young man could be so formidable at such a young age. A thought of attempting to recruit Qin Lin suddenly surged in his mind. However, given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely. He was a rival to his son-in-law, which was a conflict that could not be resolved. Thus, the only option was to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. The 4 pillars of Hebei retreated momentarily, inhaling deeply, exchanging glances, and nodding in unison. Then, their spiritual energy erupted, launching another assault from 4 different directions toward Qin Lin. Tianshui Ice Blade. This skill was one of Luo Cheng's 4 abilities, and Qin Lin unleashed it directly, determined to hold off the onslaught for as long as possible. Spiritual energy surged from Qin Lin's hands, gradually coalescing into blue ice blades in the void, multiplying rapidly in less than a second. Countless ice blades had formed from the spiritual energy. Qin Lin pressed his hands down. The ice blades sliced through the air, carving lines of light in the dark of night, swiftly descending upon the 4 pillars of Hebei. This young man is indeed impressive. Son, you must learn from him. Yuan Shao cast a glance at his unworthy son Yuan Shi. And when compared to Qin Lin, it seemed as though they were worlds apart. Yuan Shi shot a sideways glance at Qin Lin, crossing his arms over his chest and letting out a cold scoff. What is so impressive about him? He still can't defeat the 4 pillars of Hebei. Can he? The icy blades continued to rain down, while the four pillars of Hebei emanated a potent aura, transforming it into a formidable shield that blocked the countless icy blades. They too were not without fatigue. The shield they conjured had depleted a significant portion of their spiritual energy. However, as the attacking party, Qin Lin's situation was even more dire. He collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, panting heavily, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The complete release of his spiritual energy was akin to a mutual destruction. Leaving him utterly depleted, he had no spiritual energy left. The four pillars of Hebei, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of reluctance to kill the young man, recognizing his immense potential. However, sparing him would mean allowing a frightening force to grow unchecked. "Kill him," Yuan Shao commanded coldly. Wen Chou nodded slightly, brandishing his spear as he approached Qin Lin, who was now akin to a helpless being, struggling even to stand. Seeing Wen Chou advance, Zhen, disregarding her own safety, rushed forward and threw herself in front of him with arms wide open. "Don't come any closer." Beneath her delicate exterior lay a heart of steel. She knew full well that her frail body could not withstand Wen Chou. He could end her life with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, behind her stood the man she cherished. Thus, even if it meant death, she would shield him. "Hold on. I am the protagonist and cannot perish so easily. I still have a spirit restoration pill that can replenish my energy, and a diamond summon card to use as well, and no time to waste. I'm on the brink of death, and if I don't act now, it will be the end." Wen Chou, stand aside. "Zhen, I have yet to taste the thrill of battle. Spare her life, but that brat must die." Yuan Shi smirked, his expression chilling. Wen Chou slightly nodded, channeling his spiritual energy into his spear. Circumventing Zhen and thrusting toward Qin Lin, as Qin Lin prepared to use the spirit restoration pill, a sudden beam of light shot from the void. "Let us see who dares to touch my lord." A hearty voice echoed from afar, followed by a spear hurtling toward Wen Chou. Wen Chou hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the spear's strike. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the four pillars of Hebei quickly armed themselves. On high alert. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Wen Chou scanned the surroundings, but saw no one. "My lord. Are you all right?" Luo Cheng stealthily appeared before Qin Lin. "I'm fine." Qin Lin replied with difficulty. Luo Cheng opened his palm, the spear returning to his grasp, and then turned to face the four pillars of Hebei. "Who dares to threaten my lord?" He helped Qin Lin to his feet, a fierce determination in his voice. "Who are you?" Wen Chou inquired. "I am Luo Cheng," he replied, his demeanor unyielding and imposing. "Who exactly is this Qin Lin? Such a figure, yet I've never heard of him before." Yuan Shao pondered aloud. To have a legendary warrior as a subordinate, he must be far from an empty name. The four pillars of Hebei sensed that Luo Cheng was also a legendary warrior, his combat prowess rivaling that of Qin Lin. Qin Lin understood that even with Luo Cheng's arrival, the situation had not shifted in their favor. The combined might of the four pillars of Hebei was too formidable, and he had already experienced their strength firsthand. "Luo Cheng, be cautious. The four pillars of Hebei are powerful." Qin Lin gasped, struggling for breath. "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. As long as my lord is alive, so shall I be. If my lord falls, I too shall perish," Luo Cheng declared, raising his spear. "Come forth, allow me to experience the might of the four pillars of Hebei." Zhen, witnessing that Qin Lin had survived, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet the perilous situation they faced was far from resolved. The four pillars of Hebei had never encountered such arrogance. "Then let us four brothers teach him a lesson," Zhang He proclaimed, brandishing his spear and advancing with a cold resolve. With that, the spear was drawn, spiritual energy surging forth as he lunged at Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng released a surge of spiritual energy, propelling Qin Lin out of harm's way. He then readied his spear for battle, using the five hooks divine flying spear to block Zhang He's attack. Zhang He retracted his spear, retreating as Gao Lan thrust his spear forward. Yin Liang leapt into the air, swinging his great sword from the right, while Wen Chou charged in from the left. Faced with the simultaneous assault of three adversaries, Luo Cheng's mind raced. He struck left, knowing the right side would be overwhelmed. Blocking Gao Lan's attack left him vulnerable to the others. So he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, launching himself skyward. In an instant, Luo Cheng soared like a shooting star, skillfully evading the trio's assault. The three missed their targets, their frustration palpable. Qin Lin observed the battle unfold, realizing he had much to learn from Luo Cheng's tactics. Rushing in blindly would only lead to a quicker defeat. Thus, one must think strategically in the heat of battle, the four pillars of Hebei. Likewise, infusing their spiritual energy, ascended into the sky, encircling Luo Cheng. "Let us see how you evade us," they shouted in unison, charging at him. The five figures clashed in midair like bolts of lightning, their weapons producing a thunderous cacophony. As daybreak approached, the air crackled with intense spiritual energy. The overwhelming energy rained down, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Luo Cheng furrowed his brow, a grimace of struggle marking his features as he remained in a defensive stance, unable to seize any opportunity for offense. Qin Lin noticed that despite using the fusion card to gain Luo Cheng's power for an hour, he was only able to harness about 70 to 80% of Luo Cheng's true strength. It seemed that temporary power paled in comparison to gradual growth. Yanliang, Gaolan, Zhang He, and when Chou surrounded Luo Cheng from all sides, and it appeared there would be no escape. After nearly an hour of combat, Luo Cheng was drenched in sweat, veins bulging, his complexion growing pale. The four pillars of Hebei exchanged glances, and in an instant, they launched their coordinated assault. Their combined spiritual energy surged forth, cutting through the night like four streaks of light. This battle was undoubtedly the most arduous Luo Cheng had faced in his lifetime. It was a true test of endurance. With a tremendous explosion, a wave of energy collided, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated the weaker structures of the estate. Yuan Shao unleashed his own spiritual energy to counter the impact. While Yuan Shi grasped Zhenmi, using his energy to shield them from the force. Qin Lin, however, was struck by the shockwave, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The shockwave stirred up dust, scattering the dark clouds above, plunging the sky into darkness. At that moment, an object plummeted from the heavens. Thud! The object struck the ground, creating a massive crater right before Qin Lin. Moments later, a long spear fell, clattering to the earth in front of him. It was none other than Luo Cheng's five hooks divine flying spear. Luo Cheng knelt on the ground, supporting himself with one hand, gasping for breath. Damn, they're truly formidable. Luo Cheng had performed admirably, managing to hold his own against four opponents for such an extended period. What is the situation? Qin Lin inquired. Nothing serious, just a bit of cramping in my hand. Luo Cheng replied, a pained expression crossing his face. Yuan Shao, infuriated by the devastation of his estate, barked, "Kill those two." His eyes blazing with rage, he issued the command. The four pillars of Hebei, despite their earlier exertions, were now weary but still charged forward once more. "Can you still fight, Luo Cheng?" With that, Qin Lin wiped the blood from his lips and retrieved the Spirit Restoration Pill and Diamond Summon card. "All right," Luo Cheng affirmed as Qin Lin consumed the Spirit Restoration Pill. His energy surged throughout his body. He crushed the Diamond Summon card, and dark clouds gathered above, a bolt of lightning striking the center of the courtyard. Suddenly, a legendary warrior appeared. Clad in a crimson robe and wielding a spear, he materialized alongside 6 other legendary warriors within the courtyard. The overwhelming pressure nearly took their breath away. This boy has reinforcements. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi trembled at the sight of the newly summoned legendary warriors. "Fear not, my lord. They are but 3 legendary warriors. We 4 shall not be intimidated." With that, the 4 charged forward to confront them. Beside them, Zhenmi covered her mouth in disbelief. How had Qin Lin transformed into such a formidable figure? Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of collapse, yet now he stood revitalized. Could it be that my love has awakened his true potential? At the forefront stood Qin Lin, flanked by Luo Cheng and the crimson-clad warrior, as they charged forward with ferocity. Qin Lin was acutely aware that extricating Zhenmi would prove to be exceedingly difficult. However, he possessed the flawless card, which ensured that even if he could not take her away, Yuan Shi would not dare to harbor any illicit intentions towards her. As for Yuan Shao, the formidable warlord, he would never stoop to targeting a frail woman. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to ensure his own survival, for in 2 months' time, he would settle accounts with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi once more. The clash of 7 legendary warriors erupted in a cataclysmic display of power. Their weapons danced through the sky, creating a beautiful tapestry of vibrant spiritual energy that illuminated the heavens. Yet, Qin Lin's side was still at a disadvantage, and the duration of his experience card was rapidly drawing to a close. You all hold them off first with that. Qin Lin leapt to the ground. Mirror, come here. Zhenmi rushed over, and Qin Lin activated the flawless card, which immediately took effect on her, unbeknownst to the others. Mirror, have no fear. I have cast a protective spell upon you. Anyone who approaches will be harmed. I will return in 2 months to rescue you. So wait for me. Qin Lin understood that it was impossible to take Zhenmi back at this moment. His experience card was nearing expiration, and Luo Cheng had sustained serious injuries. The summoned warrior would vanish in an hour. Should the 4 pillars of Hebei relentlessly pursue them, none would survive. For the greater good, they must endure for 2 months. As long as the flawless card protected Zhenmi, Yuan Shi's baser instincts would remain at bay. In this manner, Zhenmi's safety would be secured for him. Zhenmi nodded, for Qin Lin had never deceived her. Let us depart. Qin Lin sprang into action, glancing at the experience card timer. Only 5 minutes remained. They should be able to escape. My lord. What of your fiancée? Luo Cheng inquired with a serious expression. Do not worry, she will be fine. Qin Lin unleashed several energy orbs towards the 4 pillars of Hebei, swiftly darting out of Hejin County, with Luo Cheng and the crimson-clad warrior closely following. Yuan Shi led Zhenmi away, but she turned back to cast a forlorn glance at Qin Lin's receding figure. Zhang He, Gao Lan, you two pursue. Yuan Shao, ever the meticulous strategist, dispatched only Zhang He and Gao Lan to chase, leaving Wen Chou and Yin Liang behind. Should this be a ruse by Qin Lin to draw them away? And considering the presence of his legendary warriors, he could find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, it was prudent to send just the 2. Qin Lin's party had suffered significant injuries, and Zhang He and Gao Lan were formidable foes. The duo nodded and set off in pursuit. Chapter 38. The Elder's intervention. After flying for a while, Qin Lin's experience time expired, and the crimson-clad warrior vanished shortly thereafter. Severely wounded, Qin Lin leaned on Luo Cheng as they staggered out of Hejin County. They had walked for only a few hours when they suddenly collapsed onto a patch of grass. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Lin recalled the thrilling events that had just transpired. He had never imagined that bringing 2 individuals along would result in such a tumultuous clash with the 4 pillars of Hebei. My lord? Suddenly, Luo Cheng appeared weak, as if he had employed some secret technique during the battle. Luo Cheng, can you hold on? Qin Lin assisted Luo Cheng in wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a bitter smile, Luo Cheng replied, I will not perish. Just then, a chilling gust swept through, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the figures of 2 individuals before them, who coldly declared, You shall not live. Zhang He and Gao Lan, who had been closely trailing, erupted into the fray. Upon seeing their figures, Qin Lin could only shake his head in resignation. Yuan Shao truly left no survivors, damn it. Luo Cheng, do you regret coming to my rescue? Qin Lin asked defiantly. Heh, my lord. When did you become so sentimental? Luo Cheng chuckled, having long since come to terms with the concept of life and death. Ding! Luo Cheng's loyalty increased by 3 upon hearing the system's prompt. Qin Lin felt an urge to curse. They were on the verge of death, and what good was loyalty at this moment, brother Zhang He? Leave them to me. Gao Lan raised his spear, stepping forward with a slight smirk. Die! With a thrust, Gao Lan's spear, imbued with spiritual energy, unleashed a golden dragon. Qin Lin and Luo Cheng closed their eyes with smiles on their faces. Freeze! Disperse! Suddenly, an ancient, raspy voice echoed through the AIRD. An elderly man, bent over and wielding a cane, casually spoke. The spiritual energy emitted by Gao Lan's spear was abruptly halted mid-air at a distance of 5 meters before disintegrating into nothingness. Startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Qin Lin and Luo Cheng opened their eyes, astonished. An elder. Dawn had arrived, and the light revealed the elder's face before Qin Lin. Ha ha, little one, we meet again. The elder chuckled with a voice tinged by age. Who are you? Gao Lan forcefully retracted his spear, acutely sensing the elder's formidable presence, as he had effortlessly neutralized his spiritual energy. Youth, those who know my name are long dead. Are you certain you wish to learn it? The elder stroked his beard, holding only a cane, devoid of any weaponry. Gao Lan took a step back, loosening his grip on his weapon, overwhelmed by the elder's aura. which seemed capable of vanquishing him in an instant. "Elder, we bear no grudge against you. Why do you obstruct us from carrying out our duties?" Zhang He stepped forward, sheathing his weapon and bowing respectfully. "Young man, this little one is my disciple. Should my disciple be harmed, is it not my duty as a master to intervene?" The elder's voice rose sharply, his aura intensifying. "Master?" Qin Lin was taken aback, and Luo Cheng beside him shared the same sentiment. However, they quickly grasped the elder's intent and played along. "Elder, my apologies, we were unaware that this individual was your disciple, and we hope for your understanding." Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhang He felt a wave of unease wash over him. They had witnessed Qin Lin's prowess. Achieving legendary status at such a young age, it was conceivable that this elder might even possess mythic abilities. "Elder, forgive our transgressions." Gao Lan suddenly altered his tone, bowing in apology. "Very well, since you acknowledge your errors, you may leave." The elder's expression softened, and he had no intention of making things difficult for Zhang He and Gao Lan. Nor did he desire to spill blood. "Thank you, elder, for your mercy. We are deeply grateful." Zhang He and Gao Lan, both legendary warriors in their own right, recognized the wisdom in the elder's judgment and grasped the gravity of the situation. With that, they reluctantly departed. Should they inadvertently provoke a mythic warrior, the consequences would be dire, especially considering how few such beings remained in the world. The likes of Dong Zhuo could act with impunity in the Han dynasty. For even the great general He Jin dared not confront him directly, all because of the mythic warrior Lu Bu. Provoking a being of such caliber was far from a wise decision. If Yuan Shao were to offend this elder and he possessed mythic strength, even the combined might of the four pillars of Hebei would struggle to withstand a single encounter. Once Zhang He and Gao Lan had left, Qin Lin finally exhaled a sigh of relief while lying on the ground. He hurriedly rose and expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, grandfather." Qin Lin bowed deeply, and Luo Cheng mirrored his sentiment. Suddenly realizing how reckless he had been in their previous encounters with the elder. "Elder, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness." Luo Cheng earnestly conveyed his regrets. "Haha, no harm done," the elder replied, stroking his beard with a jovial demeanor. "Little one, remember to act with caution in the future. Recklessness can lead to dire consequences." The elder gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Qin Lin's eyes seemed to reflect a deep contemplation as he recognized his own impulsiveness. Had it not been for Luo Cheng's timely intervention, he would have met a grim fate. "Grandfather, could you enlighten me on whether I can triumph over Yuan Shao?" Qin Lin inquired, as this matter weighed heavily on his ability to rescue Zhenmi. The elder let out a hearty laugh and posed a counter-question. "Little one, do you aspire only to attain Yuan Shao's level of power?" Qin Lin fell into silence, sensing a deeper meaning in the elder's words. "This?" he continued to ponder in silence. The elder chuckled hoarsely, suddenly turning his gaze to Luo Cheng, who had been clutching his abdomen, a frown creasing his brow as concern washed over his face. "Young man, have you burned your martial essence?" The elder's expression turned serious, devoid of his earlier mirth. Luo Cheng exchanged a glance with Qin Lin before nodding. That moment, Qin Lin's mind went blank. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of burning one's martial essence. "You burned your martial essence? But during the battle, I felt no such indication," Qin Lin incredulously queried. Luo Cheng fell silent. "My lord, the situation was dire at that moment. I had no choice but to ignite my essence to fend off their assault." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin's fists clenched involuntarily. "Yuan Shao, I will not let you go unpunished." A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains, startling even the birds that flitted among the trees. The burning of one's essence leaves little hope for future advancement. What a pity, such a promising individual. The elder lamented with a sense of helplessness. Qin Lin turned to Luo Cheng, whose data was now displayed. Name, Luo Cheng level, 85 experience, 10,000 50,000 potential, 15, burn essence, no training value, combat power, 85220. The additional 20 from the enhancement of a superior spiritual artifact, intelligence, 75 loyalty, 88, reliable, command, 76 charm, 78, card summon. Exceeds the host, no demands, weapon, 5-pronged divine spear, superior spiritual artifact. As expected, Luo Cheng's potential had suffered a significant setback. "Old man, is there truly no way to resolve this?" Qin Lin's eyes brimmed with concern. The elder shook his head, at a loss for how to remedy such a situation, as restoring a martial general's burnt essence is a daunting task, let alone achieving future growth. His nearly despairing shake of the head caused Qin Lin to step back in fright. "My lord, it's all right. If I can regain my former strength, I will still serve you." Luo Cheng's gaze was resolute. The elder, however, felt helpless, for his abilities were limited and he could not assist them significantly. "If there's nothing else, you may leave. First, tend to his wounds. If any lasting ailments are left, restoring his original strength will be exceedingly difficult." With that, the elder strode away, heading towards an unknown destination. The two watched his figure vanish from sight in mere moments. "My lord, let us depart." Luo Cheng felt a heavy heart. Qin Lin remained in place, lost in thought for an indeterminate time. Chapter 39. Qin Lin's decision. Zhuojuan. Qin family village. The two returned, battered and bruised, to find the villagers filled with concern upon seeing their injured forms. However, Qin Lin merely glossed over their ordeal with a few casual words, bringing a sigh of relief from the villagers. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed towards Qin Lin in a state of urgency. "Qin lad, how is my daughter now?" The newcomer was none other than Zhenmi's father, Zhen. He had heard from Qin Lin's parents that Qin Lin had gone to rescue Zhenmi, and to his surprise, they returned just 2 days later. Upon hearing Zhenmi's name, Qin Lin immediately lowered his head, filled with guilt. "Uncle Zhen, I apologize. I was unable to bring Mir back. However, I cast a spell on her, and she will not suffer any harm." Qin Lin spoke with conviction. "Not harmed? That's good." Zhen, who had harbored some hope, felt a pang of disappointment, but hearing that Zhenmi was unharmed allowed him to breathe a little easier. "Rest assured, Uncle Zhen, in 2 months' time, I, Qin Lin, will bring Mir back." Qin Lin's tone was resolute, and Luo Cheng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I believe in you. As long as you can bring Mir back, I will consent to your marriage." Zhen, having witnessed Qin Lin's current strength, realized he had underestimated him months prior. He nodded in relief upon hearing this. Qin Lin also felt that Zhuojuan was no longer safe. Should Yuan Shao's malice escalate and he sent troops to annihilate the villagers, it would spell disaster. Thus, Qin Lin resolved to relocate the entire village to the 4 commanderies of Jingnan, ensuring their safety. However, what worried him was the journey. Zhuojuan was thousands of miles from the 4 commanderies of Jingnan. Even traveling by horse would take 10 days to half a month. If they were to migrate, it would likely take a year or more, and most villagers were elderly, their health not well suited for such a trek. This posed a significant dilemma. If he were to arrange for 4-wheel carts, with nearly 1,000 people in the Qin family village, about 80 carts would be needed, requiring around 160 horses. While acquiring the carts could be achieved by felling trees in the mountains, obtaining the horses presented a considerable challenge. Bandits. The term suddenly surged into Qin Lin's mind. Yes, he could procure horses from the bandits. Just days prior, Qin Lin and Luo Cheng had dispatched over 30 bandits and acquired several horses. If they could eradicate all the bandits, there would surely be enough horses. After contemplating this in his mind, Qin Lin climbed atop a massive stone and called out, "Villagers, our Qin family village has caught Yuan Shao's attention. If you are willing, I can escort you away to the 4 commanderies of Jingnan. That territory is under my protection, and I can ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, aware of Yuan Shao's formidable strength. If he chose to slaughter them all, it would be an effortless task. Yet, they hesitated, grappling with the arduous journey. Zhuojuan was a long way from Jingzhou, and it was no simple matter to undertake such an expedition. "Qin lad, we wish to go, but the journey is too far. Our bodies cannot endure it," an elderly woman said, raising her hands in exasperation. "Indeed, it may take 10 months or more," an old man added. Qin Lin's parents exchanged worried glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Qin Lin reassured them, "You need not worry, I will arrange for over 100 carts, and I will cover all expenses along the way." IVE calculated that, with the speed of the carts, we will reach Jingzhou in just over a month. Just over a month. This time frame was indeed swift. Qin Lin planned to harness 2 horses per cart, significantly enhancing their speed. The villagers erupted in joyous exclamations, praising, "The Qin lad truly has a bright future." Some elderly individuals wept tears of joy. "Qin Lin Gij, from now on, I will follow you." Several young children chimed in delight. Seeing the villagers' jubilant expressions, Qin Lin felt he had fulfilled his promise to Zhenmi. a sweet sensation blossoming within him. Villagers, we shall set out tomorrow. You only need to prepare the wood for 80 carts. As for the horses, I will take care of that, Qin Lin declared. All right, Qin lad, leave this to me, Zhen Yi, the village chief, said, his authority resonating strongly. Qin Lin nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as the crowd dispersed. Only Zhen Yi and Qin Lin remained. Qin lad, I was wrong in my earlier words. I apologize for any discouragement I caused. With that, Zhen Yi bowed deeply in atonement. Uncle Zhen, there's no need. Qin Lin was taken aback by this gesture. To have his future father-in-law apologize to him seemed absurd. If you can rescue Mir, the two of you shall marry immediately, Zhen Yi stated firmly. Uncle Zhen, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will bring Mir back, Qin Lin replied with unwavering determination. In the Hejin commandery, at the Yuan family residence, Yuan Shao erupted in fury. You two worthless fools. How could you let them escape and be frightened off by an old man? He rose from his chair, berating Zhang He and Gao Lian. Why, Lord, please calm your anger. We had no choice. That old man exuded an overwhelming presence. We dared not provoke him, they replied helplessly. How strong can he be? You two legendary warriors couldn't even handle him. Yuan Shao questioned skeptically. Why, Lord, that elder likely possesses strength on par with Elbu. Zhang He asserted. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao recoiled in shock. He knew full well Elbu's prowess, renowned as unmatched in the world, the greatest among men, and even the leader of the Yellow Turban Army. Zhang Jiao held him in fear. Impossible! Yuan Shao's face turned pale with disbelief. How could an old man be so formidable, my lord? I believe what General Zhang and General Gao have said is true. To effortlessly disperse Gao Lan's spirit energy, his strength must indeed exceed that of Elbu. A refined scholar interjected. He then turned to Gao Lan and asked, General Gao, if you were to battle Elbu, how many rounds could you last? Gao Lan pondered for a moment and replied, Mr. Tianfeng, I fear I would not be able to withstand even 10 rounds against Elbu. His admission was sincere. For a lower-tier legendary warrior to last 10 rounds with Elbu would be a lifetime boast. If that's the case, then this old man must indeed be of mythical caliber, Tianfeng concluded. To easily disperse Gao Lan's spirit energy with merely his aura suggests his strength surpasses that of Elbu. Hearing the exchange between the two, Yuan Shao grew increasingly anxious, incredulously exclaiming, There are such powerful figures in the world. And he is but an old man? Tianfeng smiled slightly, my lord. You may not be aware, but do you recognize Tong Yuan? He is also an old man. Yuan Shao chuckled lightly. Of course I know Tong Yuan. His disciples, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Ren, are already renowned figures in the world. He must have reached level 95 by now. In my alternate timeline, Zhao Yun has yet to become his disciple. So what? My lord, the older one is, the more cunning they become. Tianfeng laughed. After Tianfeng's remarks, Zhang He and Gao Lan felt relieved that they had refrained from confronting the elder directly, responsible yet inadvertently inviting trouble upon oneself. At this moment, in the residence of Yuan Shi, Zhanmi sat upright at the corner of the bed. Yuan Shi removed his garments piece by piece. Don't come any closer, Zhanmi exclaimed, frightened as she cowered in a corner. Ha ha, is your man not formidable? How will he rescue you? Today, let me indulge myself. Come here, little lady. Yuan Shi spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, as he lunged towards Zhanmi just as Yuan Shi was about to make contact. Zhanmi's impeccable defense mechanism activated instantly. A surge of electric arc flashed forth, rendering Yuan Shi's body scorched. What sorcery have you employed? Yuan Shi's heart ached from the electric shock, his expression contorted in agony. Indeed, Brother Zimming did not deceive me. Zhanmi suddenly grew defiant. Come closer if you dare. Brother Zimming has cast a spell on me. I'll electrocute you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi seethed with rage. You little wench. I shall end your life. Yuan Shi pounced upon Zhenmi like a ravenous wolf. As he lunged, another electric arc surged forth, this time sending Yuan Shi crashing to the ground. Hmph, come any closer, and you'll be electrocuted, Zhanmi declared, arms crossed, unperturbed by Yuan Shi's wolfish demeanor. Cursed be this. Yuan Shi's eyes darted wildly. Just you wait. Once I discover the means to break this enchantment, I shall torment you 3 times a day. Hmph, Yuan Shi, dragging his scorched body, fled, tightly imprisoning Zhenmi. Chapter 40. Strengthening power as dusk descended. The entire Qin family village was enveloped in darkness. At this moment, Qin Lin and Luo Cheng sat atop a grand tree. Their injuries still evident. Rest assured, I shall avenge your grievances, Qin Lin stated firmly, locking eyes with Luo Cheng. Thank you, my lord. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, Luo Cheng replied with a respectful gesture. This time, Luo Cheng had burned his martial general essence, significantly diminishing his overall strength. I will do my utmost to help you restore your essence, Qin Lin remarked, gazing into the distance. In truth, Luo Cheng had already come to terms with the situation. He understood that once a martial general's essence was consumed, it was irreversible. I hope so, Luo Cheng replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Nevertheless, he held no regrets. After exchanging a few simple words, both men retreated to their chambers to rest. As Qin Lin sat on his bed, cultivating his energy to heal, a notification chimed. Ding, Gao Xianji, Gao Ning, and Zhu Ti have completed their training at the Qingbei Martial Academy. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Lin suddenly recalled that the trio's training had likely concluded some time ago. Busy with various matters in recent days, he had completely forgotten, and the system had delayed in informing him. Ding! The three have completed their training and earned 20,000 experience points. 20,000. Qin Lin pondered, confused. When he sent them to the academy, it was at a first-tier status, and now they had emerged with a second-tier reward, which was unexpected. 20,000 was sufficient to elevate them several levels. Ding! Gao Xianji has slain 5 colossal beasts, receiving an additional 5,000 experience points. Ding! Gao Ning has vanquished 6 colossal beasts, earning an additional 6,000 experience points. Ding! Zhu Ti has defeated 10 colossal beasts, claiming this session's MVP title, and receiving an additional 10,000 experience points. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, revealing that slaying colossal beasts also granted extra bonuses. While the 20,000 experience points were solely from their training, this made him wish to join in as well. Ding! Gao Xianji has gained 25,000 experience points, leveling up to level 9. Name: Gao Xianji. Level: 66, Rare General, Experience, 2, 600, 500, Combat Power, 665, Potential, 80, Excellent. Gao Xianji had also entered the ranks of Rare Generals, and the system chimed again. Ding! Gao Ning has acquired 26,000 experience points, leveling up to level 4. Name: Gao Ning. Level: 70, Epic General, Experience, 2, 500, 1000, Potential, 80, Excellent. Combat Power, 703. Gao Ning had remarkably ascended to the Epic tier. Ding! Zhu Ti has obtained 30,000 experience points, leveling up to level 3. Name: Zhu Ti. Level: 72, Epic General, Experience, 6,000, 1000, Potential, 82, Excellent. Combat Power, 726. Observing the distinct breakthroughs of the three, Qin Lin felt a surge of joy. Both Gao Ning and Zhu Ti had reached the epic level, while Gao Xianji had attained the rare level. However, Qin Lin also noted that as levels increased, the experience required became significantly greater. It took 20,000 experience points for Zhu Ti to advance 3 levels, indicating the growing challenge ahead. Their potential was exceedingly commendable, and with the increase in experience points, they smoothly surpassed every 10-level threshold. Given their exceptional potential, breaching the 80-level barrier seemed plausible, yet surpassing the 90-level threshold appeared somewhat impractical. Much like Dian Wei, whose potential reached 94, enabling him to effortlessly transcend the 90-level barrier. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. At this moment, Gao Xianji, Gao Ning, and Zhu Ti rejoiced at their extraordinary power surges, feeling that the tribulations of recent days had been worthwhile. Meanwhile, Qin Lin had already contemplated the next batch of individuals to send to the Qingbei Martial Academy: Bao Long, Chening, Wei Yan, and Zhao Fan. Although one slot remained unfilled, Luo Cheng was certainly unable to go. As for Gao Xianji and the others, having just returned, they needed to solidify their current levels and could not afford to make rash breakthroughs. As for Zhao Fan, although he was not an ideal candidate, given the second-tier system had granted 5 slots, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Thus, Zhao Fan would inevitably be compelled to become a martial general. Regarding Luo Cheng, his essence would need to be restored first before proceeding. Subsequently, a thought flashed through Qin Lin's mind. In Changsha County, within the Grand Hall, upon seeing Gao Xianji and the others return, Wei Yin and the others were overjoyed and rushed to greet them. "You have finally returned." Zhao Fan was the first to speak. The trio nodded in delight. "I am now a rare general." Having reached level 66, Gao Xinji exclaimed happily. "We have all ascended to epic generals," Gan Ning and Zhu Ti declared in unison. Witnessing their remarkable breakthroughs, everyone expressed their admiration. "Congratulations! Our strength has significantly increased." Wei Yin and the others chorused in celebration. Just as the words left their lips, 4 beams of white light suddenly illuminated the scene, enveloping Wei Yin, Bao Long, Qining, and Zhao Fan. Gao Xinji and the others watched without surprise. They too had been drawn into this white light before, entering that virtual space. This was arranged by their lord, and they felt reassured. "Safe travels." Gan Ning waved goodbye to them. "Brother Zhu Ti, Brother Xingba." "Wen Chang, they have all departed. The task of guarding the 4 counties of Jingnan now rests upon us," Gao Xinji declared resolutely, showcasing a strong sense of responsibility. The two nodded in agreement. They could not let their lord down and were determined to protect the 4 counties of Jingnan with their lives. In the virtual space of the Qingbei Martial Academy, the 4 found themselves drawn into the white light, somewhat bewildered. However, they had heard Qin Lin speak of it beforehand, so they were not overly concerned. It was merely their first visit, and they were still unfamiliar with the surroundings. The most bewildered among them was Zhao Fan, who had been promised a cushy role managing supplies, only to find himself unexpectedly thrust into the fray by Qin Lin's sudden change of plans. It seemed he was being inexorably pushed toward becoming a martial general. "Brother Fan, fret not," Bao Long assured, having changed his form of address for Zhao Fan. Calling him lord would no longer be appropriate. Nevertheless, Zhao Fan rather liked the title Brother Fan. Currently, he was the oldest among Qin Lin's generals, so referring to him as Brother Fan did not violate the hierarchy. "Haha, let's go. I'm ready to level up." Wei Yin laughed heartily, brandishing his great sword with a demeanor reminiscent of a lone warrior who could withstand 1,000 foes. Bao Long and Qining stood by, while Zhao Fan frowned, timidly hiding behind the trio, nervously gripping a steel sword. Observing this scene from Zhuo County, Qin Lin chuckled softly, knowing that the subsequent events would primarily consist of battles against colossal beasts, rendering them less visually appealing. He needed only to wait patiently for 10 days. Afterward, Qin Lin closed the scene, but the system notifications continued. "Ding, congratulations, host, for earning the sincere worship of 356 residents of Qin Family Village, gaining 35,600 reputation points." Upon hearing this, Qin Lin jumped with excitement. Having acquired over 35,000 reputation points in one go, it seemed that sincere worship was indeed lucrative, though gaining a person's genuine worship was no easy feat. His current reputation had reached 37,900. Ding, side quest refreshed. Ding, side quest. Subdue Zhuge Liang, a mythic level strategist. Difficulty, 4 stars. Completion reward, 40,000 reputation points. The rewards were indeed substantial. A mythic level strategist. This was the first time Qin Lin had heard of such a figure. It appears that alongside legendary generals, there are also mythical strategists, each requiring different focal points for development. Upon encountering the 4-star difficulty, Qin Lin felt a touch of trepidation, for even Liu Bei had to pay 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang, who was surely a stubborn mule and would be difficult to engage in conversation. In Chapter 41, titled Elixirs, Extraordinary Wonders, once Qin Lin had ensured the well-being of his fellow villagers, he resolved to pay a visit to this Zhuge Liang. Noticing his impressive reputation score of over 37,000, Qin Lin was suddenly struck by a whimsical desire to draw from the lottery. It was high time to replenish his stock of nutritional supplements. Recently introduced was the troop system, and Qin Lin was eager to experiment with acquiring soldiers to escort his villagers. He decided to spend 20,000 reputation points on the highest tier troops available, as it seemed the most worthwhile. Currently, the system offered 7 types of advanced troops, all boasting considerable combat prowess. Golden Fire Cavalry, level 21 to 30, maximum level 30, priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Vine Armor Troops, level 21 to 30, maximum level 30, priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry, level 21 to 30, maximum level 30, priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Shiliang Iron Cavalry, level 21 to 30, maximum level 30, priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Tiger Bin Fierce Army, level 21 to 30, maximum level 30, priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Stone Throwing Army. Level 21 to 30, maximum level 30. Priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Poisonous Tooth Cavalry. Level 21 to 30, maximum level 30. Priced at 10,000 for 500 units. Regarding their combat capabilities, Qin Lin was uncertain. The Golden Fire Cavalry was said to have emerged during the Qin dynasty and were known for their formidable fighting skills. He decided to procure 500 of them for testing. Although the Vine Armor troops were impervious to blades and spears, they were especially vulnerable to fire, a glaring weakness that deterred Qin Lin from purchasing them. The Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry, renowned as the finest cavalry in the realm, also caught his interest, leading him to acquire 500 units. Having purchased 2 troop types, Qin Lin lamented the ease with which he spent his reputation points while earning them proved to be a far more arduous task. He sighed, contemplating that had he an infinite amount of reputation points, he could dominate the entire Three Kingdoms era. Even 10 of Yuan Binshu could be vanquished by him. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from outside, followed by a thunderous shout. "I pay my respects to my lord and am willing to brave fire and water for you." The voice resonated like thunder across the entire Qin family village, rousing the villagers from their slumber and illuminating the village with lights. Goodness! What a voice! What a presence! So overwhelming. Even from behind the window, Qin Lin could sense the formidable aura of the elite troops. Once the echo of the shout faded, the villagers remained in stunned silence for a moment before closing their doors and extinguishing their lights, returning to sleep. The village soon fell silent once more. Upon opening the door, Qin Lin was astonished to behold 1,000 soldiers, each mounted on majestic steeds, exuding an air of strength. Their weapons gleamed with sharpness, and their armor was donned impeccably, standing ready as if awaiting commands from their general, an unmistakable elite army. This enthusiastic assembly of advanced troops suddenly called out, "My lord!" Qin Lin quickly raised his hand to halt them. "No more of that. With so many soldiers appearing at once, it's quite the challenge to accommodate you all. For now, you can rest on the ground." He forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Follow your lord's arrangements." The elite soldiers, resembling wooden figures, maintained their stoic expressions, obediently following orders. Over 1,000 of them dismounted and lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Lin was taken aback and shook his head in resignation. He returned to his room and opened the system interface. It was time to draw from the lottery. His luck had accumulated to 100 points. And upon reaching 5,000 points, he could acquire a mythical general. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the blue lottery interface appeared in his mind. Draw 100 reputation points vanished. Ding. You have obtained a Bawang Dan. Lucky value, 2 points. 2 points. After receiving the Bawang Dan, Qin Lin was not particularly surprised, but he questioned, "System, why only 2 points of lucky value?" Since the system had upgraded to level 2, a dialogue mode had been activated. Allowing inquiries, the ethereal voice of the system responded, "Lucky value acquisition permission 1. I see." Qin Lin mused, "The Bawang Dan grants the user the power of the Western Shu Overlord Xiangyu for 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Are you jesting? It would take me 2 seconds to consume it, and by the time I digest it, I would be out of time. Only 10 seconds. What is the point?" The system clarified. Bawang Dan grants the host the battle power of Xiangyu, with a combat power rating of 950. Please note the name Xiangyu. When the system mentioned the combat power of 950, Qin Lin was taken aback. Goodness, 950. That's incredibly powerful. If I could wield Xiangyu's strength, even for just 10 seconds, I could likely dispatch a level 70 general with ease. Initially, Qin Lin had only focused on the duration of the Bawang Dan, not realizing the significance of the name Xiangyu. Now, he understood how foolish he had been. Recognizing the immense value of the Bawang Dan, had he possessed this item earlier, he could have easily taken down one of the 4 pillars of Hebei within 10 seconds. If he were to have a mythical general like Xiangyu, it would be a game-changer. If this were merely the beginning, he could only imagine the true might of a divine-level general. However, he could now ascertain that no such divine generals existed in the Three Kingdoms era, which brought him some comfort. Let us continue drawing. Having tasted the thrill of the lottery, Qin Lin wasted no time. And another 100 reputation points vanished. Ding. You have obtained 2 Ju Yuan Dan, lucky value. 4 points. Ju Yuan Dan. Could it be the elixir for restoring a general's essence? Upon seeing Ju Yuan Dan displayed on the system page, Qin Lin felt a surge of excitement. If it were indeed Ju Yuan Dan, Then Luo Cheng's essence restoration was within reach. Zhu Yuan Dan. Used to restore a general's essence, extremely rare elixir. Handle with care. After reading the prompt, Qin Lin jumped with joy. System, I adore you. Hope for Luo Cheng's essence restoration had emerged. Haha. His excitement was boundless, even surpassing the joy of winning 10 million. Today, he felt extraordinarily fortunate, as if he could continue to bask in good luck. Yet, the draws had yielded only elixirs thus far. Let us keep going. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, Qin Lin focused again. And another 100 reputation points disappeared. Ding. You have obtained 2 Xianjin cards, lucky value. 2 points. 2 Xianjin cards. What a boon. Each valued at 40,000. Without hesitation, Qin Lin shattered the 2 cards. A torrent of green experience surged into his being, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation as if he might burst. After a moment, he had absorbed all the experience, and radiant auras cascaded around him. Illuminating the space 9 times, ding. The host gains 10,000 experience points, leveling up 9 times to level 57. Ding. The host has become a premium general, rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. Subsequently, Qin Lin opened his system introduction page. Name: Qin Lin Quest, Main Quest, Eliminate the Yellow Turban Army, Side Quest, Win over Zhuge. Difficulty 4 stars, Potential? Reputation points, 27,600 level, 57, Premium General, Combat Power, 573 experience, 2,001,000 charm, 71 leadership, 75 spouse, none weapons, Tian Xian Spear, medium quality spirit weapon, Jiao Long Nirvana Tooth Spear, high quality spirit weapon, White Snake Battle Cry Spear, high quality spirit weapon. Items: Diamond Summon Card 1, Combat Power Card 2, Bawang Dan 1, Zhu Yuan Dan 1 Mount, Kai Su Kuan, Rank, Golden, in an instant. Qin Lin had ascended to the status of a premium general. Such rapid advancement rendered him virtually invincible in today's realm. Chapter 42. The 3,000 training grounds. Just as Qin Lin reveled in the exhilaration of his level up, the system chimed once more. Ding. The host has become a premium general, unlocking the 3,000 training grounds. 3,000 training grounds. Could it be a place for cultivation? Qin Lin pondered, stroking his chin. The 3,000 training grounds are provided by the system for the host's cultivation. You may freely visit to train for a maximum of 5 hours each time. The system's ethereal voice echoed in his mind. That sounds splendid. If I can train there, leveling up will be a breeze. With the establishment of the Qingbei Pei General Academy for his subordinates and the 3,000 training grounds for himself, Qin Lin envisioned a future where, with diligent training, he could dominate the 3 kingdoms and even the entire world. Having drawn 3 times today and hit the jackpot each time, Qin Lin felt a swell of joy. His lucky value had also climbed to 106 points, but it was still far from enough to exchange for those exorbitantly priced generals. I'll go for a few more draws, he thought, feeling insatiable. In a burst of inspiration, he focused again, and another 100 reputation points vanished. Ding, congratulations, the host has obtained a black gold summon card. Lucky value, 2 points. A black gold summon card. Previously, he had drawn a diamond summon card, which he had yet to use, and now he had another black gold summon card. Black gold summon card. Summons a mythical general for 20 seconds, not for sale. A mythical general, for 20 seconds. Although merely a fleeting 20 seconds, Qin Lin was acutely aware of the significance these moments held. If utilized appropriately, they could undoubtedly unleash a formidable force, capable of turning the tides of fate. After 4 consecutive draws, he had struck gold. Perhaps the system, feeling pity for Qin Lin's previous catastrophic defeat to Yuan Shao, was now offering him solace. Without a second thought, he resolved to draw once more. One word, draw. 100 points of prestige vanished in an instant. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Luck to the lass. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Qin Lin's mind. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Luck to Following this, a relentless chorus of thank you for your patronage echoed in Qin Lin's mind for what felt like half an hour. It appeared that his streak of fortune had come to an end. What remained was merely a string of misfortune. In total, he had drawn 100 times, expending 1,000 prestige points, yet achieving a commendable 4 wins. Moreover, he had unlocked the 3,000 temples, which alone made the endeavor worthwhile. Qin Lin glanced at his account. Luck, 300, prestige, 17, 600. Quite satisfactory indeed. Over 10,000 prestige points were sufficient for his survival. However, he was still far from acquiring high-tier generals with his current luck. 3,000 temples. Qin Lin silently repeated the phrase. After a night of drawing, excitement coursed through him, rendering sleep elusive. Suddenly, the thought of venturing into the 3,000 temples emerged. After all, entering at random posed no immediate danger to his life. What experience points could he potentially gain with each entry? He decided to find out. Settling into a meditative pose on his bed, he sought inner calm. Whoosh! A sudden rustling filled the room, followed by a brilliant blue light that contrasted sharply with the white glow of the Qingbei Peijiang Academy. Qin Lin was then transported into the depths of the 3,000 temples. As the name suggests, the 3,000 temples comprised a multitude of sanctuaries, brimming with rich spiritual energy. It could be likened to a miniature world. With layers upon layers of temples, each guarded by a general every 10 levels, while the remaining layers were overseen by colossal beasts. Countless edifices adorned the landscape. At that moment, Qin Lin found himself standing on the first level of the 3,000 temples. He brandished his dragon-tooth spear, scanning his surroundings and noting the absence of any other presence. The first level was supported by 4 towering pillars that seemed to pierce the heavens. Leaving Qin Lin to ponder the staggering height of the accumulated 3,000 temples, focusing intently, he took cautious, measured steps. With each footfall, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. After a few steps, a cluster of lotus flowers drifted toward him. Qin Lin's gaze sharpened as he beheld the seemingly beautiful blossoms, aware of the latent danger they posed. The flowers approached, and a strange white light swept past him. The light enveloped Qin Lin, and the lotus flowers divided and multiplied, ultimately coalescing into a humanoid figure. As the figure materialized, Qin Lin instinctively took a step back. The lotus flowers dispersed, unleashing a blinding radiance that compelled him to shield his eyes. "Come here, little brother." A soft, melodious voice echoed from the flowers. The enchanting tone captivated Qin Lin, causing him to loosen his grip on his weapon. In an instant, a woman emerged from the blossoms, her delicate hand caressing a beautiful guqin. Her fingers deftly dancing across its strings. Clad in ethereal white garments, she radiated an otherworldly beauty, her features strikingly exquisite, embodying an indescribable allure. The appearance of this woman infused the vast temple with an ethereal ambience. She seemed to float through the air, as if descended from the heavens. What a breathtaking beauty! Qin Lin's weapon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as unbidden words of admiration escaped his lips. Unable to contain his fascination, he stepped closer to the woman. "Yes, my little brother, come slowly. Enter my realm of tenderness." Her voice, charming and gentle, flowed like a babbling brook. A surge of heat coursed through Qin Lin, a longing to immerse himself in that soothing stream. His gaze, now filled with infatuation, quickened his pace as he moved toward her. "Very well, come forth, sister awaits you." The woman's laughter rang out, her fingers deftly plucking the strings, filling the air with an alluring melody. Just as Qin Lin was 10 steps away from her, the visage of Zhen flashed through his mind. In that instant, his body jolted, and he gasped for breath. Regaining his composure, spitting on the ground, he muttered, "Cursed enchantress! How dare you employ such seductive tactics?" In the final moments, he had resisted the allure, escaping the clutches of her bewitchment. "Not bad, little brother, with such a low level. You still manage to see through my charm. Do you have someone special in your heart?" The woman chuckled alluringly, drifting closer. "Humph! Mind your own business," Qin Lin retorted, extending his right hand as the dragon-tooth spear flew back into his grasp. Infuriated by such underhanded methods, "Oh, how many desire my body? Never did I expect someone to reject me. You are the first." The woman sighed, her expression darkening, her last words dripping with resentment, as if her unparalleled beauty had been scorned. "Blast this system! What kind of repugnant individuals reside within the 3,000 temples?" Qin Lin cursed vehemently. The inhabitants of the 3,000 temples were the souls of those who had perished in ancient times. Meticulously catalogued by the system, the host could conquer them and recruit them into their ranks. The system explained within Qin Lin's mind. "Oh, that is quite intriguing. I did not anticipate that the first level would be guarded by a woman. How extraordinary." Chapter 43. The Unparalleled Beauty. Yang Yuan. Qin Lin gazed at the stunning woman as a stream of data materialized before him. Name: Yang Yuhuan level, 85. Epic beauty, potential, 90. Peerless. Immense spiritual potential, spiritual power, 851 beauty, 96 loyalty, 85 charm, 82 skills. Enchanting melody. Reduces the combat power of enemy generals by 10, cost, 400 spiritual power, seduction technique. Reduces the combat power of 10, 000 enemy troops by 5, cost, 500 spiritual power, 6 palace beauties. Increases the combat power of a designated individual by 20, cost, 800 spiritual power, weapon. Celestial Guqin, medium-grade spiritual artifact, Yang Yuhuan. The figure before him was none other than the renowned beauty of the four great beauties, Yang Yuhuan. In a wonder, she radiated such beauty. It was enough to leave Qin Lin utterly entranced. He realized that Yang Yuhuan's combat power had transformed into spiritual power, with her skills consuming spiritual energy, indicating a different identity as a general. Level 85, significantly surpassing Qin Lin. A beauty score of 96 was indeed a formidable figure. Suddenly, he felt an urge to check Zhan Mi's beauty data. Little brother, welcome to the 3,000 temples. I am the guardian of the first level, Yang Yuhuan. Her melodious voice conveyed a sense of intrigue towards Qin Lin. Are you dead? Qin Lin blurted out, leaving Yang Yuhuan momentarily speechless. It was his first encounter conversing with a spirit. Yang Yuhuan had perished at Maui Slope, her tragic fate lamented by future generations. Qin Lin was well versed in the history of Yang Yuhuan. After all, she was a celebrated beauty, and who wouldn't want to learn more about her? She was famously praised by Bai Jui. With a glance, 100 charms are born. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. It was evident that this sentiment held true. Yang Yuhuan chuckled lightly, covering her nose. Indeed, little brother, I am a spirit. Are you frightened? Perhaps you would like to find comfort in my embrace. I shall protect you. With that, she emitted a playful laugh. Humph. I am here to challenge you, not to seek companionship. Accept my challenge, Qin Lin proclaimed, his voice rising with authority. How could I bear to fight someone as beautiful as me? Yang Yuhuan replied in a low, dulcet tone, her demeanor exuding a heart-wrenching charm. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself, Qin Lin declared. Unwilling to engage further, he was wary of falling victim to her seductive arts once more and was eager to witness how a non-combatant would engage in battle. Yang Yuhuan sighed, recognizing the necessity of combat. She began to strum the celestial Guqin, unleashing a melody steeped in lethal intent. The notes surged toward Qin Lin, encircling him with an aura of menace. Damn, I forgot. She still possesses spiritual power. Qin Lin wielded the dragon-tooth spear, dispersing the encroaching notes with swift precision, aiming directly at Yang Yuhuan. Little brother, you are so fierce. I quite like you. She floated gracefully in the air, covering her mouth and giggling sinisterly, with a surge of spiritual energy. Yang Yuhuan retreated, preparing to engage in battle. Although she was not skilled in offense, she could still contend with an exceptional warrior like Qin Lin. Do not call me little brother. My name is Qin Lin, he retorted, pressing forward with the dragon-tooth spear aimed at Yang Yuhuan. Humph! Enchanting melody. As Yang Yuhuan's delicate jade-like hands deftly danced upon the celestial Guqin, a series of ominous notes sprang forth. Imbued with lethal intent, consuming 500 points of spiritual energy, she unleashed her skill, enchanting melody, directly diminishing Qin Lin's combat power by 10 points. Upon witnessing this sudden decline, Qin Lin exclaimed in disbelief. If he were to engage in battle alongside a martial general, such auxiliary prowess was truly formidable. In an instant, he felt a force within him become sealed, as though his very essence had been drained, rendering him utterly exhausted. And this was merely the auditory effect. The notes floating in midair still bore deadly potential. The notes accelerated, hurtling towards him with alarming swiftness. Qin Lin roared, releasing a surge of spiritual energy, coalescing it into a fierce dragon that surged forward. Yang Yuhuan plucked the strings of the celestial Guqin once more, manipulating the notes into a chain that ensnared his dragon, pinning it to the ground. With a mere exertion, the dragon formed from his spiritual energy was shattered. With a smug chuckle, Yang Yuhuan struck the Guqin again, summoning a flurry of notes that rushed towards Qin Lin. Even without combat power, she was exceedingly formidable. Qin Lin felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing he was struggling against Yang Yuhuan. This was a far cry from the historical figure he had read about. Even if he were to win her hand, lacking sufficient strength, he would likely be unable to rein her in. The notes swirled around him mercilessly. Little brother, are you yielding? Sister is quite formidable too. Yang Yuhuan smiled slightly, her notes closing in on him, seemingly intent on forming a binding chain. Heh, you think you can bind me? Absurd. Allow me to showcase my true prowess, Qin Lin retorted, producing a fusion card and squeezing it. But to no avail, he pressed the card again. Yet it remained unresponsive, an awkward chill enveloping the scene. Wait a moment, why has the fusion card malfunctioned? Qin Lin pressed it several more times, but still, it yielded no response. The host need not persist. Within the 3,000 temples, no system cards may be utilized. One must rely solely on oneself. However, defeat poses no threat to your life, the system's ethereal voice chimed in. This revelation plunged Qin Lin into despair. How was he to contend with the overwhelming number of malevolent notes? Little brother, what troubles you? Allow sister to assist you, Yang Yuhuan offered, unleashing an uncountable array of multicolored notes. Damn, Yang Yuhuan, you are insufferable. Sweet words accompanied by fierce attacks. Qin Lin gazed at the deluge of notes, feeling utterly despondent. Despite being a top-tier martial general, he found it exceedingly difficult to overcome such an opponent, feeling like a mere waste. A high-explosive ADC could not best a pure support. Although there was a disparity in levels, it was still utterly humiliating. The notes continued their relentless assault, one by one descending upon him. Qin Lin wielded his dragon's tooth spear, unleashing waves of spiritual energy that scattered the notes, yet they seemed to resurrect. Soaring back into the AI-R.IT became evident that unless he shattered the notes entirely, he could not hope to defeat her. To think that the first level would be this challenging. How much more difficult would the second layer be? Without further ado, Qin Lin leaped 10 meters, escaping the encirclement of notes, which pursued him like wraiths. He realized that the true menace was not Yang Yuhuan herself, but the weapon that emitted the notes. While she possessed little combat power, the notes under her control were formidable. Thus, to vanquish the notes, the source, the weapon, must first be destroyed. Enhancing his speed with spiritual energy, he charged towards Yang Yuhuan at 20 meters per second, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she retreated swiftly through the air. The notes, driven by her rapid playing, accelerated in pursuit of Qin Lin. Turning to glance behind him, he saw the notes closing in. He retrieved the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Tianqian spear, long unused, infused it with energy, and thrust it toward the notes, momentarily halting their advance. With a sudden leap, his dragon's tooth spear elongated by 10 meters, striking with ferocity. Yang Yuhuan was momentarily stunned, her body tingling from Qin Lin's surge of energy. With a swift motion, the dragon's tooth spear sent Yang Yuhuan's celestial guqin flying, and in a powerful burst of energy, he sent her sprawling. Chapter 44. Is my waist weak? Yang Yuhuan's alabaster form was slightly flushed from the impact of spiritual energy. Her white attire billowing in the wind, revealing her long legs and accentuating her curvaceous figure. Upon witnessing this, Qin Lin found himself momentarily entranced. Yang Yuhuan's expression darkened as she realized she had underestimated Qin Lin's strength. Suddenly feeling somewhat violent towards a female figure, his compassionate nature surged forth as he leaped forward, catching the flung Yang Yuhuan. With arms outstretched, he embraced her closely, her slender waist and immaculate white garb contrasting starkly with his own. Their eyes locked, and Qin Lin's heart raced uncontrollably. She is but a spirit. I should be terrified. Why is my heart racing so? It dawned on him then that the Yang Yuhuan in his arms was merely a soul. Or more accurately, a deceased being. Little brother, is my waist and chest soft? Yang Yuhuan purred, her crimson lips moving enticingly as she cast a sultry glance at Qin Lin, whose hands rested inappropriately on her ample bosom and soft waist. Soft? Wait, that's not right. Qin Lin blurted out before quickly correcting himself. Not soft. Not at all. Humph. Yang Yuhuan lightly scoffed, jumping down from his grasp, brushing off the dust from her white attire and pulling it down to cover her long white legs. Little brother, your words are tough, yet your hands are quite sincere. Her voice held a chill, shaped by past betrayals from the likes of Prince Li Zhao and Emperor Tang Xuanzong Li Longji, leaving her with a rather disdainful view of men. Humph. There isn't a single good man. Qin Lin immediately refuted. Not all men are bad. I am a good man, loyal to my beloved mirror. Yang Yuhuan chuckled lightly, leaning closer. Little brother, tell me, who do you find more beautiful, me or your mirror? She leaned in, her face mere centimeters from Qin Lin's, causing his blood to surge and a fiery sensation to envelop him. Damn, I didn't expect Yang Yuhuan to be such a person, teasing me again. He internally face-bombed, contemplating his predicament. Who do you say is beautiful? Yang Yuhuan let out a playful hum, poking Qin Lin's chest, persistently inquiring, step aside. I have already defeated you. He suddenly pushed Yang Yuhuan away, realizing that further entanglement could lead to foolish actions. Yang Yuhuan was too bewitching. Indeed, she was a woman capable of causing chaos in the imperial harem. Turning away, Yang Yuhuan was surprised to find that Qin Lin was not as easily swayed as she had anticipated, capable of resisting her allure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for overcoming the first layer of the 3,000 temples, earning 5,000 experience points and 1 fragment of Yang Yuhuan's soul. Ding! Host has resisted the allure of one of the 4 great beauties, achieving the superhuman will achievement. Reputation points 5,000. Himph. I am a paragon of virtue. How could the likes of Yang Yuhuan best me? Qin Lin felt a swell of pride. Ding! The 5-hour time limit has expired. The host will be returned to the real world. As the system's voice echoed. Qin Lin was forcibly expelled from the realm. Little brother, I find you quite intriguing, Yang Yuhuan said with a seductive smile, her soul vanishing from the 3,000 temples. In an instant, Qin Lin was returned to his room. Abruptly awakening from meditation, feeling a surge of heat coursing through his body due to his encounter with Yang Yuhuan. Through the battle with her, he realized that having a support character like Yang Yuhuan would make his battles significantly easier. However, the reward of a soul fragment left him bewildered, prompting him to consult the system. System, are you there? Qin Lin inquired softly. I am here. For inquiries, press 1. To purchase items, press 2. For services, press 3. The system's response left Qin Lin momentarily perplexed. 1, he replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Connecting you to customer service, please hold. Host, what queries do you have? I am customer service representative Xiao Mei, here to assist you. System, isn't it possible to revive the guardians of the 3,000 temples? How can I resurrect Yang Yuhuan? Qin Lin asked, curious about the potential to utilize Yang Yuhuan, which would significantly enhance his strength. Resurrect the guardians of the 3,000 temples. 3 conditions must be met. 1. Defeat the guardian. 2. The host's charm must exceed that of the guardian. 3. Collect all 10 fragments of the guardian's soul. The system outlined clearly, well, I've already defeated the guardian, and my charm is just 10 points shy of Yang Yuhuan's. That's easily remedied with some charm fruits. However, collecting the remaining soul fragments is a mystery. System, how can I gather the other soul fragments? Qin Lin inquired. In the 3,000 Taoist grounds, there is 1 guardian for every 10 levels, while the 9 levels below each host different colossal beasts. Defeating these beasts grants rewards. Note: engaging with these beasts carries a risk to life. If one cannot prevail, it is advisable to escape from the 3,000 grounds. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Lin was somewhat astonished. How could his 3,000 Taoist grounds harbor danger, especially when his subordinates at Qingbei Pei Academy faced no threats from the colossal beasts? Yet, high risk often correlates with high reward, and Qin Lin understood that there was no alternative but to comply. At that moment, the enchanting figure and multifaceted charm of Yang Yuhuan resurfaced in Qin Lin's mind, lingering and igniting a fervent heat within him. Ding! The host has gained 5,000 experience points, leveling up to level 60, and has ascended to the status of a rare general. Name: Qin Lin. Level 60 experience 22 005 combat power 600 and 420. The additional 20 comes from a superior spirit weapon. Now, he too was a rare general. However, from this point onward, each level would require 5,000 experience points. A considerable sum indeed. Were it not for his possession of the 3,000 Taoist grounds, it might take him a century to ascend to the mythical general tier. After more than an hour of drawing lots and an exhausting 5-hour battle with Yang Yuhuan, the sky outside had already passed the 5th watch, roughly around 5 or 6 in the morning. Darkness was dispelled by the dawn, and light gradually illuminated the earth. Why, Lord, this is not good. Luo Cheng exclaimed early in the morning, eagerly stomping at the door of Qin Lin's chamber. Having endured an entire night, Qin Lin bore large dark circles under his eyes, feeling utterly drained from the arduous battle with Yang Yuan. After a brief moment of respite, Qin Lin was roused by Luo Cheng's commotion. He opened the door and asked, "Luo Cheng, what is the matter?" Behind Luo Cheng stood 1,000 troops, and Qin Lin was not surprised. He had been the one to procure these elite soldiers, and why, Lord? Look, they are all high-ranking soldiers. Luo Cheng pointed excitedly at the throng of elite troops, utterly astonished. "Greetings, my lord. We have come to pledge our allegiance to you." The 1,000 elite soldiers proclaimed in voices that resonated like thunder, "My lord? You refer to me as general?" Luo Cheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, questioning. Qin Lin smiled slightly and replied, "From now on, Luo Cheng, you shall be their commander." He felt reassured in trusting these elite troops to Luo Cheng, whose loyalty he trusted implicitly. "But my lord, I am lacking in vital essence." Luo Cheng hesitated to voice his concern. His expression tinged with sorrow. Qin Lin smiled gently, dismissing the matter entirely. After all, he now possessed the Gathering Essence pill, which could remedy such issues. "Here, take this," he said, producing a Gathering Essence pill. "What is this?" Luo Cheng asked, his face serious. "The Gathering Essence pill, an extraordinary elixir for restoring vital essence," Qin Lin explained softly. Upon hearing the words "restore vital essence," Luo Cheng's heart raced. He swiftly accepted the Gathering Essence pill, fearful it might be taken from him. Luo Cheng swallowed the pill, and within mere seconds, its effects began to manifest. The vital essence he had lost was replenished, drawn from the abundant spiritual energy pervading the world. Vital essence and spiritual energy were inherently interconnected and could transform into one another. However, due to the limitations of human physiology, spiritual energy could not be directly converted into vital essence. The continuous flow of spiritual energy was absorbed by the Gathering Essence pill within Luo Cheng's body, and miraculously, his vital essence was restored in just 2 minutes. Witnessing this remarkable effect, Qin Lin's expression changed. This Gathering Essence pill was indeed a marvelous item. With one remaining, he needed to keep it well hidden. Seeing his vital essence restored, Luo Cheng's expression transformed into one of uncontainable joy. He clenched his fists, feeling a newfound strength in his grip. "Thank you, my lord. I am willing to go through fire and water for you." Without hesitation, he earnestly declared, kneeling on one knee. Ding! Luo Cheng's loyalty increased by 5. Wow. A direct increase of 5 means Luo Cheng's loyalty has surpassed 90. Qin Lin mused. Name. Luo Cheng potential, 88. Excellent. Suitable for focus training, loyalty, 90. Die-hard supporter, a die-hard supporter. Luo Cheng had swiftly become Qin Lin's staunchest ally. Moreover, Qin Lin noticed that Luo Cheng's potential, previously capped at 86 during his peak, had risen by 2 points after consuming the Gathering Essence pill. Fortune often lies in unexpected places. Pondering potential values left Qin Lin perplexed. He could not comprehend why his own potential was marked with a question mark. But he set aside such thoughts and focused on the soldiers below. Now was the opportune moment to launch an assault on the bandits, armed with 1,000 elite troops. Defeating them would be a trivial task. Qin Lin then looked at a Golden Fire Cavalry soldier, and the data materialized. Unit type: Golden Fire Cavalry level 21, elite unit, experience 0-300, combat power 215. Next, he turned his gaze to the Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry, and their data appeared. Unit type: Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry level 21, elite unit, experience 0-300, combat power 215. To his surprise, their statistics mirrored those of the Golden Fire Cavalry, indicating they held equal value. Although both elite units required minimal experience points for advancement, the sheer number complicated the upgrade process. However, there was an advantage. Qin Lin possessed the Golden Steed Kaishukuan, which augmented battle experience by 50, serving as a potent asset. "Luo Cheng," Qin Lin commanded, hands clasped behind his back. "At your service," Luo Cheng replied, regaining his previous confidence after restoring his vital essence. "You shall lead 500 Golden Fire Cavalry soldiers to capture the bandit stronghold today. Do you have confidence in this task?" Qin Lin asked emphatically, eager to test the prowess of these elite units. "Absolutely," Luo Cheng affirmed, turning to address the elite soldiers gathered below. With a commanding shout, 500 Golden Fire Cavalry soldiers followed Luo Cheng toward the bandit stronghold. As for Qin Lin, he opted to remain behind, assisting the villagers in constructing wagons with the remaining elite troops. It struck him as somewhat humorous. Employing elite soldiers for wagon construction was certainly an extravagant use of resources. Perhaps only Qin Lin would conceive such a notion. The two men busied themselves with their respective tasks. Qin Lin led the villagers to the back mountain, where they felled several large bundles of timber, preparing the materials necessary for constructing wagons. He awaited Luo Cheng's triumphant return, confident that, given Luo Cheng's capabilities, capturing the bandit stronghold would pose no difficulty. Qin Lin, do you believe your subordinate can conquer the bandit stronghold? They number over 1,000. An elderly man questioned skeptically, his worry palpable. This band of marauders had caused significant suffering for the nearby villages. Eliminating them would indeed be a noble deed for the villagers. Rest assured, my elder my subordinate Luo Cheng is incredibly strong. A mere band of marauders is hardly a threat, Qin Lin replied, brimming with confidence. Brother Qin Lin, they are back? A child of about 10 pointed excitedly at Luo Cheng's silhouette. Seeing Luo Cheng return triumphantly, it was evident they had emerged victorious. Luo Cheng rode his warhorse, a sack filled with the head of the bandit leader slung across his saddle. My lord, the over 1,000 bandits from Qingfeng stronghold have all been slain, and we have seized 1,000 taels of gold, 500 horses, and countless bolts of silk, Luo Cheng reported jubilantly, revealing the spoils of war. Clearly, the Qingfeng stronghold had amassed a considerable fortune through their plundering. Excellent. Allocate part of the spoils for expenses on the journey and distribute a portion of the gold among the nearby villages. Qin Lin instructed, aware of the hardships faced by the common folk in these times. Any assistance he could provide would be worthwhile. Qin Lin observed the 500 Golden Fire cavalry soldiers behind Luo Cheng. Noting that none were missing, these troops were indeed formidable in this battle. Some of the Golden Fire cavalry even exhibited signs of leveling up, my lord. What shall our next course of action be? Luo Cheng inquired. Given the surplus of horses, the current situation exceeded their initial estimates. Each wagon could be pulled by 3 horses. Luo Cheng, the task of escorting the villagers back to Jing and 4 prefectures is entrusted to you. And you shall take these 1,000 soldiers with you, Qin Lin declared. But my lord, what about you? Luo Cheng asked, concerned. I shall take a trip to Nanyang to meet the legendary Zhuge Liang. If my assumptions are correct, this Zhuge Liang should be a strategist akin to Yang Yuhuan. While Yang Yuhuan's role is that of a beauty, Qin Lin elucidated. My lord, perhaps you should leave 500 soldiers here, Luo Cheng suggested. Feeling uneasy about Qin Lin embarking on the journey alone, that will not be necessary. I can manage on my OW and it is imperative that you safeguard these villagers, Qin Lin insisted firmly. After reiterating his concerns, he concluded that taking an army along would only create the impression of abduction. By leaving all soldiers behind to protect the villagers, Qin Lin could execute his side quest with a clearer conscience. Set forth, Qin Lin instructed. That moment, his parents approached him, whispering their admonitions. Liner, please be cautious. Qin Lin nodded, then watched as the group departed. Over 300 villagers boarded 3 horse-drawn carts, with Luo Cheng leading the way, spear in hand, flanked by 1,000 elite soldiers. Witnessing such a formidable escort, Qin Lin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. It was now time to set forth for Nanyang. The most direct route to Nanyang was to first travel to Shandong, passing through Henei, and ultimately traversing Hunan before arriving at Nanyang. Chapter 46. The 3 brothers of the Peach Garden. Having confirmed the route, Qin Lin mounted his warhorse and galloped towards the west market of Zhuojuan to procure supplies for the journey. As he prepared to depart, he cast one last glance at the village, uncertain of when he might return, feeling a tinge of reluctance. With a sigh, he turned and rode away to the bustling west market of Zhuojuan. The atmosphere was lively, teeming with people and a fleeting sense of prosperity. I was wrong. Please spare me. A middle-aged man was kneeling before a young gentleman, who wielded a fan, repeatedly bowing his head until blood oozed from his forehead. Pleading pathetically, I am the son of the county magistrate in Zhuojuan. If you dare to disrespect me, you will pay with your life. Beat him. The young noble, in his 20s, kicked the middle-aged man down and laughed maniacally. Spare me. As the noble's attendants began to brutally assault the middle-aged man, Qin Lin, leading his horse into the crowd, felt a surge of indignation. Just as he was about to intervene, a burly man suddenly emerged, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I despise people like you. Armed with a snake spear, The muscular man dispatched the attendants with a flurry of strikes, leaving them bruised and battered. The burly man turned his fierce gaze towards the young noble. "You brat, prepare to die." Just as his spear was about to strike, a voice rang out, "Third brother, stop." Entering the scene was a handsome scholar, standing at 7.5 feet tall, with long ears cascading to his shoulders, hands reaching past his knees, and an appearance that was strikingly refined. Following closely was a towering man from Guanxi, standing 9 feet tall, his beard measuring 2 feet, with a countenance reminiscent of a heavy jujube, and a presence that was imposing. Upon seeing the two unexpected arrivals, Qin Lin scrutinized their attire and countenance, realizing with astonishment, could they be Liu Bei and Guan Yu? His gaze then shifted to the burly man. Could this be Zhang Fei? The legendary oath of brotherhood among the three, indeed, had its origins in Zhuojuan. Liu Bei, a descendant of the Jing king of Zhongshan, Zhang Fei, a butcher from Zhuojuan, and Guan Yu, a local from Hunan, had sworn their brotherhood in the Peach Garden in the year 184 AD. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter them now. Furious, Zhang Fei retracted his spear and delivered a fierce kick to the young noble. Liu Bei approached the middle-aged man, gently inquiring, "Why did he strike you?" The middle-aged man gestured towards his stall, indignantly explaining, "You may not know, but he is the son of the county magistrate, using his power to refuse payment for my pork. When I resisted, he assaulted me. I complied, and he accused me of disrespecting him." His tone was one of grievance, a reflection of the plight of the lower classes during the Three Kingdoms era, where the powerless were often subjected to bullying, unjust and outrageous. "I shall kill him," Zhang Fei exclaimed, his temper flaring as he raised his spear to strike. "You insolent fool! I am the son of the county magistrate. Do you dare to kill me?" The young noble retorted defiantly, while his attendants stood with their hands on their hips, provoking Zhang Fei further. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult me?" Zhang Fei's face flushed crimson with rage, and he lunged with his spear. Witnessing Zhang Fei's fierce temperament, Qin Lin realized he was indeed as legendary as the tales portrayed, a fiery spirit only Liu Bei could temper. Liu Bei hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Zhang Fei's spear had already pierced the noble's chest, blood spilling forth. "You truly dared to kill me," the young noble gasped, his vision fading to darkness as he collapsed lifelessly. "I, Zhang Ida, never speak falsehoods," Zhang Fei declared, arms crossed defiantly. Meanwhile, Guan Yu stroked his beard, seemingly unfazed, for he too had taken lives in the past without fear. However, the timid Liu Bei was different. He exclaimed in alarm, "Third brother, how could you kill him? He is the son of the county magistrate." "Elder brother, it was merely a moment of reckless impulse." Zhang Fei shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, clearly feigning innocence. Qin Lin chuckled to himself, finding Zhang Fei amusingly unpredictable. "Fear not, elder brother. He is but a minor noble from Zhuojuan. At worst, we three brothers shall seize control of it." Such a bold proclamation could only come from Guan Yu. "Indeed, elder brother, we shall take it. You shall become the county magistrate," Zhang Fei thundered in agreement. "Utter nonsense. The county magistrate of Zhuojuan is appointed by His Majesty. How could we usurp his position? Is that not akin to treason?" Liu Bei chastised. The attendants, seeing their noble dead, hastily fled the scene. Qin Lin was keen to observe how they would resolve this predicament. Would they truly attempt to overthrow Zhuojuan? The historical records had never mentioned such an event. "Elder brother, you are a descendant of the Jing king of Zhongshan. Even His Majesty would have to address you with respect. What is there to fear? I will bear the brunt of it," Zhang Fei declared, thumping his chest. "Indeed, the yellow turbans are wreaking havoc across the land. I believe Zhuojuan is our best starting point," Guan Yu urged earnestly. Liu Bei, swayed by their words, stood in contemplation, momentarily lost in thought. Qin Lin observed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and data appeared before him. Name: Guan Yu level 89, quasi-mythical general, potential 93, unparalleled, with immense potential for mythic breakthrough, combat power 895 20 from a superior spirit weapon, intelligence 85, loyalty 90, die-hard fan, leadership 90, charm 90, weapon, green dragon crescent blade, superior spirit weapon. Name: Zhang Fei level 88, potential 90, unparalleled, with immense potential, combat power 885 20, 20 from a superior spirit weapon, intelligence, 70 loyalty, 90 leadership, 80 charm, 80 weapon, 8-foot snake spear, superior spirit weapon, by the heavens. 2 top-tier legendary generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, indeed possess remarkable strength. Liu Bei, what do you have to fear? With such legendary warriors, seizing Zhuojuan would undoubtedly establish us as a formidable power. Most astonishingly, Guan Yu is on the verge of achieving mythic status. Next, Qin Lin turned his attention to Liu Bei, and the following data appeared. Name: Liu Bei level, 75, epic general, potential, 78, good, combat power, 756 20, 20 from a superior spirit weapon, intelligence, 82 loyalty, 85, reliable, leadership, 82 charm, 95 weapon, dual-edged sword, superior spirit weapon. Upon reviewing Liu Bei's data, Qin Lin found it quite impressive. However, what struck him was the astonishing charm value of 95. This was the highest charm score he had ever encountered. Sir, it was they who killed the noble. Several attendants hurriedly reported to the county magistrate of Zhuojuan. You scoundrels, why did you kill my son? Kill them. The magistrate, furious, commanded his soldiers with a thunderous voice. With the arrival of the magistrate, the crowd dispersed in terror, some finding refuge in corners, watching the impending clash. Qin Lin, too, leading his horse, stood aside to witness the confrontation. Chapter 47. The Might of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Guan Yu, brandishing the green dragon crescent blade, and Zhang Fei, wielding the 8-foot snake spear, stood defiantly before the county magistrate. A mere few hundred wish to kill us? Zhang Fei scoffed, his disdain evident. How audacious! Chop them into mincemeat to appease my son's spirit. The magistrate roared, seething with rage. Upon witnessing such a scene, Liu Bei could hardly believe the situation had escalated to this level. He drew his dual-edged sword, stepping forward to confront the enemy. Guan Yu unleashed his spiritual energy, slicing through the air with his blade, which manifested a green dragon that surged forward, cutting through the ranks of the soldiers, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in its wake. Zhang Fei was equally formidable, his spear whirling with energy, generating twin vortex-like whirlwinds that swept up dozens of soldiers, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. Liu Bei, with his dual-edged sword, carved through the air, inflicting grievous wounds on several adversaries. These three brothers were indeed powerful. Qin Lin marveled quietly. The magistrate's lips quivered in fear, involuntarily retreating as he witnessed the carnage. In mere moments, nearly 100 of his men had perished. Kill them. He bellowed in a fit of rage. Vast azure dragon. Guan Yu leaped into the air, his spiritual energy enveloping him in a cerulean glow. The body ascended, hovering in midair atop the tip of the Qinglong Yinyue blade, where azure spiritual energy gathered and swiftly coalesced into hundreds of azure dragons. Guan Yu, with a tremendous effort, cleaved downward, causing the azure dragons poised above to plummet suddenly. Hundreds of azure dragons danced through the sky, intertwining and spiraling downward, filling the battlefield with an overwhelming pressure. Several azure dragons collided violently with a dozen soldiers, resulting in their instant demise. With hundreds more descending, scarcely a few soldiers remained unscathed. Witnessing Guan Yu unleash his skill, Zhang Fei, who had scarcely claimed any lives himself, felt a surge of impatience. Watch this! He roared like a beast unleashed from its cage. Leaping into the air, his body suspended, he rapidly amassed crimson spiritual energy into a blazing inferno, the flames of annihilation. As Zhang Fei unleashed his skill, dark clouds loomed overhead, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. The air grew sluggish, and torrents of red flames cascaded from Zhang Fei's grasp, mercilessly incinerating the soldiers upon contact. Once Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had completed their skills, the hundreds of soldiers led by the county magistrate lay slain, their bodies strewn across the ground. The magistrate, in a panic, attempted to flee. Where do you think you're running? Zhang Fei bellowed in wrath, pursuing swiftly. Third brother, do not kill him, Liu Bei, pale-faced, urged. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Fei hurled his 8-foot serpent spear towards the magistrate. Piercing through his body with a swift whoosh, the magistrate let out a deathly wail before collapsing lifelessly. Third brother, why did you not heed my warning? Liu Bei, seething with anger upon witnessing the magistrate's demise, exclaimed, was I not able to control myself? Zhang Fei scratched his head. Brother, it has come to this. Let it be. One can tell from the demeanor of the gentry here in Zhuo County that this magistrate is far from beloved. You should take his place, and we 3 brothers can recruit soldiers in Zhuo County to resist the Yellow Turban Army. Guan Yu's words resonated with sound reasoning. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well. Since I possess no territory of my own, I shall seize this opportunity to become the governor of Zhuo County, laying the groundwork for raising an army. Although Liu Bei feigned reluctance, inwardly he felt elated. Qin Lin, observing from a distance, let out a cold snicker. Ah, Liu Bei certainly knows how to put on an act, a true thespian, without a doubt. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Qin Lin mounted his steed and departed Zhuo County, deciding it best not to provoke such formidable figures until he had grown stronger. As Qin Lin journeyed southward towards Shandong County, Wei Yin and others had already spent 5 or 6 days at the Qingbei Pei General Academy and were preparing to emerge. Qin Lin had similarly been signing in during these days, acquiring reputation points, typically 500 or 1,000 for better rewards. With 10 days remaining until the end of the month, he had accumulated a total of 29,600 reputation points, sufficient to safeguard his life. After nearly a day of travel, Qin Lin finally arrived at Shandong County, unaware of whose territory it belonged to. Crossing Shandong, the distance to Nanyang was quite near. The journey through Henei and Hunan was brief, easily traversed in a day. Upon entering Shandong, Qin Lin chose an inn for a night's stay, intending to set off for Henei the following day. In the stillness of the night, he resolved to visit the Santian Daochang for a night of cultivation, aiming to accrue experience points and level up, for future ascensions would prove arduous, and the present opportunity must not be squandered. After settling onto his bed, a beam of blue light enveloped Qin Lin, drawing him in. Upon reaching the first level, he found no sign of Yang Yuan inside. The blue light soon transported him to the second level. Armed with the Jiaolong Niechi spear, he descended forcefully into the expansive second level of the Santian Daochang, which differed notably from the first. It was more spacious, adorned with a few plants, and thus imbued with a sense of vitality. According to the system, this second level was guarded by a colossal beast, yet no shadow was in sight. Taking a few steps forward, Qin Lin called out, and the echoes reverberated through the vast hall. A roar reminiscent of a tiger pierced the air, its sound exceedingly grating. In response, a giant beast descended from above, pressing down upon Qin Lin. With a swift advance, Qin Lin narrowly evaded the beast's descent. Recalling the inherent dangers of battling such formidable creatures, facing a beast of this caliber, he felt confident. A level 60 Qin Lin could certainly contend with a mere giant beast. The creature bore a sharp horn atop its head, and to his surprise, its data materialized before him. Beast name: Skull Beast, common species, combat power, 501. The information was straightforward. Its combat power was not particularly formidable. Defeating it would not pose a challenge. This giant beast was categorized into levels: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. As the skull beast caught sight of Qin Lin, it charged forth with murderous intent, its horn poised to strike. Unperturbed, Qin Lin, a seasoned warrior well-versed in the battles of legendary heroes, dispersed his spiritual energy, causing the Jiaolong Niechi spear to hum with anticipation. With a deft somersault, he evaded the skull beast's reckless advance and, landing behind it, thrust his spear with pinpoint accuracy into the creature's rear. The skull beast roared in agony, twisting its body in pain, while Qin Lin erupted into laughter at the creature's comical display. Chapter 48. Unbroken victory. Humiliated, the skull beast let out a furious roar, baring its half-meter-long fangs. Recognizing the beast's wrath, Qin Lin stifled his laughter. Overconfidence could lead to downfall. With a mighty roar, the skull beast summoned a green energy blade that formed atop its horn, swinging its head violently as the blade surged towards Qin Lin. The blade sliced through the air like a massive curved sword, sparking flames upon contact with the ground, leaving destruction in its wake. Qin Lin braced himself with the Jiaolong Niechi spear, striding forward to intercept the attack. He sensed that he could withstand the green energy blade. After all, the skull beast was but a common giant, its power significantly beneath his own. The energy blade relentlessly slashed at Qin Lin's spear, but ultimately failed to breach his defenses. Gradually, its strength waned. With a furrowed brow, Qin Lin gritted his teeth and, with a sudden surge of force, repelled the blade back towards the skull beast. Seeing its own attack return, the skull beast's eyes widened in panic as it stumbled backward, attempting to flee. The blade crashed into a pillar, dissipating into nothingness, leaving the skull beast gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lin thrust his spear forward, unleashing a blue laser that pierced through the skull beast's skull before the creature could react. It was vanquished in a single strike. With a resounding thud, the skull beast's body shattered, and beams of light erupted from within, its form exploding into oblivion. Ding! You have slain the skull beast, earning 1,000 experience points, 1 fragment of Yang Yuhuan soul, and 1,000 reputation points. Pleased with the rewards, Qin Lin glanced at the clock. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed. If the subsequent beasts were equally weak, he could defeat them all within the night and gather enough fragments to resurrect Yang Yuhuan. Once again, a blue light enveloped him, transporting him to the 3rd level of the Sanqian Daochang. Unlike the previous level, the 3rd level's beast lay in slumber, oblivious to Qin Lin's arrival. Observing the beast, Qin Lin, spear in hand, shook his head in disbelief. This creature was significantly larger than the skull beast. Its body a vivid red adorned with black spots, and its mane burned like flames. It appeared formidable indeed. Checking the data, he found, beast name, Fire Beast, Common Giant Beast, Combat Power, 520. Relieved by the revelation, Qin Lin approached the slumbering fire beast and, seizing the moment, swiftly decapitated it with a single thrust of his spear. The fire beast fell without a fight, leaving Qin Lin somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated a struggle, yet it had succumbed so easily, perhaps due to its excessive slumber. Ding! You have slain the fire beast, earning 2,000 experience points, 1 fragment of Yang Yuhuan soul, and 1,500 reputation points. With a wry smile, Qin Lin acknowledged the serendipity of the moment. He continued his journey through the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, effortlessly vanquishing the beasts within. It took 3 hours, and with 2 hours remaining, it should be possible to reach the 10th level. Qin Lin achieved a consecutive victory over 4 layers, earning 10,000 experience points, 4 fragments of Yang Yuhuan soul, and 8,000 prestige points. Adding the previously acquired experience, Qin Lin now has a total of 11,000 experience points. Qin Lin successfully leveled up twice. Name, Qin Lin experience, 32. 005,000 level, 62 combat power, 627. 20 derived from a superior spirit tool. Currently, the fragments of Yang Yuhuan soul have accumulated to 7. As long as the next 3 layers are cleared, she can be resurrected. For some reason, Qin Lin felt increasingly exhilarated, perhaps because he was about to acquire a support-type general. Subsequently, Qin Lin was transported by a blue light to the 8th layer. Upon stepping into the 8th layer, an unexpected sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, accompanied by a chilling coolness. Roar! A massive blue ice serpent coiled around a towering pillar, its body resembling that of a century-old giant tree. The serpent, known for its extreme sensitivity, unleashed a jet of icy water as soon as Qin Lin took his second step. Qin Lin, channeling his spiritual energy, performed a backflip to evade it, causing the icy water to crash to the ground and swiftly solidify into blade-like ice. At this moment, the scenery of the 8th layer transformed dramatically. The previously monotonous landscape now resembled a vast frozen expanse, with the pillars supporting the 8th layer composed entirely of solidified water. The 8th layer felt akin to entering a frigid ice cellar, prompting Qin Lin to rub his hands together for warmth. The ice serpent immediately conveyed a sense of menace, indicating that this colossal creature would not be easily vanquished. Qin Lin scrutinized the ice serpent, and data materialized. Beast name, Giant Ice Serpent, Rare Beast, Combat Power, 650. Upon seeing the combat power, Qin Lin's heart raced. 650 was 3 points higher than his own. From his encounters in the 7th layer, he had already sensed that the beasts of the 8th layer would not be simple adversaries. Indeed, his assumptions proved correct, with the combat power of 650. However, it was not overwhelmingly superior, so he still had a chance to battle. The giant ice serpent descended from its perch on the ice pillar, opening its mouth, which measured 2 meters in diameter, to swallow Qin Lin whole. The serpent's body stretched approximately 20 meters long, a truly colossal creature. With a cold snort, Qin Lin thrust his dragon-toothed spear and leapt directly into the serpent's maw. The ice serpent was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by Qin Lin's audacity. His intention was to launch an internal assault from within the giant ice serpent, knowing that a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous due to its superior combat power. Once inside, Qin Lin would seize the initiative. However, to his astonishment, the serpent's belly contained a caustic liquid akin to sulfuric acid, green and repulsive. A mere touch would result in severe corrosion. This acidic substance was likely the means by which the ice serpent digested its prey. Seizing his dragon-tooth spear, Qin Lin unleashed a flurry of strikes within the ice serpent's belly, battering its internal organs mercilessly. The serpent's innards, surprisingly resilient, only sustained superficial wounds from Qin Lin's onslaught. The giant ice serpent writhed in agony, emitting a piercing hiss as its massive form thrashed against the ground. At that moment, the corrosive liquid flowed chaotically within the serpent. Qin Lin had no choice but to retreat, dispersing his spiritual energy to form a sturdy protective shield against the corrosive substance. Gradually, the giant ice serpent regained its composure, the pain subsiding, and the acidic liquid stabilized. A smirk appeared on Qin Lin's lips. It was time to deliver a fatal blow. He commanded the dragon-tooth spear to hover within the serpent's belly, continuously infusing it with spiritual energy. The spear began to hum ominously, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Qin Lin furrowed his brow, concentrating intently. The spear was aimed directly at the ice serpent's heart. Targeting the heart was a fundamental principle in combat, and Qin Lin understood this well. With a shout, he unleashed the spear, charged with spiritual energy, propelling it forward with tremendous force. Swish, boom! The dragon-tooth spear transformed into a powerful arrow, piercing through the giant ice serpent's heart. The serpent's 20-meter-long body abruptly stood upright, releasing a long, mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 49. Two-headed battle bears. Afterward, Qin Lin, gripping the dragon-tooth spear, soared into the air, emerging from within the giant ice serpent. The serpent's body bore a gaping wound, and crimson blood gushed forth. Glancing at the time, he noted that approximately an hour remained. He should be able to reach the 10th layer. However, Qin Lin increasingly realized that the beasts were growing more formidable, leaving him to ponder the unimaginable strength of the creatures in the hundreds, or even thousands, of subsequent layers. Ding defeated the giant ice serpent, earning 5,000 experience points, 1 fragment of Yang Yuan soul, and 2,500 prestige points. The system rewarded him with 5,000 experience points for defeating the giant ice serpent, a substantial amount that reflected the creature's strength. Qin Lin leveled up once more. Name: Qin Lin. Experience: 32,005,000. Level: 63. Combat power: 636. 20 derived from a superior spirit tool. Seizing the final hour, Qin Lin ventured into the 9th layer's dojo. The oppressive atmosphere was palpably intensified, now doubled in weight. The guardian beast of the 9th layer was a two-headed bear, a sight Qin Lin had never encountered before. Upon seeing the two-headed bear, Qin Lin was taken aback. Not only was it hideous, but it also appeared grotesquely misshapen. Beast name: two-headed battle bear, rare species, combat power: 655. Noticing that the combat power of the two-headed bear was 5 points higher than that of the giant ice serpent, Qin Lin understood the significance of those 5 points. Having leveled up himself, his combat power reached 656, slightly surpassing that of the two-headed bear, yet he remained vigilant. Upon sensing Qin Lin's presence, the two-headed bear exchanged glances, and with a roar, both heads struck their massive fists against their chests, as if challenging Qin Lin. Bring it on! Qin Lin brandished his spear, his expression unwavering. This time, he could not afford to repeat the reckless mistake of leaping into the beast's maw. The dragon-tooth spear swung horizontally, creating sparks as it scraped against the ground. The two-headed bear launched its iron fists toward Qin Lin, the force of their blows creating gusts of wind that swept across the arena, stirring up the sandy ground. The basketball-sized fists slammed down upon Qin Lin's weapon like meteors. Qin Lin's strength paled in comparison to that of the bear, and he was sent staggering backward for dozens of steps, his feet dragging 2 furrows across the ground. This force is insane. Qin Lin gasped in disbelief, realizing that relying solely on strength would lead to his inevitable defeat against this bear. Yet, he recognized a crucial weakness in the two-headed bear's speed, an opportunity to exploit. Clenching his teeth, Qin Lin summoned his resolve, leaping onto a towering pillar and maneuvering to engage the two-headed bear. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed several energy blades toward the bear, diverting its attention as it swatted the blades aside with its fists. Before the bear could fully react, Qin Lin propelled himself off the pillar, thrusting his spear forward, channeling spiritual energy into the dragon-tooth spear as it aimed for the bear's forehead. Swish! With a swift motion, Qin Lin struck, severing one of the bear's heads from its body. The two-headed bear, now down a head, experienced a surge of pain that raced through its nervous system, in a frenzied state. It wildly swung its iron fists, landing a heavy blow on Qin Lin, sending him crashing to the ground beneath the stone pillar, which cracked under the impact. Blood flowed from the corner of Qin Lin's mouth as he cursed. "I've really ticked it off." Feeling the gravity of the situation, he witnessed the rampaging bear charge around the expansive dojo. Propping himself up with one hand, Qin Lin struggled to regain his footing, his body trembling. The two-headed bear, bereft of one head, had entered a state of furious rage. Its combat power significantly diminished, yet its vision was compromised. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Qin Lin's brow furrowed. Defeating this beast would be no easy feat, let alone challenging the creature of the 10th layer. It seemed unlikely that he would gather all the fragments of Yang Yuan's soul today. The two-headed bear, now fixated on Qin Lin, charged forward, its eyes glowing with fury, its fur matted with blood. Qin Lin closed his eyes, channeling all his spiritual energy into his hands. It was disheartening to realize that, even at over 60 levels, he had yet to learn a single skill. The two-headed bear reached its maximum speed, its iron fists aimed at Qin Lin's head. In a critical moment, Qin Lin suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing the accumulated spiritual energy in a powerful burst, forming a massive energy shield. With a glimmer of hope, he directed the dragon-tooth spear. Swish! The spear soared, slicing through the neck of the two-headed bear. Blood gushed from the remaining head, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The dojo fell silent, devoid of the bear's roars or Qin Lin's shouts. Breathing heavily, Qin Lin reached out, reclaiming the dragon-tooth spear. He brought it down, severing the last head from the bear's body. Looking at the time, he noted 5 minutes remained for cultivation. Even though he still possessed spiritual energy, it seemed that time was insufficient to challenge the 10th level. Qin Lin closed his eyes, and the next moment he opened them to find himself lying on the bed. He had descended 8 levels in succession and felt quite satisfied with his progress. He could hardly fathom the formidable strength of the beast that awaited him at the 10th level. Ding! Two-headed battle bear slain. Experience gained. 6,000.1 soul fragment of Yang Yuan. Reputation points, 3,000. Qin Lin leveled up once more, which was commendable. At this rate of advancement, within a year or two, he could potentially reach level 80. Qin Lin now accessed his system interface. Name: Qin Lin Quest. Main quest: exterminate the Yellow Turban Army. Side quest: subdue Zhuge Liang. Difficulty: 4 stars. Potential: reputation 42600 level, 64 combat power, 64620 experience, 42005000 charm, 71 leadership, 75 partner, none weapons, Tianqian spear, medium grade spirit weapon, Jiaolong Nieji spear, upper grade spirit weapon, Ba Snake War Cry spear, upper grade spirit weapon. Items: Diamond Summon Card X1, Combat Power Card X2, Black Gold Summon Card X1, Gathering Essence Pill X1, Overlord Pill X1 Mount, Kai Shukuan, Tier, Golden, Troops, Junior Infantry, 7,000, Level 5, Junior Cavalry, 2,000, Level 5, Junior Archers, 3,000, Level 5, Golden Fire Cavalry, 500, Level 21, Dragon Flying Tiger Cavalry, 500, Level 21. His possessions were becoming increasingly abundant. What piqued Qin Lin's curiosity was the absence of skills. One should acquire a skill upon reaching a rare general, yet despite being at level 64, he should have comprehended 2 by now. Hey, system, why do I lack skills? The absence of skills indeed made combat significantly more challenging for Qin Lin. With skills, he could amplify his spiritual energy manifold. Chapter 50. Arrival at Nanyang. The system fell silent for a moment. Apologies, host. The skill system will activate upon your reaching level 65. This system is currently unable to provide you with skills, the system's ethereal voice conveyed. Qin Lin pondered for a moment. No wonder he had never acquired any skills. He glanced at the experience required to reach level 65. Only 800 points remained. This sparked the thought of purchasing an experience card. With over 40,000 reputation points, he could easily afford a card worth 10,000. Without hesitation, he decided to buy. In a flash, 10,000 reputation points vanished, and an experience card materialized in Qin Lin's hand. He crushed it, and a small amount of green experience flowed into him. Ding! Host gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to level 65, unlocking the skill system. Qin Lin covered his face, pondering the difference this made. It's just leveling up. The system was indeed quite strict in its regulations. Please hold on for a moment. The system is selecting suitable skills for the host, it announced. Given that Qin Lin's attributes lean towards water, the system should select water-related skills for him. Sitting on his bed, he waited for a while. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned Skill 1. Luo Shui Meteor Slash. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned Skill 2. Icebound Thousand Spears Blade. Luo Shui Meteor Slash. Condenses spiritual energy into a water dragon, charging at the enemy. Icebound Thousand Spears Blade. Condenses spiritual energy into the form of the equipped weapon, raining down from above with immense destructive power, albeit at a significant cost. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions on the system interface, Qin Lin felt quite pleased. The term Luo Shui evoked memories of Zhenmi. He must strengthen himself quickly. Yuan Shao, Yuan Shi, just you wait. After a night of battles, Qin Lin felt noticeably fatigued. It was also the early hours of the morning, and he could still manage a few hours of sleep. He planned to set off for Nanyang at dawn. The next day, at the Chen hour, after signing in, he gained 500 reputation points, successfully surpassing 40100. The last recorded value was 39,600, which I noted down, so it cannot be mistaken. He then rode his horse towards Nanyang. The next stop was Heinei County, which was quite small. It took him half a day to pass through it, and soon he reached the borders of Hunan, merely 100 miles from Nanyang. After a day's exhausting journey, Qin Lin was utterly drained. Upon entering Hunan, he found an inn to stay. However, he could not afford to continue practicing at the 3000 dojo tonight. If he kept fighting relentlessly, his body might give way. In his room, he opened the system and discovered that his charm value was now 71, still somewhat inferior to Yang Yuhuan. He needed to enhance his charm. Qin Lin realized that only charm fruits and certain books could elevate his charm. He was unaware of other methods. Currently, with a reputation value of 40100, if he were to draw 100 times, spending 10,000 reputation points, he would acquire 200 lucky points. Adding the previous 300 lucky points, that would be 500. Given a 5% chance of winning, the likelihood of obtaining charm fruits was quite low. He would likely have to rely on lucky points instead. Regardless, he decided to take a chance and draw. 100 reputation points vanished. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Lucky points too. Darn it. What a disappointing start. He drew again. 100 reputation points disappeared. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Lucky points too. The sound of thank you for your patronage echoed in his ears repeatedly. After a series of consecutive draws, all he heard was thank you for your patronage. It seemed today was not his lucky day. Feeling exasperated, Qin Lin pressed the draw button once more, and suddenly a radiant light appeared. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained 3 charm fruits. Lucky points too. Upon seeing the rewards, Qin Lin's spirit surged with excitement. I'm on a lucky streak. He continued, Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained a copy of the Book of Changes. Lucky points too. Book of Changes. Charm 5. Selling price, 500 lucky points. Legend has it that the Book of Changes was authored by Zhouwenwang Jicheng in his previous life. Qin Lin had read a bit, and while the content was somewhat challenging to comprehend, it was indeed a renowned classic. Most importantly, the Book of Changes would directly increase his charm by 5, which was undeniably delightful. Together with the previous 3 charm fruits, Qin Lin's charm now reached 79. However, he still lagged behind Yang Yuhuan, who had a charm value of 82. Subsequently, Qin Lin drew a total of 100 times and only hit twice, accumulating a total of 500 lucky points. The system's lottery mechanism remained a mystery, even more enigmatic than the mechanism used by Fanch, yet it made Qin Lin's heart race, fluctuating between fast and slow, quite uncomfortable. He then spent 500 lucky points to purchase a copy of the Analects, raising his charm by 5 points to reach 84. Upon achieving a charm value of 84, Qin Lin's skin became smooth and delicate, with tightened pores and a youthful, dewy complexion. The acne marks from his teenage years had vanished without a trace. However, these were merely superficial changes. The most significant transformation was the sudden enhancement of his overall aura. He could hardly imagine whether Zhenmi would recognize him during their next encounter. Now that his charm had surpassed Yang Yuhuan's, he only needed one more soul fragment. Qin Lin planned to subdue Zhuge Liang before proceeding to the 10th level to collect the final fragment. As he contemplated this, a smile inexplicably spread across Qin Lin's face. Ah, men cannot escape the allure of women. Reflecting on the 3000 dojo, Qin Lin realized that Wei Yin and the others must have returned by now. It had likely been about 10 days. He then called up the interface of Qingbei Pei General Academy. Within the interface, Wei Yin led, flanked by Bao Long and Chen Ying. Well, just one more hour to go. He anticipated that they would make considerable progress during this training session. Hey, where's Zhao Fan? Qin Lin only noticed the three of them, but Zhao Fan was nowhere to be found, which piqued his curiosity. As he scanned the interface, he discovered that Zhao Fan was actually hiding behind a stone. Qin Lin shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had really put himself in a difficult position. At that moment, a 9-headed coxcomb beast appeared on the interface, towering over 3 zhang and massive as a mountain. It's here. Upon spotting the 9-headed beast, Wei Yin immediately became exhilarated, a true battle enthusiast. Chen Ying and Bao Long, however, already felt extreme fatigue. It was baffling that Wei Yin could still be so animated. Zhao Fan, hidden behind the stone, trembled uncontrollably, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Wei Yin swung his large blade and charged toward the 9-headed beast with rocket-like speed. The 9-headed beast extended its heads, attacking Wei Yin from all directions. Help me out, you too. In that moment, Wei Yin found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Okay. The two hurriedly nodded, dragging their exhausted bodies to assist. Wei Yin's spiritual energy surged as he swung his blade down, severing one head from the 9-headed beast. That's more like it. Wei Yin swung his blade again, and another head fell, instantly reducing the 9-headed beast to 7 heads. Still not enough strength? This blade technique is probably second only to Guan Yu's. Qin Lin watched the interface, clapping his hands in approval. The 9-headed beast let out a wretched cry, but Wei Yin paid no heed to its plight. With a flurry of attacks, he severed 3 more heads. The 9-headed beast was now bloodied and powerless, letting out a feeble roar. The louder its cries became, the more Zhao Fan trembled behind the stone. My lord, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Zhao Fan wept, lamenting his inability to assist, yet feeling utterly humiliated. Chapter 51. The gossiping stone circle. The battle raged on as the 9-headed rooster beast had 5 of its heads successfully severed by Wei Yin. In an instant, 4 heads remained. At this moment, 2 of the heads were under the control of Bao Long and Chen Ying. Wei Yin unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy with one hand, targeting the beast's heads. The 9-headed rooster beast trembled violently as another head was cleaved from its body, leaving it with no room to retaliate. With another flurry of strikes, Wei Yin dispatched yet another head, and within half an hour, the beast was left with just 2 heads. Exchanging glances, Bao Long and Chen Ying raised their weapons, and in unison, they struck down the remaining heads. The severed necks gushed forth crimson blood like a fountain. As the blood rained down, it splattered across Zhao Fan's face, causing him to mistakenly believe he was the one bleeding, prompting him to wail in panic. Truly, the 9-headed rooster beast met a dismal fate. Having been vanquished by the trio with ease, the 4 participants have completed their trial and earned 20,000 experience points. Zhao Fan slew 0 beasts and received 0 experience points. Chen killed 5 beasts, earning 5,000 experience points. Bao Long defeated 8 beasts, acquiring 8,000 experience points. Wei Yin vanquished 30 beasts, gaining 20,000 experience points. Note: a maximum of 20,000 experience points can be obtained. Excess does not count. Upon seeing Wei Yin's impressive tally, Qin Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Wei Yin! It seems you have taken down all the beasts. You've raked in a whopping 40,000 experience points this time." However, upon noticing Zhao Fan's score of 0, Qin Lin chuckled, considering it a tough break for him despite still earning 20,000 experience points. Wei Yin leveled up to level 80, becoming a legendary general. Name: Wei Yin. Level 80, Legendary General. Experience: 3,500,050. Potential: 82. Excellent. Maximum level 89. combat power, 806 intelligence, 78 loyalty, 70 trustworthy, leadership, 80 charm, 80 indeed. Reaching Wei Yan's level made it exceedingly difficult to level up, as it took a staggering 40,000 experience points to advance by a single level, evoking a sense of melancholy. Ding. Acquired 2 legendary generals, achieving a legendary accomplishment and receiving 2 spirit restoration pills. Spirit restoration pills, a restorative potion for spiritual energy. With it, one can continue to battle. Ding. Bao Long leveled up to level 60-8. Name. Bao Long level 68, rare general experience, 4,500 potential, 72, good. Maximum level 79, combat power, 688 intelligence, 35 loyalty, 77, trustworthy, leadership, 39 charm, 63 weapon. Twin halberds, medium-grade spiritual weapon, both of them had significantly improved their strength, which pleased Qin Lin, as it bolstered his own power. Ding. Chuning leveled up to level 60-3. Name. Chuning level 63, rare general experience, 3,500 potential, 62, qualified, maximum level 69, combat power, 636 intelligence, 61 loyalty, 75, trustworthy, leadership, 61 charm, 62 weapon, meteor hammer, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Then came the momentous news. Ding. Zhao Fan leveled up to 45, forcibly becoming an ordinary general. Name. Zhao Fan level 45, ordinary general experience, 400,500 potential, 40, low, maximum level 50, combat power, 458 intelligence, 71 loyalty, 70, trustworthy, leadership, 60 charm, 70. Witnessing Zhao Fan's leap to an ordinary general, Qin Lin marveled at how this underdog had ascended faster than himself. He had jumped directly from level 5 to 45, truly impressive. In terms of leveling up, it seemed Zhao Fan was a force to be reckoned with. Afterward, Qin Lin closed the system and reclined to rest. The following day at dawn, after signing in for 500 reputation points, Qin Lin rode his warhorse through Hunan, arriving in Nanyang. According to the letter from the elder, Zhuge Liang resided at Wulong Hill in Nanyang. However, the precise location of this Wulong Hill had always been shrouded in mystery, for someone as extraordinary as Zhuge Liang would surely conceal himself well. In Nanyang, Qin Lin inquired extensively until he finally reached a place abundant with colossal stones. This area lay in a rugged mountainous plain, with massive rocks scattered throughout, each seemingly weighing hundreds of tons. The site suggested that they were not naturally formed but rather meticulously arranged by human hands. The presence of these monolithic stones reminded Qin Lin of Zhuge Liang, who was known for his fascination with formations. Astronomy and geography. It was likely that this stone circle was his handiwork. With a leap, Qin Lin propelled himself into the air, pausing for 2 seconds to survey the stone circle below. The arrangement of the stones bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Bagua formation. As he surveyed the scene, Qin Lin realized this was a carefully orchestrated setup by Zhuge Liang. 2 seconds later, he landed, drew his weapon, and leaped 10 meters into the stone circle. With each step he took, Qin Lin proceeded with utmost caution, immediately purchasing a fusion card, which he held at the ready, prepared to shatter it at a moment's notice. After traversing approximately 50 paces, the ground began to tremble. The shaking intensifying momentarily. It appeared that the formation had been activated. Frowning, Qin Lin focused his gaze, vigilantly observing every movement within the formation. At that very moment, as Qin Lin placed his foot down, the sky within the stone circle abruptly shifted. Dark clouds gathered, enveloping the atmosphere in gloom. Following this, a fierce wind swept through, lifting the sands from the ground, plunging the stone circle into chaos. As the environment grew increasingly hostile, the massive stones began to shift slowly. Zhuge Liang was indeed remarkable, able to manipulate these thousands of colossal stones solely through spiritual energy. Qin Lin felt a deep sense of astonishment toward Zhuge Liang. If he could persuade him to surrender, it would certainly simplify matters in battle. Whoosh! A massive stone hurtled toward Qin Lin at great speed. With wide eyes, Qin Lin quickly focused his mind, planting the Jiaolong Nirvana spear in the path of the approaching stone. As the stone neared the spear's tip, Qin Lin let out a mighty roar, unleashing a powerful force that sent the stone soaring. Not bad. On the high ground above the stone circle, a distinguished man fanned himself, remarking, "But the real show has yet to begin." The man leaped down from the elevation, transforming into a wisp of shadow as he entered the stone circle. The stone was sent flying by Qin Lin. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The man concealed himself within the stone circle, waving his fan as 5 gigantic stones rapidly charged toward Qin Lin. Damn, 5 of them! Qin Lin was taken aback by the approaching 5 massive stones, each akin to a monstrous beast bearing down upon him. Chapter 52. Zhuge Liang. As the stones collided, the man, still fanning himself, watched intently to see how Qin Lin would counter. His curiosity piqued. You think 5 mere stones can harm me? Allow me to demonstrate my skills with determination. Qin Lin drew his spear and declared, Luo Shui Yunjian. Raising the Jiaolong Nirvana spear, torrents of blue spiritual energy erupted like ocean waves, coalescing in the sky into a colossal water dragon. Break. Qin Lin's eyes widened as he gently pressed down on his weapon, coldly commanding, the water dragons, formed from my energy, heed my call. With a swift gesture, the water dragons surged forth, their roars echoing through the heavens as they charged toward the stones. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 stones were obliterated by the water dragons summoned by Qin Lin, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. Well done. The man nodded in satisfaction, then delicately flicked his fingers. Move. As his voice faded, every stone within the circle began to shift, moving in accordance with the principles of the Bagua, Yin and Yang. At this moment, Qin Lin found himself ensnared within the heart of the stone circled. In his youth, Qin Lin had also studied the Bagua formation, which operated through the 8 gates: rest, birth, injury, dew, scenery, death, alarm, and opening. Entering through the rest gate in the east and exiting through the birth gate in the southwest, he could breach the formation by re-entering through the north gate. However, what troubled Qin Lin most was the encroaching darkness within the stone circle. Swirling sands obscured his sense of direction, making it impossible to discern east from west. How could he break the formation now? Moreover, his spiritual energy had already diminished by 20 to 30%. He needed to conserve it. Running out of energy would spell disaster. Under these conditions, breaking through the stone circle proved to be a daunting challenge. As he watched the shifting stones, Qin Lin's head throbbed with confusion. Suddenly, the stone circle shot forth several beams of glowing arrows. These arrows were the very reason for the enveloping darkness. Some function of the stone circle had absorbed all the light in the vicinity for its own use, transforming it into glowing arrows to attack those trapped within. Utilizing the advantageous conditions of the environment, this formation was truly ingenious. Qin Lin swiftly pivoted, evading the glowing arrows, yet the intensity of their light sparked an idea within him. These glowing arrows are merely an appetizer. The real challenge lies ahead. The man, fanning himself, chuckled. Moments later, a flurry of luminous arrows shot forth, moving with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. However, Qin Lin was no ordinary individual. He was now a rare martial general, and the speed of these arrows was still within his grasp. With a frigid glint in his eyes, Qin Lin exuded his vital energy, enveloping himself in a formidable protective shield, and no matter how fiercely the luminous arrows struck, they could not penetrate Qin Lin's defenses. As the arrows gradually faded, he discerned that they arrived in waves, each volley illuminating the surroundings. This was precisely the moment for Qin Lin to ascertain his bearings. He refrained from launching an attack to conserve his spiritual energy, patiently awaiting the next barrage of arrows. It seems he has discovered the trick. No wonder that old man recommended him, the man remarked, generating a breeze with his fan at that moment. The luminous arrows surged forth once more. Qin Lin, concentrating his energy into his protective barrier, seized the opportunity presented by the light to swiftly survey his surroundings, committing every detail to memory. The arrows flew at an astonishing speed, and before he knew it, the illumination vanished. Darkness once again enveloped the stone array, leaving him to await the next onslaught. Quite patient, the man commented. Remaining in the stone array for even a second caused Qin Lin's spiritual energy to dwindle, and over time, it would eventually deplete, leading to inevitable demise. He could feel his energy inexplicably draining, albeit gradually, and it was a sensation one could hardly bear. The luminous arrows struck again, this time in a far greater quantity, casting the dim stone array into a brightness akin to day. North, south, east, and west. Qin Lin rapidly memorized the directions within the stone array, skillfully avoiding the arrows with his energy. Yet, his spiritual energy was now more than half expended. Fortunately, he possessed 2 spirit recovery pills that could replenish his energy entirely. Alleviating his fears, his only concern was what further tricks Zhuge Liang might conjure. Rest, life, injury, dew, scenery, death, shock. 8 gates. Qin Lin identified the life gate to the east and charged forth, his spear cleaving through the oncoming boulders with ease. After circling around, he burst through the rest gate to the southwest, wreaking havoc on the heart of the stone array. The final step involved re-entering through the life gate to the north to dismantle the formation. Just as Qin Lin prepared to re-enter the life gate, an elderly man suddenly appeared beside the death gate, shouting in distress, blood streaming from his thigh as though he had sustained an injury. How could there be an old man in this stone array? It must be a trick of Zhuge Liang, Qin Lin surmised, though a flicker of worry crossed his mind. What if he were indeed an injured old man? Regardless, he resolved to assist him in escaping. Drawing his spear, he shattered a nearby boulder and approached the old man. "Old man, I will carry you out," Qin Lin said, breathless yet resolute. The old man smiled at Qin Lin and nodded. Qin Lin hoisted him onto his back and sprinted toward the life gate. The weight of the old man hindered Qin Lin's movements as a boulder hurtled toward him from behind. Right where the old man was perched, "Damn it!" Qin Lin exclaimed, seizing his dragoness tooth spear and thrusting it, piercing the boulder just in time. "That was close," he gasped, just as he neared the life gate. Suddenly, amid the dark clouds, a bolt of lightning struck, catching Qin Lin off guard. Both he and the old man were flung by the lightning, and Qin Lin's consciousness began to blur. He vaguely perceived the old man transforming into a youth of over 20, who then collapsed into unconsciousness. The old man had been an illusion conjured by Zhuge Liang. With a gentle flick of his Zhuge feather fan, Zhuge Liang obliterated the stone array, causing it to vanish without a trace. It was astonishing to realize that the entire stone formation had been fabricated from his spiritual energy point. One could only imagine the extent of Zhuge Liang's power. Zhuge Liang, fanning himself, gazed at the unconscious Qin Lin and shook his head in resignation. He truly is quite tenacious. The sensation of lightning must be rather unpleasant. With a sigh, he waved his fan again, and Qin Lin's body rose into the air, floating alongside Zhuge Liang to his abode on Wulong Hill. Chapter 53. Confrontation with Kongming in Nanyang. Wulong Hill was adorned with picturesque mountains and bathed in warm sunlight, rendering it a scene of poetic beauty, akin to a celestial paradise. A modest dwelling constructed of thatch served as Zhuge Liang's retreat for many years, flanked by 2 smaller thatched huts filled with books and various scrolls. Approximately 10 meters in front of the house, a green lawn was dotted with upright pillars. Amidst the mountains, mist swirled gently, creating an ethereal atmosphere, vibrant and alive. "You are awake," Zhuge Liang remarked, his tone slightly cool, as he noted Qin Lin stirring. Having been struck unconscious by a lightning bolt within the array, Qin Lin awoke in a daze. He lay on a bamboo mat while Zhuge Liang, with his right hand fanning himself and his left holding a book, presented a rather unique scene. The suddenness of the moment left Qin Lin momentarily bewildered. He shook his head and blinked, taking in the sight of a man clad in simple blue garments, exuding an air of refinement with delicate features and a feather fan in hand. Recognizing the attire, Qin Lin was certain that this man was none other than the legendary Zhuge Liang. "You are Zhuge Liang, Kongming," Qin Lin exclaimed, shaking his head as he rose from the mat. Bowing respectfully, "Indeed, I am Kongming." "What is your name?" Zhuge Liang inquired, his voice clear and powerful. "I am Qin Lin, styled Ziming. I have come to pay my respects to Master Kongming," Qin Lin replied, bowing deeply. "You were summoned by that old man, were you not?" Zhuge Liang glanced at Qin Lin before returning to his book. "Indeed, it was that elderly gentleman. Might I inquire if you could enlighten me about his identity?" Zhuge Liang's gaze shifted to the sky as he contemplated. "That old man is someone I have only met a few times. I am uncertain of his true identity. He is likely the legendary Taoist, Nanhua Xianren." Qin Lin nodded, recognizing the name. Nanhua Xianren seemed to be merely a legend within the Three Kingdoms, with scant mention in Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, thus leaving Qin Lin with limited knowledge about him. In any case, it appeared he had encountered a benefactor. "You have passed through my introductory stone array, a commendable feat," Zhuge Liang stated seriously, placing his book aside. Introductory? Hearing this, Qin Lin's heart raced. That was merely the introductory level indeed. You have come seeking my assistance, correct? Zhuge Liang's expression turned grave, devoid of any mirth as he posed the question to Qin Lin. Precisely that I have heard from the old man that you are the foremost strategist in the land. Thus, I have come to request your aid in quelling the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Qin Lin bowed respectfully. Seeking my assistance is possible, but you must first defeat me. Zhuge Liang's gaze sharpened as he regarded Qin Lin, his words ringing with authority. Qin Lin then turned to Zhuge Liang, and a series of data appeared before him. Name: Zhuge Liang level 92, mythical strategist, potential 98, peerless, spiritual energy 929-20. The additional 20 from a superior spiritual artifact, intelligence 98, loyalty 90, fanatically loyal, command 93, charm 93, weapon Zhuge Feather Fan, superior. Spiritual artifact, skills 1. Virtualization, basic attack creates a body double, producing a certain level of attack without consuming spiritual energy. 2. Tempest, basic attack forms a storm using spiritual energy, generating an attack without consuming spiritual energy. 3. Hexagram formation, utilizes the elements of the universe to create a battlefield, enhancing the target's combat power by 10, limited to 2 uses per individual, consumes 100 spiritual energy. 4.7 Star Sacred Altar, unconditionally reduces the opponent's combat power by 10, limited to 1 use per individual, consumes 100 spiritual energy. 5. Eastwind Breakthrough, reduces the combat power of all enemy soldiers by 2, consumes 300 spiritual energy. 6. Starfire Conflagration, increases the combat power of all allied soldiers by 2, consumes 300 spiritual energy. 7. Lethal Elegance, unconditionally reduces the opponent's combat power by 30, consumes 500 spiritual energy. 8. Mirror Image, acquires 90 of the opponent's combat power for 1 hour, consumes 500 spiritual energy. Wow, all stats beginning with 9. Truly the mythical strategist. Elbu, the great hero of the 3 kingdoms, is also a mythical warrior. Could his loyalty be starting with 9 as well? Qin Lin's heart raced at this thought. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang's 2 basic attack skills and 6 attribute skills, Qin Lin stood in stunned silence. Even Yang Yuhuan, a legendary beauty, possessed fewer skills than Zhuge Liang. It was clear that Zhuge Liang was indeed the preeminent strategist of the contemporary world. The most formidable skill was undoubtedly the last one, Mirror Image, which allowed the user to gain 90 of the opponent's combat power for an hour. While powerful, it also demanded a significant cost. After reviewing Zhuge Liang's stats, Qin Lin reassessed him. Although he lacked direct combat power as a strategist, his skills were extraordinarily formidable, making him more than capable of standing against Qin Lin. Even if I utilize the fusion card to harness the power of Luocheng. Regardless of the outcome, I must give it a try. With a swift motion, Qin Lin summoned the Jiaolong Yechi spear into his grasp, exuding an air of formidable authority. Come forth, Zhuge Liang remarked, fanning himself nonchalantly with a smile. Follow me. We shall not clash here. I would prefer not to have my home damaged. Zhuge Liang gracefully levitated away, unfazed, while Qin Lin leapt into action, pursuing him. Soon, the two found themselves atop a mountain peak. Evoking a feeling reminiscent of the legendary duel upon Mount Hua, they stood in silence, scrutinizing each other. Zhuge Liang then waved his hand, and amidst their banter, a tempest brewed from his feathered fan. Qin Lin refrained from using the fusion card, eager to test how long his innate strength could withstand Zhuge Liang's might. The Jiaolong Yechi spear unleashed a blade of spiritual energy, cleaving the storm in 2. Phantom! Zhuge Liang clapped his hands together, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that split him into 2, then 4, and in an instant, 8 replicas of Zhuge Liang surrounded Qin Lin. The 8 figures spun and shifted, launching an assault from all directions, yet only one was the genuine article. Clones can be employed in such a manner. Qin Lin was taken aback, grappling with the concept of reality versus illusion. Luo Shui Yunjian. Without holding back, Qin Lin released his spiritual energy, rapidly coalescing it into a swirling water dragon that encircled him. With a sweeping motion of the Jiaolong Yechi spear, the water dragon charged toward the 8 Zhuge Liangs. One by one, 7 phantoms were shattered, leaving only the real Zhuge Liang to fend off the water dragon. Impressive, Zhuge Liang acknowledged. How can it be that my opponent possesses such combat prowess? Qin Lin was momentarily bewildered, suspecting a flaw in the system's assessment. Yet, He recognized that Zhuge Liang's true strength lay in his weaponry, akin to Yang Yuhuan, whose fate hinged upon her celestial lute. Should it be relinquished, defeat would be imminent. Thus, it was imperative to neutralize Zhuge Liang's fan. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang's brow furrowed, and as he clasped his hands together once more, his spiritual energy plummeted by 100. This is quite troublesome, Qin Lin observed, sensing the gravity of the situation. 7 stars holy altar. Zhuge Liang's expression sharpened as he cast a penetrating glance at Qin Lin, a gentle breeze brushing against Qin Lin's face. In an instant, Qin Lin's combat power diminished by 10 points, leaving him feeling utterly drained. What a monstrous skill! Qin Lin lamented, realizing his combat power now stood at 661. Should Zhuge Liang unleash another debilitating attack, his situation would become dire. Qin Lin shook his head in resignation. Kongming, you leave me no choice. The fusion card materialized in Qin Lin's hand, his demeanor shifting dramatically as his aura surged. Something feels amiss. Has his power surged? Zhuge Liang pondered, astounded by the transformation in Qin Lin's strength, which now surpassed his previous capabilities. With keen eyes, Qin Lin directed the Jiaolong Niechi spear toward Zhuge Liang, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. This is not good, Zhuge Liang's heart quaked as he hastily evaded the onslaught. He's concealed his true power, Zhuge Liang realized, recognizing that his earlier calculations had gone awry, setting the stage for a challenging encounter. Chapter 54. Salutations to the Lord. Zhuge Liang retreated repeatedly, skillfully dodging all of Qin Lin's energy blades, before gradually landing and catching his breath. Kongming, brace yourself, Qin Lin bellowed, thrusting his spear forward. Zhuge Liang, unperturbed, waved his fan. It appears the time has come to utilize my abilities. Mirror image. With a swift motion, Zhuge Liang clasped his hands, causing Qin Lin to freeze in place. A chilling glint flickered in Zhuge Liang's eyes as he absorbed 90% of Qin Lin's power, as well as 90% of Luo Cheng's, whose strength was 850. Cursed skill, Qin Lin thought, witnessing Zhuge Liang's sudden surge in power, now matching his own at 765. Countdown, 1 hour. With the addition of the 20 points from the Zhuge Feather Fan, Zhuge Liang's strength peaked at 785. Coupled with his innate spiritual energy, the situation had become precarious. With a flourish, Zhuge Liang summoned a tempest, unlike any ordinary gale. It was infused with lethal spiritual energy, sending razor-sharp energy blades hurtling forth. Qin Lin had no choice but to lower his spear in defense. The tempest swept him upward, a chilling sensation coursing through him. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Qin Lin sensed the freezing energy within the storm, relentlessly draining his spiritual strength. Zhuge Liang, now bolstered by superior power, manipulated the tempest with ease. Qin Lin struggled against the winds, yet found himself ensnared. Damn it! Qin Lin cursed. This storm is insidiously formidable, tightening its grip as if it were a cage. Surveying his surroundings within the storm, he noticed only a haze of sand swirling about. Anyone caught in this tempest without sufficient wit would be doomed to remain trapped for eternity. Zhuge Liang controlled the tempest with one hand, lazily fanning himself with the other, seemingly unfazed despite the frigid temperature. It appears I may have to concede to this young man, he mused. Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from the storm. Kongming, my intellect is far from lacking. Qin Lin thrust his spear directly into the tempest, scattering it as he burst forth. Zhuge Liang shuddered at the sight, regaining his composure and exclaiming, I underestimated you. Kongming, you would do well to serve me faithfully. Qin Lin roared, leaping Tinzhong into the air, spear in hand, soaring skyward. What is he plotting? He seems quite earnest. Zhuge Liang felt a surge of unease. Kongming, consider yourself fortunate. Zhuge Liang was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Did Qin Lin possess some hidden trump card? With an explosive release of spiritual energy, an expanse of azure light enveloped the mountain, casting shadows and shaking the very summit. Icebound 1,000 blades. Each word resonated with power. Indeed, this was Qin Lin's second skill, his ultimate weapon. Remarkable, Zhuge Liang murmured, his complexion paling, yet he steeled himself. As the foremost strategist, he could not falter. Spiritual energy cascaded from above. A torrent of blue enveloping the landscape, freezing the mountain range in an instant. Impressive, truly impressive. Zhuge Liang trembled, yet continued to fan himself, bewildered by the biting cold that it seemed he would indeed be bested by this young man. Qin Lin hovered in midair, with countless azure ice blades coalescing behind him, ready to descend at his command. Fall, Qin Lin declared, eager to witness how Zhuge Liang would withstand this assault. Thousands of ice blades plummeted down. Alas, Zhuge Liang sighed in resignation. There is no alternative. I concede. Salutations to the Lord. Employing the 36 stratagems, he knelt before Qin Lin. As Zhuge Liang suddenly bowed, Qin Lin grasped his hands, shattering the multitude of ice blades. He descended gracefully, elated to have finally subdued the venerable strategist. Oh, I have triumphantly secured the allegiance of this esteemed elder. Qin Lin's heart swelled with joy. Kongming, please rise. Qin Lin beamed, assisting Zhuge Liang to his feet. Your subordinate submits with utmost respect, my lord. In both virtue and might. I hold you in high regard, Zhuge Liang extolled. Hearing Zhuge Liang's praise ignited an inexplicable joy within Qin Lin. With your assistance, Brother Kongming, how could we fear the Yellow Turban Rebellion to persist? Qin Lin exclaimed, brimming with delight. Zhuge Liang's expression subtly shifted upon hearing Qin Lin's words. And why, lord? May I have a word in private? Qin Lin nodded, acknowledging Zhuge Liang's prudent nature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the subtask of recruiting Zhuge Liang, earning 40,000 prestige points. With the prestige points credited, Qin Lin's total now stood at 80,100, an impressive figure indeed. Subsequently, he followed Zhuge Liang back to the thatched cottage. And why, lord? The Yellow Turban Rebellion wreaks havoc across the realm. Though many warlords appear to resist the Yellow Turbans and salvage the Han dynasty, they secretly expand their own power, Zhuge Liang remarked, fanning himself. Indeed, Brother Kongming, your observations are astute. What recommendations do you propose? Qin Lin inquired, his demeanor growing serious. Zhuge Liang's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Qin Lin. My lord, consider this. As the words fell, Zhuge Liang unveiled his meticulously hand-drawn map of the 13 provinces of the Eastern Han dynasty, laying it flat upon the table. My lord, behold. The current state of the realm includes figures such as Yuan Shu, the governor of Runan, Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, Kong Rong, the inspector of Yuzhou, Lu Dai, the inspector of Yanzhou, Wang Quang, the governor of Heniai, Zhang Miao, the governor of Shaoyang, Xiao Zhao, the governor of Dongjun, Yuan Yi, the governor of Shanyang, Bao Xin, the magistrate of Jibei, Kong Rong, the governor of Beihai, Zhang Chao, the governor of Guangling, Gong Sunzan, the governor of Beiping, Zhang Yang, the governor of Shandong, Sun Jian, the marquis of Wuqing, Yuan Shao, the marquis of Qixiang, Chao Chao, the captain of the cavalry in Xuchang, Ma Teng of Shiliang, Tao Qian, the inspector of Shuzhou, Lu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou, as well as General He Jin of the Central Authority, and the most concerning of all, Dong Zhuo. Zhuge Liang had meticulously catalogued the principal powers of the day. Qin Lin was well aware of these individuals. Apart from his enmity with Yuan Shao, he bore no significant grudges against the others. Of course, there was some animosity with Lu Biao, given that he had conquered Lu's 4 southern counties of Jing. The fact that Lu Biao had yet to launch an assault against Qin Lin was indeed fortuitous. Master Kongming, do you imply that I should fend off the Yellow Turban rebels while remaining vigilant against them? Qin Lin inquired, his brow furrowing as he adopted a serious demeanor. Precisely. Might I inquire how many cities and troops your lordship currently commands? Zhuge Liang asked, fanning himself, as this information was of utmost importance to him. Qin Lin pointed to the location of Jingzhou. At present, I have seized the 4 southern counties of Jing, commanding an army of 13,000 soldiers, with 8 generals under my command. Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Not bad. The 4 southern counties of Jing are situated in Jingzhou, a region long coveted by military strategists. Jingzhou is bordered to the north by the Han and Mian rivers, flows southward to the South China Sea, connects eastward to Wu and Hui, and links westward to Bashu. It is a land of martial potential, with rivers flowing northward, complemented by the Jianghan and surrounded by mountainous terrain. Possessing such a stronghold, with fertile fields stretching for miles and a prosperous citizenry, renders one capable of aspiring to imperial authority. Why, lord? May I inquire if you harbor ambitions of conquering the realm after quelling the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Zhuge Liang's tone suddenly rose, and he ceased fanning himself, inquiring with a grave expression. He held his breath, awaiting Qin Lin's response. Qin Lin hesitated momentarily, but the Han dynasty has yet to perish. Zhuge Liang raised his head at a 45-degree angle and laughed heartily. My lord, how long do you believe the Han can endure? You must recognize that once the yellow turbans are subdued, those scheming lords will surely reveal their fangs. Qin Lin was well aware that the fate of the Han dynasty was all but sealed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even if the yellow turbans were vanquished, the dynasty would eventually fall, given the multitude of rival warlords. Yet, one cannot declare oneself emperor at this moment. To do so would render me the greatest traitor. Pursued relentlessly by dozens of lords, leading to my own demise. Should the Han dynasty fall, I, Qin Lin, shall certainly claim my stake in the world. Nevertheless, for now, our primary task is to subdue the yellow turbans. As for ambitions of conquest, we must first observe how the tides of fate shift. Qin Lin's response was astute, for he possessed a system and ample potential to engage with them, showing no urgency. Moreover, his main quest was to combat the yellow turbans. My lord's grasp of the nuances of conflict brings me great solace. With such a statement from you, I, Kongming, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your cause. Zhuge Liang remarked, bowing respectfully, recognizing that Qin Lin's demeanor and ideology set him apart from his contemporaries. Mr. Kongming, why not accompany me back to the 4 southern counties of Jing? Qin Lin gently suggested. Zhuge Liang nodded, though he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this idyllic haven he had inhabited for many years. Then let us depart at once, Qin Lin urged eagerly. The two mounted their steeds and set off towards the 4 southern counties of Jing. As they passed through Xiangyang, they decided to rest for a night. With just 1 day remaining until the end of the month's sign-in period, the rewards awaited them were plentiful: a system upgrade card, 5 Xinjin cards, 5 advanced troop selection cards, 20,000 reputation points, and 5 superior spiritual weapons. The protagonist was beginning to undergo a remarkable transformation. Upon witnessing such an abundance of rewards, Qin Lin could not help but feel elated. It was truly impressive. Another system upgrade card, along with 5 Xinjin cards, which would likely elevate him to the ranks of epic generals. If this momentum continued, within a year he could challenge a formidable power like Yuan Shao. Subsequently, the two entered an inn, intending to spend the night. Qin Lin sat cross-legged on the bed, calculating the time. The villagers should be arriving soon, as they had been away for nearly 8 or 9 days. And with 3 horses pulling their load, their pace was surely adequate. By the way, I shall visit the 3000 dojo today to challenge the 10th level. If successful, I could acquire Yang Yuan. The thought excited Qin Lin. As he focused his mind, a blue light enveloped him, drawing him into the 3000 dojo to the 10th level. How vast! What breathtaking scenery! Qin Lin was entranced by the majestic vistas of the 10th level, reminiscent of the beauty atop Mount Tai. Unlike the previous levels, the 10th level was alive with swirling mist and ethereal energy, with verdant flora blanketing the area. Are you the challenger? Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from the clouds. Its tone as booming as a great bell. Who? Qin Lin inquired, puzzled. He had expected a colossal beast at the 10th level. Could it truly speak? Boy, look up at a 79-degree angle. Behold, I am the magnificent, unparalleled divine beast. Bai Zhe, bow down and let me hear your reverence from the clouds, Bai Zhe proclaimed. Qin Lin squinted and beheld Bai Zhe, whose pure white form radiated a calming aura, towering over 10 feet and stretching nearly 20 feet long. Capable of bearing 4 or 5 riders, exuding an air of auspiciousness. To his astonishment, the 10th level was guarded by a divine beast of such caliber. Did the system expect him to defeat it? It could even speak, as if it had attained sentience. Hey, Bai Zhe, as a divine beast, why do you merely guard the 10th level? That seems rather beneath your station, Qin Lin remarked, perplexed. A creature of such stature should guard the 100th or even the 1000th level. Bai Zhe flushed slightly at Qin Lin's inquiry, muttering in embarrassment. Well, I may be a divine beast, but my combat prowess is lacking. With a mighty leap, Bai Zhe sprang from the clouds. Alas! Though I hold the title of divine beast, my lack of combat strength has relegated me to this 10th level. Bai Zhe sighed, revealing his low combat capabilities which led the system to assign him here. Qin Lin erupted in laughter, clutching his stomach. Beast name: Bai Zhe, divine beast, combat power, 680 skills. Auspicious rain. Bai Zhe summons rain to restore the spiritual energy of all allies. Auspicious light. Bai Zhe emits a spectrum of colors from its body, capable of healing various ailments and afflictions. Qin Lin noted that Bai Zhe's combat power was indeed low compared to other divine beasts, yet 680 was substantial for his current standing. What astonished Qin Lin was the impressive nature of Bai Zhe's skills. He realized this divine beast was a valuable asset. System, can this divine beast be utilized by me? Qin Lin inquired. Yes, the system replied succinctly. Then very well. Qin Lin stored his spear and took a couple of steps forward, exuding confidence as he said, Listen, great Bai Hu, I have no desire to fight you. Should you agree to be my steed, I shall reluctantly spare you. If not, do not blame the spear in my hand. Bai Zhe found Qin Lin amusing and let out a hearty laugh. Bai Zhe, a divine beast, would never become anyone's mount. You shall not succeed. Bai Zhe stepped back, then his tone shifted to a more timid demeanor. Though I may be weak among divine beasts, I am not afraid of a fight. Should you dare to harm me, I shall devour you. Qin Lin could clearly sense Bai Zhe's cowardice. He advanced boldly, brandishing his spear, intending to tease Bai Zhe. Don't provoke me. My teeth are quite sharp. Bai Zhe involuntarily retreated, his face paling. Qin Lin smirked slyly. Little tiger, if you surrender, I will ensure you have plenty to eat and drink every day. You will enjoy the treatment befitting a divine beast and will no longer need to stay in this place. Seeing Bai Zhe visibly frightened, Qin Lin hoped not to scare him into a stupor, as that would ruin the fun of having him as a mount. Sheathing his weapon, Qin Lin adopted a serene expression, smiling warmly. Upon hearing Qin Lin's proposal, Bai Zhe's eyes darted around. This young man had a discerning eye and could be easily deceived. Very well, I shall consider becoming your steed, but you must agree to 2 conditions. As Qin Lin took a step back, Bai Zhe's earlier bravado evaporated, and he strutted forward, puffing out his chest. Humph! This foolish tiger cannot possibly have any tricks up his sleeve. I shall see what demands he can make. Qin Lin's eyes twinkled with mischief as he thought, All right, I accept your terms. What are your conditions? Splendid, Bai Zhe declared, delighted. The first request is for you to call me grandfather. The second request is to find me a companion. Bai Zhe strode forward proudly, swaying his rear as he declared, The first request is impossible. You calling me grandfather would be more appropriate. After all, I shall be your master in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe pondered for a moment, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. Should he provoke this individual, he might very well end up as his steed, relegating his own status to an exceedingly lowly one. Well then, perhaps the second request can be accommodated. Bai Zhe's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement, 2 pink hearts appearing within them. Qin Lin pondered, stroking his chin. To his surprise, Bai Zhe was so lecherous. All right, but you must wait until I find a female mount. Excellent, Bai Zhe exclaimed, jumping with exuberance. Let us depart swiftly, my master. Qin Lin shook his head helplessly, initially expecting a fierce battle on the 10th level, yet finding it surprisingly easy to pass through and even acquire a divine beast. Bai Zhe, a substantial windfall, ding. Congratulations to the host for clearing the 10th level of the 3,000 temples. You have received 1 soul fragment of Yang Yuan and 5,000 prestige points. No experience points reward. Well, it makes sense, as I did not slay Bai Zhe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine beast Bai Zhe. The system rewards you with a spatial treasure ring. A spatial treasure ring? Qin Lin contemplated. Spatial treasure ring, used for storing items and can also conceal gigantic mounts. Quite splendid, as it would be perfect for hiding Bai Zhe. Given Bai Zhe's enormous size, it would be quite inconvenient for him to traverse the streets, making the spatial treasure ring immensely useful. Subsequently, Qin Lin stored Bai Zhe within the spatial treasure ring and provided him with a feast of fine wines and delicacies. Thereafter, he retreated to his room to meditate on his bed. Ding. Have you gathered 10 soul fragments of Yang Yuan? Do you wish to synthesize? Qin Lin swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement, hoping that the result would not be overly flamboyant. Synthesize. Qin Lin exhaled deeply as a stream of radiant light burst forth. A woman clad in white, with a graceful figure, appeared before Qin Lin. Upon beholding her exquisite silhouette, Qin Lin's heart raced even faster. She was breathtaking. As the light gradually faded, the woman's face came into view. Qin Lin, dear brother, it has been a long time. Have you missed your sister? Yang Yuhuan's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Retaining her characteristic allure, ahem. Qin Lin cleared his throat several times, then, regaining his composure, stated earnestly, Yang Yuhuan, I am now your master, so please be mindful of your behavior. His expression serious, Qin Lin's gaze inadvertently wandered over Yang Yuhuan's curvaceous form and ample bosom, truly perfection. Quickly averting his gaze, he inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat lightheaded. A surge of heat coursed through him. I cannot endure this. I must step outside for some fresh air, Qin Lin thought to himself, hastily rising to flee. Qin Lin, dear brother, slow down. Wait for your sister. Yang Yuhuan covered her nose, smiling charmingly as she found Qin Lin rather amusing, twisting her graceful figure to follow. Qin Lin leaped onto the rooftop, sitting atop it as he admired the full moon. It seemed as though the visage of Zhenmi appeared upon the lunar surface. Suddenly, Qin Lin's expression shifted, his brows furrowing in sorrow. Yang Yuhuan floated down gracefully, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. And upon noticing Qin Lin's demeanor, her playful facade faded. What troubles you, dear brother? Yang Yuhuan gracefully settled beside him, each movement epitomizing beauty. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Qin Lin waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disappointment. However, he recognized that his strength had indeed increased significantly. Defeating Yuan Shao was merely a matter of time. Well, I shall refrain from mentioning your troubles, but I must express my gratitude for resurrecting me. Yang Yuhuan smiled openly, her celestial smile rendering even the moon shy, and in an instant, the moon was obscured by clouds. No need for thanks. After all, I am your master. It is only right. Qin Lin was aware of Yang Yuhuan's tragic story. Though she appeared strong and devoid of sorrow, he sensed a profound loneliness within her. Rest assured, Yang Yuhuan, now that you are under my wing, no one shall dare to harm you, Qin Lin declared with unwavering conviction. Yang Yuhuan covered her nose and smiled faintly, nodding, sister believes in you. Just then, Yang Yuhuan's body trembled violently, her complexion paling as she clutched her chest, letting out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. What is wrong? Qin Lin hurriedly supported Yang Yuhuan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It is heart palpitations, likely a shock to the soul from the resurrection. Yang Yuhuan gasped, clutching her chest in agony. But wait! In historical records, Yang Yuhuan did not suffer from any ailments. It is true that she sure had heart palpitations, but why would Yang Yuhuan? Heart palpitations are essentially irregular heart rhythms, commonly referred to as heart disease. No way! Yang Yuhuan has a heart condition? Is she recalling her tragic demise at Moe Slope, inciting her rage? Qin Lin's mind raced with thoughts. Never mind. Saving her is paramount. He swiftly embraced Yang Yuhuan and returned to the room, laying her flat on the bed. But how to treat heart palpitations? He had no heart treasure pills. What could he do? Yang Yuhuan had only been with him for a day. Surely she could not perish from heart disease. Qin Lin felt her pulse, utterly chaotic and lacking any discernible rhythm. His own heartbeat raced furiously. Just as he was in a state of panic, he suddenly recalled Bai Zhe. Of course, Bai Zhe. His auspicious light can cure all ailments. Qin Lin exclaimed, filled with hope. Bai Zhe, are you there? He called urgently to the spatial treasure ring. Here. What is it, my master? Have you found my companion? Bai Zhe was munching away. No. I need you to emit some light. I must save someone. Qin Lin's face turned pale with urgency. I can emit light, but you must call me White Grandpa to please me. Bai Zhe yawned lazily. White Grandpa, quickly, emit your light. Qin Lin shouted without hesitation. At this, Bai Zhe stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Had this lad finally come to his senses? All right, I shall emit some light, Bai Zhe declared as he activated his second skill, auspicious light, within the spatial treasure ring. The room was instantly illuminated, suffused with a radiant glow. Multicolored light enveloped Yang Yuhuan's body, as if thousands of tiny spirits were healing her. Qin Lin, observing the brilliant light, felt invigorated. Such a marvel! As the light faded, Yang Yuhuan's complexion began to regain its color, and her pulse gradually stabilized. Chapter 57. Stepping into the epic level. Seeing Yang Yuhuan's condition improving, Qin Lin breathed a sigh of relief. A heavy weight had finally lifted from his heart. Yang Yuhuan, meanwhile, was utterly exhausted from her heart palpitations and dozed off on the bed. Her lips painted a deep crimson, her breaths soft and rhythmic. Qin Lin gazed at her, entranced, his body instinctively drawing closer. A surge of heat coursed through him. I cannot allow this. Qin Lin slapped himself, questioning his own thoughts. He leapt through the window onto the rooftop, realizing that if he spent the night with Yang Yuhuan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sitting atop the roof, he continued to admire the moon, its purity akin to jade. Hey, silly tiger, can your auspicious light completely cure Yang Yuhuan's heart palpitations? Qin Lin raised his arm, addressing Bai Zhe within the spatial treasure ring. Naturally, Bai Zhe replied, then shifted the conversation. Master, it seems you are smitten with that lady. I can sense your heartbeat racing, and your body is somewhat uncontrollable. Reminiscent of my first love, that feeling is exhilarating, truly beautiful. Bai Zhe chuckled slyly. Shut it. Do not divert the topic. Qin Lin's expression darkened, his voice tinged with anger. The world is not yet settled. How can we discuss matters of romance? Do not worry, my masterdom, my auspicious light can eliminate all ailments, and I can assure you that Yang Yuhuan's heart palpitations will not return. I would stake 100 bets on it, Bai Zhe proclaimed confidently, for he was indeed a divine beast. Though not particularly formidable in combat, he was unparalleled in healing abilities. All right, in the future, I shall reward you with delicious treats. However, this matter of calling you white grandpa shall not be forgotten. Qin Lin's tone grew serious as he pointed at the spatial treasure ring. Oh no, my status is at stake, Bai Zhe thought to himself. After a lengthy conversation between Qin Lin and Bai Zhe, he eventually fell asleep on the rooftop. The next day, at the hour of the dragon, ding, system update, sign-in prompt. The slumbering Qin Lin was awakened by the system's notification sound, pleasantly surprised to find he had slept quite comfortably atop the roof. Sign in! Qin Lin rubbed his eyes, a flash of realization hitting him. Today was the day for the sign-in grand prize, and he was naturally filled with excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a system upgrade card. 5 Xinjin cards, 5 high-level troop selection cards, 1 Taichu advancement card, 20,000 prestige points, and 5 superior spirit weapons. Upon encountering such an array of splendid gifts, Qin Lin steadied himself. After all, he was a person of experience and could not afford to appear foolish in front of the system. He subsequently grasped the upgrade card and crushed it without hesitation, as a crimson glow surged into his body. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has successfully upgraded. Current system level, level 3. Ding. The prices for the Xinjin card and experience card have been adjusted, and new cards have been added to the card shop. Qin Lin excitedly opened the card shop to discover the following. Experience card, price, 3,000. Xinjin card, price, 30,000. Both cards had indeed seen significant price reductions, 2,000 off for the experience card and 10,000 for the Xinjin card. Furthermore, 3 new cards had been introduced. Disguise card, purple, price, 5,000, allows the user to disguise themselves as someone they have encountered for a duration of 3 days. Mythical General Disguise card, purple, price, 5,000, grants the aura of a mythical general, though it does not confer the combat power of said general. Thunderbolt card, black, price, 30,000, summons the powers of thunder and lightning. 4 levels below 90. It inflicts 30% bodily harm, while for levels above 90, it inflicts 10% bodily harm. The disguise card, what a remarkable item. Upon seeing the disguise card, Qin Lin's mind raced with possibilities. If he were to disguise himself as an elderly man and approach Yuan Shao's stronghold, compelling Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi to surrender Zhenmi would be nothing short of perfect. Qin Lin was instantly filled with joy, and with the mythical disguise card, he could undoubtedly frighten the 4 pillars of Hebei half to death. The Thunderbolt card was even more formidable, capable of inflicting grievous injuries upon adversaries. It was just a tad expensive. 5 Xinjin cards. Qin Lin was genuinely astonished. The system was indeed generous with the monthly gift package, treating the host quite favorably. Those 5 Xinjin cards could potentially elevate Qin Lin to the status of an epic general. Without further ado, he crushed the 5 Xinjin cards. A massive surge of green experience points erupted forth. What the heck? This is monumental. How do I absorb all of this? Surrounded by a tempest of green experience points, Qin Lin felt a pang of panic. The experience points surged into his body like a tidal wave. The experience points from the Xinjin cards differed significantly from those gained through kills in terms of absorption. While the latter were easily assimilated, the former proved to be exceedingly challenging in an instant. Qin Lin's complexion turned pale, his body swelled, and his breathing grew rapid, accompanied by a series of anguished roars. No, at this rate, my body will explode. His attempt to utilize 5 Xinjin cards simultaneously was indeed a form of self-torment. White Elder, save me! Quickly lend me some light. Qin Lin rolled his eyes, laboriously raising his arm to call out to Bai Zhe. Well now, young master, so proactive today. I'll lend you a hand just this once. Bai Zhe's eyes widened in surprise at Qin Lin's sudden call. Rain of auspiciousness. The rain of auspiciousness could significantly alleviate the intensity of suffering. As Bai Zhe's command fell, a gentle drizzle began to fall, with the raindrops nourishing Qin Lin's swollen body. The severity of his pain diminished considerably, yet he still felt a lingering ache. It took a full 10 minutes for Qin Lin to absorb the experience points released from the 5 Xinjin cards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 25,000 experience points, leveling up 5 times to level 70. Name: Qin Lin potential? Level 70, Epic General, Experience 200100000 Combat Power 700 and 120. After catching his breath, he chuckled. I am now an Epic General. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming an Epic General. You are awarded 30,000 reputation points. With a sudden influx of 30,000 reputation points, plus the 20,000 earned from signing in, along with the previous 81,000, his total reputation now amounted to 131,000, allowing him to purchase a legendary general. Upon noticing the potential indicated as a question mark, Qin Lin pondered. The potential determines the upper limits of one's level, so why had the system refrained from assigning him a rating? Moreover, having already surpassed level 70 without encountering any restrictions, his potential must be quite high. System, why haven't you assigned me a potential rating? Qin Lin inquired while seated atop the roof. Host potential increases alongside system level. Potential is limitless, responded the system in an ethereal voice. I see. Qin Lin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This also implied that the mythical breakthrough card in the card shop was somewhat redundant, likely to be of use only for his subordinates. As for the 5 advanced soldier cards, Qin Lin chose to hold off on using them. If he were to suddenly gain 2,500 advanced soldiers, he would have no means to lead them out of the city, as the spatial treasure could not accommodate them. There was also a primordial advancement card, but since Kai Shukuan was not present, he would refrain from using it, though he was indeed curious about Kai Shukuan's appearance at the next level. Regarding the 5 premium spiritual weapons, they consisted of the Liang Annihilation Blade, the 9 Heavens Celestial Maidens Qin Qin, the Demon Slayer Blade, the Soul Capturing Sword, and the War God's Halberd. Having already acquired the Jiaolong Neji Spear, which he wielded quite adeptly, he decided to reserve these 5 premium spiritual weapons for his subordinates to enhance their strength. The 9 Heavens Celestial Maidens Qin Qin. Qin Lin instantly fixated on it, realizing that this weapon was tailor-made for Yang Yuhuan. Given her expertise in musical arts, it was the perfect gift for her. With urgency painted on his face, Qin Lin leaped from the rooftop and dashed towards the room. At that moment, within the room, Yang Yuhuan slowly opened her eyes, as if awakening from a millennium-long slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang Yuhuan's alluring crimson lips stirred slightly as she rose, delicately brushing her forehead with her slender fingers. Feeling a lingering ache, it seemed that her previous heart palpitations had indeed been quite severe. After regulating her breathing, Yang Yuhuan found that her chest felt unobstructed, free from the previous discomfort. This meant her heart palpitations had been completely remedied. How did that little rascal cure my heart palpitations? Yang Yuhuan pondered, placing her hand over her heart, a wave of curiosity washing over her, her lips curling into a faint smile. During her time in the 3,000 Taoist grounds, she had no record of experiencing heart palpitations as a soul. However, upon her revival, the situation was markedly different. In her previous life, heart palpitations occurred almost every month, and as a favored concubine, she had access to the finest physicians in the land. Now, under Qin Lin's command, devoid of those esteemed doctors, she had nonetheless been cured of her ailment by him, leaving her utterly astonished. Yang Yuhuan. Qin Lin knocked on the door, opting not to enter through the window. Come in. Yang Yuhuan rose from her bed, her white silk gown accentuating her figure exquisitely. Qin Lin, I must thank you for curing my heart palpitations. Internally, Yang Yuhuan was elated, though her expression remained composed. I am but your lord. Mere heart palpitations are nothing to mention. Qin Lin waved dismissively, attributing the credit solely to Bai Zhe, feeling somewhat boastful. If it weren't for you, Bai Zhe, would I still be able to maintain this facade? Bai Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lin, taking in the entire scene. I wonder how my little brother managed to cure my heart palpitations? Yang Yuhuan was naturally curious. In her previous life, even the finest physicians could only suppress her symptoms, never truly cure them. That's a secret. Qin Lin's expression shifted, his demeanor as gentle as jade. You are now my subordinate, so here, take this as a token of our meeting. Qin Lin produced the premium spiritual weapon he had just acquired, the 9 Heavens Celestial Maidens Qin Qin. With a flourish of spiritual energy, he presented it to Yang Yuan. As she was well versed in musical arts. This weapon could not be more fitting for her. What is this? Premium spiritual weapon. Yang Yuhuan received the 9 Heavens Celestial Maidens Qin Qin, gently caressing its surface. The instrument was smooth as jade, its strings seemingly woven from dragon tendons. Upon closer inspection, her previously calm demeanor transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. Thank you, Qin Lin. Suddenly, Yang Yuhuan felt the urge to no longer refer to him as little brother, but rather as my lord. Bend slightly at the waist, and I shall not insist on being called my lord. You may address me as Qin Lin, little brother instead. Qin Lin felt that being called little brother was indeed more comforting and endearing. As for the older men, they could continue to refer to him as my lord. Imagining them using the same address as Yang Yuhuan was too delightful to contemplate. Yang Yuhuan stifled a laugh. As if mischief brewed within her, gradually leaning closer to Qin Lin. Little brother Qin Lin, do you have feelings for your elder sister, hence the desire for me to call you little brother? Yang Yuhuan's delicate hand lightly rested on Qin Lin's chest, and the air grew thick with an intoxicating tension. Oh no, here we go again. Qin Lin chuckled awkwardly, feeling a surge of heat rising within him. My lord, we can set off now. At that moment, Zhuge Liang burst into the adjacent room, witnessing the intimate scene between Yang Yuhuan and Qin Lin. He quickly shielded his eyes with his Zhuge feather. My lord, I apologize for the intrusion. I saw nothing. You may continue. With swift strides, Zhuge Liang hurriedly exited the scene. Goodness, my lord, you truly are something else. Not only are you not helping me find a partner, but you're also here flirting with the ladies. How infuriating, Bai Zhe lamented within the spatial treasure. Zhuge Liang's arrival rendered the room exceedingly quiet, leaving only the sound of Qin Lin's heartbeat. Shall we depart? Yang Yuhuan raised an eyebrow at Qin Lin, conveying a glance that spoke volumes. With a graceful sway of her tall figure, she exited the room. Qin Lin could only shake his head in resignation. He would certainly have his hands full with her antics in the future. At that moment, a bold thought crossed Qin Lin's mind. The Bai Zhe was a mythical beast and also a mount. Surely its speed would be remarkable. Hey, Bai Zhe, come forth, Qin Lin called out to the spatial treasure ring. What business do you have with me, Bai Yi? Bai Zhe, having feasted throughout the night, let out a burp. Give us a ride. To Changsha County, Qin Lin proclaimed with vigor. Bai Zhe sighed in resignation. How could a majestic divine beast like me be reduced to serving as someone else's steed? Alas! Yet, Qin Lin is my master now, and I must obey. From the spatial treasure ring, Bai Zhe transformed into a whirlwind, darting out of the room and landing on the bustling street. Suddenly, Bai Zhe's colossal form appeared before the onlookers, inciting a wave of panic. What kind of monster is that? A child exclaimed, pointing at Bai Zhe. Mom, look, such a large cat. A woman, clutching her daughter, hurriedly fled from the scene. The sudden emergence of Bai Zhe sent the crowd into a frenzy. After all, this legendary divine beast was unfamiliar to the common folk, and it was only natural for them to mistake it for a monster. You are the true monsters. How dare you compare a mere cat to me? The illustrious Bai Zhe bellowed indignantly. Kongming, Yuhuan, let us mount. Qin Lin instructed, gesturing towards Bai Zhe. Yang Yuhuan and Zhuge Liang exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the sight of such a creature for the first time. I am no horse, I am a cat, not a tiger. What am I, exactly? Bai Zhe roared in frustration, feeling bewildered by the conflicting labels. Subsequently, Qin Lin, accompanied by Zhuge Liang and Yang Yuhuan, mounted Bai Zhe and set off towards Changsha County. As they sped along, Bai Zhe unexpectedly took to the skies. Whoa, you can fly? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Lin exclaimed in astonishment. That I, Bai Yi, am a divine beast. Mere flight is but a simple feat. Bai Zhe declared, its voice resonating with pride. Zhuge Liang shook his head, finding Bai Zhe rather amusing. He stood atop Bai Zhe's back, fanning himself while admiring the breathtaking landscape. How wonderful it would be if the world were at peace. Yang Yuhuan covered her mouth, letting out a soft giggle. Seated on Bai Zhe's back, Qin Lin entered a meditative state. Chapter 59. Guardian Deity. Qin Xiong Bai Zhe's speed was akin to a flash of lightning. Comparable to China's high-speed trains. It would surely reach Changsha in just an hour or two. Sitting atop Bai Zhe, savoring the thrill of flight, was indeed one of life's great pleasures. Yang Yuhuan spread her arms wide, emitting a joyous sound reminiscent of youth, as she reveled in the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. Her white garments danced gracefully in the wind, weaving through the azure expanse, truly resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. A sudden chill swept over the meditating Qin Lin. Ding, congratulations, host, for gathering 10 military generals and completing the 10 generals achievement. You have earned 30,000 prestige points. The system's notification jolted Qin Lin from his reverie. Opening his eyes, he found 30,000 prestige points had been credited to him, bringing his total to 160,100 points. It was time to make some purchases. Qin Lin procured a legendary general card, expending 100,000 prestige points, along with a disguise card, a mythical disguise card, and a thunderbolt card, totaling an expenditure of 14,000 prestige points in the blink of an eye. He was left with just over 20,000 prestige points. Eagerly, Qin Lin crushed the legendary general card, releasing a burst of black light. Ding! The host has acquired a legendary general, currently being dispatched to the locked address of Changsha County. It seemed the system would not disclose the identity of this legendary general just yet. However, that was of little concern. He would find out in 2 hours, and anticipation bubbled within him. Furthermore, the purchase of the disguise card and thunderbolt card was intended for a trip to Hebei to retrieve Zhenmi and orchestrate a ruse involving Yuan Shao and his sons. After the system's notification concluded, Qin Lin once again fell into meditation. Nearby, Yang Yuhuan cast a glance at Qin Lin and offered a sweet smile, while Zhuge Liang continued to fan himself, gazing down at the splendid scenery below. With its 4 claws skimming the air, Bai Zhe covered 10 miles with each stride, a speed far surpassing that of horseback riding. After more than an hour, Bai Zhe gradually reduced its pace as they approached Changsha County. Inside the Grand Hall of Changsha County, General Wei Yin, General Zhu Ti, and General Gao Xianji were in discussion when a soldier rushed in, breathless. What is it? Why the commotion? Wei Yin chided. A mature man has arrived outside, appearing quite powerful, and he demands to see the Lord. He has already clashed with General Bao Long and General Chen Ying, the soldier reported, hands raised in exasperation. Take me to see, Wei Yin commanded, extending his calloused hand to grasp a hefty broadsword. Let us go as well. Zhu Ti, Gan Ning, and Gao Xianji followed suit, with Zhao Fan grabbing a sword and huffing along after them. The group stood atop the Changsha County walls, observing the fierce battle between Bao Long, Chen Ying, and the enigmatic man. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the mysterious man was effortlessly teaching the two a lesson, holding back his true strength. Enough! You two are not my match, the mysterious man said, clad in a white-blue robe, wielding a 3-meter-long spear, his features finely chiseled, presenting an image of striking handsomeness. We refuse to accept this. Come again. Bao Long and Channing exchanged defiant glances, unwilling to concede. The man shook his head in exasperation. Such ignorance! With a swift kick, the man struck the ground with his right leg, causing his spear to hum before launching it upward. A wave of spiritual energy erupted, sending Bao Long and Chan Ying tumbling backwards. Take this! Wei Yin leaped from the wall, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy as he swung his sword down upon the man in midair. Wei Yin unleashed a powerful blade of energy. You possess some skill, the man remarked coldly, raising his spear in challenge. With a series of swift movements, draw, stance, infuse spirit, land, and gather energy, the man effortlessly repelled Wei Yin, forcing him back several steps. 5 actions, seamlessly executed without a hint of flaw so strong. Wei Yin clutched his chest, feeling thoroughly defeated by the man's prowess. We are here to assist you. Zhu Ti, Gao Xianji, and Gan Ning leaped into action, their weapons aimed at the man. The man merely shook his head. Why bother? You are not my opponents. Yet, he refrained from inflicting serious harm, retracting his spiritual energy to avoid causing them injury. After a few minutes of intense combat, Zhu Ti, Gao Xianji, and Gan Ning were ultimately bested. Despite their combined efforts as epic generals, they struggled to even touch the man, leaving them frustrated. How is it that we, as epic generals, cannot defeat him together? They exclaimed in anger. With a collective roar, the 6 of them surrounded the man, weapons drawn, their intentions clear. Should I join in? Zhao Fan hesitated atop the wall, glancing down at the daunting height of 20 to 30 meters. What if he fell and injured himself? Though he was a mere ordinary general, abandoning the wall in front of so many onlookers would be utterly humiliating. Just as the 6 were about to charge at the man again, a voice suddenly halted their advance. Stop fighting. At that moment, Luo Cheng had finally arrived at Changsha County, escorting the villagers after 12 arduous days of travel. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's voice, the 6 immediately ceased their hostilities. Luo Cheng, you've returned. Where's the Lord? They all inquired in unison. Cousin. The man turned to Luo Cheng, his expression shifting dramatically in surprise. Cousin, Luo Cheng acknowledged, having spotted Qin Xiong in the distance, astonished to see them engaged in battle. You two are cousins? The 6 asked, perplexed. Both men nodded in unison, affirming, indeed. What is going on? Why all the commotion? Were you all out to welcome me? Qin Lin called down from atop by Zhe, surveying the gathering of generals below. Subsequently, Qin Lin and Zhuge Liang leaped down, followed closely by Yang Yuhuan, who gracefully descended, her white garment billowing like a celestial being. Why, Lord? Upon seeing Qin Lin, the crowd bowed in unison. Bai Zhe let out a roar. Astonished to find so many generals gathered, realizing that his master was indeed a figure of great significance. Pay your respects to the Lord. The man cast his spear to the ground and knelt before Qin Lin on one knee. Rise! Qin Lin cast a glance at the unfamiliar man, who should be the legendary general he had summoned. After appraising him from head to toe, a line of data appeared. Name: Qin Xiong. Level: 88, Legendary General. Potential: 91, Unparalleled. Maximum level 95. Experience: 050000. Combat power: 880 20, 20 from a superior spiritual weapon. Intelligence: 85. Loyalty: 88. Reliable. Command: 85. Charm: 85. Weapon: 4-edged golden staff, superior spiritual weapon. Skills: 10,000 Vines Technique. First skill: Heavenly Demon Entanglement. Second skill: Greenwood 10,000 Spears Break. Third skill: Withered Vines and Old Trees with Dust Crows. Fourth skill. It was evident from the skills that Qin Xiong possessed a strong affinity for the wood element. The guardian god Qin Xiong was renowned for his unmatched bravery, having fought alongside Tang Taizong Li Shimin in numerous campaigns, earning countless military achievements, and being listed among the 24 heroes in the Lingyan Pavilion. Naturally, Qin Lin recognized the illustrious Qin Xiong, who was also a cousin of Luo Cheng and shared the same surname. Quickly, please rise. Qin Lin bent down to assist Qin Xiong. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yin and the others smacked their foreheads in disbelief. Damn it, we misidentified him. He is one of our own. Subsequently, the group reconciled, realizing that they had not fought in vain to become acquainted. Chapter 60. Bestowing rewards upon the generals, Qin Lin glanced at the convoy behind him and noticed that none of the carriages were missing. Luo Cheng had done an excellent job of escorting them. The group then entered the city. My lord, we have missed you dearly during the past month. Zhao Fan raised his wine cup, shedding tears as he spoke. Qin Lin recounted the events that had transpired on his journey with Luo Cheng, and when he reached the topic of Yuan Shao, the faces of the crowd turned crimson with rage. That scoundrel Yuan Shao, infuriating beyond measure. With a loud crash, Wei Yin smashed his wine cup to the ground. The soldiers gritted their teeth, their eyes wide with fury. Humph, Qin Lin, will settle the score with Yuan Shao. Qin Lin's tone shifted, however. Our immediate priority must be to quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Mentioning Yuan Shao's father and son, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Lin's eyes. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing Qin Lin's sentiment. My lord. Who is this? Luo Cheng gestured towards Zhuge Liang. Qin Lin smiled faintly, waving his hand. This is Zhuge Liang, the foremost mythical strategist of our time. Zhuge Liang slowly rose, fanning himself with a hand fan, and nodded courteously to the surrounding generals in a gesture of goodwill. Ha ha, With the mythical strategist present, how could my lord possibly fail to subdue the Yellow Turban Army? Gan Ning exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. Qin Lin then turned his gaze towards Yang Yuhuan, introducing her. This is Yang Yuhuan, a master of musical arts. Yang Yuhuan, clad in a flowing white veil that partially concealed her graceful figure, slightly bowed to the generals. A serene smile gracing her lips, the assembly was momentarily captivated by her exquisite form and delicate features. Instantly, a scene unfolded where a group of elderly men gazed at a beautiful woman. Frozen in astonished admiration, under the scrutinizing eyes of the generals, Yang Yuhuan blushed, covering her face with her sleeve. From his elevated position, Qin Lin, witnessing this spectacle, helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling embarrassed. Ahem. The sound of Qin Lin's cough snapped the crowd back to reality. Sister Yuhuan, I raise a toast to you. Wei Yin, with an enamored gaze, fixated on Yang Yuhuan, drooling with admiration. Damn, at your age, calling her sister. How shameless. Qin Lin shook his head in exasperation. The others rose to toast Yang Yuhuan, momentarily ignoring Qin Lin's presence. Qin Lin's expression fell as he sighed in solitude, drinking quietly. After a brief interval, Qin Lin declared, All right, we've had our fun. Now, I must attend to serious matters. Noticing Qin Lin's serious demeanor, the others straightened their postures. Next, I will be stepping out for a while. There are matters to attend to. You must safeguard the 4 counties of Jingnan. Should there be the slightest error, I shall hold you accountable upon my return. Qin Lin's purpose for venturing out was to retrieve Zhenmi with a plethora of formidable cards at his disposal. A mere disguise card transforming him into an elderly figure would suffice to intimidate them. The other cards were equally impressive. Qin Lin felt confident about his journey to Hebei. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could still retreat unscathed, especially with the presence of Bai Zhe, whose swift flight made him unparalleled in speed. Ensuring a successful escape, my lord. What matters require your attention outside? The crowd inquired in unison. Qin Lin had no intention of revealing his true purpose, knowing that, given their loyalty, if he mentioned going to Hebei, they would inevitably insist on accompanying him. Complicating matters, I wish to visit Luoyang to petition His Majesty for an official title. Qin Lin devised this explanation to obscure his true intentions. Indeed, although my lord now governs the 4 counties of Jingnan, an official title is necessary to substantiate your authority. Luo Chang clapped his hands in agreement, expressing his support. Before I leave the city, I shall bestow upon each of you a superior spiritual weapon. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin and the others exchanged glances. Superior spiritual weapons were highly valuable. Their lord was indeed generous. Gaixianzi, you were the first to follow me, so this white serpent battle cry spear is your reward. Qin Lin conjured a white spear adorned with carvings of a white serpent. Thank you, my lord. Gaixianzi knelt, overwhelmed with excitement. Ding, Gaixianzi's loyalty increased by 5. As expected. Gan Ning, this Sunfire Annihilation Blade is for you. Qin Lin tossed the Sunfire Annihilation Blade, approximately 4 feet in length, radiating with a crimson flame, to Gan Ning, who gratefully accepted it and returned to his seat, elated. Zhuoti, this soul-capturing sword is yours. The exquisite sword flew into Zhuoti's hands. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, Qin Lin presented the ghostly demon slayer blade to Wei Yin, the celestial war god halberd to Bao Long, and halted at Chuning. As for Zhao Fan, it mattered little. He was not particularly skilled in combat and was indifferent. Chuning, when I return, I shall present you with a superior spiritual weapon. Is that agreeable? Qin Lin could not produce any more superior spiritual weapons. And Chuning was the only one left, and no problem, my lord. I am willing to wait. With Qin Lin's assurance, Chuning naturally placed his trust in him. The loyalty of the others significantly increased. Well then, you may all return, Qin Lin instructed. Afterward, Qin Lin arranged accommodations for the villagers of the Qin family and provided them with ample provisions and wealth in the rear garden of Changsha County. 3 middle-aged individuals sat amidst the floral splendor. Indeed, these 3 were Qin Lin's parents and Zhenmi's father. Zhen Yi, mother, father, Uncle Zhen. After settling his affairs, Qin Lin excitedly arrived at the rear garden. Please, have a seat. Zhen Yi, filled with exhilaration, never anticipated that the young man he had underestimated had become the lord of the 4 counties of Jingnan, commanding numerous formidable generals. Zhen deeply regretted having uttered the phrase social standing must match. I have come to bid you farewell. Qin Lin's voice was somewhat subdued, refraining from disclosing his journey to Hebei to spare them worry. Farewell? The three exchanged puzzled glances. I am merely undertaking a task. I shall return shortly. Qin Lin deliberately concealed the truth from them. My boy is quite accomplished now. He is entrusted with tasks. Qin Lin's mother patted his shoulder, tears welling in her eyes. Then I shall return to prepare my belongings for departure tomorrow. After bidding farewell, Qin Lin hastened back to his residence. The three watched Qin Lin's departing figure, their hearts brimming with emotions. In less than a year, this young man had undergone an astonishing transformation. Truly remarkable. Upon returning to his residence, Kai Su Kuan floated over, nestling beside Qin Lin. Seemed that a month apart had made him long for Qin Lin dearly. Qin Lin gently stroked Kai Su Kuan and then retrieved the primordial advancement card. It was time to upgrade him. This creature looks familiar, Bai Zhe, from within the spatial treasure, mused for a moment. It's not a turtle. It's a Kuan. Qin Lin replied, somewhat speechless. He then crushed the primordial advancement card. Golden light enveloping Kai Su Kuan. Kai Su Kuan quivered momentarily, emitting peculiar sounds, and then his body suddenly expanded several times, now rivaling Bai Zhe in size. Had Qin Lin's room not been spacious, it would have been quite a challenge to accommodate him. Could the ultimate Kuan truly be as colossal as the legends suggest? Qin Lin found it hard to believe. If the dimensions described in the Xiaoyao were accurate, who could afford to feed such a creature? Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring the purple mount, True Kai Su Kuan. True Kai Su Kuan. Combat experience gain increased by 100%. Trial, 3000 dojo. Qingbei Training Academy. Experience gain increased by 50%. True Kai Su Kuan, indeed exceptional, now boasted an upgrade speed twice that of before, with trial speed at 1.5 times greater. However, it seemed that further upgrading the Kuan would not be as straightforward. Moving forward, upgrading the Kuan would require Sea Tower stones, of which Qin Lin currently possessed only 5, acquired through signing in. To upgrade the Kuan, one requires 100 Sea Tower stones, which is quite a daunting task. It seems I must accumulate them slowly. Chapter 61. Yuan Shao, the little calf, I am coming. As for the last 5 high-level troops, Qin Lin exchanged them all for Golden Fire Cavalry in one go, and currently the Golden Fire Cavalry has reached 3,000 men. This army will become my main force. Opening the troop system. Junior Infantry, 7,000, level 5. Junior Cavalry, 2,000, level 5. Junior Archers, 3,000, level 5. Golden Fire Cavalry, 3,000, level 21. Dragon Flying Tiger Riding, 500, level 21, now. The total manpower has not exceeded 20,000. It appears I must recruit more troops upon my return to strengthen my influence. Tap, tapped, a knock echoed in the empty room. Qin Lin closed the system and adjusted his posture. Come in, the visitor, holding a feather fan, was none other than the world's greatest strategist, Zhuge Liang. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang's figure, Qin Lin let out a sigh of relief, previously fearing it was Yang Yuan. What business does he have here in the middle of the night? Qin Lin hurriedly stood up and approached. Mr. Kongming, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you not comfortable in your accommodations? Qin Lin waved his small hand, inquiring gently. Zhuge Liang shook his fan with a smile, though his expression seemed somewhat troubled. Not at all, my lord. I believe your journey this time is not to Luoyang. With a decisive statement, Zhuge Liang managed to catch Qin Lin off guard. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes, and upon hearing this, Qin Lin could only smile wryly. Indeed, he was a clever man. How did you know I wouldn't go to Luoyang? Qin Lin asked, perplexed. Ha ha, Zhuge Liang laughed heartily. You have not yet contributed anything to the court. Why would they appoint you to a position? Suddenly shifting his tone, Zhuge Liang continued. This time, your journey should be toward Hebei, I presume, to seek Yuan Shao. Qin Lin helplessly shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his lips. It seems I cannot hide anything from Zhuge Liang. Indeed, I am going to find Yuan Shao this time. I will not be as foolish as last time. This time, I am fully confident. You need not worry. Zhuge Liang's gaze turned contemplative. He truly did not know what cards Qin Lin held. You have seen the speed of Bai Zhe, have you not? Even if I do not succeed, I can still escape. Bai Zhe's speed was indeed astonishing. Zhuge Liang had ridden it before and knew there were few creatures in the world faster than Bai Zhe. Very well. Zhuge Liang decided against further persuasion, for the weight of that woman in Qin Lin's heart was beyond his comprehension. Then, with a flick of his hand, Zhuge Liang produced an armor seemingly from thin air. This is the Hunyuan battle armor. It can reduce the damage you receive. Take it. Zhuge Liang handed the armor to Qin Lin, who did not inquire about its origins, for the greatest strategist in the realm surely had means to procure such items. Thank you, Mr. Kongming. Qin Lin clasped his hands in gratitude. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhuge Liang, draped in his white robe and fanning himself, leisurely exited the room. Qin Lin smiled calmly. Truly a living immortal. The following day, at the hour of Chen, after signing in for 500 reputation points, Qin Lin rode by Zhe toward Hebei, determined to bring back Xinmi. The distance from Changsha County to Hejin County is no less than 2 or 3,000 li. At by Zhe's flying speed, it should take 5 to 6 hours to arrive. During the flight, Bai Zhe remained quiet, focused on its flight, while Qin Lin stood atop Bai Zhe, gazing down at the magnificent landscape below. It was hard to believe that such beautiful scenery was rife with conflict and hidden dangers. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lin shook his head. It seems the end of chaos depends on me. Hejin County, Yuan Shao's residence. Since parting with Qin Lin over a month ago, Zhenmi had missed him dearly, her appetite reduced by half, and now she appeared emaciated. Yuan Shi, eager to prove himself, boasted before Zhenmi that he would surpass Qin Lin and proactively requested Yuan Shao to send him to the front lines to battle the Yellow Turbans, which Yuan Shao obliged. Currently, Zhenmi felt like a prisoner, confined and accompanied only by a maid. Though her needs were met, she was stripped of her freedom. After 5 hours of flight, Qin Lin arrived in the vicinity of Hejin County. Standing atop Bai Zhe, he took out a disguise card and crushed it. Instantly, his skin sagged, his face rapidly becoming wrinkled, with veins bulging. Touching his face, he realized he had successfully transformed into the visage of an old man. Now, Qin Lin was almost indistinguishable from that old man. White beard, leaning on a cane, dressed in gray cloth. It was incredibly convincing. Bai Zhe, descend. Suddenly hearing the frail voice of an old man, Bai Zhe appeared momentarily bewildered. Who are you? Where is my young master? What have you done to him? Young master, you cannot die. You still owe me a companion. Bai Zhe, unable to recognize Qin Lin in his disguise, was startled, though this was precisely the effect Qin Lin sought. Hearing this, Qin Lin was left speechless. I am your master, Qin Lin. I have merely changed my appearance. There is no need for alarm. Just follow my orders. Qin Lin's voice matched that of the old man perfectly. The disguise card had worked flawlessly. Bai Zhe was taken aback. Foolish tiger. Look. Qin Lin produced his Jiao Long Yechi spear, the very weapon that had frightened Bai Zhe. You truly are my young master. Bai Zhe gradually began to believe. Follow me. Once we reach the destination, do not speak. I will find you a companion upon our return. Do you understand? Qin Lin's aged voice carried authority. Companion? Yes, I will obey my young master. Bai Zhe eagerly nodded. Qin Lin mounted Bai Zhe, leaping into the air, crossing the walls of Hejin County. Bai Zhe let out a mighty roar, causing the men, women, and children on the streets to flee in terror. This was the scene Qin Lin desired. Upon my arrival, even the emperor would tremble. Report, my lord. An old man has arrived, riding a gigantic white tiger. The soldiers were flabbergasted, gesturing wildly about the white tiger. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, they were utterly terrified, especially at the sight of an old man riding it. An old man? Riding a tiger? Yuan Shao, with keen eyes, peered outside, stroking his chin, pondering who this old man might be. An old man capable of riding a tiger must possess considerable strength. Quickly summon the 4 pillars of Hebei. Yuan Shao was naturally cautious. If the old man harbored ill intentions, it could spell disaster for him. The soldiers swiftly gathered the 4 pillars of Hebei, along with the strategist Tian Feng. Let the old man in, Yuan Shao commanded, his tone firm. Wen Shou, you take position with 500 axe-wielders nearby. Yuan Shao whispered to Wen Shou. Wen Shou, armed, stepped outside. Soon, Qin Lin, riding Bai Zhe, entered Yuan Shao's estate step by step. Yuan Shao and the 4 pillars of Hebei stood in a vast courtyard, awaiting Qin Lin's arrival. With each step Bai Zhe took, the ground trembled violently. From a distance, the towering silhouette of Bai Zhe was visible. What a massive white tiger! The sight of Bai Zhe astonished everyone. Chapter 62. I. Qin Lin's master, surrender my apprentice's wife. Bai Zhe leaped into the courtyard, its claws leaving the ground, prompting the 4 pillars of Hebei to draw their weapons, bracing for battle. Seeing this, Qin Lin let out a cold snort and, leaning on his cane, jumped down. Who was this? Zhang He and Gao Lan's hearts raced upon witnessing the old man's figure. Was this not the elder who claimed to be Qin Lin's master? Yuan Benchu. Qin Lin raised his cane, channeling his energy, a wave of sound energy emanating from him, causing Yuan Shao to tremble slightly. Old man, what brings you here riding a white tiger? Yuan Shao, taken aback by Qin Lin's address, immediately lost his imposing demeanor. At this moment, Zhang He approached Yuan Shao, whispering in his ear, "My lord, he is the old man who effortlessly neutralized Gao Lan's energy, claiming to be Qin Lin's master." Nanny. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao's face turned pale. His heart seemed on the verge of explosion from the shock. Yuan Shao's trembling hand tugged at Tian Feng's sleeve. Yuan Hao, this old man before us is indeed Qin Lin's master. What should we do? If what Tian Feng said were true, the 4 pillars of Hebei would stand no chance, and the 500 axe wielders would be of no use. Tian Feng, feeling a jolt of panic himself, quickly composed himself. As an exceptional strategist, maintaining self-control was part of his skill. Taking a deep breath, he analyzed the situation. "My lord, do not fear. We share no significant enmity with this old man, and look. He appears quite amiable." Tian Feng's words acted like a tranquilizer, calming Yuan Shao's frantic heart. "Greetings, old man." Yuan Shao offered a casual greeting, and as his words fell, Yin Liang stepped forward. "My lord, I sense no overwhelming aura of a legendary warrior emanating from this elderly man. In fact, I believe his strength pales in comparison to mine." Yin Liang cast a fierce glare at Qin Lin and, with defiance in his tone, continued, "Everyone present can feel that this old man lacks the presence of a true powerhouse." Qin Lin surveyed the crowd and noticed a shift in their expressions. Had he been recognized? Yin Liang, Wen Chou, and Yuan Shao had never witnessed the elder's true prowess and were naturally skeptical. However, Zhang He and Gao Lan were thoroughly convinced that the old man before them was indeed a legendary warrior. "Hey, old man. I've heard you can easily dispel General Gao's spiritual energy. Allow me to test that." Without seeking Yuan Shao's permission, Yin Liang swung his large blade at Qin Lin. "Oh no, they've made a move," Bai Zhe gasped, furrowing his brow as he quickly retreated several paces. Qin Lin could only manage a wry smile, his aged visage breaking into a grin as he helplessly shook his head. Thankfully, he was prepared. In an instant, Qin Lin's expression turned grave, devoid of any semblance of panic. The old hand retrieved the thunder card. Tossing it forth with a flick of his wrist, the thunder card shattered in midair with a hissing sound. It unleashed a tempestuous wind, causing the sky to twist and darken, as a bolt of heavenly lightning descended with a deafening roar. Yin Liang was taken aback, redirecting his blade as his spiritual energy erupted, propelling him skyward to counter the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the lightning disregarded all defenses, piercing through Yin Liang's emanating energy, and struck him down with tremendous force. A cataclysmic explosion echoed in the courtyard, sending debris flying and bloodshed scattering across the ground. Yin Liang's form was charred by the celestial power, leaving him heavily injured and embedded in a deep crater. He resembled the defeated Ro Cheng, a sight that was utterly gratifying. Kneeling on the ground, Yin Liang supported himself with both hands, his head snapping up as he could no longer contain the overwhelming force. A mouthful of old blood erupting forth. After being struck by the lightning, Yin Liang found himself questioning his life. Could he truly not withstand such power? Was this the vast chasm between him and a legendary warrior? Wen Chou pulled Yin Liang from the crater, casting a fearful glance at Qin Lin, acknowledging his monstrous strength. "Wow! My master is truly formidable." Bai Zhe observed the scene, witnessing Qin Lin's dominance with his head held high, advancing with purpose before letting out a roar that resonated through the skies. "Is there anyone else?" Yuan Shao and the others recoiled in terror, stepping back repeatedly. Seeing Yin Liang's dire state, Qin Lin felt an urge to capture the moment and show it to Ro Cheng. The Thunder card had indeed proven its worth, severely injuring Yin Liang, a mid-tier legendary warrior. It was undeniably powerful. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lin shattered the disguise card meant to conceal the legendary warrior's presence. Determined to instill doubt in them, allowing them to question their very existence. With a firm grip on his cane, he struck the ground, and instantly, the aura of a legendary warrior enveloped the entire courtyard. This pressure, it truly is that of a legendary warrior. When Cho recognized the sensation, recalling the overwhelming presence emitted by Elbu, it was unmistakably the same, confirming that the elderly man before him was indeed of the same caliber. It was over. We have attracted a great calamity, when Cho thought, feeling a chill in his heart. My apologies, venerable elder. We have failed to recognize your grandeur. Forgive our transgressions, Yuan Shao stammered, collapsing to the ground in fear. Only to be steadied by Tianfeng. At that moment, Tianfeng was equally astonished, his face pale with fright. If a confrontation were to erupt, the 4 pillars of Hebei would stand no chance. Ha, a fine statement of apology. You first wronged my disciple, and now you dare to offend me. What punishment do you deserve? Qin Lin raised his cane, wielding the pressure of a legendary warrior, his reprimand utterly exhilarating. You will all kneel and apologize to the old master. Yuan Shao scanned the 4 pillars of Hebei, knowing they were responsible for the injury inflicted upon Qin Lin. Forcing them to kneel seemed justifiable. One by one, the 4 pillars of Hebei pointed at themselves, resigned to their fate. They had no choice but to comply, lamenting the tarnishing of their illustrious reputation. The 4 men knelt down heavily, bowing their heads in earnest, pleading for Qin Lin's mercy. Qin Lin's heart swelled with delight. He had never experienced such satisfaction before. Originally, he had intended for Yuan Shao to kneel as well, but a thought struck him. Should Yuan Shao turn against him and command the 4 pillars to attack, it would spell trouble. Rise. Qin Lin offered a cold smile. Does the venerable elder have any further requests? Yuan Shao inquired, bowing and scraping. Today, I come not for other matters, but to retrieve my disciple's bride. Bring her forth at once. Should she sustain even a scratch, I shall make the entire Yuan clan pay dearly. At the mention of Zhenmi, Qin Lin could no longer contain his fury. Quickly, summon Miss Zhenmi. Yuan Shao commanded the soldiers nearby. My lord, shall we not inquire about young Master Yuan Shi? One soldier asked, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao erupted in rage, kicking the soldier. What are you thinking? At such a time, you still ask whether my son should be consulted? That is sheer folly. Besides, Yuan Shi is currently on the front lines, striving to prove himself to Zhen. By the time he returns, the Yuan family may well be extinguished by Qin Lin. Go now, Yuan Shao bellowed. The soldier, panic-stricken, dashed towards the room where Zhenmi was confined. Chapter 63. Soaring the 9 heavens with Zhenmi. Qin Lin, with his frail form, leapt gracefully onto Bai Zai's back, surveying the crowd with a sense of triumph. How delightful it was to masquerade as an elder, silencing them with his words. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Why not continue to masquerade as an emperor? Visiting Yuan Shao's estate to diminish his authority? What a splendid idea! Below, Yuan Shao trembled under Qin Lin's imposing presence, while the 4 pillars of Hebei dared not meet his gaze. All heads bowed low. Tianfeng, too, remained silent, fearful of further offending this formidable figure, knowing the consequences would be far graver than mere thunder. Miss Zhenmi. A soldier hurriedly approached, breathless, exclaiming in a rush, fearful of wasting even a moment. Zhenmi sat before a mirror, her complexion pale. Clad in a delicate pink veil, her slender fingers rested gracefully on the table, a golden belt cinching her delicate waist, her flowing hair cascading like silk. Yet her face bore an icy demeanor, devoid of any trace of a smile. Miss, there is a soldier outside calling for you, saying that Master Qin Lin's teacher has come to escort you home. A maid whispered. Qin Lin's teacher? Zhenmi's eyes widened. No wonder Qin Lin had displayed such prowess last time. He had an extraordinary mentor guiding him. If his master had arrived, then Qin Lin must surely be present as well. Zhenmi's heart surged with excitement, her previously cold expression transforming into one of joy. She tidied herself before the mirror, offering a slight smile, satisfied with her appearance. Very well, lead me forth. Zhenmi grasped the maid's hand, eagerly exiting the room and following the soldier into the courtyard. The courtyard was bathed in intense sunlight, the heat akin to that of a blazing furnace. Old man, would you like some water? I can have Tianfeng fetch you some. Yuan Shao attempted to appease the elder, disguised as a venerable figure. No need for your concern. Qin Lin replied coldly, eyes firmly shut. Brother Ziming, Zhenmi called out excitedly from a distance. Her youthful voice startling Qin Lin. Mirror, miss, do take care, the maid gasped, struggling to keep pace. Qin Lin leaped down from Bai Zhe, reminding himself to maintain his elderly facade, suppressing his excitement and keeping his demeanor restrained. Miss Shunmi, Yuan Shao bowed and smiled, fully aware that this young woman was the elder's disciple's bride and not someone he could offend. Zhenmi politely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Yuan Shao had treated her decently over the past month. She scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Qin Li and Dio not search for him. He has not come, Qin Lin said, suppressing his excitement and maintaining his aged posture. Zhenmi approached Qin Lin, a smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired, Are you Master Ziming's teacher? Unable to contain himself, Qin Lin raised a hand and gently brushed Zhenmi's hair. Indeed, as Zhenmi moved behind Qin Lin. She caught sight of Bai Zhe and gasped in surprise. Humph! Qin Lin's temper flared, raising his cane and striking the ground with a forceful thud. How do you attend to my disciple's bride? Look at her pallor. What punishment do you deserve? Qin Lin was not genuinely angry. He merely sought to extort Yuan Shao, as he had promised Jianing a top-tier spiritual weapon, and now he had the opportunity. What? Yuan Shao assessed Zhenmi, finding her not as frail as Qin Lin had described. However, he was not one to shy away from wealth. Old sir, what compensation do you seek? Yuan Shao inquired, bowing and scraping. Not much, just 3 top-tier spiritual weapons and 1,000 taels of gold. Qin Lin boldly made his demands, knowing 1,000 taels would suffice for recruiting soldiers. 1,000 taels? The 4 pillars of Hebei were taken aback by Qin Lin's figure. Exchanging glances in disbelief. What does an old man need with such a sum? 1,000 taels may not seem excessive to Yuan Shao, yet he is reluctant to part with them without cause. In these chaotic times, raising troops and gathering resources requires funds. Observing Yuan Shao's hesitation, Qin Lin once again exudes the formidable aura of a legendary warrior. What, are you unwilling? Am I not allowed to enjoy my twilight years? The oppressive presence sends Yuan Shao into a state of sheer panic, his pallid complexion betraying his fear as he weakly consents, Fine, fine. Subsequently, 1,000 gold pieces and 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts are swiftly stowed away into Qin Lin's spatial treasure. Let us depart, Qin Lin declared with a smile directed at Zhenmi. As Qin Lin radiated spiritual energy, he transported Zhenmi onto the back of Bai Zhe, then leaped gracefully, guiding Bai Zhe to soar away from Hejin County. Watching Qin Lin's retreating figure, Yuan Shao's pale visage gradually regained its color. Clenching his fists, he emitted a sound reminiscent of bones creaking. Imph! Old fool, how much longer can you live? Once you are gone, I shall send troops to eliminate your disciple. The 4 pillars of Hebei seethed with indignation. As a legendary warrior, it is disgraceful to kneel before an old man. Han Feng, investigate where this Qin Lin is located and his official rank. Yuan Shao gritted his teeth, the shame of such an incident staining the Yuan family's reputation, sure to provoke ridicule from his cousin Yuan Shu and elder brother Yuan Weida. As you command. My lord, Tian Feng bowed respectfully before withdrawing. Qin Lin, alongside Zhenmi, rode on Bai Zhe, gliding through the azure sky, leaving behind a breathtaking arc mirror. Suddenly, the elder disguised as Qin Lin called out, and Zhenmi felt an inexplicable familiarity. She nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Qin Lin placed his hands upon Zhenmi's shoulders, causing her to feel flustered. Elder, what is the matter? Look at me, mirror. With that, Qin Lin dispelled his disguise, revealing his true form. His voice returning to its original timbre. Upon witnessing the transformation, Zhenmi covered her mouth in disbelief, her emotions surging, tears streaming down her face. Brother Ziming, you? Her words faltered, but her joy was evident. Qin Lin enveloped Zhenmi in an embrace, passionately kissing her. Bai Zhe, observing the scene, felt an overwhelming envy, akin to a light bulb basking in the sun's radiance. What a display of affection, Bai Zhe lamented. After their fervent kiss, their gazes locked, a moment they had long awaited, finally united. Their eyes exchanged tender glances for an indeterminate time before another wave of fervent kisses ensued. Enough with the torture. I am still so innocent, Bai Zhe nearly shed tears of envy. After reluctantly parting, Qin Lin carefully assisted Zhenmi to her feet. Standing atop Bai Zhe, Zhen Mi struggled to maintain her balance in the air without the support of spiritual energy. Qin Lin's hand delicately caressed her slender waist. As Zhen Mi stood before Qin Lin, her body swayed slightly, but gradually, she spread her arms wide, reveling in the sensation of soaring through the sky. Releasing a cry of youthful excitement, Qin Lin, smiling, embraced her tightly from behind, savoring the moment. They resembled Jack and Rose from Titanic, caught in their own romantic turmoil. Just let it be, if it leads to my demise. Then so be it. Bai Zai's eyes widened in disbelief, already numbed by the scene. Chapter 64. The protagonist is married after several hours of flight. Dusk descended unexpectedly. Qin Lin cradled Zhen Mi in his arms atop Bai Zai. Quietly gazing at the setting sun's glow, occasionally stealing kisses. Brother Ziming, how are the villagers faring? Zhen Mi inquired, worry evident in her voice. She remained unaware of Qin Lin's destination, only recognizing the profound transformation he had undergone. Qin Lin's lips curled into a slight smile as he reassured her. Rest assured, Mir, the villagers have been settled in Changsha County, and they are safe. Pausing, he added, moreover, your father has consented to our union. Upon hearing this, Zhen Mi's heart swelled with joy, her eyes sparkling with hope, a smile gracing her face. With Qin Lin's newfound strength, her father would surely not dare to object, especially considering Qin Lin had risked his life to rescue her. When shall we wed? Zhen Mi's eyes brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Qin Lin's response. Tomorrow, their gazes met. Qin Lin could hardly contain his excitement, fearing the loss of Zhen Mi. Yes, Zhen Mi responded with a sweet laugh. Nodding vigorously, the two conversed for quite some time atop Bai Zai. As twilight deepened, the sky adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Qin Lin again embraced Zhen Mi, admiring the celestial display. My lord, we shall soon arrive at Changsha County, Bai Zai impatiently announced, having endured enough of their affectionate displays. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng, Zhuge Liang, and others were patrolling the city walls when they spotted Bai Zai approaching from afar. It is our lord. He has returned, Luo Cheng exclaimed with excitement. Zhuge Liang smiled, fanning himself with his hand, revealing his delight. Let us descend to welcome our lord. Soon, Qin Lin landed Bai Zai in the military grounds of Changsha County. Within minutes, the officers rushed over, surprised by Qin Lin's swift return, a testament to Bai Zai's astonishing speed. At that moment, two pairs of elderly couples hurried over from the side, none other than Qin Lin's parents and Zhen Mi's parents. News of Qin Lin's return had spread rapidly throughout the city, prompting their hurried arrival. My lord, you have returned, Gao Xinji waved to Qin Lin. Qin Lin leapt down, cradling Zhen Mi in his arms. Sending forth a wave of energy, Zhen Mi shyly hopped down from Qin Lin's embrace, rushing to her parents, bursting into tears. So this is the Lord's beloved? How pure she appears, the officers remarked, admiring Zhen Mi's beauty, which rivaled that of Yang Yuhuan. Indeed, a lovely girl. She seems rather innocent, Wei Yin remarked, crossing his arms. Nearby, the dashing Qin Xiong shook his head, unimpressed by the comments. Qin Lin approached Zhen Mi, standing before her parents. At that moment, Yang Yuhuan sauntered over, her graceful figure captivating. All that it appears my younger brother has returned with his beloved. She smiled, covering her nose. Yang Yuhuan? The crowd gasped in unison, entranced by her beauty. Except for Qin Xiong, who closed his eyes, unfazed, and turned away. Qin Lin offered a slight smile to Yang Yuhuan, while Zhen Mi, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Who is she? Such a beautiful sister." She innocently smiled at Yang Yuhuan. "Uncle, aunt, today I, Qin Lin, call upon the heavens as witness, and I humbly request that you grant me Zhen Mi's hand in marriage." Qin Lin bowed earnestly. Once having rejected Qin Lin, Zhen Mi now dared not refuse. Knowing that even without strength, Qin Lin was accompanied by formidable warriors. "Ha, young man of the Qin family, rise. It was wrong of me to refuse you before. I was mistaken. From now on, I shall heed my daughter's wishes." Zhen Mi laughed heartily. "Father-in-law?" At this declaration, Qin Lin's heart soared with joy, as did Zhen Mi, who radiated unprecedented happiness. They embraced once more. "Alas, my master has finally found his beloved," Bai Zai exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes at the sight of Qin Lin's successful proposal. The officers erupted in laughter at Bai Zai's display, yet they too rejoiced in Qin Lin's happiness. "Young man of the Qin family, when do you plan to hold the wedding?" Zhen Mi inquired. Qin Lin's parents nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, I wish to expedite the process. Qin Lin glanced at Zhenmi, his excitement palpable. Very well, tomorrow it is. Tonight, we shall prepare the wedding arrangements without rest, Zhen Yi declared enthusiastically. With that, Qin Lin took Zhenmi to their room. After exchanging a few simple words, he kissed her forehead and exited the room. Ultimately, they were to share a bed tomorrow. Thus, whether they slept together tonight was of little consequence. Moreover, the wedding preparations were pressing. The following morning, at the hour of Chun, after accumulating 500 prestige points, Qin Lin stepped out of his room, only to be greeted by the sudden sound of a suona, followed by the clamor of gongs and drums. Suddenly, several burly men burst into Qin Lin's chamber, vigorously stripping him of his garments. "Hey, Luo Cheng, Gan Ning, what are you doing?" Qin Lin exclaimed, startled by the unexpected turn of events. "My lord, time is of the essence. Quickly change into your wedding attire. We must fetch the bride," Luo Cheng declared, swiftly dressing Qin Lin in the traditional red garments of a groom. Having never been married in his previous life, the abruptness of this wedding felt overwhelming to Qin Lin. "Why, lord, let us go and retrieve the bride," Luo Cheng and the others exclaimed with excitement. Such joyful occasions were rare in these tumultuous times, offering a welcome respite for warriors accustomed to battle. "All right." Qin Lin adjusted his dragon and phoenix robe, glancing into a bronze mirror, and nodded in satisfaction. "Your appearance is quite impressive, Ding. Congratulations to the host on your joyous marriage. The system has generously bestowed a gift of 50,000 prestige points, 3 Lei Gang cards, 3 Xianjin cards, 10 Sea Tower stones, and 1 devil fruit, a convergence of the essence of heaven and earth. Consuming one grants the power of an ancient deity." Upon seeing the gift of the devil fruit, Qin Lin was filled with delight, although he knew this was not the time for contemplation. Truly, the system is exceedingly generous. The gifts it has provided are undoubtedly the most grandiose Qin Lin has ever received. If I were to marry 100, wouldn't I be immensely wealthy? A sudden, mischievous thought crossed Qin Lin's mind. "Master, hurry." Observing Qin Lin frozen in place, his subordinates outside were growing increasingly impatient. Soon after, Qin Lin, dressed in his bridal attire, dashed out. Outside, Luo Cheng, Qin Xiong, Zhuge Liang, Gao Xinji, Zhu Ti, Gan Ning, Wei Yin, Bao Long, Chen Ying, and Zhao Fan stood in a line, all adorned in festive attire, eagerly mounting their steeds. Qin Lin led the way, forming what could be described as the most formidable groomsman entourage in history. At this moment, Zhenmi, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, was applying vermilion to her face in front of a bronze mirror. Her exquisite visage reflected beautifully in the mirror. Beside her, Yang Yuhuan was gently arranging Zhenmi's flowing black hair. "Sister, do be cautious of men. None of them are to be trusted," Yang Yuhuan warned. Her own past pain unbeknownst to Zhenmi smiled at Yang Yuhuan, replying, "Brother Ziming is the best of men." "Very well, if you say so," Yang Yuhuan responded with a resigned shake of her head. This little girl is simply too naive. By the way, Yuhuan's sister, you are so beautiful. Surely there are admirers vying for your affection?" Zhenmi inquired with a smile. Suddenly, Yang Yuhuan's expression shifted to one of annoyance. "There were, but they are all gone." Her tone quickened, as if reluctant to revisit the past. Noticing the change in Yang Yuhuan's demeanor, Zhenmi awkwardly chuckled, refraining from further questions, sensing the depth of the hurt. Chapter 65. The wedding night. Qin Lin rode a magnificent steed down the bustling street, closely followed by Luo Cheng, Qin Xiong, and others. The street was filled with men, women, and children alike. At the rear, Bai Zhe followed, burdened with gifts, each step laborious and breathless. Nearby, the true Kai Shukuan flitted about, resembling a small airship, as he cheered Bai Zhe on. Hearing the constant cries of Kunkin, Bai Zhe's face flushed with anger, his demeanor sulky as he muttered, "Get lost, you annoying creature." The burden of the gifts combined with the piercing sounds of true Kai Shukuan certainly tested Bai Zhe's patience. Throughout the streets and alleys, the common folk had adorned their surroundings with red lanterns and paper decorations. In this regard, it was evident that Qin Lin was quite popular, having garnered the support of the people through his diligent efforts. Meanwhile, Zhenmi was fully prepared, seated calmly on the bed, awaiting Qin Lin's arrival. Qin Lin's heart raced with excitement, prompting him to quicken his pace, with the others hastily following suit. "I've never seen the master so exhilarated," Wei Yin remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of disbelief. "Let us proceed with that." Everyone hastened to keep up. "Oh my goodness, do you all wish to exhaust me?" Zhen complained as he struggled to keep pace. Sweat trickling down his brow. The citizens in the street were momentarily startled by Zhen's imposing figure, yet they quickly reassured themselves, knowing that this steed belonged to Qin Lin and posed no threat. Zhen Mi, concealed beneath a red veil, fidgeted nervously, pondering what the day would hold. "Miss, young Master Qin has arrived," a maid exclaimed with delight. Instantly, Zhen Mi straightened her posture, sitting upright on the bed, quietly awaiting Qin Lin's entrance. "Mir, I have arrived," Qin Lin announced as he dismounted and rushed into the room, spotting Zhen Mi seated on the bed, her body visibly tense. With a gentle smile, he lifted Zhen Mi into his arms in a princess carry, eliciting envy from the nearby maids. Yang Yuhuan smiled softly, feeling genuinely happy for Qin Lin. Qin Lin then placed Zhen Mi into the flower palanquin, ready to proceed to his parents' location for the wedding ceremony. "Brother Zhen, from now on we shall be family," Qin Lin's father, Qin Laohan, exclaimed with a wide grin, as the two families engaged in pleasant conversation. "Indeed. I never expected Qin Lin to achieve such remarkable success today," Zhen Yi replied, feeling a twinge of regret for previously mentioning the phrase social standing. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as the two sets of parents chatted merrily in the grand hall. As the sound of firecrackers echoed, Qin Lin carried Zhen Mi into his parents' courtyard. "The child has arrived, so swiftly," Qin Laohan called out with open arms, his heart filled with pride as he observed Qin Lin carrying the veiled Zhen Mi. The two then proceeded to the wedding rites, as the elders settled back down. The soldiers were filled with excitement, realizing their master had finally found love. "Bow to heaven and earth," they proclaimed as Qin Lin and Zhen Mi knelt towards the sky. "Bow to your parents." They knelt once more, this time towards their parents. "Exchange vows." Qin Lin lifted Zhen Mi's red veil, revealing her enchanting face. Their gazes locked, intertwining in a shared moment of intimacy. "Now kiss." The soldiers shouted enthusiastically. Qin Xiong shook his head helplessly. "Ah, this truly is a challenge for our master." Yang Yuhuan, feeling the festive atmosphere, joined in the laughter. Zhen Mi's cheeks flushed crimson. "Mir," with that, Qin Lin drew close, enveloping Zhen Mi in his embrace, their lips meeting in a tender kiss that left even the usually composed Qin Lin feeling slightly bashful. Zhen Mi blushed even deeper, akin to a ripe fruit. To the bridal chamber. After their passionate kiss, Qin Lin lifted Zhen Mi and carried her into their new room. "Everyone, go and enjoy your meal," Qin Lin commanded, sending the soldiers away. After a day filled with activities, the sky began to darken, stars twinkling into view, while the cicadas serenaded the night. Sitting on the bed, Zhen Mi's heart raced, mirroring Qin Lin's own excitement, as he pondered the significance of this moment. Mir, are you feeling warm?" Qin Lin inquired, his question oddly misplaced given the approaching winter chill. "Warm," Zhen Mi replied directly, leaving Qin Lin bewildered, sensing the moment was ripe for intimacy. He leaned closer, his face slightly flushed as his hand inched toward Zhen Mi's long, delicate leg, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips. A wave of heat surged within Qin Lin. So soft, so delicate. Zhen Mi, nervous, felt as though she might tear her palm with her grip. "Brother Zimming, I think?" Zhen Mi's gentle voice trailed off, interrupted by Qin Lin's fervent declaration. "I cannot resist, Mir." With those words, Qin Lin's passion surged forth as he pressed Zhen Mi onto the bed, removing her garments piece by piece, revealing her fair skin. The ensuing moments were left to the imagination of the reader, as the sounds of soft gasps filled the air and the bed swayed rhythmically. The subsequent events remain a mystery, inviting the reader to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. Nearby in the Jingzhou region, at the headquarters of the Yellow Turban Army, Ma Yuan-yi faced a stern reprimand from a peculiarly dressed man. "You, in Jingzhou's Jiangxia County, have failed to conquer it in 3 months. Do you wish to present your head to the esteemed sage?" The man's attire and appearance bore a resemblance to Dian Wei. "Lord Zhangju, there exists a legendary martial general in Jiangxia County. Undefeated in battle, many of my commanders have perished at his hands," Ma Yuanyi replied, feeling helpless. The county was defended by the seasoned General Huang Zhong and the fierce General Wen Pin. Leaving Ma Yuan-yi to lament his ill fate. As an epic-level martial artist, he stood no chance against the likes of Huang Zhong, who had leveled up to level 87 within a month. Who was this formidable warrior? Upon hearing the mention of two top-tier warriors, Zhang Ju regarded them with newfound respect, for he himself was merely in his 80s. This man is Huang Zhong, styled Han Shang. Ma Yuani acknowledged, feeling a chill run down his spine. Huang Zhong. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Ju's eyes darted, recognizing the reputation of the man known for his unparalleled accuracy with the Qilin Bao. However, resurrected by the malevolent spirit of the demonic god Qiyu, Zhang Ju had been commanded to attack the Jingzhou region, now thwarted by Huang Zhong. His urgency was palpable, for he feared he might not be a match for this legendary warrior. Are you truly afraid of Huang Zhong? Just as Zhang Ju pondered his predicament, a cold voice echoed from within the tent, and a man draped in tiger skins strode into the main chamber. Chapter 66. The Yellow Turban Assault. All eyes turned towards the man who entered the tent. King Gang. The one who has arrived is none other than King Gang, one of the 10 resurrected brothers of Qiyu. Given the difficulty of attacking Jingzhou, which is easier to defend than to assault, he has been specifically dispatched by the esteemed Master Zhang Jiao to provide support to the Yellow Turban Army in Jingzhou. King Gang, with a flourish, brushes back his formidable hair and, with a cold smirk, proclaims, Huang Zhong is indeed a formidable opponent. Should we force an attack on Jiangxia, we would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. However, I have a stratagem. King Gang, what plan do you propose? Speak swiftly. Zhang Ju's expression is one of eager anticipation, having battled for half a year without conquering a single county in Jingzhou. Look here. King Gang strides to the map. Pointing at it, Jiangxia County is adjacent to Changsha County, one of the 4 counties in Jingnan. As far as I know, this area is currently occupied by an unknown individual of weak strength. Liu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou, is preoccupied with repelling us and has no time to attend to it. Therefore, we can first take Changsha County and then launch a surprise attack from the rear, flanking Jiangxia County and leaving it besieged. Even if that old Huang Zhong is valiant, he cannot withstand our relentless assaults. Hearing King Gang's analysis, Zhang Ju is overjoyed. Lord King Gang, leave the task of attacking Changsha County to me. Having been continually suppressed by Huang Zhong, Ma Yuani feels a surge of frustration. Very well, Zhang Ju, you shall go with Ma Yuani, King Gang replies. Indeed. I shall secure Changsha County within a day, Zhang Ju asserts confidently. Having no doubts about his own strength, dismissive of the challenge posed by Changsha County. Then you shall proceed, striving to capture Changsha County within a day, while we, as brothers, will besiege Jiangxia County. Once Jiangxia falls, Jingzhou will be within our grasp. At that time, the 13 provinces of the Eastern Han will surely be engulfed in fear and unrest. Thus, the grievances of the people shall awaken the soul of the demon god. As King Gang speaks, he is filled with exhilaration, letting out a raucous laugh that echoes ominously from the tent in Changsha County. Within Qin Ling's quarters, dawn gradually breaks, and the soft light seeps into the room. Zhan Mi's fair skin, partially concealed by the covers, reveals a hint of its radiance. Qin Ling cradles the sleeping Zhen Mi, reflecting on the vivid events of the previous night. Those sounds, those images, so strikingly real. After a night of battle, Qin Ling feels a tinge of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity while Zhen Mi remains asleep, he changes his attire and exits the room. Upon awakening, Zhen Mi finds that Qin Ling has vanished. Recalling their intimate encounter from the previous night, a subtle smile graces her lips. Qin Ling, with a joyful demeanor, strolls outside, subsequently earning 500 prestige points. At that moment, Zhen Mi emerges from her room clad in a delicate pink gown, and the two exchange glances, seemingly still shy from the previous day's events. Mir, you are awake. Just as the words leave his mouth, Gao Xinji rushes towards Qin Ling's quarters. Why, lord, the Yellow Turban Army is attacking. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling's expression, once joyful, transforms into one of stern seriousness. Gather the troops and prepare for battle. He commands with utmost gravity. He had intended to launch an offensive against the Yellow Turban Army after marrying Zhen Mi. But it seems they have come to him uninvited. Be careful, Zhen Mi says, approaching him with concern etched on her brow. Qin Ling nods, summoning Bai Zhe, and leaps onto the city wall alongside Gao Xinji. My lord, look! The Yellow Turban Army has at least 30,000 troops below. Zhuge Liang, maintaining his composure, indicates the enemy forces with his fan, speaking in a calm tone. A mere 30,000 dares to lay siege to my Changsha County. Currently, we have 5,000 defenders, with 3,000 being Golden Fire Cavalry. The rest are stationed in the other 3 counties. Recalling the 3 counties that presently lack commanders, Qin Ling's concern deepens. He looks to Baolong, Qining, Luocheng, Zhuti, Gaoning, and Gao Xianji, urgency in his voice. Baolong, Qining, Gao Xianji, you 3 return to defend Guiyang County. Luocheng, you alone will guard Wuling County. Zhuti and Gaoning, you 2 will defend Lingling County. The Yellow Turban Army's assault on Changsha County will likely prompt them to neglect the other 3 counties. Thus, it is prudent to bolster our defenses. The group nods in agreement and hastens to their respective gates. Qin Ling retains only Qin Xiong, Zhuge Liang, and a few others, confident that Qin Xiong alone will suffice. Hey, who's your leader? Bring him out. I want to chop him into a urinal, a general of the Yellow Turban Army bellows. Brandishing a large sword with a fearsome demeanor, I am he. Qin Ling stands calmly on the city wall, calling out, "Come down and dare to battle me." The Yellow Turban General's voice reverberates across the battlefield. My lord, should I go down? Qin Xiong immediately brandishes his dual hammers. Qin Ling glances at the enemy general and data materializes before him. Name: He level 60, rare general, potential 69, good. Max level 70, combat power 601, medium grade spiritual weapon bonus of 10, intelligence 55, loyalty 55, leadership 55, charm 55, weapon. Huadeng sword, medium grade spiritual weapon. Upon seeing He Yi's information, he thinks, congratulations, you can now enjoy a one-way trip to the afterlife. No need. This general will handle it personally. Before the words are fully spoken, Qin Ling wields the Jiaolong Niechi spear, leaping down to pierce He Yi. At that moment, a horse gallops out from the city gate. He raises his sword to block, a wave of energy surging forth, but Qin Ling's powerful thrust sends him crashing to the ground. Qin Ling then gracefully lands on the back of the horse. Enraged by his defeat, he performs a backflip, charging at Qin Ling with his large sword raised. Humph! Qin Ling snorts coldly, with the Jiaolong Niechi spear. A blaze of blue flames ignites at its tip as he advances, the horse letting out a fierce neigh in an instant. A streak of blue flame arcs through the sky. With a crack, the remnants of the setting sun are revealed. He Yi's head is skewered by Qin Ling's strike, blood gushing forth. Devoid of its head, He Yi's body, spurred by nerve impulses, rolls on the ground before finally falling still. Ding! Rare general killed. Gained 4,000 experience points, 2,000 prestige points. True Kai Shukuan. Experience bonus 100%. It must be said, the doubling of experience points and the strength of True Kai Shukuan are formidable. Is this the nameless individual King Gang spoke of? Zhang Ju, witnessing He Yi's defeat in less than 3 exchanges, gasps in astonishment. Among the Yellow Turban ranks, a general, upon seeing He Yi's demise, grits his teeth in fury. He Yi, I shall avenge you. Before anyone can collect themselves, a general wrapped in a yellow scarf charges forth, spear raised. Zhang Ju squints and recognizes him. Cheng Yuanji, riding his warhorse, erupts from the ranks in a fury. Ma Yuani and Zhang Ju do not intervene, confident that Cheng Yuanji's strength will suffice to defeat this young man, and they breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 67. 2 generals slain in quick succession, having just slain He Yi. Qin Ling is in the process of wiping the blood from his Jiaolong Niechi spear when an enemy general emerges from less than 100 meters away, cursing vehemently, eyes ablaze with rage. As if he wishes to devour Qin Ling casts a glance at the approaching enemy general, his aura imposing. Now a legendary general, he relies on his combat prowess. As long as his opponent isn't an overpowered anomaly, he can manage. On the city wall, the crowd witnesses Qin Ling dispatch He Yi in mere moments, their spirits soaring. Zhuge, should I assist the lord? Qin Xiong expresses concern, as Qin Ling's fluctuating strength often leaves him uncertain. Zhuge Liang shakes his head, speaking with conviction. General Qin need not worry. With his abilities, defeating him will be a simple task. Cheng Yuanji thrusts his spear, unleashing a red arc of energy. Qin Ling charges forth, the Jiaolong Niechi spear in hand, resembling a dragon taking flight. As blue flames erupt from the spear's shaft in their initial clash, Qin Ling immediately senses that this opponent is stronger than He Yi. As the battle continues, he begins to feel fatigue. Perhaps the previous night's exertions with Zhanmi have taken their toll. Pushing those thoughts aside, he sizes up his adversary. Name: Cheng Yuanji level 69, rare species, potential 76, good. Max level 78, combat power 690, medium-grade spiritual weapon bonus of 10, intelligence, 60 loyalty, 68 leadership, 50 charm, 60 weapon, Luocha spear, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Ah, so this is the short-lived Cheng Yuanji. No wonder he can withstand a round against me. Cheng Yuanji is known to have endured 3 strikes from Guan Yu. Although he ultimately met his end at Guan Yu's hand, his combat prowess remains noteworthy. Kid, you have some skill. I had intended to persuade you to join our Yellow Turban army and serve the esteemed master, but since you have slain my dear friend, you must die today. Cheng Yuanji raises his Luocha spear, a roar of fury escaping him. Less talk. A chill flickers in Qin Ling's eyes as he slightly parts his lips. Aya, with a great shout, he raises his Jiaolong Niechi spear and strikes fiercely. What a fierce young man, truly formidable. He must be eliminated today. Zhang Ju, observing Qin Ling's ferocity, feels a surge of anxiety. Anyone who obstructs their ambitions must be eradicated. Yuani, you two shall join the fray. Zhang Ju regarded the 2 combatants with a cold demeanor and remarked, upon uttering these words, at that moment, Ma Yuani brandished his sword and surged forth from the formation. Upon witnessing his emergence, the 30,000 yellow turban soldiers erupted in a chorus of encouragement. Another one has arrived. It seems I am truly held in high esteem. Qin Lin's lips curled slightly as he rotated the Jiaolong Nieji spear in his hand a full 360 degrees, sweeping it with ferocity, causing Cheng Yuanji to be engulfed in a tide of panic. Mr. Zhuge, allow me to engage. Qin Xiong, atop the city wall, felt a surge of anxiety. Should their lord meet with misfortune, they, as his subordinates, would bear the brunt of the consequences. Do not fret, observe. Zhuge Liang remained as calm as a placid lake, gesturing towards Qin Lin below, his countenance serene and untroubled. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Qin Lin underwent a dramatic transformation. As if invigorated by a surge of energy, he appeared to be a different person entirely. In an instant, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shifted, the color of the sky darkening ominously. The alteration in Qin Lin's demeanor was accompanied by 2 gusts of wind that swept across the battlefield, stirring the yellow sand into a wild dance. This is peculiar. The young man's aura is decidedly unsettling. Zhang Ju felt a rush of dread as he observed Qin Lin's transformation into a figure of formidable presence. Yuani and Cheng Yuanji exchanged glances, charging forward without hesitation, their disbelief in the prowess of a mere 20-year-old lad compelling them onward. Beneath Qin Lin's somber expression, a sinister smile emerged, for Qin Xiong's battle prowess was indeed explosive. With a furious roar, the force emanating from Qin Lin seemed to propel the 2 adversaries backward. As his voice echoed, Qin Lin thrust his spear forward, unleashing a burst of azure flames that surged forth, prompting Ma Yuani to retreat in a flurry. However, Cheng Yuanji was not so fortunate. In an instant, a spear forged from a myriad of spiritual energies lunged at Cheng Yuanji, reducing him to a bloodied mess in mere moments. Cheng Yuanji was rendered unrecognizable by the onslaught of the spirit-formed spear blades. Ding! Elimination of a top-tier rare general, earned 6,000 experience points, 5,000 prestige points, and a true Kai Shukuan bonus of 100%. With the spear's swift descent, Cheng Yuanji's head soon followed. And in less than a second, Qin Xiong's might was undeniably potent. Having slain Cheng Yuanji, coupled with the experience gained from defeating He, Qin Lin ascended 2 levels, reaching level 72. Name: Qin Lin level 72, Epic General Experience 2. 005,000 Combat Power 721. 20 Ma Yuani, struck with terror by Qin Lin's sudden display of power, fled in a panic. The onlookers atop the city wall, witnessing Qin Lin's triumph over Cheng Yuanji and the flight of Ma Yuani, erupted in astonished exclamations that resonated through the skies. My lord! How formidable! Is he playing the fool while eating the tiger? Qin Xiong was momentarily taken aback by Qin Lin's unexpected eruption of strength. Staring blankly at him, Zhuge Liang chuckled silently, his fan waving. As someone who had sparred with Qin Lin, he was well aware of the young man's concealed power. Such individuals were indeed the most irksome. This is impossible. He appears to be scarcely 20 years of age. How could he possess the capabilities of a top-tier legendary general? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Ju gasped in disbelief, questioning his very existence. He had never encountered such an extraordinary youth. Even his elder brother, now a godlike demon, Qiyu, had not reached such heights at the age of 20. The 30,000 soldiers were drenched in cold sweat. Instinctively retreating, Lord Zhangju, I am not his match. Miyuani was fortunate to have survived Qin Lin's onslaught. Zhangju did not cast blame, for he too recognized the futility of opposing such strength. A fierce glare was cast upon Qin Lin, for this individual must not be allowed to live. Zhangju turned to the throng of 30,000 soldiers, declaring, no matter how strong he is, let us see how he withstands the charge of 30,000 iron cavalry. With a malevolent shout, Zhangju rallied his troops. Soldiers, charge forth. Slay this man, and a reward of 1,000 taels awaits you. With those words, Zhangju mounted a massive boar, charging into the fray. Indeed, as Qiyu's brother, his steed was anything but ordinary. As the 30,000 fierce warriors charged forward, Qin Lin remained unfazed. He glanced at the time. 55 minutes remained on the fusion card. Ample time indeed. Unfortunately, only one could be utilized in a day. Were it possible to employ a dozen or so, he would annihilate them all. General Qin, you may now descend to assist our lord. Zhuge Liang remarked, fanning himself. Upon witnessing the throng of soldiers surging forth, Qin Qiong felt a rush of excitement, leaping from the 30-meter-high city wall, leading 2,000 infantry and 3,000 golden fire cavalry into the fray. A veritable flood unleashed. As the mythic strategist Zhuge Liang soared through the air, he unleashed his spiritual powers to aid the warriors. Chapter 68. The blade swing. Seeing Qin Lin slay 2 yellow turban generals invigorated the spirits of the 5,000 soldiers. They seized their weapons, charging forth like unleashed tigers. Ha! Zhangju twirled his spear, conjuring swirling black flames, charging atop his immense boar. With a single stomp, the beast crushed several soldiers beneath its weight. Humph! As if I lack such amount. Enraged at the sight of his beloved soldiers being trampled by Zhangju's boar, Qin Lin summoned the divine beast, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe emerged from the spatial treasure with a gust of ethereal wind, landing and instantly crushing 5 yellow turban soldiers. Ha! 5 kills! At that moment, Qin Lin's experience points surged dramatically, as Bai Zhe appeared to be leveling up as well. Bai Zhe's expression turned jubilant as it gleefully trampled the yellow turban soldiers. Ha! This is delightful today. I shall crush 100,000. The divine beast Bai Zhe. Upon seeing Bai Zhe, Zhangju's expression shifted, surprise etched on his face. While others may not recognize it, Zhangju, being from the era of the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, could not possibly be unfamiliar with the ancient divine beast Bai Zhe. Who called me? Bai Zhe turned its gaze, wondering if it was merely an illusion. Zhangju's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked towards Qin Lin. What manner of monster is this lad, to possess a divine beast in battle? In the days of the Yellow Emperor, there was but one divine beast, and he too has won, truly a prodigy. Though Bai Zhe's combat power is among the weakest of divine beasts, its healing abilities made it highly coveted. You are the demon master spoken of by the elder? You appear no different from others. Lacking but 2 eyes and 2 arms, Qin Lin encountered Zhangju face to face, offering a sardonic smile. Youngster, today you must die. With those words, Zhangju drew forth his weapon, a black long spear. Qin Lin regarded Zhangju, and data materialized. Name: Zhangju level, 85, legendary general, potential, 86, excellent, upper limit 89, combat power, 856-20, superior spirit weapon bonus, intelligence, 71 loyalty, 82 leadership, 78 charm, 70 weapon, 90 divine spear, superior spirit weapon. This combat power must be the weakest among the 10 demon masters. Fortunately, he is not excessively strong. Even if Qin Lin were to exert only 90% of his power, bolstered by Qin Qiong's strength, he should still prevail. The two clashed without uttering another word, their long spears intertwining in a fierce battle. Qin Qiong charged into the heart of the 30,000 yellow turban soldiers atop his warhorse, swiftly dispatching several foes, leaving a river of blood in his wake. The colossal boar and Bai Zhe engaged in their own fierce struggle, while the true Kai Shukuan soared above, seemingly cheering Bai Zhe on. The soldiers on Qin Lin's side, bolstered by the experience gained from slaying foes under the influence of the Kunkan's blessing, found their gains doubled. I wish you all a helping hand. The mage Zhuge Liang, soaring through the air, clasped his hands together, pure spiritual energy surging forth. Hexagram. Zhuge Liang's skill erupted, targeting none other than Qin Lin. Hexagram. Target gains 10 combat power, consuming 100 spiritual energy. Suddenly, Qin Lin's body trembled, his strength surging upward as he thrust his spear toward Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju blocked with his spear, the two weapons clashing amidst the darkened sky. Sparks flying from the friction. Detestable strategist, Zhang Ju bellowed, glaring at the levitating Zhuge Liang. Humph! Allow me to present something even more loathsome. Zhuge Liang clasped his hands together, muttering an incantation. Eye in the air. A 7-star formation materialized. Descending to ensnare Zhang Ju. 7-star Holy Altar. 7-star Holy Altar. Unconditionally reduces the opponent's combat power by 10, consuming 100 spiritual energy. With a roar, Zhang Ju felt a significant portion of his strength siphoned away. A sudden sense of weakness washing over him. Current status, Zhang Ju combat power, 856-20 to 10 Qin Lin combat power, 880-20-10, countdown, 40 minutes. The disparity in strength was immediately apparent, with Zhang Ju being forced to flee from Qin Lin's relentless pursuit. Fortunately, the sheer number of yellow turban soldiers provided him some respite. However, most of these soldiers were of the lower tier, with only a few intermediate ranks, and not a single high-tier soldier among them. Compared to Qin Lin's 3,000 elite troops, this was a rout in the making. The 3,000 Golden Fire Cavalry charged forth, claiming the lives of hundreds of yellow turban soldiers. In under 20 minutes, the yellow turban forces had already suffered losses exceeding 10,000. Moreover, Qin Lin was supported by the top-tier legendary General Qin Xiong, who led 5,000 soldiers into the fray, their morale soaring. Yuni, wielding his long spear, attempted a surprise attack from behind Qin Xiong, aiming to inflict a grievous wound upon him. However, Qin Xiong was quick to sense the ambush. With a sly grin, he retaliated with overwhelming brutality. Yuni fled on horseback. Humph! You think you can escape? Qin Xiong scoffed, for none had ever eluded him. Vine technique. With a swift motion, Qin Xiong extended his hands, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that instantaneously caused several vines to sprout from the ground, binding Yuni completely. In response, Yuni unleashed his own spiritual energy, barely managing to break free from the restraints. A repulsive skill, he exclaimed, accelerating his escape. I have warned you. No one can evade my calamity. A chilling aura emanated from Qin Xiong's brow as his dual hammers emitted 2 radiant rings, slicing through the air. Yuni raised his spear to block, deflecting the luminous rings back in quick succession. Within less than a second, Qin Xiong's spiritual energy erupted forth in a chaotic onslaught. Heavenly Demon's disarray. Qin Xiong descended from the skies, wielding his dual hammers with deft movements, sending waves of energy racing outward. Yuni was swiftly left battered and bruised by Qin Xiong's relentless assault. It is time to end this, Qin Xiong declared coldly, merging his hammers into one, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth, piercing directly through Yuni's body. With a whistle of air and a flash of steel, Yuni fell from his steed, lifeless upon impact. Ding! Qin Xiong has slain the epic warrior Yuni, earning 10,000 experience points, while the host gains 5,000 experience points and 10,000 prestige points. The 5,000 experience points derive from the True Kaishukuin enhancement. The host's experience surged, propelling Qin Lin to level 73, augmenting his battle power by 10. The 30,000 yellow turban soldiers remained fiercely determined, managing to engage the Golden Fire Cavalry in a chaotic melee, even outnumbering them 10-1 without losing ground. Observing the shifting tide of battle, Zhuge Liang shook his head in resignation, knowing he would have to deploy his least favored skills. East Wind Breakthrough. Sparks ignite the prairie. Zhuge Liang's hands moved rhythmically, expending 600 of his spiritual energy. Coupled with his continuous aerial maneuvers, his reserves were nearly depleted. With the last of his strength, he soared back to the city wall. East Wind Breakthrough. Reduces enemy forces' battle power by -2. Sparks ignite the prairie. Increases our forces' battle power by 2. This strategic maneuver caused the yellow turban soldiers to falter as if bewitched. While the morale of Qin Lin's troops surged in response, the majority of the yellow turban forces consisted of low-level infantry, with the mid-level troops numbering only around 5,000. The upper limit for low-level troops was level 10, while mid-level troops could reach level 20. After Zhuge Liang's spell, The Golden Fire Cavalry and their 2,000 soldiers experienced a significant boost in battle power by 2, though their numbers were few. With 4 to 5,000 bolstered, they swiftly unified, charging against the Yellow Turban soldiers with newfound vigor. Zhang Ju, witnessing the deteriorating situation, having lost Ma Yuanyi, Cheng Yuanji, He Yi, and all capable fighters, felt a surge of anger as he thrust his spear forward. Chapter 69. Slaying the demon envoy. Zhang Ju leapt into the fray, his brow furrowed tightly, as he aimed his spear squarely at Qin Lin's chest. Despite being more powerful than Zhang Ju, Qin Lin was still unfamiliar with the formidable strength of Qin Xiong. Zhang Ju, a seasoned general who had fought alongside Qi Yu in countless battles millennia ago, quickly discerned Qin Lin's fighting style through their encounters. A dark surge of energy erupted from Zhang Ju's hands, and seizing the opportunity, he deftly disarmed Qin Lin, sending the dragon-toothed spear flying from his grasp. Qin Lin's eyes widened in shock as he felt a tremor of alarm. With a burst of energy, he seized Zhang Ju's spear with both hands, simultaneously propelling himself off the ground with his right leg, delivering a powerful kick toward Zhang Ju. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Ju was sent flying, stumbling backward upon landing. The onlookers exhaled in relief at Qin Lin's display of strength. With the fusion card still having 5 minutes remaining, a swift conclusion was imperative. Qin Xiong found himself encircled by thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, unable to escape, while Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Having dealt a significant blow to the Yellow Turban forces, it seemed the time had come for Qin Lin to rely on himself. With fierce determination in his eyes, he glanced at Zhang Ju, gritting his teeth. His right hand extended, summoning the dragon-tooth spear back into his grasp. Planting his feet firmly, he unleashed a surge of energy, causing blue flames to coalesce around the spear. With a mighty shout, the blue flames erupted forth from the weapon. Zhang Ju retaliated, wielding his spear to extinguish the blazing flames one by one. Pivoting swiftly, he launched his spear toward Qin Lin. Just as Qin Lin was regaining composure, he found himself at a loss as the spear hurtled toward him. From the city wall, Yang Yuhuan, in a moment of panic, hastily played the Nine Heavens fairy harp, producing melodious notes that coalesced into chains midair, restraining Zhang Ju's spear. Qin Lin took a deep breath, grateful for Yang Yuhuan's timely intervention. Even with the power of Qin Xiong flowing through him, he could only harness about 90 of his potential. The battlefield experience was still lacking. He would need to return to the 3,000 dojo for further honing. Zhang Ju glared at Yang Yuhuan with malice, spitting in disdain. Wretched woman, so close to severely injuring Qin Lin. How can I not be enraged? With a furious effort, Zhang Ju broke free from the ethereal chains binding his spear, which flew back into his grasp. Noticing Qin Lin struggling against Zhang Ju, Yang Yuhuan gracefully floated above, ready to assist. Thank you. Qin Lin exchanged a glance with Yang Yuhuan, both filled with a shared understanding of their previous fears. Focus on the battle. Yang Yuhuan's voice was cool and composed. Hemph, Zhang Ju scoffed, forcefully hurling his spear toward Qin Lin, charging in pursuit. Empowered by spiritual energy, Qin Lin unleashed the dragon-tooth spear, creating sparks as it clashed against Zhang Ju's weapon. Just as he anticipated Zhang Ju's continued assault, Zhang Ju leaped high, gathering energy into a wave that shot toward Yang Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan, Qin Lin shouted, his eyes wide in alarm. Floating in midair, Yang Yuhuan hurriedly played the harp. But her notes came too slowly, providing only a momentary distraction. The spear pierced through the notes, relentlessly targeting Yang Yuhuan. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in, altering the spear's trajectory. Yang Yuhuan turned toward the source of the wind, realizing it was Zhuge Liang, expending his last reserves of energy to invoke the wind skill. Zhuge Liang managed a weary smile, clutching his chest, knowing he had exerted himself to the limit. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong led his 5,000 soldiers to annihilate the 30,000 Yellow Turban forces, leaving a field strewn with lifeless bodies. A mere handful of Yellow Turban soldiers fled without even a farewell to Zhang Ju. Damn it. Zhang Ju clenched his fists in frustration. Though Qin Lin's forces had suffered losses as well, nearly 500 Golden Fire cavalry had fallen, and the 2,000 low-level infantry were nearly decimated. Only the Golden Fire cavalry remained intact. Yang Yuhuan sighed in relief, realizing how narrowly she had escaped. Without Zhuge Liang's wind, the spear would have pierced her body, sealing her fate. Qin Lin, I will support you. Yang Yuhuan's melodious voice chimed, and they exchanged a knowing nod, fully aware that only 1 minute remained on the fusion card. Yang Yuhuan's Nine Heavens fairy harp continued to produce notes, forming sturdy chains midair that flew toward Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju danced with his spear, shattering the chains with each strike. Vine technique. Qin Xiong, having vanquished the yellow turban soldiers, rushed over. The ground erupted with hundreds of vines that ensnared Zhang Ju, while Yang Yuhuan's chains further restricted his movements. Now immobilized, Zhang Ju could only watch helplessly as his eyes darted around, threatening, "If you dare to kill me, the demon god will." Before he could finish, a searing pain coursed through him as Qin Lin summoned the last of his energy. Thrusting his spear deep into Zhang Ju's heart, "Humph, demon god, I don't fear you." With a swift motion, Qin Lin spun the dragon-tooth spear in his hand, decapitating Zhang Ju. Black liquid oozed from the severed head. A disturbing sight. Realizing he could not leave the corpse behind to taint the environment, Qin Lin unleashed blue flames that engulfed Zhang Ju's body, reducing it to ash. Ding! Slain the legendary warrior Zhang Ju. Earning 40,000 prestige points, with an additional 30,000 points. True Kai Shukuan experience bonus at 100. Ding. The host has slain 500 yellow turban soldiers, earning 10,000 experience points. Qin Xiong has slain 2,000 yellow turban soldiers, earning 40,000 experience points. Zhuge Liang gains 20,000 experience points, while Yang Yuhuan gains 10,000 experience points, with a 100 enhancement from True Kai Shukuan. Wow! Slaying a legendary warrior, combined with the Kuan's bonus, yields a staggering 50,000 experience points, propelling Qin Lin up 4 levels to 77. Name. Qin Lin experience, 520,010 1 million level, 77 battle power, 77120. His prestige points had also accumulated to 110, 100, of which 50,000 came from the system share. Qin Lin surveyed the battlefield behind him, scoffing, "The demon envoy is nothing extraordinary." He blew the tip of his spear, signifying the end of the conflict. Yang Yuhuan floated down, approaching Qin Lin, softly complimenting, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Qin Lin chuckled awkwardly, hastily making his way back to the city. Qin Xiong shook his head, retracting his dual hammers, and leaped into the city. As for the corpses, he would allow them to rest in peace. This battle had yielded a considerable haul of weapons and supplies, especially horses, 5,000 in total. It was time to recruit soldiers and expand his influence. This conflict had starkly demonstrated that although Qin Lin and his allies held significant advantages, however, the Yellow Turban Army possesses overwhelming numbers. Engaging them directly would undoubtedly lead to considerable losses. Even with the assistance of the legendary strategist Zhuge Liang and the top-tier mythical warrior Qin Xiong fighting alongside, the death of Zhang Ju would surely propel Qin Lin into a meteoric rise, astonishing the lords of the world. After all, Zhang Ju was among the first brothers to be resurrected by Qiyu, and now 1 out of 10 has perished. The great sage Zhang Ju would inevitably be filled with fury, dispatching even more yellow turban soldiers to the Jingzhou region. As for the slumbering Qiyu, he would become increasingly vigilant. Chapter 70. The demon god Qiyu in an unknown land. Within a mysterious cavern, a vast and dimly lit cave housed 10 stones that sparkled like luminous pearls. Suddenly, one of them extinguished with a soft puff. A colossal stone, ensnared by chains, trembled violently, and within it, 2 crimson eyes flickered to life. At that moment, a man adorned with a horned cap hurriedly entered. His steps frantic, upon seeing the enormous stone, his legs buckled, and he knelt in submission. "Demon god, your brother Zhang Ju has fallen." The man, clutching a scepter, spoke in a feeble voice, trembling with fear, his head bowed low. A chilling laughter echoed from within the stone, reverberating through the cave. "Ha ha!" The cavern seemed to shudder under the weight of that sinister mirth. "Zhang Ju, rise." The figure before him was none other than Zhang Ju, the principal instigator of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, who proclaimed himself the General of Heaven and the Great Sage. "Demon God, the death of Zhang Ju is my responsibility." Slowly, Zhang Ju rose, plagued by self-reproach. The being sealed within the stone was none other than Qiyu, the godlike figure vanquished by the Yellow Emperor 3 millennia ago. During the cataclysmic battle of the deities, the Yellow Emperor paid the ultimate price to barely defeat Qiyu. Yet, having ascended to divinity, Qi Yu could resurrect himself through the power of resentment unless his soul was thoroughly refined. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor utilized his own soul's energy to seal Qi Yu's departed spirit in an unknown realm. Wagering a millennium for its refinement, originally, Qi Yu could have been easily refined. However, after the Yellow Emperor's demise, the land of Huaxia fell into the era of slavery, with Diyu founding the first dynasty, the Xia, leading to the establishment of a feudal society. The formation of a state necessitated the establishment of armies and the incessant occurrence of warfare. Where there are wars, resentment abounds. The tyranny of Jia led to the downfall of the Shang dynasty, while the despotism of King Zhou prompted the founding of the Western Zhou by King Wu.As. The Western Zhou faced its decline due to the antics of King Yu. It ultimately fell, leading to the Eastern Zhou's establishment. Thus, Huaxia entered an era characterized by the fragmented wars of the 5 hegemons of the Spring and Autumn period and the 7 heroes of the Warring States. The relentless turmoil and the militaristic ambitions of Emperor Wu of Han extended the wars until the twilight years of the Eastern Han, allowing Qi Yu to accumulate a significant reservoir of resentment. One fateful day, after 3 millennia of slumber, Qi Yu regained consciousness and encountered Zhang Ju. With ulterior motives, Zhang Ju, having received Qi Yu's teachings, experienced a tremendous surge in power, manipulating the world with the art of peace. Henceforth, the chaos wrought by the Yellow Turban Army officially commenced. Presently, Qi Yu requires only about a year more of resentment to resurrect his soul and harness its power. As a god, even merely channeling his soul's energy to inhabit a puppet would render him unmatched in battle. Though Qi Yu was enraged by Zhang Ju's death, he could not lay blame at this moment. Instead, he must exploit this pawn wisely. Zhang Ju, his inherently reckless nature led to his demise. This is not your fault. Qi Yu's voice, laden with darkness, sent chills down the spine. Why, Lord Demon God? I, Zhang Ju, shall exert every effort to assist you in garnering more resentment. I pledge to aid your resurrection. Zhang Ju bowed deeply before Qi Yu. Very well, Zhang Ju. Once I am revived, the land of Huaxia shall be under your dominion.